Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
More than 5 minutes going by, third quarter. Extra pass. Washington rattles in the tray.
Oh, that was easy.
Woo! It's going to be a long night when PJ Washington is knocking down threes, baby.
It is, and he was from the get-go, and the Mavs hadn't even pulled away yet. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 to The Fan. Sean's out on our Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ on The Fan. We need to come up with a name. I said that in the elevator on the way up here, Robert.
He did.
You know, when I'm out, Sean says Sean and Bobby. Doesn't even mention my name.
That's true.
When he's out, I throw his name in there, but I realize that we don't need to do that.
I will say he does say Sean and RJ, Bobby and Choppy's chair all week. He'll say that sometimes, but
yes,
he does rotate a little bit.
So we need to make sure.
But you need a rotational.
Yeah, you need a rotation. We need a rotational thing, so we always keep his name in there. So we gotta come up with that today. But let's really quickly touch on. That was defensively a fantastic second half, and offensively, I don't think they missed a shot in the third quarter.
Dude, this is lately when you're watching them play games. We referenced it yesterday. They're playing so well defensively in the second half of games.
It's huge.
And
huge.
Man, if Luka plays in that game against Oklahoma City a couple weeks ago when they were in OKC, you having trouble with your chair there, Chop?
Trying to get the armrest in the right spot.
If Luka plays in that game against OKC a couple weeks ago, I think they win that one. And I mean, we're talking about 10, 11 game win streak now at this point, if that happens. And so, man, they are locked in. And like I said, if PJ Washington's going to knock down shots like he has a little bit the last couple games, they're going to be really, really tough to beat.
Yeah, like just look at the standings. Name me the team ahead of them that would feel good about playing them and winning the series going into the playoffs. You're looking at Denver. I think Denver would feel good about against anybody. And then you're looking at maybe
people were concerned with the way, we talked about it at the time. I saw a response on social media a couple weeks ago when they beat Denver. There were people like Nuggets fans concerned with the way Jokic played against Lively. Like they thought Lively as a matchup was proving difficult for him.
Yeah, they they're cast around maybe better. That's what it is. Like there are other guys. They have other guys that they have a better 3, 4. But and also they're just a great team together. So I think Denver would be like, all right, yeah, we could take them down. I don't know anybody else who would want to play this team right now because you're going to have the Mavs are going to have the best player on the floor against Oklahoma City, Minnesota.
People will fight you on Oklahoma City.
Well, they can all they want, but they won't. Yeah, sure. Like he may have an upside, but he's may not be realized as much as Luka's is.
We're referring to Shea, of course. SGA.
They have the best player on the floor against the Pelicans. Kawhi he's won titles, but is his career at the point where he's a better player than Luka right now? I don't know if that's true.
You never know, like his health and how consistent he's going to be because of that.
At the very least, you're going to have a wash. So it's Denver, really. That's it. So like that's a tremendous advantage to have when you have the best player on the floor. When you're the best player on the floor, watch this. Watch the NCAA tournament. But best player on the floor is going to win the game more often than not. What are you doing? Are you doing your?
I'm doing watch this.
Yeah,
I was just trying not to hit the. Yeah, I was trying not to hit the mic while doing it.
We had the thumb out.
Yeah, so you've done it plenty. But no, look, this is I'm so incredibly encouraged by what this Mavericks team looks like right now. And this was, when you talk about who's scared of playing this team, this was a Kings team that had given you trouble early in this season. They had been kind of a bit of a stumbling block for Dallas the first couple games. Dallas just completely manhandles them yesterday, and now you're talking about getting the next opportunity on Friday. You get this back-to-back out there in Sacramento, and you're talking about really putting some distance between you and Sacramento. You're starting to build up a little bit of a lead. So this is not just you're firmly right this second in the driver's seat for number 6. Now you're like realistically talking about 5. And then really. 4 even. Because
you're only game and a half back of 4.
Game and a half back of what the Clippers are doing right now.
You won't get in the top 3. You're too far clear of that.
Clippers are 4-6 in their last 10.
Yeah.
Dallas has made up 5 games on the Clippers over the last 10 games.
You are in striking distance of getting a home series in the first round, man.
Oh, baby.
And that means you're moving on to the second round. Just look at the NBA, the history of the NBA. The more higher seeds generally advance, unless you're like a team like a Minnesota or an Oklahoma City who's never been in this position before for the most part. And it's just there's a natural growing pain that happens in the NBA. Look at Sacramento last year. They had a 2-0 series lead on Golden State. Couldn't hang on. Couldn't do it. That was an impressive showing for the Mavs though, especially that second half. The first half, this is a 5-point game with like 9 minutes to go in the third.
Yeah,
10 minutes to go in the third.
They pulled away.
Yes, they did. It was that 15-2 run and then bam, gone.
That third quarter was absolutely brutal. For Sacramento. Just you get Kyrie starting to catch fire there. Like I said, Tim Hardaway Jr. knocked down some shots. You had Luka playing the way he was. After the game, Luka's getting interviewed. They defer to each other so much now.
Yeah.
Luka's talking about. They said Jason Kidd said you're Superman and Kyrie's Batman, and he said no. Kyrie's Batman and I'm Robin. Luka's talking about taking Robin now.
Yes, he is. I mean,
everybody's checking their ego at the door now.
Right. I mean, it could have been. You can't. Why do you need? You don't have to have. You don't have to have sidekicks. You could have 2 superheroes. You don't even have to go the same one. You can go DC and Marvel. One could be DC. One could be Marvel. Doesn't matter. I don't know which the difference. That's
so
one
they're
thing.
The Avengers. That's what Dallas is. That's what the Mavericks are right now.
Sure.
Okay.
People used to get on me that I didn't know the difference between DC and Marvel, guys. Marvel, not Marble. Marvel. I just don't. Stars out west.
Go Stars, baby.
San Jose.
Stankovic into the corner for Lundqvist. Behind the net, it's Johnson and Jamie Benn. Alla Pavelski bats it out of the air. It's 4-2.
That is Sharks TV with the call. 2 in the first, 3 in the second, 1 in the third. That is a 6-goal day for your Dallas Stars. They get a 6-3 victory over the San Jose Sharks. Bobby Belt.
Yes, a bad Sharks team, but you know what? You also get the Avs lose, Jets lose. Pretty positive night for your Dallas area sports teams.
Spits and suds.
Look, how exciting is it that you've got the Stars having a big night like that? The Mavericks on a roll right now. We're all excited about seeing Wyatt Langford. We got opening day. I don't know if you know this, RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
It's right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I've been told.
Thursday, pregame begins at 6 p.m.
No.
That's after the G-Bag Nation takes you from 2 to 6 p.m.
No.
out there at Globe Life Field. All of that right here on 105.3 The Fan. But all that working out great. Meanwhile, Cowboys are they're chilling.
They're chilling, man. They're just kind of, they don't want to take off. The NFL is trying to take over every day of the year. The Cowboys are like, nah, we don't want to do that.
Dude,
we don't agree with the NFL stance on this.
I respect what Jerry's doing.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we've taken enough of the headlines. I mean, they're going to take enough of the headlines today, to be honest, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But yeah, it's a good time right now to be a Dallas area sports fan. Just kind of forget about what the
Travis
Cowboys are
Tritt
doing.
would say it's a great day to be alive.
Got some rice cooking in the microwave, Chop.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Right. I wish I could have rice right now.
Are you struggling at all?
No, not at all, actually. I have some cravings. Like, I really want, I would love to get, some days I just like, ooh, I want popcorn. Or, ooh, I want Mexican food. Like, I want some chips and queso.
So we've talked about it a little bit. We haven't referenced it consistently enough to where maybe people understand what we're referencing here. But
started soda.
You started soda.
Had my first weigh-in yesterday.
How far down?
14 down
Dear
in a week.
Lord.
In a week.
And are you starting to, is Sarah noticing yet?
She's more mad because she's sort of trying to do it and she's only lost a pound. But she's not really doing it. She's not taking the products. She's just eating the one meal a night with me. So she's not really doing it.
That doesn't count.
It doesn't really count.
Look, you need the soda nutritionist.
That's
you need
right.
the great team at the 7 DFW locations. Find yours at sodaweightloss.com. And this is so you're pretty good on cravings at this point then.
Yeah, I'm really not struggling with cravings. Like occasionally I'm like, all right, I want something desserty. Or I want beef jerky. Or popcorn. It's been very rare that I want like a meal. I haven't craved a meal. I would love to have like sushi, like a big plate of sushi. Oh. Not the Peyton sushi where he gets little tiny rolls. I'm talking about the big monster rolls with all the sauces on top. Those kind. The ones that you were like, okay, I shouldn't have that. The 5,000 calories of mayo on top.
It's good stuff.
That sometimes, like, I've craved that like twice. Other than that, I've been good.
But you know what? And we talked about this when you started out. You get past it like after the first couple days.
But 3 days.
I mean, it comes and goes, but like where it's like, oh man, I love this.
Yeah.
It's like, but I mean, generally, you're pretty much past the feeling of like, oh man, I'm eating something different after like.
Took about 48
days.
to 72 hours to get through like the initial like stage of, oh, this is gonna be tough, and it wasn't even as hard as like Bassick said. It was like really really hard. I was like, it wasn't even that hard.
No,
it wasn't. Like the first 3 days were the worst, and they were not that bad. I'd say on a scale of 1 to 10, they were 4.
It's just a different schedule,
it's mental.
It's
mental.
Because then once you're past it, your body just completely adjusts. And you're like, oh, all right, this is what we eat now. This is all right. This is what time it is to eat. This is what we're having, and you find as somebody told me, David Hellman did it for a little while, and Hellman had told me, he's like, you find your rhythm really quick.
You do. You really do.
Of what you like, when you can eat, and he's like, you find your comfort zone, and it's easy after that.
And they said yesterday, I said, yeah, so no, we'll lose. You lost a lot this week. First week you always lose a lot, right? Then maybe you'll taper down. I said, let's try to lose 3 pounds this week. I said, losing 8.
Oh,
we're losing 8 this week.
Wow,
baby.
Oh baby,
we're losing 8 this week. This liver's getting under good. I'm really just getting myself. This is the Bert Kreischer. I'm just getting my body back into a position where I can drink again.
You got that Mickey Mantle gene, just like Bert.
Yeah, I just want to get my body to a position where I can drink again as much as I want.
That's there's science behind that.
Yeah,
yeah.
Flush that liver out, get it back into a position, and give him a little break, and get it in a position where we can be ready to rock and roll here.
Your liver could use a break.
It could use a break, and it's going to get a break, and then it's going to not get a break after that. Let me tell you that right now. All right, we will do a bridge update, and someone woke up this morning, Rich, and I mean, he chose Rich over everything. He chose Rich. They did. Someone woke up Rich this morning. It's all next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have Scott Draper on 4 o'clock.
Sean and RJ here on a hump day.
Hump day.
On 105 to the fan. We are going to come up with a name today for ourselves. For me and Bobby when Sean is out.
Bob and Chop.
Bob and Chop.
Chopping the belt.
Chopping the belt. I was thinking something.
Oh.
Chop the belt.
See, it gives me the lead, though, so that's not right. But I was thinking, what about it's Bob's Pate and Chop House?
Ooh.
Wow. It's actually not that bad. It's actually not that bad.
That puts me in the conversation.
That's just a perfect, like rhyme there. Bob's Pate and Chop House.
I like it. I also like where you just combine the names. Like Sarah and I, we go by Sarjay.
I still say you need to adopt a new last name, and y'all are the Choppymans.
I could do that.
Country Chop.
We got Belt. Belt, that last name came from it literally means belt maker.
Huh.
I think at one point we had an E at the end of it, and we dropped it or something along the way. I don't know if we were trying to run from somebody's legacy or something within our family, but yeah, we had my full name. Literally, if you just take the meaning of my name, it literally means famous crooked nose belt maker.
Robert means famous.
Mm-hmm.
And your middle name is
Cameron.
Cameron means crooked nose.
They were gonna name me Cameron too until the last second. I'm so glad they didn't. Yeah, it means like crooked nose or bent nose or something like that.
I think Cameron Belt. It's a decent name.
They were gonna call me Cam. They were gonna call me
Cam Belt.
They were gonna call me Cam.
CB.
Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, I think we need a nickname. So I was thinking combine us with Chelt.
Look at that. Cameron.
You ruined the morning show.
Wow, crooked nose. Huh. Chelt could be one. I thought about Chabi.
Oh yeah.
But I think that's the name of a guy who plays for Spain. A soccer player who plays for Spain.
Also just sounds
Chabi.
I think it's Chabi Alonso.
Oh.
I think you pronounce the V as a B, right?
Yeah.
214 says PB and RJ.
PB.
Like PB and J, but it's PB and RJ.
PB and RJ.
Peyton, Bobby, and
RJ.
RJ.
At the front. I'd like that.
Wow. Chopping with the boys. There we go. Chopping with the boys.
We'll figure it out. We're workshopping it.
We are workshopping. I'll tell you, somebody who he's not going to figure this out at all. They don't care anymore about life. Somebody hit the $1.13 billion jackpot last night.
Lucky man, Peyton.
It's a New Jersey person.
Ugh.
We don't know where.
Yeah, I don't want to assume their gender.
Well, I don't know, because it's the New Jersey is one of the states they say that allows you to remain anonymous. Thank God. Please remain anonymous. I do not want this. I don't want to know. It's an old classmate of mine in high school.
Oh yeah, or like the daytime streetwalker who gave you a lap dance in Manville at
Frank's Chicken House. Yeah, we don't want the overnight dancers.
All the overnight
dancers.
Oh boy. I just don't want it to be anybody I know.
It's so stupid because obviously you're never gonna win, and yet every time I buy a lotto ticket, don't you feel like
I feel like I'm gonna win?
I might.
I feel like I'm gonna win every time.
Like you feel like every time you buy, you're like you start like fantasizing.
I got plans.
You start fantasizing dumb like. Well, do I call lawyer first when I win, or
this is what I'm going to say to this person? This is what I'm going to say to that person? And you absolutely call. I think if you win, it's the first thing you do.
Would we know if you won?
No.
We would never find out. You would just quit?
No, I'd still work. You'd never know.
For how long?
You'd figure it out because I would stop sending emails.
You'd start quiet quitting like you've always wanted to?
Yes. I don't have the guts to say I quit. I could never break up with a girl. I never did. I was just
really.
I was just treated them. I always just started ignoring them and treated them poorly until they broke up with me.
So you quiet.
I never wanted that on my ledger.
Wow.
I never wanted a dumping on my ledger.
Did you ever break up with anybody, Peyton, or were you always the one broken up with?
No, 2 broke up with me, and then 1 was a mutual. She moved away, and so we decided to.
That doesn't sound mutual. That sounds like she literally had to move.
Yeah, I didn't treat them. I didn't treat them bad. I was like a bad boyfriend. So it was a slow death. So like they could never say.
You were like me when I go out.
Yeah, I just never.
I make Kristen mad at me at the end of the night.
Yeah, I don't want them to be able to say anything bad about me. They got nothing on me.
Other than just they'll say like, yeah, he wasn't a great boyfriend.
He wasn't a very good boyfriend. Yeah,
he wasn't
giving me what I needed.
Totally makes sense.
That's it. So I'm really soft that way. So congratulations to whoever that is. Unless I know you, then I hope you rot. The bridge update, Robert.
Yeah, so this is being investigated by the NTSB. The mayor of Baltimore yesterday was giving just talking about how a lot of lives were saved by the ship being able to get an SOS out. They had indicated something was wrong, and they were able to apparently close off the bridge. Like they were able to put up, barriers.
Okay.
That's why we see so few cars for that stretch before it hits into it. Tragically, there's 6 confirmed dead at this point, and all the ones who are presumed dead, not confirmed, there's 6 presumed dead, and they were construction workers on the bridge filling like potholes and stuff, working overnight.
Okay, so the video footage that we saw, there were trucks that went by just before this thing.
Yeah, so they probably got on the other end of the bridge before the barriers went down, and then I looked at the timestamp on the video. It looks like it was 40 seconds. Like they were 40 seconds clear before it hit. So you're talking about, it was a good minute there probably where they were able to prevent any more cars from getting on there.
Wow. So was this ship coming into harbor or going out?
It was leaving. It was heading. I can't remember where they said it was heading, but it was leaving. And now apparently what you're getting is it's a busy area.
Oh, it's one of the busiest ports in the country. Like it's shut down, right?
So there's a lot of traffic built up. Now, one of the things they talked about was,
I remember real quick when we were in California for. Well, no, we were in California. I saw this on TV in California, the Port of Long Beach. After COVID and during COVID, you had ships just docked out there for weeks at a time because they couldn't. It was so backed up, and they were on such skeleton crews because of the virus that they were just. That's why you had all these supply chain issues, right? Because they couldn't get products in and out, and nothing leaves half the time. So I think we're going to say that. I mean, you have ships that are still coming in, and they're either going to have to find a different port to go to, or they're just going to be docked out there because they're not going to touch this until the investigation happens.
The big fallout we're seeing from this, or the big response when people are like, okay, what do you do to avoid something like this again? That kind of discussion. The talk yesterday was experts were saying, hey, there's a real urgent need to improve these old bridges because Key Bridge is 50 years old, that they need to improve these bridges to be able to accommodate these modern vessels because they were like, this was built 50 years ago, and ships at the time were a fraction of the size of the one that crashed into the bridge yesterday.
Yeah, but so what? They're saying that, like if this crashed into a newer bridge, it wouldn't have collapsed?
No, I don't know if that's. I think it's more like space and being able to functionally operate within that bridge. Definitely, I think they're talking something about construction. They're like, it's not built to withstand that. It's not built to be able to take that. But also, it's more difficult for some of these larger ships to get through some of these, tighter spaces on these older bridges.
And can we please stop with the conspiracy theories out there that this was done on purpose, that we're under attack?
Yeah, there was a lot of dumb stuff on the internet yesterday.
Not everything's an attack. Jesus. I hate people. I just hate them.
Me too.
I hate a lot of...
Except the Tolos. I love the Tolos.
I love them. I hate the people on social media. Social media people are different. People in person and the people on social media are completely different folks, even though we're the same person. What do we have coming up next? And Inside the Star. I can't imagine what we're going to talk about today. We might even go to the people.
A lot of you may have missed this yesterday, but if you've wanted Dak Prescott gone, you got the biggest glimmer of hope that you've ever received yesterday from Ian Rappaport. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
DWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh boy, lock in, Tolos. This is going to be a busy day. We got a Rangers ticket giveaway.
Yeah, we do.
In the 7 o'clock
Yes,
hour.
sir.
We got
against the Astros.
Matt Pittman from Meat Church at 8:20. We got Brett Boone. It is the return of the bi-weekly Boone
Yes,
appearances.
sir.
Now the baseball season's here.
That means that
Clarence
baseball's
Hill,
back, baby.
Old Chill will join us at 8. And we're going to hear from you guys. We're going to do phone calls at 7:20. Yeah, it is the show of whales. And some of you may know why we're doing them. Others of you may be going like, what's the big need to take calls today? Well, we got some big news to talk about on this hump day.
Hey.
RJ Choppy, as Sean Sharif is out all this week. Big report yesterday from Ian Rappaport, hits in the middle of the afternoon, and you could tell Sean was really upset that he was going to be out today. I bet he considered, I'm going to come in for one day just to be able to talk about this. Here's the report from Ian Rappaport. This from NFL.com. The Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott are prepared to play out the final year of the quarterback's contract. The Cowboys and Prescott have a mutual understanding that there will be no adjustment to his contract entering the 2024 season. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport reported on Tuesday, per sources informed of the plan. It was assumed the Cowboys would need to extend Prescott's contract this offseason to lower the massive salary cap figure. Ultimately, the club and quarterback decided it was best to play out the deal and figure things out on the other side of the season. I think it's important to note. I think we're filling in gaps there a little bit by saying to play out the end of the season. Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com said, well, I mean, no, I think this could be, it very well could be their approach, Chop, but they could also look at doing this as, let's talk about the extension in September or October, or just do something once the season starts and once you're into things a little bit. But as Ian Rappaport said, the one that really kind of rattled things and shook the doors a little bit was his follow-up tweet where he says, this essentially appears to clear the way for Dak Prescott to test free agency in 2025. Your overall thoughts on this report, and would love to get the thoughts of our Tolos on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys hotline, 877-881-1053. We're doing text right now, but we'll do calls at 720. But let us know on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Your take, Chop.
Well, I mean, this is one way of calling it all in. This is one definition of it. My first thought was this is what you had been kind of hinting at.
Yeah.
That you had said maybe they're just using this as everyone's all in this year. This is a 1 year prove it for the entire organization. And if it doesn't work, we'll figure something out from then on air. Then going forward. That was my first thought. And then my second thought was, who the hell is running this thing? Because it ain't Jerry.
This is a much different approach than they've ever taken before. And look, some people take good news. I see the fan text is already lighting up this morning. They are thrilled.
Boy,
people are already thrilled with this.
It's happening.
And
LFG.
Look, we'll be talking about this a lot today because this is a significant move from the Cowboys. And here's what and you may be thrilled with this idea. I'm just telling you this. If you expose Dak Prescott to the market in 2025, you are saying goodbye to Dak Prescott, in my opinion, and you're starting over at quarterback.
That may be true. That very well may be true.
Here's what I want to make sure. I just want to make sure that they're coming into this with eyes wide open. That they're not.
What about arms wide open?
Sure, that too. Although that's more a reference we say for the champions,
right?
The Texas Rangers. But I just want to make sure that they are going into this decision. If this is what they've determined they want to do, fine. Have courage and conviction. Go forward with it. If you think you need a reset at quarterback, okay. All right, I understand it's 8 years. You feel like it's got to click at some point. And if it hasn't yet, when will it? Totally understand if that's your approach. I think it's wrong, but I understand. And I just want to make sure that they're not believing this to be the case of, well, we can just play this out and then determine exactly how much we want to pay him, and then he'll come back. Or, oh, we can match whatever we want to match. I don't think it's that easy. I think if you let him hit the open market, he will make the decision for you, and you won't get to. And that's a risk that I just hope they're actually considering and not relying on this comfort of we're going to be able to match it if we want, because I don't know that you're going to be able to.
Well, I mean, look, somebody out there is there's going to be somebody out there with more money, more cap room, that they may be able to spend more. It's just how badly does he want to leave? I mean, yeah, this does put that into effect, and it does. It is a real possibility, and they're going to run the risk that they do not have him to start the following season, and that it is a complete and total reset at the position.
But you don't think that's necessarily a bad thing?
Well, look, the fastest way to win a championship is to be bad. Not
in
be
terms
good.
of to get yourself in that position to get the guy who can be against. Yes.
Right. Now, like, I think, there are, I'm going to do a study on this because I've been talking with my handicapper.
Well, Bo,
about how bad offenses are now in the NFL and how the quarterback position has gotten so bad.
NFL had it's funny you mentioned that. Rich Gannon had a big rant last year about quarterback play is just not very good anymore.
It's not. Look, I because it's like the thought is because these players are more trained than ever before.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has ever been more ready to step into the NFL than today's players. But the quarterback position, the play is really, really bad. And like, so in 22, so the average scoring is down over 20 points per team on average over the last 2 years.
Yeah, Rich McKay at the league had done a conference call ahead of the owners' meetings and said the NFL was concerned about scoring going down.
And I'm going to have to go do a deep dive on this and why. Because what happens is when the scoring goes down like this and the quarterback play goes down, it brings other guys into the fold that might be able to actually win a championship that you wouldn't think of before. So that would give you a reason to want to stay with what you have. But I think Dak can absolutely win a title. I think he can. It's about winning multiple, or you want to put yourself in a position to get Mahomes or Allen, somebody you think can win on their own, even though Allen hasn't shown he can. I think part of that is because he runs into Patrick Mahomes a lot.
214, I love the decision, but I wish we could get assets for him now rather than let him walk free.
Go.
Be great. The problem is he has a no trade clause. If he doesn't want to play ball with you, he doesn't have to. And if he,
but would he say no?
Yeah, I think so. I think right now he wants to make it work, and if you let him hit, he won't determine he wants out of here until he's ready to go.
So if they got a deal for the Saints, which is his home state team.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he grew up a big Cowboys fan. I'll tell you what.
So he says.
I'll tell you, if this happens a year earlier, let's say he hits free agency a year earlier, I think he 100% leaves Dallas for Washington.
Because of Quinn?
Because he's a big fan of Quinn. You've got teammates that have already gone over there, guys he's comfortable with. You've got Brian Johnson as the quarterback coach over there. That was his quarterback coach his senior year at Mississippi State and his junior year. That's a guy that he's a big fan of. Cliff is Cliff, and I think Quinn and that organization goes, all right, we already have to spend to the floor. We've got a bunch of cap space.
Yeah.
Let's lock in with Dak, and a guy who you want to talk about. If there's anything we talk about Dak, it's culture guy, right? Like it's leadership and intangibles. If there's any organization more in need of that shift, it would be Washington, right? Who needs somebody to come in and be that new standard bearer and change the culture. So then you get to use the number 2 pick on hold somebody hostage, get a king's ransom, use those draft picks, build around. I think that would make a ton of sense if it was happening a year earlier.
Okay.
Timing just doesn't necessarily line up here. But some of the other texts we're getting here on the fan text is 808 says, hooray. 817, this will be a Jalen Brunson situation for the Cowboys with Dak. 972, rooting for Dak to get 25 interceptions and 3 wins. 903, Dak is the 21st century Danny White. Great play and stats, but can't get over the hump. Fitting, as it is hump day.
It is hump day.
Jory Epstein, who is one of the better reporters to listen to on anything relating to the Cowboys in general, but specifically Dak Prescott, because she's got a really good sense of how things operate. She had done an interview that really blew up yesterday in the wake of this report, she had done an interview with the Yahoo Fantasy Football Show with Matt Harmon, and this was last week, I think, and Jory had talked about why the Cowboys, she said this a week ago, why the Cowboys feel they can weather Dak's cap hit now in 2024.
Yeah, I think to me, you can't talk about what the Cowboys should do without Dak Prescott without considering a few factors. One, CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons contracts, and two, Mike McCarthy and the future of the head coach and sort of the structure that they're running. I think on the contract standpoint, $59 million as a cap hit seemed completely unrealistic, undoable until the salary cap came out. It was a $30 million bump from last year. And again, as one Cowboys person who I was talking to about this at the Combine said to me, well, we thought it'd go up 15 or so. So it's really more of a $15 million bump than a $30 million bump relative to what I expected. But every exec across the league that I talked to projected a lower number for this cap than actually came in. And so if there is a year to take a $59 million cap hit and give yourself some flexibility, it's this year. I mean, think about it, because if not, okay, if it's 15 above what they want, that's what, 45, 44. I mean, it's not as crazy as it sounds, particularly when you still have some of your stars on rookie contracts.
So, I mean, look, when we talk about why aren't the Cowboys doing more in free agency, if they're saying, no, we're trying to keep space because we're going to eat this charge this year.
Yeah.
And we're going to figure out things from there. That makes sense as well why
They did what they did.
Yeah, and it's, well, that's all in.
Yeah,
I'm all in on this year. Or not all in the way that people typically, but it is, I'm all in on figuring out what this decision is. I'm all in terms of making sure this is the year that we ride it all on the line and figure out what we're doing. And you could be saying, look, let's not replace. I want to see what you can do, Mike McCarthy. I want to see what you can do, Dak Prescott. I want to see how you guys operate and how much better you make us in a year where we don't give you everything.
Right.
We've given y'all stuff. I don't want to give you anything this year. Show us what you can do before we determine to pay you.
Well, I mean, look, I think what they're going to do is the same thing they always do. They're going to win, 11 or 12 games. Now, there is the notion that with everybody being a lame duck, that this thing goes sideways real quick and real easy. Like, when everyone's a lame duck, I think you got a lot of people playing for themselves.
Last time this happened was 2019. There was it was not a healthy locker room.
Yeah, and oddly enough, the over-under win total for this team is higher than it has been the last couple of years. It's 10.5. So knowing that and then seeing this and knowing the history of, I mean, look, it's you could play to, or you could step up when things go south, or you can go sideways. And history shows that when you get guys, look, if I'm CeeDee Lamb, I'm Micah Parsons, and I'm not rich yet. Dak's rich, right? Dak's already gotten paid. Those guys haven't gotten paid. I mean, they've gotten paid compared to us, but they haven't been NFL paid yet.
Right.
And they play positions where injury risk really hampers your future. Dak doesn't.
I mean,
unless you have an Alex Smith situation,
which
right?
he did at one point.
He did, but he still got paid after that. Because you're going to pay a quarterback. He's already been paid.
Absolutely. One more clip here from Jory before we wrap up this segment. This is Jory. This is an important clip, I think. This is Jory talking about the front office having a split on Dak's future.
But all of this is to say, you kind of have like a split in the Cowboys front office. I definitely have people telling me in that front office, like, we believe in Dak. He's a great quarterback. He's the glue of this roster, the glue of the locker room. And no matter what coach we think we'll bring in, we believe they'll want to work with Dak. And you have other people who say, like, well, if we haven't gone over the hump now, how are we ever going to get over it? And if we can't get over it with him, like, what do we do?
It's an interesting discussion point and shows that the Cowboys clearly do. I like Jory says there, I know people in that building who believe, look, this guy can absolutely win it, and we need to stay the course with him. And I do know other people who go like, look, I mean, it hasn't worked yet. How long are you supposed to give a guy before you go, okay, that's gotta, as good as he is, gotta change that part out. You gotta change something. And I think that they're clearly at a point now where they want to take a step back, evaluate all of it, and determine if this is what they want to pay long term. I just hope they realize if they wait to free agency next year, I don't think they're going to get that chance.
I've got a theory we'll touch on a little bit later. That maybe Jerry isn't running the show. We got a new guy in there with also having the same initials. Well, hey, who knows? We'll see. We have a traitor amongst us. That is next on the Fan.
Hey, miss
Here brought to you by State of the Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Good morning, DFW. It is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Sean is out all week getting his house in order. Haven't seen a video. Didn't see a video yesterday, so I don't know what the updated.
It may have been an optical illusion. I did see a photo that he posted, the one where he was in socks.
Yeah, Sarah says, why would Sean not put shoes on for this?
I brought that up to you. I was like, why?
Oh, that was you.
I did, yeah.
Maybe it was Sarah too.
Sarah and I are very similar. But I can't tell if it's just the illusion of his sock on the floor or whatever, but it looks like he's raising up the left heel a little bit to try and look a little bigger next to the guy he was taking a picture with. I think he was giving us a little tippy toe action.
Well, look, if you're barefoot, you're already at a disadvantage anyway, especially if somebody has work boots on. I mean, those things can add an inch.
Right, and the guy was already taller than him.
Right.
I mean, most of us are.
Yeah. So yeah, it's I haven't seen the video, but I am excited to see the new house. I am. Someday we'll get out there.
Yeah, right. Why are you even playing like you would actually make the trek from Roanoke to Sunnyvale?
Look, they have flights to Tyler. I can take a flight to Tyler and then drive over. It'd be real simple.
There is zero chance you are ever going over to this house. Not because you won't be invited. Sean will invite you, but
I don't think you will, because I've said no so many times that I think I'm just like, I don't even get the invite anymore.
Okay,
get the
here,
courtesy invite.
just tell me real quick. There's the photo.
Yeah.
Look how fast Ryan is. Tell me, is that an optical illusion with the left heel, or is he raising it up a little?
It's a good question.
I think he's cheating a little.
Even if he's raising it up, his right foot is flat, which means it's not going to give him any height.
Because it's like almost like with the lean into he's got to lean from the outside and raise up a little. But I think he is trying to cheat like an extra inch.
They both passed the green line test. So that's good. that's very good. So
Justin Pate, Awesome Tolo, who went to dinner with us a couple weeks back.
Yes, sir.
Knife and Plano. He just messaged me actually on this. He said he's definitely raising that foot.
He's raising that foot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There it is. I mean, he might be, but I don't think it's helping, because the other foot's still on the ground solidly. So you can't have one foot on the ground.
Because you don't want to be obvious, like you don't want to be up on your tippy toes.
Right, but it's not going to help you.
I think gives you it gives you a little boost. Look at that. Yeah, see, that's a heel up, dude. I don't think that's an optical illusion.
Yeah, it could be a heel up. Yeah, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt, though, and say it's not helping.
Okay.
It's not helping. Right. We have a traitor amongst us.
Who?
Jordan Montgomery.
Why? Because
1 year.
I heard he signed. Was it the Red Sox?
The Diamondbacks.
Oh.
Yeah.
If you beat them, join them, I guess.
John Smoltz Diamondbacks.
If you beat John Smoltz is that's right. John Smoltz is Diamondbacks. So that's what happened. Arizona was trying to figure out how to get Jordan Montgomery, and Peyton, you said they called John Smoltz. They called John Smoltz, right? That's what you're going with?
Yeah, they called John Smoltz. He's
it.
a great guy.
Yeah, great.
They got a chance to win Game 8 now with Jordan Montgomery.
You think he? I would think if they would have called John Smoltz, he would have retched at the idea of his Diamondbacks acquiring anybody from the Texas Rangers. Like, You're so much better than them. Why would you want to add a Ranger?
Yeah, why would you want them?
Are you kidding me? Ugh, that's just gross. The Texas Rangers, yuck. But he does get 1 year, $25 million vesting player option for the second season. What surprises you about this deal, Chop? That he just gets a year, the amount that he gets. Did he get more ultimately than you thought he would get?
My biggest surprise is that it was a 1 year deal, and other teams that had needs at pitching didn't do this and match this. I don't think Jordan Montgomery wanted to go to Arizona. You mean to tell me? So this guy, he lives in Boston. His wife is in her doctoral residency in Boston. I mean, the Red Sox wouldn't offer one for 25. The Yankees, the Rangers, Houston. There's a million teams out there. The Braves. There's a million teams out there that use Jordan Montgomery. Now Arizona obviously needs him. They're trying to win a championship too. But they're not a team on the level of the other teams where it's like, okay, this is like more of a destination type spot. And look, the Rangers aren't either, but he was just here, so that plays it. St. Louis, a place that he had played before. You mean to tell me none of those teams would have said yes to Jordan Montgomery for 1 year and $25 million? The biggest reason I think why he was unsigned for so long is he wanted 7 years at 31 years old.
Right.
Okay? You're not getting 7 years there unless you're like Jake DeGrom, Garrett Cole, Clayton Kershaw at 31 years old in his prime would get 7 years, but not Jordan Montgomery. So he's going to get the $25 million, which is very affordable for a guy who could be maybe not a 1, but a 2, a 3 at worst, depending on how great your rotation is. And then he's got a vesting option, for the second year. All he has to do is start 10 games. If he makes 10 starts, his second year option will be worth $20 million. And if he makes 18, it's 22.5, 23, it's $25 million. The guy always starts 23 games.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe this is, he wants to get back out into the market again soon.
It's a player option, so he can decline it.
Maybe it's something where he wants to get back out to the market soon. And teams you mentioned, they're like Boston and the Cardinals. Obviously, you mentioned the Astros, but maybe the Astros just didn't want to go that direction. I mean, Montgomery is more of a contact pitcher.
Yeah.
And you're talking about in that short porch in left field there with Houston. Maybe they just didn't think he'd play well there. But
I know that I know the Yankees didn't think that he was going to last as a pitcher. They couldn't figure out. Their analytics department said, we can't figure out how this guy wins, so we're going to say, well, maybe they're going to trade him away. That's why they traded him away.
Maybe Boston and St. Louis were willing to do this specific deal, and he's like, I'm not locking in. Like, I need the security. If you're not giving me the security, I'm not going to play for a team in Boston who a lot of people are down on. St. Louis, who was 20 games under 500 last year, and he just came from. Maybe he's just like, hey, look, I'll take my bet on myself contract, and I'll do it somewhere where I feel like they can be competitive. Maybe this was just the only competitive team that offered him something.
Well, that means the Rangers didn't offer him something, and that's disappointing. Like you have, they're saying, I know they're talking about the Bally issue, the Diamond Sports money. It's a 1 year deal, guys.
Yeah,
I get it with a 7 year deal. You don't want to lock yourself into 7 years and $160 million. I understand that with the uncertainty with the TV contracts. You don't want to pony up $25 million to really give yourself a stability in your starting rotation. You wouldn't do that? They wouldn't match? I find it very hard to believe that a guy that, like Jordan Montgomery, who all reports said wanted to come back here, wouldn't give the Rangers an opportunity to match the 1 year, $25 million?
Well, what I'm hearing from you here, just based on what you said, is what I'm hearing is this is ultimately the fault of Bally. So if you are upset that Jordan Montgomery's gone, ultimately I think the only thing you can do is boycott Bally over this and just catch all the Rangers games on 105 through the Fan Shop. I think that's what you're gonna have to do. Unless
I've been told about that.
Other than of course the Astros series coming up, which you can go to by listening during the Expressway and winning Rangers tickets that we're giving away 100 level,
100
courtesy
level
of the Texas Lottery
for the April 5th through the 8th 4-game set, giving away those tickets coming up in the Expressway. That, though, surprised me. Okay, we got a player poll?
We do. They asked, and look, this This was before a little bit of this poll was taken before some recent drama had occurred, but MLB.com had this story up of who is the best player in Major League Baseball. It says it takes a special talent to leave some of the best players in the world in awe. The superstars below certainly fill the bill, and they had gone around spring training. Over 100 players participated in this player poll of who is the best player in Major League Baseball.
Okay.
And these are the 5 that came up the most often.
All right.
You ready for this, Chop?
Okay, so the 5 best players. All right,
Let's see if you can guess them. Number 1.
No order. Okay, so in order. So Shohei.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I don't know if you saw yesterday. Dave Roberts is saying, "Hey, this is a good thing. Maybe separate him from his interpreter. It causes Shohei additional growth, forces him to get out of his comfort zone a little bit. So they're spinning this as a good thing now over there in LA. They're in shambles. Shohei is number 1.
Okay, so this is a player poll. The 5 best players. I find it hard to believe they're going to leave Trout off.
They did leave Trout off.
Okay.
He was in others receiving votes. He was in a cluster of like 5 or 6 guys in others receiving votes.
Okay, so the players love Mookie.
Mookie Betts was 5th.
Okay. Pitchers involved in this too?
They are eligible, but none of them are in the top 5.
Okay. Acuna.
Ronald Acuna is 2nd, the reigning National League MVP, a popular pick among players who didn't go with Ohtani, it says. So you got Ohtani 1, Acuna 2. You got
Judge.
Number 5 is Betts. You're correct. Number 3 is Judge, tied at 3rd.
Tied at 3rd.
He got there was one more player who got the same amount of votes as Aaron Judge and finished tied 3rd among Major League Baseball players as the best player in baseball.
Seager.
Corey effin' Seager. Here's the write-up. It says, the fact that Seager has only played 119 games last season and still finished 2nd behind Ohtani in the AL MVP award voting speaks to how great he was when healthy. Seager had one of the best offensive seasons by a shortstop in MLB history, slashing .327, .390, .623 with 33 homers, 42 doubles, and 96 RBIs over 536 plate appearances. The veteran then continued to burnish his postseason resume.
Burnish?
That's what it says. I don't know if they meant... I don't know what the word means, so I'm not even going to try and guess. Earning World Series MVP honors for the 2nd time in his career while helping the Rangers win it all. Then in the honorable mention section, you already hit Mike Trout. There's also Corbin Carroll, Freddie Freeman, Jose Ramirez, Julio Rodriguez, your guy.
Yeah.
You love seeing him appear on best player in the game list.
I like Julio, but I was like, come on, guys. Before last year, people put him in the top 5 or 6 or whatever on the MLB top 100. I'm like, guys, what are we doing here? He played half a season.
And then finally, Marcus Semien.
What number is he coming at?
He's in others receiving votes,
yeah.
but it looks like it's just done alphabetically after that. But that means he's right around top 10, top 11 to MLB players. And I think this is a great testament to how often do we hear the horror stories about staying away from free agency in every, sport. I mean, I guess NBA generally, yeah, you got to go out there and you got to find your LeBron if he's available or somebody like that. You got to go make that acquisition. But we hear there are always these horror stories about paying a lot of money in MLB free agency and NFL free agency and what that gets you in return. Rangers are incredibly fortunate that the 2 guys that they spent a ton of money on a couple off seasons ago have not only panned out, but like they've elevated the game. They're better than people thought they were when they were signed a couple of years ago. And so essentially you're looking at Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, according to MLB players, as 2 of the top 10 players in baseball.
Yeah, and look, we'll see the great unknown with any free agent signing, and this is going to happen with everyone from Mike Trout to Juan Soto.
Burnish means polish. Thank you, Franklin Frankel, injury attorneys text line.
To Ronald Acuna, to Julio Rodriguez. You have no idea how players are going to age.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know. Mike Trout is not aging the way I think the Angels planned him to age.
And every now and then you get Adrian Beltre.
And then you get Adrian Beltre, who ages, I mean, some guys age like an avocado, others age like wine. And I have no idea how Marcus Semien is going to be in 2 years.
Right now, though.
But right now, it looks like he is as good as it gets. All right, there's a little bit of diamond calves, if you will, here on Sean and RJ. On 105 through the fan. No Sean today on this hump day.
Hump day.
Bobby is here, of course, riding shotgun. Did Caleb Williams just make himself undraftable? And we have another epic, much asked for Sean Sharif blog post reading. That's all coming in next on the fan after we get you over to Platinum Chrysler. Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they are going to...
ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. That's all waking up this morning with us here on 105 through the Fan. Excited for the 7 o'clock hour. We've got a Rangers ticket giveaway brought to you by the Texas Lottery.
Thank you, Texas Lottery.
Giving those tickets away to the Astros series in April 5th weekend. Or April 5th week.
These are badass seats, right, Peyton?
Yes, sir, they are.
100 level.
Woo!
And these are for the April 5th game, by the way, too. So
They are for the April 5th game.
April 5th game, so that Thursday.
Yeah, okay, that's good. All right, so that's good to know. They are for the April 5th game.
That's a Friday.
That's a Friday. It's a very odd Friday-Monday series.
But you can cut loose. That means it's a Friday night.
Yeah.
No work the next day.
Yep.
100 level seats.
Is
What
that
a great
Easter
time.
weekend? Is that Easter weekend? Or is this Easter weekend?
This is Easter
Easter weekend. Yeah, this is Easter weekend.
Go out.
Boy,
go-
some Catholic I am. Good God. When's Easter? Wait, that means today is
Well, Good Friday is on
Good
Friday.
Friday is
Good Friday's Friday and Holy Thursday. When am I getting my feet washed? When do the old feet washing thing? Boy, I'm a terrible Catholic. Good God.
Yeah, see, I don't know. You're asking
I ought
somebody
to ask
who-
my son.
I grew up
although
Baptist.
he has thrown the Catholic Church to the side. He's like, we're done.
No,
We're
I
done.
know. He went full Martin Luther. He's all about the Protestants now.
Yeah, he is. He's protesting. I guess this is what you get for never really talking about it with him, but be that as it may. All right, we need to break this thing down. This Caleb Williams photo. You sent this to us. I saw this as well.
Yeah, you had it. I hadn't looked at your email yet. You had it in your prep. I saw it on Twitter just because Twitter was freaking out about it. I heard G-Bag talking about it, and it was
So
right
here-
here. We've got it. Ryan is so quick on the fan cam.
Got
So
the photo on the fan cam. Now in this is a still shot.
yes, it is. He's watching the USC women's basketball team.
Yep.
During the tournament.
Women's tournament. The top 4 seeds or 3 seeds in each region get home games for the first 2 rounds. And he's sitting there and he's dancing. He's in his seat dancing, waving his hands. He's having a good time. All right. He looks like he's having fun. I like seeing that. I like seeing him have fun.
I enjoy whenever anybody's having a good time. I
want to be a part of that good time.
Yeah, and even if it's not, it's like, well, good for you.
Yeah.
I'm happy that you're having a good
Happy
time.
that you're happy, man.
Yeah,
Like, life's too short.
Except some people. Like there's,
Right.
I wouldn't want Marcus Mosher to have a good time, for instance. But
You're gonna go back to that one.
yeah,
okay?
I mean, I'm trying to pull out a name of somebody who I just would love to not see ever be happy.
Yeah.
But
so he's dancing. He's in his seat. He's having fun. I like to see quarterbacks have personalities. I think a quarterback with a personality is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then he shows his phone in his hand and with 2 other items, and all hell breaks loose on social media.
Yep.
So there's a couple things that everyone's talking about. In his hand is a cell phone, keys that are hanging off his middle finger, and there's some kind of pouch.
Yeah, it's like a coin purse, right?
It's well, I mean, I don't know that we would call it a coin purse. I'm sure it has a technical name to it. Maybe coin purse is the
Just a
technical name.
wallet. Just call it a wallet.
Some kind of a wallet.
A wallet.
It doesn't look like it's got the normal hard exterior that a lot of wallets would have.
Yeah, this looks like it's zipper top, like at the top of it.
Could be one of those wallet keychain things
Yeah, I mean,
where you hang it around your wrist. 'Cause
Sure.
It's got the loop that's around his middle finger, which looks like it go around the wrist. So let's break this down.
I mean, I think we're it feels like we're going out of our way not to just assume it is what it looks like, which is a clutch.
You think he's carrying around a clutch?
I mean, it kind of looks like one.
Okay. All right. Well, let's break this down. There's a couple of things here. First of all, people are free. Oh, you got a pink phone case. Oh, you got a pink phone case. You know that pink. He's a man. He's not an alpha. The phone case doesn't bother me.
I have a buddy who has a pink phone case, and his whole excuse for it is,
I know it's mine.
I know it's mine. And he's like, I lose stuff, and so he's like, it's much easier to go, yeah, mine was the pink phone case you found. It's easier to identify that than being able to spot, oh, I left my black phone case behind.
Also,
that's his excuse.
Pink is a very hot color right now. My son's favorite color is pink.
It's like Hansel. It's so hot right now.
His entire basketball team all wears the pink shoes. They all wanted pink shoes, pink basketball shoes. Pink's a hot color right now. All right, that's number one. Number two is, did anybody ever think maybe this isn't his keys and phone case and phone? Could be his girls that he's hanging out with.
His mom's?
Could be his mom's. Next.
Can't be his mom's.
So the wallet and the keys. Look, to me, being honest, I'm not walking around with a wallet keychain combination or with keys that have something on it that I can hang off my wrist. That to me, that's a violation. That's a violation. Those things go in your pocket, man. All right, they go in your keys. Got to be small. Now, I do have to say this. I do have a loop thing on my keychain where I could sit there and hold it and twirl it around like this.
Yeah, I
can twist. I can Petey Pablo this thing. Okay.
I got which I only discovered from you and Kristen.
Oh, you got a carabiner.
It's called a carabiner. I had no idea it was called that. But yeah, I've been known to do that too with this thing.
But
here.
you cannot, as a guy, rock the wallet key combination.
Here's my thought.
Zipper top wallet key combination. You can't do that.
Here's my thought. Everything we know about Caleb Williams at this point, I don't think this is just like, hey, look, this is just my personal style. Like maybe part of it is, but I think he's so counterculture. And people would think like, you're QB1 and you're walking around with the pink phone and the pink clutch or whatever else. That's not what QB1 does. And so I think he's like, well, then that's why I do it. Like he strikes me as almost defiant to. Like,
it's a style. It's a style, man. Like there's nothing wrong with having a different style. There's people that have different styles. Like remember when the NBA draft would happen, we would first see guys that would come out in like capri pants suits, right? Yeah. And people were like, what is he wearing? It's a style. Like the people who were getting all up in arms about this, it's just like you don't need to. There's nothing wrong with it. It could be his girl stuff. B, who cares if he has a pink phone?
I have more
pink phone case. I think the wallet keychain thing's a little bit odd. I wouldn't rock that, but it's what young people do.
I have a big issue with the dance moves.
No, the dance moves are great.
No, like
Big
this.
fan of the
Here,
dance moves.
I'm gonna show y'all on the fan cam for those of y'all looking. It's like one of these. It's just like a wipe like this, and then it's a lower one. It just I don't know. It's like I think it's. I would expect him to be a little more. I would expect him to be a little bit more fluid of a dancer and not so muted.
I thought it was great. Boy, it's odd that we were talking about religion. Daystar just called me.
Oh,
I don't know what they want.
Look at you.
I think people are just losing their minds over this for nothing. Like there's nothing that this would remotely scare teams away from. Like the fact that was on social media.
Teams got enough to be concerned.
Disappointed me.
Teams have enough to be concerned about with Caleb.
Yeah,
I was talking to somebody in the league recently about Caleb, and they were like, yeah, look, there's questions there about like his personality, the way that he leads. Like people are gonna have questions about like, is he too Hollywood? Is he too me focused? But the fact of the matter is like this is a new age of the NFL in terms of who you like, what kind of personality you have to lead a team, and the traits are just so rare. You have to gamble on it.
All right, another epic Sean Shreve blog post.
Yes, this is from May 1st, 2007. And this is
the Russell Street Report.
Sellouts and surprise of the NFL draft. We've been reading Sean's 20-year-old blog posts all week so that you guys could hear from him still. And this is the column he wrote after the NFL draft. We know he previewed it. We did that on Monday. Mm-hmm. This is his recap of the NFL draft. If you don't remember, this is Jamarcus Russell, Brady Quinn. The Cowboys in that draft, they took two guys in the first round. Felix Jones, running back, Arkansas.
Great pick.
Mike Jenkins, corner.
That
South
was
Florida.
an underrated pick.
He was good until he decided he was just going to give up on plays. He quit at some point. But you've got, this is Sean Sharif's post-draft analysis. And we've been just clipping excerpts from this. So this isn't the full post. He's quite long-winded in his blog posts, Choppy. So This is the sellouts and surprises of the NFL draft excerpt that Peyton Russell will read for us today.
Good morning, Metroplex. No matter how old or deranged I get, you will never hear me utter the following statements. 1. Paris Hilton is the ideal daughter And 2, the NFL draft has lost its luster.
Boom, right out of the gate. Again, he's Mr. Pop Culture. Why don't we see this person every day? What changed?
I honestly, I don't know, but he is very pop culture.
Somebody got in his ear at the Russell Street Report. Paris Hilton references right out of the gate. Go continue, Peyton.
However, the record-setting events of Saturday in New York City forced me to reconsider the latter. The first round of the 2007 NFL Draft lasted 6 hours and 8 minutes. Are you freaking kidding me? That represents the longest round in the history of the college selection process. Memo to Roger Goodell. Hey, Commish, could you take a timeout from dropping the judicial hammer on the league and reduce the 15-minute clock? You can't convince me that shaving 3 to 5 minutes from the allotted pick time would significantly affect the wheeling and dealing that would take place during the extra time.
He nailed that. That was some foresight from Sean.
That's true.
You would think the league was testing the long-lasting effects of Mel Kiper's hair gel.
Sean with the hair gel reference to Mel Kiper.
With all this time to kill between picks, I jotted down some hard-hitting draft notes that had to be pointed out. Joe Thomas sold out. Hear me out before you send your hate email to me. Everyone was praising Thomas for being the good old boy. He declined an invitation to the draft festivities to go fishing with his pops. He didn't care about the fame or the notoriety. He instantly became the all-American kid who didn't want to be interviewed or praised. Now that's an offensive lineman. That's the kind of kid you want on your football team. I was sipping the Thomas Kool-Aid just like you until Cleveland took him with the 3rd pick.
Oh, no.
And we somehow gained an all-access insight to the Thomas family fishing trip because there was a cameraman on the damn boat. How did this happen? What happened to zero publicity, laying low and not wanting the spotlight? Needless to say, the conspiracy theorist in me concluded that this fishing excuse was a stage act intended to sucker the football world into believing that this was a different cat, a rare breed. I have to give props to his agent for the brilliant strategy, but come on, Joe. You were off to such a great start.
So Sean down on the Hall of Fame offensive lineman for a camera on the boat.
Brady Quinn is now single.
Really?
Think about this. At the beginning of the draft, the ESPN cameras gave us a nice shot of Brady and his girlfriend. The cute little couple was all smiles as they were anticipating that magic moment when he would be announced as a top 10 pick. But as soon as the Vikings and Dolphins took turns kicking Quinn to the groin, bam, no girlfriend in sight. Why did she all of a sudden disappear? I was praying ESPN would start blasting Kanye West's Gold Digger and pan the cameras over to the camps of Calvin Johnson, Gaines Adams, or all the other 20 drafted players camps just to see the addition of a new blonde companion. But alas, she reappeared when the Browns traded up to take the hometown boy. Just to think, Mr. Notre Dame could have lost millions of dollars and his draft date. The latest rumor had her searching for a brown bag in the back so she could dress up like a normal Browns fan.
I'm going to start, and that is Sean Sharif's post-draft thoughts there. I'm going to start taking all these references like Kanye West, Gold Digger, Paris Hilton's The Perfect Daughter. We need to start dropping them in when he comes back and see if he picks up that they were once his reference, or if he even laughs at them. Like, what if he's like, that's stupid? If he's like, that's a dumb reference.
If you were to ask him now who sang Gold Digger, I don't know that he'd be able to tell you. Maybe he would.
18 years.
Some teams, 18 years.
18 years. He wrote that blog post 18 years ago.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff, Peyton. I love hearing Peyton reading.
Me too.
The commercial-free expressway is coming up at 7:20. We're going to have the 7 o'clock hour coming up next with you. We're going to take your phone calls at 7:20, by the way.
Yeah.
We haven't taken phone calls in a while. You're going to take your calls at 7:20 on the Dak Prescott situation, which we will set you up for. Plus the Mav Stars, how they did last night. It's all coming up next on The Fan.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Irvin has to give it up. Got it back. Shot clock winding down. 3-ball. Pure. A shooting clinic.
Pure TNT with the call. Mavs all over Sacramento in the second half, 132-96. They get the victory out west, and they now pull a game ahead of the Kings, all alone in the 6th spot. They are in the postseason. Bobby Belt, not the play-in, the fake play-in. They are in the real postseason as of today.
Not just that, I mean, they are in the real postseason. They're outside the play-in window. They're sitting there at 6th, but they're also like in a legitimately attainable spot for the 4 seed at this point. We've all been talking about like kind of their cap being the 5 seed, but last 10 games, Clippers are 4-6, Mavs are 9-1. They've been able to cut 5 games into that. They're now just a game and a half back of the Clippers. So you're setting things up right now to potentially be in a spot to get like a home game, like to have home court advantage in the first round, which is nuts to think about where we were just a couple weeks ago. I mean, the post-trade chemistry with Gafford and Lively stepping up and doing what they've done. PJ Washington stepping in and playing defensively like he has, and him hitting shots last night. If he's hitting shots, that makes him really tough. The addition, like Jason Kidd realizing just how good of a fit into this rotation Derek Jones and Dante Exum are. And they've really kind of found this nice rhythm here that if not for a loss to Oklahoma City on the road without Luka Doncic, you're looking at 10-game winning streak. As it stands now, it's 5, but you're looking at, arguably the best team in definitely in the Western Conference over the last, couple weeks here. Dallas has been fantastic. Nobody's played better than the Mavericks in recent weeks.
No, they haven't. They haven't been better. And what that means, they're clicking at the right time for sure. They do want to get up, obviously, and they've got a chance to. You got to get up. You would like to into that top 3 spot. That's the sweet spot. Into the top 3. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough because they're going to run out of games sooner or later.
Yeah.
In order to get up there. But this is a great game for PJ Washington. Another good 3-point shooting night. Obviously, from Luka's standpoint and Kyrie's standpoint, they set the tone as always. But last couple games, he's like PJ's he's on a bit of a heater right now.
Yeah, he finally started knocking down some shots the other night in Utah, and then the start he had yesterday kicks off, goes 3 for 3 right out of the gate from 3-point. He was really, really good yesterday. If you're getting contributions from him offensively, in addition to what he's done defensively, that makes this team really, really difficult. Now getting up to the 3 spot, that's going to be
tough.
That's going to be difficult just because of you talk about there's 10 games remaining. And you're 7.5 back or 6.5 back of Minnesota. Minnesota has not struggled to the extent that I think everybody thought they would when Cat went out. But look, 4 is definitely a discussion now at this point. Getting up to that 4 seed is a discussion, and you're right there now in the thick of things with the Pelicans and the Clippers in this discussion.
This is weird. Now they're off till Friday. But they play in Sacramento again. It's a very strange portion of the schedule.
Yeah, they're staying out there playing against Sacramento. And then they've got another stretch where it's like they go Rockets, Warriors, somebody else, and then it's Warriors, Rockets. And so they've kind of got this odd staggered schedule here to close the year.
Stars get a victory out west against the Sharks.
Stankovic into the corner for Lundqvist. Behind the net, it's Johnson and Jamie Benn. Alla Pavelski bats it out of the air. It's 4-2.
Sharks TV with the call. The Dallas Stars a 6-3 victory over San Jose. Colorado loses, so Stars 2 clear of the Avs in the division. First place in the division right now.
Boy, it's a good time to be a Dallas area sports fan, just the way the Stars are playing right now, the way that the Mavericks have really kind of hit their stride. We got Texas Rangers baseball getting started against the Cubs tomorrow night, which you can hear right here on 105 to the Fan. Pregame begins at 6 p.m. First pitch 6:35. So it's a good spot to be in right now. And like you mentioned last night, you get the Avs and the Jets losing. Stars pick up a win against obviously a bad San Jose team, but this sets up nicely for them. And then they got their next one is it the Jets they've got coming up next? The Stars?
They go to Vancouver.
Is that what it is? Yeah, no. So that's what it is. They got Vancouver coming up now after they just beat the Coyotes and the Sharks in these last 2 games. But they're on a roll right now.
They are. They're playing well. Back in first place, all alone in the division, 2 points clear of Colorado. Dak Prescott? We may not be saying his name very much longer.
Oh, we'll be talking
on this
about
radio show. Is that what you're saying to me?
We'll be talking about him for quite a while. So the big news today in the world of the Dallas Cowboys. It's been a relatively quiet offseason.
Has it?
Chop, yeah.
Like we haven't talked about him? Is that what you're saying?
I would say, I bet if we were to do one of those word counters of how many times we've mentioned the Cowboys, I bet it's been lower. I mean, look, Mavs are playing great. They had a big trade. Stars are playing great. Rangers are the defending world champions. There's a lot of good going on. If the Cowboys want to step back and be hands off, then we'll gladly talk about some of these others. But they put themselves back in the headlines yesterday with a report from Ian Rappaport. This is the headline at NFL.com. Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott is expected to play on current contract for 2024 season. And we've talked a lot, Chop, about what were the Cowboys going to do in terms of how they were going to approach this. We've kind of gone back and forth. We've heard some inkling that, they could let him play this out. And then there's some of those that said, no, they're ultimately going to get this done. They're getting things in order to do this or that. And this will get done. It'll get done. I know Slater had said she thought a couple weeks ago that August could be a target date. Well, Ian Rappaport comes out yesterday, and this is the write-up from NFL.com. The Cowboys and Dak Prescott are prepared to play out the final year of the quarterback's contract. The Cowboys and Prescott have a mutual understanding that there will be no adjustment to his contract entering the 2024 season. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport reported on Tuesday, per sources informed of the plan. It was assumed the Cowboys would need to extend Prescott's contract this offseason to lower the massive salary cap figure. Ultimately, the club and quarterback decided it was best to play out the deal and figure things out on the other side of the season. Now, Nick Harris at DallasCowboys.com, he said he thinks that this isn't off the table for them to potentially work something out during the season or something else. It doesn't have to be into next offseason. And I think that if you're waiting to address this until next offseason and say, hey, we'll just wait till Dak is able to get that. And one of the things Ian Rappaport said was this sets things up, clears a pathway for Dak to essentially test free agency in 2025. I think if that's what the Cowboys are doing, then you're talking about just you need to plan as if you're moving forward without Dak Prescott, because I don't think that he will play ball with you if you let him hit free agency.
I said this earlier that I think this means that something, because this is very, very un-Jerry. This is not like Jerry Jones to put the team in a position to blow it up. But that's exactly what he's doing. Man, I think we've got an influence we have not had here since the 90s. I think, and they share the initials. I think this has got the Jimster's fingerprints all over it. Because you remember what he said?
I want to be completely clear on who we're referencing. I don't want there to be anything misunderstood here. You're saying that
this is Jimmy Johnson's in charge again. He's in charge again. He said, did he not say, I'm back in Jerry's inner circle. I'm back. I'm basically quote jokingly saying he's on the payroll again.
Yes.
All right. He's
but you're not legitimately saying he's running the organization.
He's got the purse strings. He's the puppet master right now. That's what he's doing. He's orchestrating this whole thing.
I mean,
Jerry's going to him saying, Jimmy, what would Jimmy do? And he's got this WWJD bracelet on. What would Jimmy do? Mm-hmm. And he asked him, and Jimmy said, I will put everybody on a 1-year prove-it deal. Everybody. All right? And then I would reset the market. Do what we did. Now, I think where Jerry is not listening to Jimmy is Jimmy would have told him to trade all these guys. Trade Dak, trade Micah, trade CD, get about 8 first-round draft picks for the 3 of them, or 7 anyway, and then go. But this has got Jimmy's fingerprints written all over it, man.
Boy, it's
a grassy knoll for you.
Yeah, it is. The tough thing about that, obviously, is the idea that if you decided, hey, let's get some capital for Dak now. This isn't working out. Let's do some, different maneuvers. That's going to be really difficult because he has the no trade clause. He has the no trade clause. He has the no tag clause.
Yeah.
He's got a massive cap number. Like, there's just a lot that works in Dak's favor. Now, if you don't want to play on those terms, fine. You don't have to play on those terms. If you determine you've got to reset things here, do that. And we're going to get y'all's calls on this coming up here at 7:20, next segment. If you want to weigh in on the future of Dak Prescott and these reports, go ahead and give us a call now. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll let y'all sound off on the Dak situation next segment. But if that's what you want to do, okay. Have that courage of conviction. I just hope they understand
there's a risk.
What they're opening themselves up to.
There's a risk.
And if they've assessed the risk and said, we're comfortable with it, great. I just don't want them to believe, well, this is on, ultimately he wants to be here and this is our terms. This is our timetable and we'll make it happen on our timetable.
There is absolutely a major risk they run. The risk is that you go into quarterback hell for 20 years. Now, some would say if they don't like Dak, they could say the argument they're already in quarterback hell. And the quickest way to be great is to be bad. It's not to be good. The quickest way to be great in the NFL is to be bad. Get yourself a top flight quarterback. Now, I think they got a great quarterback already. He's not top tier, and the goal is to get in the top tier of that position. You get in the top tier, you can do a lot of damage, especially in the NFC. But you're going to run the risk, man. You absolutely are going to be put in a position where you have to be able to accept that you might stink for a very long time.
Well, I mean, look, for all those people who were big fans of Zeke and thought that Zeke carried Dak and Dak was the problem, look, you might be getting your wish. We get that news about Dak, and then Michael Gelkin late last night tweets, as the Cowboys prepare additions at running back, a potential reunion with Ezekiel Elliott or Dalvin Cook bears monitoring.
Oh, really?
So we're going to be watching that now. But This is they are in a they have set things up. This is not just talking the talk. If they were to let this right out, this would be walking the walk and saying, nope, we're really committed to figuring out if we need to change here.
All right, we got a real quick. We have a winner, Mega Millions. Somebody won the $1.13 billion jackpot last night. Not here. It was in New Jersey. And they apparently are one of the states where you can stay anonymous. We don't know who won it, but somebody's a lot richer this morning.
You can still win with the Texas lottery, though.
You can still win.
Yeah, you can win here in just a few minutes.
Yes, you can. You can get Rangers tickets.
100
brought
level.
to you by the Texas Lottery. So, big next 30 or 45 minutes, I should say. Get the commercial-free expressway next. Chopping it up. Rangers Astros April 5th ticket giveaway brought to you by the Texas Lottery. And we will take your Dak Prescott phone calls. 877-881-1053. It's all next on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you up to Gay.
now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. This is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. You have reached the Expressway commercial-free until 8 o'clock. We are going to give away sometime in the next 30 or so minutes a ticket giveaway to the Texas Rangers against Houston on April 5th. Brought to you by the Texas Lottery. We're giving away some point in the next 30 minutes. Got chopping it up too, but we want to take your calls on the Dak Prescott contract situation announcement that came down yesterday, where they're apparently not going to offer. They haven't offered him anything really. They're not going to do anything.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport says the plan right now is the Cowboys are going to play this out.
Yep.
And that there's an understanding between Dak and the Cowboys that this is where things are at. So this is for those of you that have wanted Dak Prescott gone, like this is as close to a reality of or we're as close to that reality as we've been at any point since Dak took over.
It is your day. 877-881-1053. Let's go to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Start us off. Jeff in Keller. What's up, man? Good morning.
Gentlemen, I gotta admit, it's kind of different without Sean this week, but you two are hitting a home run.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
And you know what? I was a little rough on Bobby, in my opinion, before, but Bobby's starting to wear on me. Chop's always been my spirit animal, but Bobby's starting to. I'm starting to identify a little bit more with what Bobby's thinking. I don't know if that scares me or what.
Hey, I'm Jeff. I'm like a fungus. I grow on you.
So I'm going to tell you this. I personally think there's several moves that can be made. I say not only do you pay Dak, I say you set the all-time market. I think he's about a $70 million a year guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think that you should pay Micah, instead of a workout incentive bonus, pay him per podcast, and extend CeeDee Lamb, give Zach Martin a 6-year reset the market deal, automatically give Jerry Executive of the Year, and extend Mike McCarthy. Because as a Lions fan, this is my utopia. You guys.
Look, I mean, if we're able to do that, Jeff, maybe we can blow a 24-7 lead to the 49ers in the conference championship.
Wow.
Yeah, you know what? I got that one coming. That was the sad. Yeah, that was tragic. But
it was. I felt for you. I felt for you. You personally, I felt for you.
We love you anyway,
that
Lions,
day.
Jeff. That was a good call.
I wonder what they're going to do with Goff. They've got their own decision to make.
Yeah.
On what they're going to do with Jared Goff, who's up for contract. But it's a good little troll in there by Lions fan Jeff. Jason in Dallas, you are up next. Good morning, man.
Good morning, Shabby. How are you?
Doing well.
So I don't think it's a very good idea for him to be trading or to be letting Dak ride it out because he'll be on the lame Dak status. But my question to you is what are they going to do after Dak? Because I agree with Bobby. If you let him hit free agency, he's not coming back to Dallas.
All right, man. I love that because here's the you're gonna have to wrestle with this philosophically. People brought this up on the Franklin Injury Attorneys Hotline fan text.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather be really good every year and fall short, or really bad every year and then one year you pop and you go to a Super Bowl? Like I'll just be honest with you, and I'm going through this with my college basketball team right now. Tennessee basketball's never been better, ever, than the consistent run we've been on right now. We're always in the top 10-ish. We never made the Final Four. We never made the Final Four.
Rick Barnes is a miracle worker.
But this is the most fun I've ever had watching this team. There are some fans like, man, maybe we should move on from Rick Barnes. I don't want that, man. I don't want to be bad. I value relevancy. Like, relevancy is fun when you're a sports fan.
But that also runs counter to your philosophical thought that you got to be bad enough to pick at the top of the draft and find that quarterback.
I know. It's very. I will disagree with myself 3 times a day.
Look, I know people have, and I'm sure we'll hear some of them here in a sec. People have their thoughts that Dak can never win. I think the reality is, if you're saying Dak, they're in a position to win. It takes one hot streak, whatever else. They're competitive enough that it could happen. I don't think Dak is like legitimately incapable of winning.
Lesser quarterbacks have won.
He can absolutely win a Super Bowl. The question, like for you, would be, can he win multiple?
Right, he can't. Like, and look, and I'm talking like what I would do versus like what I would suggest as a team builder. Like as a fan, man, just give me I want to be relevant. I love this team being 12-5 every year.
Well, and to the specific question of what do they do at quarterback? They traded for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
They could, sit with that until it's time to start him, a la Green Bay with Jordan Love. They could go that route if they wanted. They could then. They're not going to be in a good enough position in all likelihood to pick a top tier quarterback next year. They're not going to be that bad. So I don't know. Do they play in some? See, if you're going to play in free agent waters, though, you would think they would take care of the quarterback. But
you would think so. But
I'd say Trey Lance is the odds-on favorite right now
to be the replacement
if they moved on from Dak. Yeah.
I mean, give him a chance, I guess. You got him. If you're going to do that, give him a chance. But you're right. They probably wouldn't be in a position to take a quarterback unless there was a class like this year. And I don't think at this time last year, did we think this year's class was going to be as good as it is? Like 6 quarterbacks in the first round?
Blew up a little bit, but yeah, May and Williams were considered big time players.
John in Roanoke, my neck of the woods. What's up, man?
Hey, man. I was going to say, it's been a long time, Tolo. Really enjoy the show, guys. I live out here.
Thank you.
Man, I actually ran into RJ up at Marty B's one night, and sitting up there waiting on a table. My son works up there and waiting on a table, and hear some guy come up and ask for the bill. He's waiting on a table too. Says Choppy. Turn around and said, "Hey, you had to be RJ. There's not too many Choppies out there, I don't believe." But anyway,
there's not.
And what are you supposed to say? Hey, I'm on the sound off, or what you drinking, what you thinking? Not much conversation, but said, "Hey, man, enjoy the show." But really good guys. Y'all are awesome. I enjoy y'all. Listen to you all day.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
But hey, you think can we put on Dak feelers out there? I mean, can people call and ask? I mean, what it would take, or is that I don't know the NFL, the rules on that or what they can do. But I mean, I just hate seeing Dak next year and us not get anything for him. And if we can, that would be awesome. But I know Dak has the no trade. But if there's actually somebody willing to offer him some money in the place he wants to go, is there a chance that could happen, or are we got to be with him for this year, it looks like?
Yeah. Thanks for the call, John, and thanks for the kind words. This is, I think you are looking at the fact that he has that no trade clause. You'd have to get him to play ball. That's the problem, and how willing is he to do that? Now, if the Cowboys tell him, we want to move on, is he more willing to do it? I personally, if they're saying, hey, this is it for you, I don't think he's playing ball with them at all at that point.
Right. And then you got to factor in, like, with the no trade, he's going to have his basically desirable cities. And you got to look at the cities that he's willing to go to that, also need a quarterback. So, I think Dak's thumb, since that injury, doesn't play well in cold weather. So let's say Minnesota came and said, we'll give you 2 first-round picks for him. Even though they played a dome, they still got to go to Green Bay every year. They still got to go to Chicago every year. I mean, those are just cold weather games you may want to stay out of. Like maybe the NFC South, they'd be like, oh, yeah, I'll go play for Tampa.
Here's the most cap space currently. If you were willing to get Dak to play ball with you and make some sort of a move, here are the teams that have the most cap space that could make a move for Dak right now. Patriots, Commanders, Titans, Chargers, Eagles, Cardinals, Lions. Everybody else is under $25 million. So
I could see him going to the Titans. I could see him saying yes to the Titans.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. It just depends on what he considers a fit. Is that where he wants to? I mean, that's the question.
But I'm just saying, like,
Chargers have Herbert. Eagles are going to figure it out with Hurts. Now, if the Eagles get another year into this and they go, we no longer think Hurts is the guy, and Kellen Moore and Doug Nussmeier in Philly, I don't know. Maybe that does become an interest. Cardinals are picking near the top of the draft. If they don't want a quarterback, they can pick one. Same with the Patriots, Commanders. There's just not a lot of great options right now.
There's not. You're right. Dalton and Crandall. Dalton, what's up? Good morning, man. You're on the Fan.
Hey, good morning. I'm going to get straight to the point. I just think Dak is at the time in his career where he's just not – he's productive, but he doesn't have that it factor like a Patrick Mahomes. And so I think, honestly, it's time to go draft, a fourth rounder maybe like we did with Dak, and just put some pressure on him and make him go out there and show that he can do it. And if he can't, then, like 2016, go ahead and just replace him with maybe a fourth rounder or whatever we have to do to get somebody else in there, some fresh blood, and try to get, the most out of whatever quarterback we go with moving forward.
Well, Dalton, and on that, that thought process, thanks for the call. On that thought process, they did just give up a fourth round pick in this draft for Trey Lance, who was obviously a top 3 pick in the draft just a couple years ago. So, I mean, they've already used that resource to create that potential player. That guy's on the roster right now. But also, you got to remember, it's the chances of, honestly, if you look at the draft history, the chances of finding a quarterback better than Dak has played in the first round are not high. It's not likely, right, Chop? It's not likely you would find. It's much less likely even still that you find one in the fourth. So if you're talking about
that's a unicorn.
It's really difficult. Dak, you don't find Dak or even, Cousins or guys like that. Brady is not the norm. So it'd be really tough to feel like you're putting pressure. Nobody thought Dak Prescott was pressure on Romo when they picked him in the fourth. And so, but I mean, Trey Lance is here. That's the guy that ideally you would think could create that sort of.
Yeah, and I would have no problem if they took a quarterback in this draft either. I think you should take a quarterback a lot. I'll say this. I think if they were picking number 1, if they had Carolina's pick instead of Chicago for whatever reason, I think they would take Caleb Williams right now. And they would trade Dak, or they would keep Dak and let Caleb sit for a year.
Figure it out. Yeah, they would figure it out from there, whether they can trade him or not, or it's just a sit thing. It's I think that they would make that move right now.
Chris in Fort Worth. Chris, you're up next here on the Fan. Good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. You guys just kind of hit on it. It is really tough to find a quarterback in the draft, even if you're getting a quarterback in the first round with the way the quarterbacks have panned out the last couple years or so. So with that being said, do you guys stay with Dak, knowing he's going to get you 12 wins consistently a year with the playoff success up in the air and pay him a ton of money? Or do you take the risk, knowing that you could be in QB hell again from the time, just like we were towards the end of Troy Aikman's career here, up until Tony Romo?
I've said this before. If I was a GM, I would take the risk to get the top flight guy, the Patrick Mahomes. If I was a fan, I just said I value relevancy. I want to be entertained. I think it would be I could not imagine being a fan of a team like the Titans have had bad quarterback play for how long?
Oh,
how long did Miami have bad quarterback play before Tua, between him and Marino?
Yeah, because in
Pennington for a year. The Jets have been looking for a quarterback since Namath. Chicago's never had a 4,000-yard passer. Is that right?
Yep, never had a 4,000-yard passer, and they had Cutler, who liked to throw it around.
Guys, that's a miserable existence. I mean, this is every year. As a fan, I just value the relevancy. Now, if I was a front office guy, I'd be like, man, get me out of this. I want to go. I want to try to be great. But as a fan, it's like I just, and maybe I'm just content with. Maybe that means I'm content with losing. I don't know. I just see it as sports to me is entertainment. I just want to be relevant, man. I just want to be good.
Man, here's the biggest issue for me. I obviously love Dak. I think Dak is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Nobody has to guess where I stand on what to do with him. I understand, even if I don't agree with it, I understand the thought process that says, if it hasn't worked yet, when will it? If it hasn't clicked yet, when will it? I totally understand the thought process. Man. I disagree. I think he's capable of it, but I would pay to get it done because I think it's going to fall into place here. I think it's going to happen, but they should have beat Green Bay. They didn't. They should have beat San Francisco a couple years ago. They didn't.
Yeah.
In 22 even though they shouldn't have necessarily beat them, San Francisco was a better football team. That you were in position, and that should have been a more competitive game than it was. You should have beat Green Bay in 2016.
And if he plays this year and then he leaves, they still have money owed to him.
In fact, Adam Schefter, Peyton, really quickly, let's play clip 12. This is Adam Schefter talking about the future of walking away from Dak Prescott potentially yesterday on the Pat McAfee show.
The time to do a deal with Dak was before free agency, and they didn't do that. So there was no cap savings. So if they wanted to go get some of these marquee free agents that were out there, they're gone. They're off the street. So now they're in a situation with Dak going into the last year of his deal. He's got a $55 million cap number. If he leaves after this year, the dead cap money charge is $95 million that they're going to have to spread out.
Jeez. Yeah, which would be a new NFL record, even though
$95 million dead cap, and he leaves, and no trade clause, no tag clause. So when you're going into the last year of contract, he now becomes the 2024-25 version of Kirk Cousins. And Dak, to me, is a really good quarterback. So if and when he becomes a free agent next year, Dallas may want him back, but there might be a quarterback-needy team. Giants, Commanders, who knows? Like, we could go through the list right now. There'll be no shortage of suitors for Dak Prescott as a true unrestricted free agent on the open market.
Wait.
It's a big number.
So if he plays this year,
because of the way they've restructured the contract so many times and pushed money off to future void years, if he leaves, those void years where the cap charges are accelerate to next year, and they all hit at the same time.
$95 million?
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of dead money, Chop.
Oh my God.
So that's another thing you have to consider, which you got to give the Cowboys credit for this. If the Cowboys are willing to do that, all right, then you're
then they really don't want him.
You have courage of conviction. I'll give them that. I will give them that if they're willing to sit there and do that.
Squeeze in one more. Luke and Granbury, you're up next here on the Fan.
Hey, boys, happy Hum Day.
Hum Day.
That's where we go, boys. Hey, just real quick, my thoughts are a deal's going to get done. This is how Jerry keeps the Cowboys in the news. We're not going to sign them. We're going to let this play out. You know that there's a deal that's going to be done. We're going to keep talking about this throughout the draft. It's just going to be a huge story. At some point during the season, we're going to get this done. Now, my second question is, what's going to get done first? Is it going to be the Dak deal or RJ? Just go ahead and get married to Sarah, man. Get that thing done.
Dude.
Get it wrapped up. And
I know. I've been trying.
Bobby, I love you, man. Thanks.
Oh, love you too, Luke. Thank you.
Luke, I've been trying. We keep talking about, hey, where we're going to go on the honeymoon, because we'll get the honeymoon booked, because we're just going to do a courthouse thing.
Okay.
But we want to do the courthouse marriage like right before the honeymoon. We don't want to get married like today and then do a honeymoon like 6 weeks or 6 months. So
why? Not fresh enough?
I don't feel like it would feel like a honeymoon then.
I don't think you'd be worried about it about 6 hours into the trip. I don't think you'd be worried about, does this feel like a honeymoon?
No, I get what you're saying. But it's also one of those things like, well, we haven't done it now. Like, why ever do it?
Sure.
But I don't
just feel like a vacation. Yeah.
No, just feel like a vacation. We want to feel like a honeymoon. So.
And plus, you get married, then the next day you go to work, or next 2 days. It wouldn't feel right.
I don't want to get married, then go to work the next day. That's, I don't know. Maybe, but you're right. I got to do it. It's on her, really. I've told her, look, anytime you want. Anytime you want, I'm ready. I'm
thoughts.
Ready. Good thoughts. Hey, great calls. Thank you so much for that. But let's say thank you to you and hook you up.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of 100-level tickets to the April 5th game when your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Houston Astros at Globe Life Field. All of this, of course, brought to you by the Texas Lottery. Tickets are on sale right now at Rangers.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Woo! Man, I saw this. I saw this happening live, and I was like, okay, I need all the tea on this one. It is chopping it up on the Fan. It was not quite the OJ chase, but it was an overhead shot of a house being raided in L.A. It was Diddy's house.
Ooh, Diddy did it.
Did he or did he not?
Well, I mean, that's the old South Park line. Diddy did it. Diddy already did it.
No, I know. Doing
It's a good play on words.
Did he or did he not?
Did
Yeah, did he not? Did he not?
Yeah, it's good. It's solid.
So if you haven't noticed that there's been a lot of happenings around both of Diddy's, P. Diddy's, Puff Daddy, whatever you want to call him, Sean Puffy Combs.
Yeah.
Sean Diddy Combs, around his houses in both Miami and L.A. Now, apparently he lives mainly in the Miami house. He was nowhere to be found. Police raided both of those houses. Now, this looked like straight up military to me. Did you see this overhead shot?
Yeah.
Did you see? This looked like military. They brought a couple of people out in handcuffs, and they weren't arrested. They were just detained there for questioning. But
his sons were apparently there.
His sons.
He was not.
Federal agents with the Homeland Security raided the two houses because he is facing a string of accusations. He's 54. He has strongly denied all these. But they're saying the accusations as money grabs are baseless and sickening. That's what he has branded them as. He has not been formally charged or accused of any crime at the moment. Now, these lawsuits, here's what happened. Cassie Ventura filed a lawsuit against him in November. She accused him of sexual assault in 2018, beating her, demanding she carry a firearm to make her uncomfortable and demonstrate how dangerous he is, and then forcing her into unwanted encounters with male men of the evening, if you want to call them that. The lawsuit was settled a day after she filed it for an undisclosed amount of money. So that lawsuit was. The slew of allegations against him date as far back as the 90s when he founded Bad Boy Records in the early, I think it was like 1991.
Take that.
This was all filed under the New York Adult Survivors Act, which allows a 1-year window for adult victims of a sexual assault natures to come forward with civil claims regardless of the statute of limitations. So she said that she was trafficked, beaten, and assaulted by him on many occasions over a 10-year period. There are others that have come forward. Rodney Lil Rod Jones filed this at the end of February, saying he was subjected to unwanted advances by associates of Diddy at Diddy's direction and enforced to engage in relations with the workers that he had hired, the men and women of the evening, saying that he was sexually harassed, drugged, and threatened for more than a year. So what happened with Diddy, when he gets wind the police are going to raid his home, he gets on air Diddy. On air Combs.
Just jet sets out of there?
Air Puffy. And he jet sets out of there. He was in Barbuda. I don't know where that is. Is that Antigua?
Sure.
But there's a flight log of him going out there, and he is like, you see it like he's in the Caribbean, man. He is like, getting out of this thing. So I don't know what the next step is with this. This is wild.
Yeah, this is
going back to the early 90s.
Man, this is when the accusations get widespread like this, starts getting more and more difficult to just think like, oh, somebody's getting railroaded or somebody's getting set up by something. Like, for instance, we've been talking about Dak in the last, several segments. But if the stuff going on with Dak right now, the accusations against him, and it was like 4 of them came out in the like next month after the initial one came out, we'd all probably start going like, oh, okay, this does not look good. It's tough to just believe that this is a bunch of people conspiring together to take him down and to just get an easy payday or whatever it is. And so this thing with Diddy it's not good, man. This is the bad meme that's going around though. You remember Biggie? Biggie had that lazy eye. Notorious B.I.G. always had the lazy eye. I do remember
who Biggie is, yeah.
People have been posting this photo around social media of Biggie in the studio with Diddy. And they're like, Biggie didn't have a lazy eye. He knew what Puffy was about. He was just keeping an eye on him.
Keeping an eye on him. Jeez. Man, because there's always been rumors. Like, Diddy's had a history of rumors, not like in this nature necessarily, but people have always loved to have the conspiracy theory that he was behind one of the the East-West violence, and there's always that conspiracy. Him and Suge they were behind Tupac and Biggie's deaths, and I don't know if that was ever true. Obviously, I mean the courts say it's not, so I say it's not. But we'll never. It's one of those things that obviously you never know, but people love to throw those things out there. And that's not fair to Diddy, especially if he didn't do it.
Yeah, but I mean he's obviously Diddy's had a lot of legal issues over the years. And a lot of, I mean, there have been.
Now, when you are in his, to be fair, when you are in his position, you are going to have people that are trying to get something out of you, so they are going to come at you here and there, right? I think you'd have people here and there trying to come at you and bring you down.
Mm-hmm.
But in a situation like this, I mean, you got a lot of people here, all bringing up very similar accusations over a widespread years, and then you have somebody who was in a relationship with him for 10 years. And said this. I mean, that's okay. Now we're getting to the point where it's.
I mean, he's had his legal issues. So they're not even just specifically with this. He's obviously had different points assault charges. He had weapons charges in '99 for gunfight that was that had occurred at a club when he was dating Jennifer Lopez, and so I mean, he's had his legal issues for sure. And so this is just a different variety and a serious step up in seriousness.
All right, so that's the Diddy stuff. Okay, next, let's go over to Elon. Let's go to Elon Musk, who bought Twitter in October of 2022.
Have you adapted to calling it X yet, by the way? Or is it still Twitter?
I just call it Twitter.
I can't, whenever people say X, formerly known as Twitter or whatever else, I just think, come on, just call it Twitter. That's what we're all calling it still, I feel like.
Market analysis companies are saying that it is going the way of MySpace. Traffic's down 18% year over year. The user base is down 23% from when he took over. Now, the question you got to ask yourself is how many of these are bots that they got rid of?
Yes, but bot usage also blew up under Elon.
I thought that was the thing that he was that's why he didn't want to buy it at the end. Is the big thing was he wanted to see what its actual value was, because if a lot of the users were bots, that doesn't really have any value.
I mean, but I mean, the bot usage blew up. I know there's been numbers that say, look, I don't think it's clearly not been the death of Twitter that everybody said was going to be with him just coming and doing certain things. It's obviously different, and it's not the same platform that it once was. But I mean, it's still by far the one I use the most. It's the one I use the most to check on news or find out what's going on or anything else. And so, 32% drop in global advertising reach with the plunge in users. And what is Threads? Threads' impact right now is Threads did anybody here have Threads? I don't use it at all. Peyton,
anybody
use it?
uses
never
Threads?
hopped on that.
Ryan, do the children use Threads at all?
Ryan does not.
Ryan's hip.
To.
So if Ryan doesn't use it, I don't
think
it.
Jared does. Sandler has one.
Yeah?
I know people a lot of times.
Slater got one too.
You can have, I mean, I guess having one and using it is different, right?
That's another point.
I have a TikTok. I don't really use it. I browse.
I scroll with it.
I scroll TikTok. I don't actually post on TikTok.
The problem is they linked those up. So if you ever started a Threads account, your Instagram is now tied to it, and if you can't shut down your Threads account without shutting down your Instagram or something, crazy. Even though they're two separate platforms. It's not like it cross posts. That's how I know that most people I know of who still even kind of use it don't use it as its own platform. They use it for syndication of their posts. They're posting whatever they took on Twitter, they're putting it over there and doing things like that.
Well, you're going to love this next one, Bobby. The Department of Justice is after Apple.
Oh, really?
Yes, they are.
Why? What did they do now?
So they're saying that Apple is so basically what they're doing is this is all about iMessage. They're saying Apple uses an illegal monopoly to ensure the iPhone's dominance, which, let's be fair, it does. It absolutely does. Keeping iMessage proprietary and encrypted and just for the Apple sandbox absolutely makes it a monopoly of dominance.
Dude, that is
because that is the number one reason why no kid, no 12. When I told my kids I was going to get them a phone, and I told I'll just get you this Android, they would not. They said I'd rather not have a phone. They do not want to be a green bubble people, and they're saying the green bubble thing is so devastating to Samsung and LG and all those, that it's created a monopoly, and now they've lost. This is a loss here.
So this is essentially what, like antitrust? Is that what they're
something
saying?
like that. Yeah,
But I mean, like, it's, man, to me,
unfair tactics.
What is? I want to know, because you're Mr. like, oh yeah, the iMessage. That's why it's worth it to switch over to the phone. The Android's a better phone, but or the Samsung's a better phone, whichever one you take. I can't remember which side you take, but
Samsung's a better overall phone.
Okay, so you say, but you're like, the iMessage is worth it. Why? What is worth it about it? What is so radically different about it that you like it so much? Is it you're talking about the large attachments that you can send like to people who have iMessage?
It's just easier. Like if I want to share a photo with Sarah, I just airdrop it to her. Or text messaging, I text on my computer.
You can FaceTime.
I don't really care about that. I know you care about that. I don't care.
But again, it's just because the majority of people have Apple. Like,
right, that's it.
The Samsung does it too to the other phones. They both have, like, it does it to the same brand of phone. So it's not like that's some like unique thing that Apple does. It's just other people have the iPhone.
Can you FaceTime an LG phone?
Yes.
It was on the Android network. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you're right. You're absolutely right on that. But also, like, I could share videos, live videos. So with me, with the kids, they play baseball. They're like, hey, can you send me the video? I'll take videos of my son. Hey, can you send me videos of me hitting? It's just easy to send.
I can do that with Android too.
But not to an Apple.
Right. And that's just the thing. People always, like, all these Apple users out there think like the blurry Android videos.
Yeah.
You only think that because, like, they don't interact with each other and it compresses it. But the video is actually better on the Android.
Absolutely.
It's a better video than the iPhone.
It's overall, the Samsung is a better phone, but it doesn't have the iMessage. And that's what they're saying, the unfair practices of keeping other companies down.
I thought of all the things that were going to trigger me today that we're going to talk about. It was going to be DAC stuff. And here it is. This has gotten me more upset than anything else.
Man, we didn't even get the Boeing. We didn't even get to the Boeing having three top execs.
We can do some of that at 8:20.
Down. We didn't even get to that because we gotta. This is getting wild, man. Wow. And we gotta have a bridge update. We gotta find out exactly what is happening with that bridge in Baltimore, the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed yesterday. But Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
Clarence E. Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram to talk about Dak Prescott and all things Cowboys next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, guys, it's an addiction.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan on a hump day.
Hump day.
Below the belt at 8:40, Brett Boone, our first Brett Boone interview of the season as the Rangers get started tomorrow. Game you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. He will join us coming up at 9:20, but we got a special guest, Bobby Bell.
We do.
With Dak Prescott.
We do. We have the premier instigator on the Cowboys beat. I call him the Jinx. I personally like to refer to him as the Jake Paul of Cowboys media. It's Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. What's up, Chill?
You know, how you doing? And I don't want to be Jake Paul because Jake Paul's not legitimate. He's not a legitimate boxer.
Hey, who's going to win the fight?
He's a fraud.
Who's going to win the fight, Tyson or Jake Paul?
Tyson's going to win the fight, but Tyson's going to keep him up. It's a fraud. It's a fraud fight. Come on, man. Come on.
That's fair. I agree with you. The guys over here, they're all saying that, nope, Tyson's too old. I'm like, it doesn't matter. It's still Tyson.
I might be changing my pick on
It's not going to be a real fight.
The videos have gotten to you. All right, yeah. Clarence, we saw yesterday there was the Ian Rappaport report that said Cowboys and Dak Prescott are sort of just approaching this as, all right, we're going to approach this as a lame duck season in essence, and something we can revisit next year. But that as it stands right now, Dak Prescott is the way has been paved for him to enter free agency in 2025 with the Cowboys having no ability to tag him. Just your thoughts on where things stand with Dak Prescott and the organization, and I guess how much you're buying into the idea that the Cowboys are going to let this ride out versus it being posturing.
Well, I mean, I think it's all posturing. I mean, you know, and there's no deal until there's a deal, and I don't know if he's going to get free agency next year or not because, you know, they could sign him, you know, before the start of free agency, or, you know, they could sign him before training camp. But right now it's all posturing, you know, and certainly the Cowboys do have a cap of strength. They do, you know, have deals they want to do with Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb, and so you have the Dak Prescott question. You know, what I do know is that we were here between the Trey Aikman and Tony Romo years. I know Jerry doesn't want to go back to that quarterback abyss.
No, he doesn't.
You know, and so they do have a quarterback, you know, one that hasn't won, one that Jerry Jones himself says he can win with, and he said that as well this week. The Dak Prescott is one of the ones who can still win a Super Bowl. It's just a matter of how much can they pay him, how much they want to pay him, and certainly, you know, Dak and his representatives have never taken less, and Jerry Jones is posturing they're trying to get him to take less.
So, but like, yeah, again, it's just, doesn't this seem like an odd pivot for this team? Like they always are basically all in, and now it's like they're setting it up for the fall. It just seems like an odd pivot. Like, what has changed? Who has gotten into Jerry's ear?
Well, first of all, deadlines make deals. They don't have a hard deadline. This is a manufactured deadline of needing to get it done, and they've never got anything done without having a deadline impressed to get a deal done. You know, that's been their MO, and which is why many cases they've lost these contract negotiations. You know, they could have got that done years before they got it done. You know, and wouldn't have, you know, been, you know, having to pay him what they had to pay him on this past deal. But, you know, until there's a real hard deadline, you know, they're letting this thing play out. You know, they're not being smart about it. But, you know, it's interesting because, you know, we know Mike McCarthy is in the last year of his deal. Mm-hmm. You know, and how do you move forward without Mike McCarthy but with Dak Prescott? Or Dak Prescott without Mike McCarthy? You know, are they not tied at the hip at this point?
No, it's a good point to make in terms of like if their futures are, hey, you rise and fall together. Here's my question, Chill, because this is the contention that I've made. I think that Dak would like to be here. I think that Dak, you know, obviously we've heard he grew up a big Cowboys fan. I think he loves the organization. He's had, you know, made roots here, everything else. If, though, my thought is if they're really serious about this and they let him go test free agency, I just believe he's gone at that point. I think he takes the decision out of your hands. And if you let him get to the market, then the Cowboys have essentially decided, the Cowboys have essentially gotten to a place where they're going to let him walk because they're not going to have a say in it with the inability to tag him or anything else. If Dak were to get to free agency in 2025, do you think that that's essentially goodbye Dak, or do you think that he would, has enough of an affinity for this Cowboys organization that he would still be open to giving them a chance to match or working with them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a long way between now and free agency. Even if they don't get it done during the season, there's a point before the start of free agency, they get it done. I don't think that if they want to sign him, they're going to let him get to the open market, because he will have a market. They can't tag him. They can't train him. He will have a market. You look at Oakland, a lot of teams out there, and Cowboy fans can complain about Dak and what he hasn't done, but he's certainly better. He will have a market, and I just don't see it getting to that point. But, if he gets to the market, certainly he's not coming back, and there's no reason to come back. But my thing is, how do you commit to CD without having a quarterback?
Mm-hmm. And how does he commit to the organization?
Well, all of that, and what's the future for CD if Dak's not here, and then you don't have a answer at quarterback. Why would you spend that type of money that they're probably going to spend on CD Lamb and not have a quarterback to get him the ball to maximize his earnings, which was the problem with not Joey Galloway, but Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to pay a guy that money, you got to be able to get the ball to maximize his earnings. Well, if you're going to pay CD, which we believe they will, you cannot have uncertainty at quarterback.
Schefter said that if they were to let him walk after this year, they would have a $95 million dead cap. Is that accurate?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be 2 years, or because you have all the money from all the extensions stuff coming due. But yeah, the dead cap is going to be high. There's no question about it. Like he has a $59 million cap at this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you add in, and obviously they'll have a chance to split it over a couple of years. But yeah, it's why it was always set up to do a deal. When they signed the deal 4 years ago, it was always set up to be addressed this year going to the season because they knew it was going to be a high cap number, and for them to address it and extend it. That was the plan. And now you have all these other cap situations, and they're going to let it ride. But it hurts the Cowboys, financially to let him walk as well, for sure.
Do they draft one this year?
Where? They're not drafting one in the first or second round, and they're not doing that. They have too many other needs, too many other holes. Certainly, they definitely are seemingly locked in to draft an offensive lineman, in the first round. I mean, where do you get a guy this year? And next year's class is not, the cream of the crop from all indications.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead.
Yeah, Clarence, we outside of the Dak issue, you mentioning there the offensive line thing at 24. Where do you think where Tyler Smith plays is dependent on how the draft falls, or do you think the Cowboys will approach it as, hey, we've got a position in mind for Tyler Smith, and now we need to go find the other holes?
No, I think it's how the draft falls, for sure. I mean, and it's funny, it's typical Cowboys, because one day Jerry Jones says, Tyler Smith, that's an option at left tackle. He's going to go to left tackle. And then 2 days later, then the next day, Stephen and Mike McCarthy said, no, Tyler's going to stay at guard right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's certainly a situation where they got to see who's available, what they get in the draft before they make a final decision on where Tyler Smith plays.
Talking with Clarence Hill from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on the D&M leasing hotline. Chill, we look at the running back market right now. The Cowboys, there was some talk that they were interested in Zach Moss in free agency. That obviously didn't happen. They've re-signed Rico Dowdle, but they only have so many resources in the draft. It's getting later in free agency. At what point do you think the Cowboys potentially consider like an Ezekiel Elliott reunion?
I think it's something they consider, but it's a position for sure they're going to take in the draft. Just talking to Steve and talking to guys, it's a position they will target in the draft at some point. What round, second, third round, but they have to get younger. They have to get cheaper. It's funny because Zeke still is counting $6 million against this cap.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about he still has $6 million on cap hit against this cap, and he hasn't been on the team in 2 years. But obviously they're not going to make a decision on Zeke or somebody like that until well in the, after mini camp, going into training camp. They were going to do something like that. That's certainly, I don't think, at the forefront of their thinking. But, never say never or a Zeke reunion in Dallas. But where's the market for Zeke guys out of Dallas at this point?
It's a good question. Season starts tomorrow.
How many teams have a fullback?
Man,
gotta look for him.
Or a center.
A center. Hey, the Cowboys do have a need. Maybe that's what they're looking to bring him back with.
Wasn't that his last play?
It was.
How would you handle a Tyler Smith situation then?
Tyler Smith? I think you have to play opposite quarterback. I think what you get in the draft, do you get a bona fide left tackle like Keith McGuard? Because Tyler Smith can be a special guard. And he was their best guard last year. And I think he can be a special player at guard. But he may be your best option at tackle. And when Jerry Jones talked about it, they played Larry Allen at tackle. They played Larry Allen at tackle for 1 year. And he made all-pro. And they moved him back to guard, once they drafted a tackle the next year. So it could be a 1 year thing as well. You could, move Tyler Smith to tackle this year, depending on what you get in the draft, or don't get, and then go back to guard. If you take a center in the first round, you move Tyler Smith to tackle, move T.J. Bass to guard, and roll with it. And the next year, you may draft your tackle.
Chill, when we talk there about Dak Prescott, their level of commitment there, getting a CeeDee Lamb deal done potentially this offseason. How much longer do you think the Cowboys take a similar wait approach that they've taken with other guys? Do you think they do the same with Micah Parsons, or do you think they try to get something done this offseason outside of whatever posturing they have about, we want him to be here for a long time, whatever else? What do you think the outlook is for Micah Parsons to get something done this offseason?
Well, it's this offseason, next offseason. I think that those are the three. Micah, Dak, and CeeDee. I think CeeDee is probably going to go first. But there can't be life on defense without Micah Parsons, right? You can't let him walk. And what you need to do is get him some help. But he is a premier defensive player, and he will get the highest contract in the defensive player in NFL history whenever he signs. What does that look like? Look at the Bosa deal.
And typically, like we always know when they've entered these negotiations, Ezekiel Elliott, it was, look, the running back position, it's kind of been devalued. And the DeMarcus Lawrence negotiation was like, come on, you did it for those 1 year, but we don't know. Were you a flash in the pan, and Albert Hainsworth, contract year guy? Dak, they've always tried to work around. What do you think the approach is going to hear? What are we going to hear over the next few months? What could they possibly say in a Micah Parsons negotiation that would cause them to win that negotiation? Because, they always try to find something.
Well, they rarely win. That's the point. They didn't win with Dak.
Right.
They didn't win with Zeke. They can posture and say what they want, but they rarely win. They're not winning with CD and not winning with Micah. But if you want to bring up some things, what did he do in the playoffs?
All right, season starts tomorrow. Roster is as it is. What's the projected record?
Oh, my God. I think that they're still 1 or 2 in the NFC East. I don't see them going 12-5 again. I think that, 10, 11 wins, maybe. It just depends on the record, depending on how it falls. The Cowboys still have a good roster. They still have CD, still have Dak. They still have the question is not about the record. The big question for the Cowboys is if they get to the playoffs, what are they going to do? It can't be one and done again. And, how can you go forward with one and done?
Right. Hey, brother, we appreciate it, man.
All right, man. Thank you, guys.
Clarence Hill, Fort Worth Star Telegram. Join us here, 105.3.
The great Clarence Jake Paul Hill. Dude, I always love Clarence is the one who, when you need an answer, I'll go get it. I'll go up there.
He'll talk. He'll ask anything.
Jerry's over there. How do we want to approach Jerry? And Clarence is like, don't worry, I got this. And he just goes over and goes, Jerry, come on, let's talk.
Right over there.
He's a bulldog. Love Clarence.
Yes, he is. Good to him to join us. All right, now come next on this Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. The NFL has come to the rescue yet again. Tell you how and why next.
Hey, is it still called a smart speaker?
40817-333-3333 with Frankel & Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And normally this time on a Wednesday, we'll have Matt Pittman on, but he is on vacation.
Boy, you're lucky. We're gonna call you out for going after me putting Blanco on the spaghetti sauce.
Listen, man, I'm old school.
You got a problem with garlic and onion in spaghetti sauce?
Yeah, see, I didn't read the label.
You just thought I was putting steak seasoning on
Yeah,
there?
that's what I thought you were putting on there.
No, it's like garlic, onion, some MSG. It's good, dude.
Okay, so is MSG back?
So I know
I'm hearing about things. I've been hearing about MSG now. It was you can't use this forever.
Kristen's got an intolerance to it. So like Kristen, like when she eats it, her throat closes up. Like she starts having an allergic reaction. So she can't eat it. Wow. Which she found out later on. Somebody had told her.
Mark that.
Yeah, somebody had told her. Somebody had told us at some point, like she had gone to the doctor, and they were like, "Well, it's not just MSG. If you're trying to avoid MSG, you also need to look for yeast extract on the label. Yeast extract is another derivative of MSG, so that's just kind of like a code word for it. And then there was like another one. I can't remember what it was, but there's another one that it's called. Like people, they call it something where it's like, oh, yeast extract, MSG. That's essentially the same. And then I can't remember what the other one was.
I like an inch and a half.
It's apparently. Oh my gosh. The whey protein. Whey protein is another version of MSG. Yeah, apparently.
Really?
That's what this doctor said.
Okay. All right. That's interesting.
But anyway, you're lucky you missed out because we were going to call out the awkward moment where you were like, you disgusting. I'm going to pretend like I didn't see this.
You disgust me.
Yeah.
The NFL to the rescue yet again.
Glad that's the way you feel because that means we disagree on this.
All right.
Set it up.
The NFL is set to play 2 games on Christmas Day this year. The problem is that Christmas Day this year is on a Wednesday.
It's not a problem to them.
It's not a problem to them. Now, this is I do buy into, and this is business 101. You learn this one of the first days on business, in school, in college, is that, do not run your business with money in mind. Run it with production in mind. Right? Make the best product. Don't chase the money. The money will come with a great product. Yeah. The NFL does not believe in that philosophy at all. They just chase and try to milk every single dollar they can get.
How did that work out for Boeing?
Exactly. Well, that's a problem with Boeing. Now, the issue is that everybody loves the NFL. The NFL, I saw this the other day, Peacock.
Mm-hmm.
So the NFL got killed, right, for chasing that $100 million or whatever it was for going on Peacock. I think 70% of the people have still not deleted or canceled their account for Peacock.
And why is that?
Because they're lazy, because it's hard to cancel.
Yep.
And that's exactly why Peacock did this and spent the money.
It's like it's the same trick I ran into the other day with my internet provider.
Yeah.
Where I have you sign up for this deal and I had TV on it and I didn't need the TV anymore. So I was reducing the TV off of it. They put me on with retention, kept me on the phone for an hour. And just kept hold play it, like just those dirty tactics, which should honestly be illegal.
I'm dealing with this with the IRS. They still haven't paid me my refund from last year. And every time I go to make a phone call, I'm on there for an hour. Like I'm just gonna give up.
It should be illegal. And so they were on the phone. I was like, yeah, I just want to take the TV off. They're like, well, if you roll in a stream TV package, we can save you $30 a month on your internet. Because if you don't bundle it with this, then and I was like, okay, how much am I going to pay in 12 months though? Like,
right.
Well, it'll go up.
It'll go back to normal.
You just call us and we'll give you It's like, yeah, but I'm going to forget to call. And then I'm going to get locked in and I'm going to spend that money again. So after a while of fighting with them, I said, yeah, okay, so take the TV off. And now I also want to downgrade my internet. And so I downgraded my internet just to make sure the retention saw that they lost even more business by trying to upsell me.
Matchups for this Wednesday game will include teams that play on the previous Saturday to account for recovery window, which would make it a normal. And normally it's a Sunday, Thursday, Thanksgiving. So these teams will play on Saturday. So I guess there'll be 2 or 3 Saturday games. And then they'll pick 2 of the teams that didn't play on Saturday, and they will play on the Wednesday. And then I assume they'll be off that weekend. I thought they were going to do a Wednesday, Sunday, like play Wednesday, be off Sunday the week before, and then play Wednesday, Sunday, but they're going to give them the back end.
Yeah, you can't. You can't go Wednesday unless you mean Wednesday 10 days to Sunday. You can't go Wednesday to Sunday in the same week.
It's no different than Sunday to Thursday on the calendar. It's 3 days.
No, but that would be within the same NFL week. Like the NFL week ends with Monday Night Football. So in order for you to play Wednesday and Sunday, you can't play 2 games in a week.
Well, I mean that's semantics though, right? It's like I guess you're right. I guess I see what you're saying. It's the same week, but like
yeah, because practices start on Wednesday.
They would just change the week. They would just change the week for that. You know,
you'd have to like adjust injury schedules though, because first week of injury reports for NFL teams are Wednesdays.
All right, well, so that's what they're going to do. Now, I love this. Why? Because this saves us from having to pretend like we care about the NBA in December on Christmas Day. Anything you can do to make me not like the Christmas Day NBA game was fun back in like '96. Now nobody cares, man. We're not into it. It's during football season. Anything that, if you haven't noticed, anything that is taking place during football season gets eaten by football.
Yeah.
So just stop pretending like you want to be in the league in any sport around that. Major League Baseball, you should end your season in August. Your World Series should be Labor Day.
I don't like. I think we are getting a little bit to a point though for the NFL. They're testing the theory of, is there such a thing as oversaturation?
Yeah, I get they are testing it, and then so far they've shown that there isn't. Right yet, for the most part. Now maybe the ratings are down for some of these games. I don't know, but
I know for me, and I know for a lot of people in a lot of communities, not across the country, it's different in other places. But I know a lot of people here in Texas are upset when they're like, the recent, attempt to create Friday night football. Because people are like, no, that's the city's night. That's high school football's night. You generally the NFL has respected
Saturday,
high
and
school
Friday.
football's day and college football.
And they still do.
They're pushing it now. They're trying to do these Friday night games now every year with Peacock, and they do the Saturday.
Did they
games.
do a Friday night game this year?
They're doing a Friday night game this year, yeah.
And it'll be during the high school season?
Yep.
Because I know with Saturday games with college football.
No, I mean the opening game this year is Friday night in Brazil. That's a Friday night football game. That's opening game. That's September 6th. That's early high school football season.
Yeah. So I do know that.
Which, by the way, that'll be the Philadelphia Eagles against the Cleveland Browns.
Okay. Now I do know that. Well, also you got you maybe wonder. I have no idea what day high school football is played in those cities. I'm assuming it's Friday, but it might be Thursday. I don't know.
I mean, some gets played on Thursday at different times, but I mean, Friday Night Lights. That's the thing. That's
hear it at least for sure.
Yeah.
So that's I'm fine with this. I don't care. I'd rather them not do every Christmas if it's gonna be on a Wednesday. What are they gonna do if it's on Tuesday? What if Christmas falls on a Tuesday? They're still gonna do that?
Probably. Like, I mean, I think they want. Like, I heard G-Bag talking about this yesterday, and I think Dawson's right. Dawson had said the NFL wants to get to a point where they can get football on every day of the week.
Yeah,
that's what they would love.
I think they do. I think they do, man. I think you're right. I gotta hammer the NCAA here real quick. I'm not sure if you saw this, but the start times for the NCAA tournament games this weekend. Okay,
I know you're not happy about it.
So they start at 7:09 Eastern tomorrow night, Clemson, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Then the last game is 10:09 as a start time. It's Illinois, Iowa State in the local time, which would be in Boston. First off, they play tomorrow in Boston and LA. Do you think the NCAA would have the wherewithal, or CBS, I should say, would have the brilliant idea to put the West Coast game, the games in LA, on later than the ones that are starting locally in Boston? The regional in Boston starts 30 minutes after the last game, 30 minutes after the regional in LA. So it'll start 10:10 Boston time versus 7 o'clock LA time for the later game. And if that game goes to overtime, the first game that starts at 6:30 or whatever, they're not going to get started at 10:10 Boston time. They're going to get started at 10:30, 10:45 at night. At night. Are you kidding me? And they're doing the same thing on Friday where it's here and it's in Detroit. Detroit's in the Eastern time zone. And, of course, the South region's in DFW, which is on God's time zone. And the Eastern time zone one is starting later than the Central one. Local time. By an hour. Like, why? What are they doing? Why are these games so late? I don't want these games. These games are going to be on until midnight on Thursday.
Yeah, is this just all in the name of?
It makes no sense. Like, why would you not put the LA regional on later than the Boston one?
Yeah, I don't know, because it's not even like what are you worried about competing against? Is this about colliding with baseball? Is this I don't understand what the benefit is here for the NCAA. We clearly, we just got done talking about how the way the NFL schedules things. You can clearly see how the NFL comes to the conclusion of how it would be helpful and how they'd be able to benefit from putting things where they are. The NFL is all about trying to schedule things to the most optimum time. I don't understand where I can't find a reason for how this would benefit other than just what are they trying to get? Are they trying to create as much of a standalone environment for things as they can? I don't get that. But that's frustrating, especially as if people have to work in the morning.
Yeah, and if you're a fan going to the stadium, you're going to the Midwest or the East Regional, and your local game that you're at doesn't start until 10:30 on a Thursday night that you paid a couple $100 to go to. Man, I'll be kind of mad about that one.
I'm going to be mad about it come Friday morning.
Friday morning, yeah. I'll be up till midnight, 1 o'clock.
Peyton, can you just stay up and watch the games for us and give us a report on them so we can get to sleep?
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
All right. Thanks, Peyton. Appreciate you.
Real quick, the top 3 execs resigned from Boeing yesterday. The first one had already done that, but the other 2 have resigned
immediately, or is this end of the year?
It's all the end of the year stuff. No. But the 3 they are after what's happened over the last couple of months.
9 more months.
This is what happens when, we talked about earlier with the NFL, when you put profits over production.
It's all right. All we got to worry about is one trip to Oxnard. Right.
Don't worry about that.
Well, that's all we got to worry about until these Boeing CEOs are completely out come January.
Oh yeah.
So we got to survive that trip, man.
Maybe be back on a Boeing plane.
Exactly.
All right. Meet Church. Matt Pittman was supposed to join us. But he is on vacation. That's brought to you by our friends over at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. What's up next in Below the Belt?
Oh, boy. Sauce Gardner is in some hot water. He's trying to backtrack. We'll talk about it next.
Well, let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be. Head on over to QC Kinetics. You want to get healthy and you want to stay healthy. They help.
Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. So what the hell are the Dallas Cowboys going to do with pick 24? So much to address, so few resources to do it. More on that in just a second. First off, a couple promo reminders. We got stuff every day of the week from here on out. Today, sir. KNC Masterpiece are out at Rally House in Mansfield off 287. They're going to be out there from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's Rally House at 2041 US 287 in Mansfield Town Center. Tomorrow, the G-Bag Nation is out at Globe Life Field for opening day. They'll be on the air from 2 to 6 p.m., taking you right up to pregame with Jared Sandler, and then 6:35 first pitch right here on the Fan against the Chicago Cubs. Friday, KNC Masterpiece out at Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon from 10 a.m. to 2, 4140 Lemon Avenue. And then Saturday, again, we're out at the Globe for Game 2 between the Rangers and the Cubs. Alec Medford and Blake Elliott will be out there from 2 to 5:30, taking you up to Rangers pregame. And again, all of that right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sauce Gardner is in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, explain this.
He's in a little bit of hot sauce. Job. Old Sauce Gardner.
Frank's Red Hot?
Sure. I'm just making a play on his name, Sauce Gardner. So this from ESPN. Sauce Gardner went on with popular streamer Aiden Ross when it went on his Twitch stream this week. And Aiden Ross is Jewish. And Aiden Ross had been discussing things with Sauce and was talking about how he was sold a Tesla Cybertruck, he said, because of his ethnicity. And that's when Sauce...
He was sold.
That's what he said. The context of it was he was just saying that like he believes that's why they were trying to sell it to him was because he's Jewish, is what he believed. So when Gardner, among a group of people on this Twitch stream, intervened, and Sauce said, "I'm gonna be honest, like no funny weird ass, y'all run the world. They got so much motion throughout the whole world. Y'all got to see how they be walking in the airport." So that's what Sauce said. Caused a little bit of a stir.
What does that mean? Walking to the airport.
When people started, when the internet caught wind of that, it was pretty quick and swift, the reaction against Sauce Gardner. That led to a response from him on social media yesterday. He said, "I love all people. While my intentions were positive, I just learned that people use those exact words I shared for hate towards Jewish people. That is not what I am about. And I appreciate those who took time to educate me on that fact." To his defense, Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross replied to somebody on Twitter and said, "Bro, I'm Jewish. You did and said nothing wrong. You said Jews run the world in a good way," which is true. I said you were fine, so I'm going to defend you. I don't know how much saying that totally helps Sauce, the back end of that. Going like, yeah, it's true. Yeah, that probably doesn't help Sauce ultimately for what he's trying to have happen, which is just, hey, here's my statement on it. Let's make it go away, especially probably what the Jets would prefer right now. But there you go. Sauce Gardner catching a little bit of heat there. Boy, it's not every day where the New York Jets are worrying about somebody other than what Aaron Rodgers has to say on social media about conspiracies and the like.
Man, it's an interesting one because like my philosophy, like I don't believe in getting offended for other people. Like if the person that so if this guy Aiden Ross was cool with what Sauce said, then I'm cool with what he said. I don't care if somebody else of the same ethnicity finds it offensive. Like it wasn't targeted to him, it wasn't targeted to them, it was targeted to that individual person. Maybe I'm way off on this one. I have to noodle with this idea a little bit more.
I mean, I'll say he addressed it to that particular person, but he did say it as a group. He did say it towards an entire group. And look, some people like Aiden Ross may not have a problem with it. There are other people who clearly do have an issue with saying something like that. I think the biggest thing, and I agree with you in large part, getting offended on behalf of someone else.
Yeah, that's I'm out on that.
It feels like overreach at times, but I also understand the idea that some people have, which is that's somebody who may feel marginalized and doesn't feel like they have the power to stand up to that. So thus it's my responsibility to call that out as, hey, that was that was a little crappy. I agree with that line of thinking in a social situation.
Social situation. I get that. But again, if somebody
were to come in here and say something to you about being Italian, somebody were to say something really like offensive or whatever else, and maybe you just felt like you're not a confrontational individual for the most part. But maybe
plus it's probably true.
But
they said about it.
Maybe
our blood's filled with ragu.
But except yours, you can't handle it anymore. And your sensitive tummy.
I can't handle it anymore. I know
your sensitive tummy can't handle. But I wouldn't. I don't think it's wrong for someone in a social setting sitting here to go like, okay, Chop may be uncomfortable by this. It just doesn't feel like he. And so I'm gonna say on my behalf, like, hey, come on, cut it out. Like I agree with that.
Right, but if I say no, man, it's cool. Don't worry about it.
All right,
then back away. Like don't like. If I co-sign with it, then yes, like absolutely. But like if I'm like, yeah, it's cool, man. No, don't worry about it. Like it's not. I'm laughing. I find it funny or whatever. Then I think the other people should back off.
Well, and I don't think.
So for me, the moment Aiden Ross said this, I think everybody should back off.
Well,
Sauce.
and here's the deal: what we've learned about Sauce Gardner at this point is, if he thinks something, he's not going to hesitate to tell you. Like we've seen the way he's talked about McCole Hardman since he left for the Chiefs and talked about him. And we've seen how direct he's been throughout his career and the way that he talks about things. And so I think if he genuinely meant it as some sort of, if there was some malicious intent behind it, you would know about it. Like I think Sauce would double down on it. I don't think Sauce is just going to let a PR machine get to him and call him down. Somebody said, hey, this is the way it looks. And he must have genuinely felt like, I didn't intend it that way, so I do want to clarify that that's not what I intended by that, and I feel bad about that and wanted to apologize for it. Ultimately, it appears that it's water under the bridge for Aiden Ross and a number of other people, but it did cause a brief stir there, especially you got to remember New York area, everything that they had to deal with in the last couple of years in their media with Kyrie Irving's comments, things like that.
Sure,
so
absolutely.
Probably an area of sensitivity for New York teams right now. Mock draft season is upon us. We've got a couple new ones. ESPN's Matt Miller is projecting the Dallas Cowboys take. The common thing here is we're just seeing offensive linemen everywhere, unless you're Mike Tannenbaum, which I know you had that one, didn't you?
I saw this. Okay, so go ahead.
No. So I'll hit the first couple ones, and then you give us Mike Tannenbaum. Matt Miller says Amarius Mims, tackle from Georgia. That's who he's projecting to the Cowboys right now. Says letting Tyron Smith walk, no obvious replacement. Let's go with another guy who's big, a freak athlete for his size. That's your Tyron Smith replacement right there. And then Bucky Brooks has his out, and he goes Graham Barton, the offensive lineman at Duke, who played tackle last year, can play really any of the 5 positions, and a lot of people think he projects best as a center. If Dallas drafted him, I'm pretty positive he would be here to play center. But either way, offensive line, it seems like we're unanimous, Chop. Every mock draft says offensive line for the Cowboys. No one would presume to think they would take any other position, right?
Maybe. I would think so, but real quick, Mike Tannenbaum's first 4 picks, all quarterbacks in his mock draft. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels to New England, and then J.J. McCarthy at 4 to Arizona. Not a trade. Where do the Cowboys go? By the way, he has Brock Bowers going 22nd to Philadelphia.
Oh, that I would not love that. He by the way, you mentioned top 4 picks or quarterbacks. Over on Bucky Brooks' mock, he has Drake May going 11 to Minnesota.
Who's he have 3?
J.J. McCarthy to the Patriots.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Look, I mean, whatever.
So, but
Mike Tannenbaum has Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas to the Cowboys. This is the write-up. They drafted a bigger defensive tackle in Mozzie Smith last year, but Murphy brings more interior pass rush component. He can anchor with a strong lower body, even though he's 6'1", 297, 59 pressures in 39 games, 5 sacks. He can close quickly on the quarterback, an impressive 4.87 on the 40 at the combine. Do you think? So does Tannenbaum is he? I have no idea. Is he watching tape on these guys? Is he studying the draft picks?
Tannenbaum is the 33rd team is his.
Yeah,
that's his creation, and they are very much big on studying tape and doing this. So I would imagine Tannenbaum's joined in on that. Tannenbaum is probably similar to Kuiper, or at least what Kuiper used to be. Watch, but also cultivate opinion from people and blend that into what you're watching and try to create as realistic a a look as possible. I would imagine that's a lot of what he's doing.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate that approach. It's a fine approach.
No, I think it can give you really accurate view of what things look like.
I just don't think they're going to go defensive tackle again.
I don't either, and especially because we're not even talking about. Look, I don't think they go defensive tackle in the first round, period. But if anything, you'd have questions about Mozzie Smith, not Osa, who is your 3 technique and has at times at the end of the season, there's maybe been some burnout, but overall, every year, Osa Odigizua has progressed and played really well. And I think they're really high on what he can do at 3 technique. I'm not drafting a 3 technique defensive tackle in Byron Murphy. No offense, hook 'em horns, love the guy. But that feels like a waste of resources with all the other issues facing this team, all the other gaps that they have, and the lack of a 4th round pick.
Real quick, the Franklin injury attorney fan text asks if Bowers fell to the Cowboys, do they take him, even though they don't need him?
It's a good question. I probably would. I would, because he's such a big value. They drafted Schoonmaker in the 2nd round. I think Bowers is fantastic, the tight end from Georgia. He can take over games, and so I would be interested in that.
And they could just let Ferguson walk when his contract's up?
I mean, it's a 2 tight end league.
Keep resetting.
You could move Schoonmaker maybe. But I mean, it's a league. A lot of teams use 2 tight ends. You could run you see teams that'll run out there with. I always hate defaulting to this one just because of where it went. But I mean, the old Gronk Aaron Hernandez coupling. You could. I mean,
look, it was a great pairing.
Look, I mean, 12
for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unusual to run out there with 2 tight ends, and so I absolutely would consider Brock Bowers because he's just that good.
I like him. I like him an awful lot. Is that it for Below the Belt?
That's it.
Below the Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. There's been a lot of discussion today about Dak Prescott's future after the announcement, the report from Ian Rappaport that they were not going to give him basically probably going to let this thing play out. So what's that mean for Mike and CD? Are they now in jeopardy? We'll talk about it next in the 9 o'clock hour, along with Brett Boone at 9:20. It's next to The Fan.
Before we do that,
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Fist pump time. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Brett Boone joining us at 9:20, getting you set for Major League Baseball's season. Rangers opening day tomorrow in a game you can always hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. So we talked all morning, a lot of the morning, about Dak Prescott's situation, the contract, potentially, the news, the development that came out yesterday, Bobby.
Yeah, from Ian Rappaport, the report is that the Cowboys are going to essentially, for now, the position is that they are going to let Dak play out his contract for 2024. There is no plan to get an extension done this offseason, and that there's an understanding between the Cowboys and Dak on this front, and that's where the Cowboys are approaching things. So it is looking very much like you either have to get an extension done during the season, right before free agency next year, or you are going to expose him to the market, the free agent market in 2025, and Dak will be able to test the market. So right now, the Cowboys are saying, it appears, according to Ian Rappaport, that they are going to pass on getting any sort of a long-term deal done with Dak Prescott, which is significant.
Okay, that is significant. And it's also significant because there are two other players that do have status, that do have extension chances, and those players are Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb. So what happens to them? Because I'll be honest, if I'm those players, I'm not stepping foot on the field. I'm holding out. And I know holdouts are just different now, right? You can't hold out the same way. But Dak's already been paid. Like, he's already rich. His first contract got him rich. Now, CD and Micah are rich compared to us, but in the NFL world, they haven't been paid yet. They don't have NFL money
now,
yet.
CD's on his fifth-year option.
Right.
So CD will have CD's got a pretty significant
He doesn't have his $100 million guarantee.
Yes.
And neither does Micah.
That's true. Micah is the one who is much more likely, I believe, given past history with the way his agent David Mulugeta has approached fifth-year options before. Micah is the one who I believe is really likely to, if he heads into next season and they're, dragging on a deal, he will not play on that deal. He will sit.
Yeah, like if I'm those guys, I'm showing up day one of camp, checking in, doing my conditioning test. Oh man, my hammy just doesn't feel good today.
Yeah, you gotta get cute with it now. Ever since the CBA fines.
My hammy's fine, but you know what? I overcompensated for it. And now my quad hurts.
Yeah, it's like, I mowed the grass.
I know. I got Movid.
I got Movid. And I can't show up for the next 2 days of practice.
I got to milk it, man. But if I'm CD, I'm not signing a new deal if I don't know who the quarterback is. Why would you? Justin Jefferson, he's not signed yet, right?
No, not yet.
Why would he sign with Minnesota today? Short of them giving him, hey, here's $35 million a year.
Sure.
Right. But I'm not.
Know who your partner is. Know who you're going into the future with.
Right. If you don't know who your quarterback is, why would you sign with that team?
Of course, also the other end of that chop you could be thinking about, and I don't mean you, but I mean the receivers could be thinking about is, okay, well, if there's if I really want to be here and there's potential instability, don't I want to get my money now than have to play with a lesser quarterback potentially and put up lower numbers and get screwed on my next contract? Shouldn't I just lock in whatever that rate's going to be now before they have a chance to dock me because of the new quarterback I'm playing with? Like, if you're Jefferson, do you look at that and say, let me get it done now?
Yeah, and then demand or just demand a trade now.
Sure. Or, of course, maybe he's comfortable with Vikings have a plan and maybe he's comfortable with that. But these are all the questions that the Cowboys have to ask. And Jory Epstein, who does a fantastic job for Yahoo Sports. Very proud that she came up to the Dallas Cowboys beat, doing different things at points for Dallas Morning News and then USA Today, and now she's over at Yahoo. She had done an interview with the Yahoo Fantasy Football Show, Matt Harmon, and this was from a week or two ago, but it really went viral yesterday when the discussion about Dak's contract, the reports from Ian Rappaport came out. And she had a lot of interesting things to say about Dak, about CD, about Micah. And this first clip here, this is clip 7. This is why the Cowboys feel like they can now weather Dak Prescott's $59 million cap number.
Yeah, I think to me, you can't talk about what the Cowboys should do without Dak Prescott without considering a few factors. One, CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons contracts, and two, Mike McCarthy and the future of the head coach and sort of the structure that they're running. I think on the contract standpoint, $59 million as a cap hit seemed completely unrealistic, undoable until the salary cap came out. It was a $30 million bump from last year. And again, as one Cowboys person who I was talking to about this at the Combine said to me, well, we thought it'd go up 15 or so. So it's really more of a $15 million bump than a $30 million bump relative to what I expected. But every exec across the league that I talked to projected a lower number for this cap than actually came in. And so if there is a year to take a $59 million cap hit and give yourself some flexibility, it's this year. I mean, think about it, because if not, okay, if it's 15 above what they want, that's what, 45, 44. I mean, it's not as crazy as it sounds, particularly when you still have some of your stars on rookie contracts.
And the guys they have on those rookie contracts, Chop, are CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. So if you are going to wait Dak Prescott out, how do you approach these other deals? This is Jory Epstein, Clip 8, talking about why prioritizing CeeDee Lamb's extension makes the most sense.
I think what you run into is, what's the order of the contracts you want to get done? To me, like, you get CeeDee Lamb done this offseason. CeeDee Lamb was number one in receptions last year in the league, top 3 in receiving yards and receiving touchdowns. He is reliable. He's a great locker room guy. He has been great with Dak. He's been great with quarterbacks in college. Like, he is someone who you need to lock up. And the only thing you gain by waiting is you're going to pay him more. And so I think that the Cowboys saw that last time, and they have a lot of deal inertia then. They had a lot of deal inertia now. I definitely think there's some frustration in the front office about some of that, of like, why aren't Jerry and Steven a little more adamant about getting things done? But to me, like, go get CD done. You're just going to pay him more. You know you want him.
That's interesting right there. The fact that she gets the sense, and Jory's very plugged in, Jory gets the sense that there are people even within the Cowboys front office who are like, why are Jerry and Steven not being more proactive in getting things done? To me, Chop, there's no excuse not to have Lamb's deal done yet. Lamb should have been done last year, to me.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now, is CeeDee Lamb wanting to wait? Does CeeDee Lamb want to see what's going to come down the pike with Justin Jefferson before he commits to something?
I think if I'm CD, I would fall into that too.
Could be an issue where you need him to play ball as well. Here is,
I would think the top guy should get the deal first, right? Jefferson is going to be the top guy, set the market. Everybody falls underneath that.
Unless Jefferson wants to see, I want to see exactly what the floor is. Show me the floor so I can come in above everybody else. It's the same standoff you got when Des Bryant and Demaryius Thomas, rest in peace, were up for contracts at the same time, and people viewed them kind of similarly. And you remember there was accusations of collusion because the deals were just too close to structure, and they got done really close together, and it felt like there was communication between teams about what are you going to do with Demaryius, what are we going to do with Dez, and those sort of things went out there. Here's the clip that's really causing some discussion this morning outside of just the Dak stuff. And it even has one star Cowboys player weighing in already on social media about this. This is Jory Epstein talking in the course of the discussion about contract extensions about Micah Parsons' reputation around the league.
Mike is an interesting one because I think that I was talking to a defensive coach from another team about this, and I was just trying to understand because, like, on one hand, we see Micah's sack numbers, we see what he can do, but it's like, think about the biggest games that they had, the games against San Francisco, the playoff games. Like, what did Micah do in those games? And I had one coach tell me, when the Cowboys are winning, Micah's a Hall of Fame player. When the Cowboys need him most, he's pretty average. And I was asking, I'm like, okay, well, if he's taking off some plays, like people say Chris Jones takes off plays, like I still think he's worth the money. I still think he's helped the Chiefs to Super Bowls. And this coach, I think, wisely told me, Chris Jones takes off some plays, but he makes them when they matter most. Yeah. Micah is not 100% on all plays, but he kind of makes them when they matter least. And I'm not saying least, but he's not making them when they matter most. So I would say, like, you have to decide.
That sounds like the whole Cowboys team. That sounds like the entire.
I know. When I told this to someone in the front office, they started naming some other people on that roster. And I think there's something like culturally.
That's fascinating.
It is.
Let's cut at this from a couple different angles. First off, Chop, the idea that Micah Parsons, has he stuck out to you in your head as a guy who's disappeared in big moments?
All right, look. This whole make a play culture, it just infuriates me. You can't just make a play. There's somebody else out there that's just as good as you are that's preventing you from making the play.
Yeah.
You can't just get a sack. Quarterbacks get rid of the ball at a rate that sometimes doesn't allow you to get sacks. That's their entire design. Get the ball out. Tom Brady doesn't. When Tom Brady went to a new team, the new team's offense. Peyton Manning went to a new team. Whatever. The offensive line immediately got better, not because the players were better, because the quarterback made the offensive line better. When Andrew Luck got hurt and was out for the entire year, the Colts offensive line went from one of the best to one of the worst. He comes back the next year, top 3 again. Why? Because he got rid of the ball quick and he didn't allow sacks. The whole idea that he disappears in big game. Okay, you have to go individually and say, all right, what did the quarterback do to not allow him to get sacks?
It's interesting.
And also, what he was going up against.
So this is interesting. I just wanted to go back and look. And look, I'm not using this as evidence at all, Chop. So this is more just, I know you like PFF, right? Because PFF.
I don't necessarily like him. I just think it's a good baseline. It's a baseline to use.
That's it. It's not the Bible, but it's a.
Use it for the information it gives you.
It's a baseline specifically if you're talking about. Okay, let me get a general idea to work off of when you're talking about, are you filling up the stat sheet? Because you can, PFF will grade guys really high even when they don't fill up the stat sheet, right? Because that's not what they're all about. They're not about just simple counting.
They look at 60 plays.
If you look at just his PFF grades last year, these were 3 of his 4 lowest grades last year. The lowest grade he got all year on the road against San Francisco.
Okay, so road games are more difficult for defensive ends, edge rushers, right? Because the noise, there's no noise.
Yeah. I mean, 3 of his 5 highest games last year were on the road. But you've got on the road against San Francisco was his lowest graded game last year.
And who was he matched up against?
Who was starting last year? It was gosh, I can't remember who the tackles were that day. They were going through different guys like McKivitz and Spencer Burford and different guys. I can't remember who was starting that day for San Francisco. But the second lowest, Giants week 10 at home. Not a huge game, just wasn't a great game. Third lowest, wild card game against Green Bay. Fourth lowest, week 14 at home against Philadelphia with the division closing. So just on that baseline, I'm not saying that's the Bible because, again, I dispute a lot of what PFF says. So I'm hardly using that. I'm just saying that since when we want to use more than just counting statistics, the counting numbers, Chop, as you call them, it does show that his lower performances were, again, 3 of his 4 lowest performances were arguably the 3 biggest games of the year.
Okay. See, all right, now listen, Brock's mobile, Hurts is mobile, Love's mobile, Daniel Jones was Daniel Jones even quarterback? That was Tommy Cutlets, right?
In the second one?
Yeah, it was Tommy.
Yeah.
He can move.
Yeah.
Shoot, he rushed for 100 yards, did he not?
Go ahead and just to be completely fair, let's be completely fair on the up and up. His playoff grade in 2022 against Tampa in the wildcard game, it was a 79.4. Against San Francisco, the loss to San Francisco, his grade was 83.1. So that was the year before.
Yeah.
He played better. I'd have to look. The wild card game against San Francisco, his rookie year, was not one of his better performances. He was 68, according to those grades. But again, those are just grades. Now, she mentions that a coach from another team, a defensive coach from across the league, said this. Trayvon Diggs saw this morning. He quote tweeted it and said, "Pathetic coach," and put a period on it. So Trayvon Diggs coming to the defense of Micah Parsons. But interesting that that's sort of the discussion outside of here. Is that, at least from one person's perspective, I don't want to make it seem like that's a blanket statement. But
you could take any defensive player out of the game too, and offensive player. Like if you double them.
I will say this. I do think there are times where Is Micah's motor always running hot?
No, it's also like you can have choking in like let's just say basketball, you're at a free throw line, whatever, right? You're not choking. A lot of times it's a mental thing. You're not choking when you're a defensive end. You're just rushing.
Yeah,
it's not a choke, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a choke as a quarterback, you make the wrong read, whatever. Game gets too fast. I don't know. I think the whole notion that he is he disappears.
Interesting discussion regardless.
Is a little bit. Yeah, it is. It is an interesting discussion. Okay, I can't wait for this next because this means the greatness of Major League Baseball is on deck. We're going to be joined by Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original. That is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you over to A Number One Air. My good friends over at A Number One Air have got
Stores, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Oh, man, I am excited for this one. It means Major League Baseball's regular season is here. I know they had a couple of games in the Soul Series last week, Dodgers and Padres. But this means that the Rangers obviously getting their season going tomorrow in a game you can hear right here on 105 to the Fan, 6 o'clock with the pregame show. We are going to be joined now by Brett Boone, like we're going to do every other week for the entirety of the baseball season, host of the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original, featuring the most notable names in MLB and around sports every single week. Good morning, Brett. Great time of year, is it not?
How you doing? Yeah, I woke up this morning. I said I got to go back to work. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
The week of the first game, like the day before, like what's that like for a player?
I tell you, you get to a point in spring training where you're going, all right. You always want to peak. You always want to feel good that last week. Like it doesn't matter whether you're getting hits or not. It's just kind of that timing. You're on time. You're coming back from the bats going, okay, I'm ready to go. Now we get to the season. Nowadays it's a little more complicated. You're traveling usually to big leagues. A lot of the teams go to big league stadiums and they'll have a little mini 2-game series, and you got some days off and all the hoopla leading up to it. The night before, even for me, as a rookie, it didn't change from my rookie year to my last year in the league. That night before, there's so much anticipation. You want to get started on the right leg. You're not worried about getting hit. You're worried about not embarrassing yourself. Opening day is going to be a lot of stuff going on. You're going to be coming in from the right field. For the Texas Rangers, what an awesome opening day because, hey, you're world champs. Everybody's gunning for you this year. You get through that first couple at bats. For me, opening day was just getting it out of the way, getting those butterflies out of the way, lining up on the first base line, getting through that first game, and really the season starts day 2. Like, okay, we got opening day out of the way. Hopefully we got a win. Hopefully I got a hit. But now the season really starts and the grind starts.
So, obviously you want to get a hit on every at bat, but is the opening day even more important to get up to a good start? Otherwise, because guys will go. You start the season on a slump, you start pressing. When does that even start?
Well, let me tell you, if that were the case, I would have been in big trouble because I think after my second opening day, I never recorded a hit on opening day.
Oh, wow.
Oh. So for me, it was get through the day. Don't embarrass yourself. That was my whole goal. It's don't chase that slider off the plate in the dirt. Don't strike out. Just get through the day. Have a good at bat. Feel good, and then, like I said, get to day 2, and then it seemed like you were in a rhythm, and it was mid-season. It was strange because that first, everybody's excited, everybody's coming out, all the kids are coming out to the game. When I was in Cincinnati, we had that big parade that led up to it, and it was like the big event. But after that big event went away, all the kind of the hoopla went away. The fair-weathered fans are gone. Now you got the real fans coming to the game, and it was like, all right, day 2, it starts.
Brett, we always appreciated you here on the morning show because you always believed in the Texas Rangers last year. You were buying in when others were trying to sell on them, and I know that you were a big advocate for what they were building. They obviously went on that magical run doing what they did, going undefeated on the road throughout the postseason. This year, heading into it with all the injuries to the rotation, Scherzer, DeGrom, Malley, these guys not being ready till later in the summer. But some excitement around Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter getting a chance to build on what he did. What's your general outlook for Texas as the season begins here and trying to get through the first couple months until they can get some of that rotation back?
Yeah, you mentioned the top of the rotation. Of course, it'd be nice to have DeGrom, Scherzer, and Malley ready to go. But you don't. So you got to deal with what you got to deal with. You got Evaldi. The thing for me that I was a little disappointed in, and yesterday he signed with the Diamondbacks, was Jordan Montgomery, who had such an unbelievable run for the Rangers down the stretch last year. Real weird offseason. We can get to that later if you want. But he signed with the Diamondbacks. I know he was a big part of that run, big part of that World Series. Not to have him, I kind of looked at that and go, man, I wish he would have signed back with the Rangers to try to do it again. Evaldi, John Gray, Haney, Dunning, they're very capable, in this rotation. It's not DeGrom, it's not Montgomery, but these guys are very capable. Evaldi has really emerged into a number one starter. He was kind of banged up year to year with Boston. Comes over here, he's kind of emerged as that guy. Give me the ball, and he's impressed me. The thing about the Rangers that set them apart a year ago, it's going to set them apart again, is that offense. It's so dynamic. You get all these guys healthy, no pitching staff wants to face that lineup. And I'm hearing so many good things about the kid Wyatt Langford, who's only 22 years old. We saw Evan Carter a year ago. How awesome was that run? The poise that he showed in the postseason was something you don't see from a guy that young. It kind of reminded me of a Chipper Jones a little bit when he was coming to the league. I remember playing Atlanta, and they just brought Chipper Jones up as a 21-year-old, put him in the middle of the Braves lineup. I said, this guy's hitting third at 21. You're not ready for that. Evan Carter showed that a year ago. I'm really excited to watch him in a full season, see what he could do. Seager, for me, if he stays healthy, he's an MVP. But the Seager's big thing has been staying healthy. Simeon, Jung, the list goes on. Garcia, what an unbelievable run he had a year ago when, I don't know if he was the MVP of the World Series, whatever he was. That lineup it doesn't quit. It doesn't go away. And if you're an opposing pitcher, mentally, just having to get through that lineup, you never get a break. So I still think they're going to be the best offense in the American League, maybe in the game. Dodgers have something to say about that. Phillies have something to say about that. Astros are really good offensively. But for me, pound for pound, I'll take this offense over anybody. You got to find a way to get to midseason, compete, be in the hunt, and hopefully you get the big boys back, especially DeGrom, being that guy that they planned on. They signed him for big money, and he's been hurt. If you can get DeGrom, a healthy DeGrom, midseason, Scherzer midseason, man, you're looking at something. But right now it's just play and stay in the hunt till we get to the All-Star game.
Brett Boone joining us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, so you mentioned Wyatt Langford. In your experience, like when you have like the expectations of the super stud player, I know you're already, Griffey was already in the bigs when you got to Seattle, and
right.
So was A-Rod when you went back there. But like, I guess Ichiro, you were there for his first year. So like, the expectations, like, how do you manage those? Because they're getting out of hand. You got people comparing him to Mike Trout, which I just think is unfair to him.
It is. What's impressive about Wyatt Langford is how much they're talking about him with that dynamic lineup they already have. They got studs all over that lineup, and they're talking. The headline is Wyatt Langford. That says something about how good he might be. He's just got to play. This game. And I tell young players all the time, it's the same game in the minor leagues as in the big leagues. They just got a few more decks stacked up. So you just got to play his game. Bruce Bochy, you couldn't have a better skipper to mentor you coming up with all these expectations. He's going to shield him from that and do the best job he can, just letting him get comfortable. The great thing about this is he doesn't have to do anything. Whatever he does is going to be gravy. The fact that he made that team in a power-packed lineup like that tells me how good and what they think of him as a player. But I think, if anything, we all have expectations. We all put expectations on ourselves. Once the bell rings, it's our job to go out there and do it. The thing I look to in situations like that is you got probably the best man for the job right there. If I could pick one guy right now that's in the game that's available to mentor a young player, like a Wyatt Langford, it's Bruce Bochy. He's going to give him the most shade and put him in the best position to succeed.
Brett, when you look at this Shohei Ohtani drama that has struck the Dodgers in recent weeks, right. Just your general thoughts on everything that has fallen out of that issue with the Ohtani interpreter and some of the allegations and how they're handling it, and how difficult. I mean, obviously, without this exact experience, but in general, how difficult is it to weather big time controversies within a clubhouse and make sure that you're focused on the main thing?
Yeah, did you ever have a players only meeting after the first game?
Unbelievable. No English. The thing about, you look at the Dodgers as a whole, veteran, mature, as tried and true as you could possibly be, that roster. Now you take Shohei Ohtani, probably biggest star maybe in the world right now, definitely in the baseball world. By all, we've watched Ohtani. By the way, I'm a huge fan of Ohtani, huge. I think what he's done I can't believe what I've been watching these last few years. I thought it was never possible. I didn't think you could pitch and hit at the big league level, let alone pitch and hit at the big league level at a huge all-star level. So that being said, I'm a huge Ohtani fan. I had Jerry Hairston, who does the Dodgers games, on yesterday, and we were talking about that. Obviously, we're covering the Dodgers, but Ohtani was definitely a subject that came up. And I've been running through every scenario in my mind. When you really want somebody to be 100% innocent and you're running scenarios, well, if he did this, every scenario I run through my mind, I come out with the same conclusion. Something fishy's going on. Mm-hmm. It's impossible, and in that smile that Shohei has and he's just a likable guy. You don't want to believe that could happen. I'm not saying he's a horrible guy. I'm not going to sit here and make a comparison like, oh, he's Pete Rose and he bet on baseball. No. But the fact that kind of money was going out, 9 different payments from what I'm hearing, and you had no idea anything was going on. If it was his accountant, if Ipping was his accountant, I could see maybe there was some hijinks and something went on. But he's your interpreter, and I know that relationship. I played with Ichiro for 5 years. I had Kazuhiro Sasaki was our closer. They had interpreters. That's a different relationship. I mean, these guys eat breakfast, lunch, dinner. A lot of times they live with them. They take care of them. They're like real. They have a real like brother relationship. So that's what I'm hearing. Ippy and him they were attached at the hip. Every scenario I run through my mind, something isn't adding up. There's no way that he could be completely oblivious to it. I just hope we don't find out anything really bad. It was, hey, we just bet a lot of money on football, which a lot of people in the world do. And I have a problem when people are making, we bet on baseball. No, let's keep that aside. If the baseball comes in, I think it's in the hands of the feds right now. Mm-hmm. So if that comes out, they're going to do their due diligence. We're going to hear something. In the meantime, that Dodger team, they kind of put a super team together this offseason. They're just going to have to go forward. There's so many pros on that team. I'm sure there won't be any problems. But this thing isn't going away, and we're just going to have to wait and find out what happens. And I hope it's minimal, but we've all got to wait to see.
Booney, this was great. Excited for the season to start with you, man. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
There is Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original. Follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcast. Crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece from Rally House in Mansfield coming up next on The Fan after we get you over to Platinum.
Classic Chevrolet Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
More than 5 minutes going by, third quarter. Extra pass. Washington rattles in the tray.
Kings TV with the call. Oh, sorry, TNT with the call. As the Mavs blow out the Sacramento Kings. Does Peyton even know this song or this band?
I can't even hear. What's the song? Hold on. What is it? Yeah. He doesn't know who they are, though.
He doesn't know who they are.
No, we've been over this. He doesn't know who Kurt Cobain is.
No, he has no idea. He knows who it is because it's written down there. It's time for Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Where are ye today, gentlemen?
We are at Rally House in Mansfield.
Rally House.
And today we have some special giveaways. A few limited edition World Series posters signed by us. Ooh. If you want us to sign them, all right? If you don't want us to sign the limited edition posters, that's fine, but we will sign them for you.
I think we should sign them. You sign Corey Seager.
Okay, because my name's Corey.
Yeah.
Right.
I will sign Evan Carter. He's my guy.
All right.
Okay.
There wasn't a Mike on the team?
Mike Maddox.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
kids Evan Carter, yeah.
And you want to be Marcus Simeon? Who do you want to be?
Be Wyatt.
He wasn't
on the team. That's why I can't be Kevin Mensch either.
Oh, yeah.
Marcus Simeon.
Chapman.
I could see that. I could see that. That'd be kind of cool.
We also have a grand prize. Kevin, can you show the grand prize because it's right next to you?
Oh yeah.
To the Twitch right now. That is a glorious picture of the stadium last year. And if you want us to sign that, I mean, I guess we could too. That's probably going to take down the value on that.
It's limited to 5,000. I have one. I'm working on tracking down the other 4,999. That could take longer.
With the season opener tomorrow, Rally House has some new merchandise arriving tomorrow, so be on the lookout for all of that before you head out to the game. If you missed out on your World Series products, Rally House, as I was walking in, I saw World Series hats and shirts and all that too. So, man, take advantage of it today. We're all out here having a good time.
Do you think anybody here was responsible for writing the jingle, which is really catchy, but then they lost track of time in the last 5 seconds, and they had to, really speed everything up?
How much do it? How much of it can you do?
It's like, Rangers, Mavericks, Stars, don't forget about BYU, Baylor, SMU, Texas Tech, Rally House. It's really catchy, but they lost track of the time for about 8 seconds there, and they're like, hurry it up!
It's like the Big Bang jingle. They try to fit it all into 15 seconds, like the entire history of the world into 15 seconds. It's a little difficult to do. It's a great jingle, though. It's catchy.
It is very catchy.
I sing it all the time.
Yeah,
we have some great ones because I also love the Best Buy windows inside. That's great too.
Very good, very good. Baskey, what did you make of the Jordan Montgomery signing?
Here's what I think. I talked about this a couple weeks ago. Baseball has changed. I'm not saying because of Jacob deGrom's contract. I think it's part of it. I think now pitchers are going to get at most 4-year deals. And I think that goes to Spencer Strider's. Now, they're going to get, if Strider hits free agency, it's 4 years away, and he's doing what he's doing. He's going to get $40 million to $45 million a year on a shorter-term contract. I think teams look at it and go, look, it's a 50-50 chance within 5 years you're going to get a elbow injury. That's going to take you out for at least
50-50?
Yes, I do. I think that if I'm running an organization, I think most people are now coming to this clarification. Guys throw hard. Guys are doing the heavy ball stuff, and I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying that they are doing everything possible to throw at the highest velocity God created them to be. But they're all going to blow out.
Mm-hmm.
All of them are going to blow out. I don't know if it's going to be on this 6-year window where we have control of them on a rookie deal. I don't know as after I sign them to a contract if they're going to blow out then, but they are going to blow out. I just have my point of view, which I think is now in Major League Baseball, is everybody is going to blow out their elbow at some point being a pitcher. Do we want to give 5, 6, 7-year contracts to pitchers where there could be a time where for 2 years and approximately $60 million, we don't have that player that can crush an organization? And so I think we are now to the Cy Young winner, Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, who helped lead a team to a championship got a 1-year deal. I think I talked about this with A.J. Hinch back in 2005 when we were teammates.
Well,
we would never give a pitcher over a 4-year contract when we were talking about running an organization. He went on the next year to be the farm director of the Arizona Diamondbacks. I know he's a manager now, but at the time he had dreams of being a general manager. I do think we are to the point now where pitchers will still get a lot of money. It won't be like running backs in the NFL, but pitchers will have to work on 1 to 4 year deals when they hit free agency.
Because Yamamoto just got a dozen years, right?
Did you get a dozen?
I thought it was 12 for 3 something, but maybe either way, it was at least 10.
Yeah. Well, my opinion is we just had the Cy Young winner and a dude who helped a team win the World Series as arguably the best pitcher of the World Series team. Obviously, Eovaldi and him are neck and neck in that last year's run. And the dude got 1 year, $25 million, and the Cy Young winner got 2 years and $62 million. The world has spoken in baseball. The owners and the general managers have spoken in baseball. I don't think we're going to see, in rare cases, maybe so, but I don't think we're going to see deals over 4 years for pitchers anymore. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that pitchers get paid a whole bunch of money and they get long-term deals. But I think the history of injuries, especially recently, aren't 8 of the top 10 highest-paid pitchers in baseball on the injured list to start this season?
None of them will start. None of the aces that are paid that much will start opening day.
Mike,
how much of the like when you look at the arm injuries and things like that, just with throwing, how much of that do you think is also going to be factored in? The pitch clock and how that changes, like how guys are speeding things up. Because Scherzer back in November said he thought that the pitch clock was part of the reason why injuries for pitchers had become more severe, that he thought that was going to contribute to it.
That could be the case. I can't argue that, but I don't think he can argue that as a factual thing either. Like, I'm just throwing this out. How did Cole Reagans get 2 Tommy Johns from age 18 to 24? Or however, there was, as far as I know there's a pitch clock in the minor leagues, but it wasn't as quick as it is now. I don't know. Like, how did Dustin May's career go from this dude looks like he could possibly be the next Jacob deGrom to is he ever going to pitch again in his career? Is Dustin May, who, I'm not calling this derogatory, but, kind of looked like Bozo the Clown with his hair and everything.
We say Alec Medford, but yeah.
He kind of had he had a look.
Don't talk about Alec like that.
He had a 100-mile-an-hour sinker. It looked like he was going to be the next Dodgers ace after Walker Buehler. And what happened to Walker Buehler?
Yeah.
After he looked like he was going to win the Cy Young, he blew out. And he didn't pitch at the end of 2022. He didn't pitch at all in 2023, and he's starting off on the injured list in 2024. It can be a 2-year process still with this injury. Look at Walker Buehler. I know he's dealing with some sort of ab thing right now too, but I just think that the Jordan Montgomery thing, I know I've talked a lot here, but the Jordan Montgomery thing and the Blake Snell thing is indicating to me that teams have said, we're not giving out long-term deals to pitchers. We'll give big money on short-term deals.
I was disappointed that they didn't match it. I figured the Rangers would have had a chance to match because he wanted. All indications were that he wanted to come back here.
Yes, if you would have told me this would be the deal he would end up getting, I would have thought for sure he was going to be back with the Rangers. So I'm with you. I share that same disappointment.
There's very little risk with a 1-year deal. I mean, you're looking at just money. It's luxury tax. It's not risk like he wants 7 years at 31 years old. No, that's risk. 1-year deal.
Yeah, even the vested part of it is not too bad for the second year.
But maybe Kevin, maybe there's a little more to it. Maybe he wouldn't accept a 1-year deal with the Rangers. I won a World Series with you guys. Y'all should give me more.
Fair.
Like, come on.
Could be.
Fine, I'll go sign with the Diamondbacks instead because that's the team that y'all were up against in the World Series. I look forward to facing y'all again, just like in a league of their own. When the sisters met up against each other.
Oh, yeah.
And then she threw the game.
On purpose.
I've been traded to Racine.
That's what ended women's baseball, right? They found out it was fixed.
Yep.
That was the true story. That was the real story of
famous
that movie.
people.
It's funny because it seems like we all feel like, well, like it's obvious, like Jordan Montgomery, like you get that deal done, you do something like that. But let's if the Rangers are viewing it differently. I was texting with Sandler about this earlier.
They do.
Is it possible that are we just too romantic about it because of what it meant to like us to follow along with that run and what he did, and we can't see it clearly like they can, and they're more sober about it?
I would feel that way if to Choppy's point and Corey's point, it was a longer-term deal. At a one-year deal with a vesting interest for 2 years, I don't view this as hey, this is the hoss that's going to carry our franchise into the next decade. I view it as this is a very quality pitcher, and we believe he can do so again this year and perhaps next.
Yep.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Corey.
I do wonder about this, Mike, when it comes to the Dunning, Heaney, and John Gray combination. They pitched a lot last year. They carried a heavy load for the Rangers last year, even with Evaldi out. So what makes them think that they can't do it again, and the Rangers either make another trade or whenever everything comes in at the end of the season, they're going to be better off.
Yeah, the weird thing is those guys didn't pitch a ton in the playoffs.
That is true.
Usually when you have that extra month, those guys would be extended quite a bit, and they did pitch in the playoffs, but they didn't start 4 games in all the series. They pitched somewhere between 5 and 13 extra innings.
Yeah.
I mean, they're stressful innings. I'm wondering this. Here's my next question, and maybe we're out of time, and we just do it on our show here.
Let's do it. Let's do it on our show. You know what? Let's just end the show now and then go.
I'm not against Scott Boras. I'm not for Scott Boras. He was never my agent. I got to meet him because a couple of my teammates had him as agents. But has he lost his touch?
Ooh.
Blake Snell gets 2 years and $62 million from him. Jordan Montgomery, who he was saying you're going to get a 7-year deal around $200 million, gets a 1-year $25 million deal.
Chapman.
Cody Bellinger, who was supposed to get this huge deal, got a return to Chicago on a smaller deal. You mentioned Chapman. I'm just wondering here, Boras has played his hand till the final day of the offseason, and it completely failed. What I don't know and what we'll never know, what did Jordan Montgomery get possibly offered? I don't know. In December or January from the Texas Rangers or the Boston Red Sox or the New York Yankees. I don't know. What did Blake Snell get offered in November and December? Like, we don't know, but Scott Boras might have said no to way better deals in November, December, and January.
And I'm fascinated to see how Snell and Montgomery get in so late, what this impacts at their injuries this year. Because they may get rushed in. And, I mean, I'm sure they worked out in the offseason and through, but there's something different between that and being in spring training for 6 weeks.
100%. I know Lorenzen was throwing against Cal State Fullerton maybe a little bit and working out there, and then also working out against some independent league players that are getting ready for independent ball and stuff. But it's still, even the Rangers, I was there when Bruce Bochy was talking about it. It was kind of like, it's good. He's been working out. He's in unbelievably great shape, but it's not the same as being in spring training and working out with your team / working out against other teams.
All right. It is the K&C Masterpiece at Rally House in Mansfield today. They're coming up next here on The Fan.
matter what they do.
Okay.
Just say, who's your favorite player when you answer the phone? If they're like, Seager.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you have to
Hang
ask
up
them,
on
Alec,
him.
you have to ask them some sort of Rangers trivia. And I know you're young, so it's not going to be older trivia. But ask them some sort of trivia. And if you ask them, and sometimes just sneak in a good Astros trivia question. And if they answer that one really quickly, you hang up.
Mm-hmm.
Some trick questions, yeah.
Yeah, I'll also add this. Kevin believes that most Rangers fans didn't know there was a team until 2010-11.
Yes,
so
I do think.
Yeah, he thinks that most, because that's whenever they went to the World Series, and they were like, oh my gosh, because they showed up out of nowhere, Mike. They were just like, oh my gosh, look at this.
I got questions like, do you know the Rangers? And I was like, yeah, I do.
I just got confirmation. Chuck Morgan tomorrow at 12:45.
Let's go, man. I'm excited about tomorrow now. I'm really excited about tomorrow.
But today is today. So let's get to today with cut number 1. Somebody said, talk about the Mavs. Let's talk about the Mavs and the Stars.
Irvin has to give it up. Got it back. Shot clock winding down. 3-ball. Pure. A shooting clinic.
So the Mavs and the Stars, they go deep into the night. Both are victorious. Did you make it to the end? And which team got priority?
Made it to the end of the Mavs game.
Okay. By that point, that was probably start of the third for the Stars.
Okay.
I think.
That might have been the third quarter, the best quarter of basketball the Dallas Mavericks have played this year. I'm not remembering every quarter they played this year, but on a back-to-back at Sacramento with quite a bit on the line. I know there's more games for things to change in the standings. That third quarter was arguably the best quarter of Mavs basketball of the year. Offensively, making a lot of threes. Defensively,
defense is tight.
Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington. At one point, they got a 24-second shot clock violation, and that was the most I've seen Luka, and I'm sure he's done it before, but he was celebrating the team defense.
Yeah.
All 5 guys were engaged. The only thing about the third quarter, and the only thing that I would say was not perfect, it's going to happen. Luka had a steal. Like he got the ball stolen with a little under 2 minutes to go. Malik Monk dunks the basketball. He's mad at the ref. He might be also mad at himself, but he definitely turned to the ref and said something. And then that anger, he didn't use it positively. He immediately threw the ball to the Sacramento Kings, and he probably was fatigued. He had played the whole quarter. And then as soon as the dead ball happened, Kyrie Irving came back in. But that was the only moment. Like, there was only about a 30-second moment where you're like, besides this, it was a perfect quarter for the Dallas Mavericks.
10 steals, Kevin, by the whole team. All right, 2 by Luka, 2 by Kyrie. But what did I say yesterday about the formula? This is the formula. The triple-double from Luka that's not a 40-point triple-double.
Add in a dash of PJ Washington rebound machine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And draining threes early, too.
Somewhere in the 22 to 28-point range for Kyrie Irving, and he had, 24 last night. And then that's the formula right there. And again, hold them to under 110. They held them to under 100 this time. So this defensive effort is on top of it, man.
Did you guys? I wasn't sleepy. I was tired, but I couldn't fall asleep. So I watched.
That's a good way of putting it.
I watched the TNT/True TV postgame show. It had Shaq, Candace Parker, and the really good guard. I'm forgetting it. Jordan, not Crawford. Is it? What's his name? Jamal Crawford. Thank you. And
I just have to tell you, I did not because I popped stars.
So the Mavs just won by 400 points against Sacramento. And so 5 minutes into their broadcast, they are talking about Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Denver, and they're like, Shaq kind of brings it up. He looks at the standings. He's like, the Mavs are in 6th place now. And they're like, what team do you not want to face if you're one of those top 4 teams? And Candace Parker's like, you don't want to face Phoenix. And then she also brought up L.A. because L.A. had just beat Milwaukee earlier in the night.
That game was crazy.
And then one of them brought up, I think it was Shaq is on Golden State's bandwagon for playoff basketball. And I was like, did the Mavericks not just win by 40 points on the road on a back-to-back and have won 9 out of 10 games? I know it's fine with me. It's they're just analyzing and coming up. I'm sure they had this thought before. It seemed like it was off the top of their head, but I'm like, Why are the Mavs not getting any credit for like you would be scared to play them in the first round?
Does it make you feel any better? This morning, a similar question was posed, and Tim Legler immediately was like, it's the Mavs. Oh, it's definitely the Mavs. This is the best team Luke has ever had around him. And he goes, and I realize they've been to the Western Conference Finals before. I think this is a team that has a real shot to get back there.
Yeah, I respect Legs' opinion on a lot of things, too, so that matters a lot. I think this is the most complete this team has looked in a while, too. Like, I mean, they've looked really good, but they look complete against the team that they needed to beat. This game had juice. Like, this is a real game that had real juice to it, and Fridays will, too. Will as well. I mean, the Mavs have something on the line that they're working towards here, and they all look as comfortable together. We didn't expect them, when this trade happened, we didn't expect for them to look this comfortable this fast.
I will say this. If they are shooting their threes at 40%, oh my God, I'm going to say
they hit 56% last night.
You're gonna get upset.
They'll never lose again.
They're going to win the championship.
Oh my God,
undefeated all the way through the playoffs.
You think they can take down a team like Denver
if they're shooting 40% from three? The way they play defense, the way that they get out on transition. This is not average defense. That was not average defense last night. I'm not elite defense. Might be a little bit too strong, but that was such good defense, along with Luka, along with what Kyrie did last night. And then all of a sudden, your role players are hitting their open threes, and they're always going to be open. I'm like, I hate saying, look, they would lose a game here and there in the playoffs, and they're not going to shoot 40% from three every game, but if they shot 40% from three 4 out of 7 games in the playoffs in a playoff series, they will win that playoff series.
Is Tim finding his hot month right now?
There was a game.
I'm wondering, because he was, 3 of 9 against Utah the other night, and now
from 3,
yeah, from 3, and so I'm just wondering if this is hot Tim that's finally come alive.
I mean, great time for it.
He's Joey Gallo of the NBA, and there's going to be a moment, and you just hope that in the playoffs, he's Joey Gallo for that week stretch where he hits 7 home runs, bats 500.
Or if he's not, the kid recognizes it immediately and says, I'm going with Exum instead tonight, or whoever in those moments.
And Exum was great last night. He was great.
He's been a good addition to this team.
Everybody was. There wasn't anybody who wasn't great last night. That was especially the third quarter, close to perfection.
Sabonis has had his 55th triple-double last night?
Double-double.
Oh, double-double, straight.
Yes.
That's a pretty impressive little streak to have there, to have 55 of them.
Absolutely. That's an incredible streak, and I'll be like, hey, here's your participation trophy.
Because
your team lost. But I still look at, I'm not going to say must win, because I think that's absurd. But if you really want to put the pressure on Sacramento and you could win on Friday, then you still have a shot at the tiebreaker, because the tiebreaker would be tied, and then it would go to divisional win percentage. And I have to admit, I did not look that up ahead of time. But if you
ours might be pretty good because we have a pretty crappy division.
We do. But if you lose to Sacramento, you're going to lose the tiebreak in addition to be even with them in the standings. On the flip side, you could be up by 2 and still have a shot in the tiebreak. So that still makes Friday's game very important. And you know what I was proud about in the Stars game yesterday? They didn't screw around this time. Their last 2 games against San Jose. San Jose is terrible. Terrible. One of the worst teams in the NHL. But what happened the last 2 times they played the Stars?
It was close. Too close. Too close.
They didn't know their way.
And they were getting their ass run off the rink in the last one. And they were like, hey, let's have a miraculous comeback.
To San Jose.
Yes, to San Jose. This time, 2 goals in the first period. It did not feel like this game was in doubt. They were peppering the net with aggressive play and shots against San Jose. They felt in control of this entire game. They win emphatically 6-3. That's what you want to see against a team at the level of San Jose.
What you're giving? I was trying to see if this was working out. In the last 12 games, the Stars are 10-2. In the last 12 games, the Mavs are 11-3. I'm sorry.
Don't say 11-3.
10.
They're 9-1.
And they're 9-3.
Okay.
Oh no.
So
that's really good.
They had a losing streak before this.
It's positive. They did have that little losing spell, but it's turned on. Like if you look at the Mavs and Stars over the last 10, 13 games, they're on fire, man.
I feel like you just made some numbers up there.
I do think, Corey.
Thanks, Mike.
that you're always right. I do think that this next Sacramento game, it feels like when you blow out a team, even playoff-wise, especially if you blow them out at their building, the next game is kind of an opposite game.
Back, yeah.
I hope I'm wrong. I was wrong about last night. Like, if you made me bet on that game last night, I probably would have taken the Kings because Sacramento stayed in Sacramento on their back-to-back. Mavs had a game in Utah, and I would have said, well, I hope Dallas gets one. It'll probably be better or more likely on Friday night, but they blew out Sacramento. It'll be interesting. It just seems like when good teams get blown out, and Sacramento's a good team, that the next game against the same team that they could, play some of their best basketball. So it'll be very challenging Friday night for Dallas. But let me give you this percentage. Give me the percentage you think that Dallas will play at this level energy-wise the rest of the way. That they're not going to have that. You just talked about the 2-game. I was making up the 2-game losing streak, but they had 6 games where you're like, why are you guys stop trying? Why are we not trying anymore?
I'd still think, I would say like 30%. I think you're going to get a game. Just one, but I think you're going to get a game in there. And that doesn't mean you lose that game because it could be against, the Pistons, and you're like, hey, we still won, but what the hell was that?
I'm a little concerned that they might run out of energy, but I think the effort will still be there. Somebody's taking control of, hey, this is my defense. You guys are all accountable to it. And it sounds like all of them. After we had that talk with Gafford last week, it sounds like everybody said, you know what, I'm going to raise my hand, throw my hat in the ring. We're all part of this thing. So that's a good thing to hear. But they are playing a higher energy pace, and I do wonder if they'll have the legs at the end of the season whenever it's time to go. I am a little concerned about that right now, but they're in their rotations, man.
What kind of credit does Kidd get for that then?
Both
the energies?
None. It's all
None.
Nico. It's all Nico. He's the one that put it all together.
All
the players
credit.
decided.
Okay, well, surely we can
Just give all the credit to Cuban.
Surely we can find somewhere between none and all that you think is a realistically appropriate amount of credit.
I wonder this, and I know that, look,
credit.
Luka and Kyrie love Jason Kidd, so that will probably keep him around. But this stretch here, now winning 9 out of 10, now having a chance. I don't know if they'll get to 50, but being 43 and 29, it looks like they have a chance to get to 50. The way this team is playing, because you're going to bring back pretty much this team in the offseason.
Yeah.
Maybe you make a tweak, but this is the team of the future. You don't have to make major moves anymore. I think Jason Kidd in this last 10 games or so has solidified himself as he's going to be the coach next year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Mansfield if you want to come out and see us. Coming up next, though, hold up. The Rangers wouldn't pay that from Montgomery, and perhaps the other roster questions still remaining leading into opening day tomorrow, which you can also hear right here on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Siri having a fine year in terms of power production. Shows bunt here and pops it up toward first. Diving for it, Montgomery. He makes the catch. Jordan Montgomery, the pitcher, comes off the mound and makes a diving catch midway between home and first, just inside the line to retire Siri.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Mansfield. Now, for people here or people who want to make their way up here, we've been talking about those giveaways we're doing, plus all the amazing gear they got up here. But remember, in this hour, we will do a call-in for a 4-pack of Rangers Astros tickets on Saturday, April the 6th.
Whenever I decide?
Yeah, what's the
Yes.
number? I need to program this.
You are not. First of all, you should know the number. I know that you don't.
1-800?
No,
Is it a
that
1-800
is
number?
incorrect. But also, I do not believe you are eligible to win the tickets.
Oh, yeah, we're right.
Now, it's not that Jordan Montgomery didn't sign back with the Rangers. We've been prepared for that for, I don't know, like 2 months or something. A really long time.
Probably around Thanksgiving, we got kicked off that there's it's highly unlikely he's coming back.
But it's the nature of, and I don't even care that he signed with the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
That
would have stunk. Houston would have stunk.
That would have made me upset. But it's the nature of a 1-year, $25 million deal with a vesting interest. I believe if he hits 18 starts, he gets another year for 22.5. And
he's hitting that.
Yeah, and if he gets 23 starts, it's another year, 25.
He's hit that too. He gets 30 starts a year.
Yeah, so worst case scenario, it's a 2-year, $50 million contract. And Corey, I don't want to discount, because I know you're going to bring this up. I don't know if the same exact deal would have worked with the Rangers, but it is frustrating when you see it comes in at most 2 for $50, and they're like, can't do it.
Yeah, and I said 2 for $30 a year. It was something that I would be like, hey, man, let's do this. Let's rock out, give you 60
And it was
a
even
year.
less than that.
And it was less than that. And, all right, I have lots of scenarios where I'm like, okay, I'm okay with this because the Rangers have a lot of pitchers. Now, 84 of them are injured. And but they do have a lot of pitchers signed.
We legitimately have a playoff rotation of injured.
We do. They were just like, hey, that's injured. That's B season right there.
If it makes you feel any better, doing a fantasy baseball draft, there are so many injured pitchers that you just have to draft and hope that they come back 2 weeks to a month into the season.
You brought that up earlier. There is a top 10 list of the 10 highest paid pitchers, Kevin, that are not going to be opening day starters, and they're all aces for their teams.
I had to drop.
That's crazy.
I had to drop Garrett Cole from my team. I drafted Sonny Gray. He's not starting the year healthy. He has a hamstring issue. It's not an arm issue, but it's just like everybody you draft, you're just like you're having to check to make sure, are they pitching in the month of April or not? It's like 50-50 for all of these guys if they're even starting the season healthy. So I know that the Rangers are dealing with that, and they're hoping to get the 3 guys back at some point during the season. But I wish that we had Montgomery back. It's disappointing on the contract that he signed, because I do think this. I don't know this. I don't know Scott Boras, and I don't know Jordan Montgomery. I do think he would have signed that contract with the Texas Rangers. Would he have done it in November, December, January? No. Scott Boras was looking for a 7-year, $200 million deal or somewhere around that. So, no, but I do think, I don't know this, but I think this. If last week you would have agreed to this deal, I don't know, but I think Jordan Montgomery would have been responsive and said, I love my pitching coach there, Mike Maddox. I get to defend the title with the team I just won it with. No state taxes helps me out a little bit in this situation, because Arizona does have state tax, I'm pretty sure.
In your face, Jordan Montgomery.
Right? So you get to keep a few more dollars. It doesn't matter. I'll say this again. It doesn't matter to agents if you sign on no state tax or not.
Their commission doesn't come out of
Scott Boras gets 5%. I know he's a 5% guy. He gets 5% no matter what. And then you have to invest 15% of your money into kind of his company as like an investment that you get return on.
I did not know that.
I don't know. Here's the thing I don't know, Kevin. When Chris Young came out at the beginning of spring training and said, this is it. This is what we're rocking with.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they added Lorenzen, so that was a lie. But not like a malicious lie. But it was, it was a lie. But whenever they went into that mode, was it, hey, look, was it negotiation tactic? Hey, we're not signing you. We'll see later. And the communication continued to go. Were there last-minute conversations? Was there a lot of – I'm always curious how the GM is negotiating and massaging the conversation with an agent, because you don't want to go, hey, look, man, this guy – this is an example. Hey, man, this guy's overweight, and he's got this problem, and he's got that problem, and he's not good at this, and he's bad at this. And then you're like, okay, now we're ready to sign him. That conversation's a little tenuous, and I just wonder how that went up until the last minute. And when the last conversation was that they had between each other, that was, did Boras call and say, hey, we're ready to do a 1-year deal? And the Rangers were like, we can't. And he goes, all right, then I'm going to Arizona.
And we talk about the Rangers as if it's a monolith right there, but you could be onto something where maybe Chris Young was like, hey, come on, can we do something here? And the owners are like, I spent $500 million 2 years ago. Last year I got you Jacob deGrom. Like, we got the championship. We have gotten many.
Are you afraid of that? Are you afraid that the owner, he said, okay, we got the championship. I made you happy. Did y'all not like it, fans? We can move on and win without him?
The thing that I'm a little afraid of is I'm not against them just being like, we can't go on a spending spree again. What I don't like is if the front office or somebody – or even, the players were like, hey, what about just this one person? Let's make an exception for this person, this Jordan Montgomery. We don't have to go on a spending spree. And the owners were just like, can't do it. Because we talked, once the season was over, we talked ad nauseum about the multiple levels of tiers and tax and everything like that they would want to avoid and why we thought this would happen. It would bum me out, but I get it. But I don't have to like it, right?
I'm with you. I will say this. Sometimes when a player leaves, I'll give an example. I don't like saying this, but I wasn't hoping that Porzingis would be any good at basketball. I was hoping he'd really stink at basketball.
Right.
I don't have any ill will towards Jordan Montgomery.
I hope he does.
I don't have any
either. Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
who he reminds me of a little bit? It's a little bit different, but Tyson Chandler. I was like, I hope Tyson Chandler. It stinks we didn't keep him. I don't. If he does great in New York, great for him. It stinks. I want him on my team. But for Jordan Montgomery, he had to do what he had to do. He couldn't come back here if they weren't getting close to even this number. And so, like, I'm rooting for Jordan Montgomery. And it does. If he signed with Houston, I can't root for him because then every time he does well, it hurts the Texas Rangers. So it's like signing with Arizona. I'm like, it stinks. I wish he was a Texas Ranger, especially on a 1-year deal with a possible, to me, for a guy who's going to pitch probably, to your point, 180 innings and 30 starts. That's easily worth $25 million. And with this offense, he does have a very good offense in Arizona, not as good as Texas. But with the Rangers offense, if you can go 6 innings and allow 3 runs or less and have a 4 ERA, I'm not even going to give you a 3-something, a 4 ERA, if you average 6 innings and 30 starts, you're getting 15 wins.
When are we expecting Scherzer back?
End of May is what the Rangers have said. So
right around June. All right, let's say June. Let's say end of May.
June 1st. Just throw it on June. He misses the first 2 months.
You think he can stay healthy for the rest of the year?
I will put that at 75%.
Okay.
He's older guy. He's deals with back things and stuff, but I'm hoping that 75% chance he stays healthy from June 1 through September.
All right. Do you quantify healthy as, hey, he missed a start here or there, and that's still healthy?
Okay.
Like, does it go on the IL?
I'm trying to get to. I appreciate you asking that because when we got to the playoffs, he was on a last string.
Yeah.
And you were like, hey, it's still Max Scherzer. You know he's going to go out there and give effort.
Yeah.
You're going to get everything out of the guy.
I don't question that at all.
I mean, you just pointed out, Kevin, every player in the league fears him. He's the most feared player in baseball because of his intensity, his competitiveness. But I don't know, because I want to get to that point. I know y'all might be, Kevin, it sounds like you're more concerned about getting to there.
Yeah, if you're saying he can't miss any start, I'm at like 15%.
I want to make sure whenever we get at the end of the season, we have more than 2, or at least we have another Jordan Montgomery. We have somebody that can pair with Evaldi whenever it comes that time. I don't know, Malley, he's going to be. Is he in a full season?
No, they're hoping around. From what I understand, they're hoping around All-Star break.
Okay, all right.
So early in July, at some point in July, they're hoping he joins the team.
If I'm Ray Davis, I'm looking. I understand the emotion that comes with where the fans are in this. I know Ray Davis is a bottom line guy. He pays attention to, hey, how's this thing making money?
Yeah.
But if I'm Ray Davis, Kevin, I'm looking at. I got a lot of pitchers waiting to be healthy. And I got a group that I trust that got me through a large portion of the season last year with Heaney and Dunning and John Gray. I don't know Evaldi's health. He's hit or miss all the time in his career. That's just how it is. But I feel pretty comfortable without Jordan Montgomery. I know, like, I would love to have him here as part of it because he helped us win it. He was a massive part of us winning it. Him diving for that ball against Tampa was one of the key reasons. But, man, I feel pretty okay right now.
Oh, and I definitely get that. I guess I do not. I mean, I'm great with being the defending world champions. I feel a little uneasy going into the season on the pitching front. Offense front, I'm with you. On the pitching front, I'm like,
because you still don't trust the bullpen right now.
That is, I mean, look, until you see it happen, I have all kinds of ideals, and I think this is a deeper bullpen than last year. But until you see it play out, where you're like, hey, we just saved 3 straight. What the hell's going on here? Then I don't think I will be particularly comfortable.
If needed, do you think Wyatt Langford can step in to pitch and maybe close if needed?
I do.
Mike's taking a deep breath. He's like, what are you idiots talking about right now?
No, and I know you've said this in the past, Corey, and I don't want to rule this out, that Jordan Montgomery was a trade deadline move last year. I'm not saying that they can't do it again. I just look at it, and I'm like, but that guy was already there, and he wanted to be on your team, and now you see what he signed for. I was like, to
your point, this is obviously financial. You can't work around it without saying this was a financial decision.
The stuff with Bally, with Fox Sports, Bally, that goes back to what we talked about like a year ago, came to play in this too.
The thing that could stink, but you have to do it if you're Chris Young, is I'll throw out a guy who probably won't be available because he just got traded. If Dylan Cease becomes available from the San Diego Padres, you are going to have to trade 4 prospects to get him. Now he makes a lot less money, so now let's just take somebody else, and I'll just Blake Snell, who's making $32 million. You're going to have to pay him $16 million approximately to pitch this year. So if you traded for him, a guy like him, you're going to pay $16 million, so that's $9 million less. But with that $9 million less, you have to throw 4 prospects to a team to get that premium pitcher.
A heavy price
that's the thing about if you just pay $25 million, it's a lot of money. But if I have to get another Jordan Montgomery or somebody like him to finish this thing off in August and September, it's going to cost me at least 2, if not 4 of my premium prospects. So now I'm throwing, I get to save $10 million approximately on this deal. I don't have to pay 25, I only have to pay, let's say, 15. But I also had to pay the future. I had to pay 4 prospects that could help us out later down the road.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Mansfield. We got giveaways here. We got giveaways for our listening audience. And coming up next, Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
More reasons to be excited about tomorrow, opening day in Major League Baseball.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got baseball nuggets coming up probably in just about 10 seconds. But before we get to
Let's
any
get
of-
something away!
right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053, TX Lottery, that's Texas if you didn't know that, is helping us hook up the Tolos with a 4-pack of 100 level tickets to see your Texas Rangers play Houston for a huge 4-game series. The 4-pack that we're giving away right now is for the game on Saturday, April 6th. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And if you miss out, another giveaway at 1, and you can buy tickets at TexasRangers.com. Now, Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, I started this a few days ago. The 30 things to be excited about for opening day or opening sun time. I feel like we've changed that to now sun time is day.
Not we. That is an off-air conversation that Corey offered forward.
He didn't say sun time on the air.
I probably should have said summertime, but sun and summer go hand in hand.
Because you at one point defiantly said there's sun time in the winter.
There's not sun time in the winter.
At which I feel like nobody disputes that.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Things to be excited about for opening day. Number 4. Can't wait to see if the Orioles can do it again.
Wow, you are a hater, Mike.
If all that young talent is setting them up for the kind of run the Astros began in 2017, after Houston had been stockpiling their talent, it looks like Baltimore has done the exact same thing. And I'm going to be honest, I believe that. I think the Orioles are about to. Now, their division is tough. Toronto's good. The Yankees are good. Boston's okay. And then Tampa's usually always around 90 wins, even though they don't have the finances. They're always around 90 wins. So that is the one thing that is going to be tough. For the Astros, you think of 2017 through 2023. There was only one year the Rangers were competitive. The Angels were never competitive. The Oakland Athletics were never competitive. And Seattle was barely competitive until the end there, 21, 22, 23.
Right.
They became competitive. So the Astros did have the advantage of being in a division where nobody else was really competing for a playoff spot for the 2017 through 2023 run. Obviously, Rangers last year, and I just mentioned the other ones. But I do think the Orioles are set up to win a World Series. One of the next 3 years, I think the Orioles will be a world champion.
I hope a 3 J's happens to them. They all got all those young players. I hope that a woman comes between all of them and that the team falls apart and we never have to worry about
Gunnar and Jackson are turning 2 up the middle, and Gunnar just throws it 98 miles an hour into his
right between the eyes.
Right in his nose hole.
Who is the singer that you think would break this up? 877-881-1053. Okay.
That's good. That's
Taylor
good.
Swift.
No, well, she's taking it at the moment.
Aside from the Dodgers, do you feel like the Orioles are the buzziest team going into the season?
And the Braves.
Okay, that makes sense.
I think those are the 3 teams. Like, I'll be honest. I'll just tell you right now. Right now, I'm picking the Orioles and Braves to be in the World Series.
Okay.
I hope I'm wrong. I'll say it. I hope I am wrong. Now, number 5 on the 30 things to be excited about for opening day from MLB.com. I can't wait to see if the Rangers can become the first team since Joe Torre's Yankees from 98 to 2000 to win back-to-back World Series championships.
You just said no.
That's my prediction. Do you think I predict right?
Ooh, let me ask you
this. I thought
this.
the Cowboys were going to go to the NFC Championship game this year.
Let me ask you this. More likely to win a championship in this year, the Mavericks or the Rangers?
That's honestly close. And maybe recency biased after destroying the Sacramento Kings has me leaning barely towards the Mavericks, but we just saw the Rangers do it.
Yes.
I don't know. They're both going to win. We're about to become the Boston Texans.
Because we win all the championships across the Metroplex.
Except for football.
Fair.
That ain't happening.
That's fair.
So we don't have Tom Brady. We don't have Bill Belichick. We don't have their ownership. We don't have all that. So take out the Cowboys. We might be able to do it with the 3 other organizations. All right. Now, number 6. I can't wait until Thursday just to see, and this is a great matchup.
Yep.
The Phillies and the Braves go at it.
They hate each other,
I
don't
really
they?
thought you were about to say something else.
They
after that.
hate each other, don't they?
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
those two teams really don't like each other at all.
When you say you want to see them go at it because they're
Well, it's
both
not me. It's MLB.com.
Oh, okay, but do you want to see it? Is it just
Yes.
because they're high-level teams, or is it because of that extra little hatred?
I could say
hate you
this.
guys.
I think it's if Houston and Texas are the biggest rival in baseball. We did this the other day,
Yes,
right?
yes.
You did it, right? He was playing with his kid or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, you don't have to say it like that.
We were focusing on work, and Kevin's out there. He's
Was
like,
Phillies Braves on that list?
Yes, it was.
They might
It
be
was
number 2.
second, I think.
Yeah,
it was Rangers, Astros, and then Phillies, Braves, I believe.
Okay. This one, the number 7, the debut of Shohei Ohtani. Now, I know he kind of debuted already, but the debut of Shohei Ohtani in the United States.
I bet it's going to be awesome.
I get it because he's betting on it.
Okay, I like that. Is Ohtani placing bets in the middle of games? Is he like, hey, watch this, $100 says I pop out here?
No,
Is California
he's never bet in his life.
Is California a betting state?
I'm told no.
I don't
Because
know.
Nevada's right there.
Oh, that makes sense, actually.
Nevada?
No, it's not.
Whatever Mike says it is.
Not Nevada.
All right, the next one, number 8. We'll go really quick here. Kyle Schwarber, is he going to home run, walk, or strike out his first at bat?
I mean, every time I look at the TV, Kyle Schwarber's up, and usually it's a home run.
All right, next one, real quick. Philadelphia again. I can't wait to see what Bryce Harper can do. Okay, next one.
You couldn't have looked at me for that one.
Well, I know. I thought you were
hate
going
Bryce
to take
Harper.
a shot at him.
Yeah, you hate Bryce Harper.
I gave you the chance. I gave you the second. You didn't take the second. We move on to number 10. I do want to tell Ranger fans this. This is a ticket you should get right now. Can't wait to see Ellie De La Cruz come back for his sophomore year.
Yes.
This is one of these guys, if you don't know who it is because you kind of casually follow baseball or whatever, this is too strong of a comparison. He's kind of like Wembanyama of Major League Baseball right now. He's 6'7", shortstop.
The height definitely.
He can fly around the bases. He strikes out a lot. And the Reds are an okay team. They went 82-80 last year, and I do know that the Rangers play them in April, I believe. So if you're looking for a series right now, you're like, gosh, I didn't get the Chicago Cubs series. It was too expensive or didn't get in on it early enough. The Astros series, I think, is close to being sold out, by the way.
You can only win tickets here.
So, and that's you should try to win tickets here because most likely those 3 games are sold out. And then I would just say Cincinnati would be a game you'd be like, oh, Cincinnati, this and that. But every other year they come to town, and I do think Ellie De La Cruz is one of those Wembanyama tickets where, hey, come see him. And not root for him, but come see him.
Does that mean more hype on him than Carter? Not you, just in general.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a big time,
Yeah.
especially since he's up northeast too. You know, and kind of in that area, that's getting a lot of love. But from the 469, Mike just won the 4-pack of tickets to the game because I simply outswagged the other callers.
That's Leo and Garland.
See you at the game, boys.
Oh,
so
my
congratulations
gosh.
to Leo and Garland, man. That's awesome.
Leo the Lion.
That's what they always said about him.
All right, so now the other 6'7" guy, number 11, O'Neal Cruz, back from injury for Pittsburgh. He did have a very good spring training.
Very good spring.
What does it matter? Everybody's at 0 now. Everybody's hitting 0. Everybody's ERA is 0. Everybody's home runs are at 0.
Except for the Dodgers.
I love this month.
true.
I love this
Dang
first
it,
month too because you can be batting.
Mike off. I'm done.
No, because I really care about the next one. I was looking. I really care about
this
the next
first month. You can be batting like 750, and then all of a sudden you're down to like 116. You're like, what just happened?
All right, Alec, get ready to change the music because blare those trumpets again. The greatest music in all of baseball. I can't wait to see Edwin Diaz back in the 9th inning at Citi Field.
I have to admit, I don't care about that team at all, but I do care about this whole production and extravaganza. I'm excited for that. I think that should be higher.
Okay. Well, man, they really like the Phillies and the Yankees in this
Man,
thing,
they
so.
do, don't they?
All right, so the next one, they're sticking with the New York Mets. This is so fun. Okay, so I can't wait to see Pete Alonso because contract year.
He's gonna hit 78 home runs.
He's a free agent. Obviously, he won't be the biggest free agent. Juan Soto will probably trumpet him in contract. You like that?
I see what you did.
Okay. But Pete Alonso, seeing what he can do. The other thing, too, is if the Mets are really kind of in a soft rebuild, if you're not going to sign him to a 5-year contract or more, because there's probably going to be somebody that gives him that contract, you probably should trade him.
Yeah, but That's what makes the contract they gave to Edwin Diaz still kind of confusing.
They should trade him too,
yes.
to be honest.
Like that's all the Mets are, but right is sign big players and then trade them. Like that's kind of
like the Padres.
They're like, hey, we want to win, but we don't know how, so we'll just sign a lot of players and then we got to trade them.
Isn't it interesting? A lot of new owners in all sports, besides football, I guess, because it's a little bit restricted. In basketball, you saw the Clippers, or back in the day in 2000, you saw Mark Cuban trade for all the draft picks and try I'm going to buy a championship. And I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the Mets owner right now. It's just
Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. He said, I can buy it. Max Scherzer, you're mine. Francisco Lindor, you're mine. Justin Verlander, you're mine. Edwin Diaz, you're mine. Let's go. We're going to win the championship. I'm just going to keep doing this. And then he did it for 2 years. He's like, hey, I'm spending a lot of money and we're not even close. Let's get rid of all these guys and try to do it maybe a more traditional way. Number 14, you're going to hate in the last one. It says, I can't wait to see what Alex Bregman, such a great player for the Astros, does during this season.
Do I have to acknowledge how great he is, or can I just be like, boo, he stinks?
I believe he's a free agent, too.
Oh.
So that's so they kind of went Pete Alonso and Alex Bregman there. I can end it at 14 going 2 guys that are playing for big-time contracts.
Absolutely. All right, that's a lot of stuff to be excited for. Be excited for today out in Rally House in Mansfield, but also in the 1 p.m. hour, we'll give away another 4-pack of Astros tickets. And then tomorrow on the show, Derek Holland, Cole Hamels, Jared Sandler, Chuck Morgan. We're going to be loaded up for opening day. Coming up next, Mavs Kings. Plus, we'll talk about all the tiebreakers because that Friday game is still really important. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear Corey and Mike anytime and anywhere. Take the KNC Masterpiece. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Rally House in Mansfield, already giving away one of these sweet World Series posters. We got a couple more to give away. Plus, you can enter the drawing for the silver-framed, limited to 5,000 Globe Life field picture, which is very, very cool. We talked about the Mavericks. I want to get back to the Mavericks, but I want to throw out a little bit more love for the Stars real quick, if we can. Cut number 3, please.
Toward the net, but blocked by Jamie Benn. Here's Wyatt Johnston, shorthanded. Johnston in alone on the breakaway, scores. The 12th shorthanded goal this year for the Dallas Stars. They lead at 1-0.
Now, Jason Robertson would also put a pair up on the board. Stars win 6-3. We talked about this before. Every 2 points matters. And guess what?
99, baby.
Colorado finally lost, which means now you are in control of the Central Division. I know this is a lot of numbers, so I apologize. Winnipeg, 72 games. Colorado, 72 games. Dallas, 73 games. So they played one more game than those two teams. But they're ahead of Winnipeg by 5 points and Colorado by 2 points. So Colorado needs to win just to draw even with the Stars. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, perhaps the day before. At 99 points, that puts the Stars only behind the New York Rangers, who have 100 points, for most points in the league. If you
First 100 wins, though, Kevin. That's the whole rule.
They're not going to get to 100 wins. And I know people are concerned about having the best record because of what happened to Boston and many other teams. But
so you intentionally lose at the end?
I would not. The Stars have a good track record when they take the President's Cup. They went to the Western Conference Finals the first time. Second time, they won the Stanley Cup Final.
Okay.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah, let's do it.
They're 100% at making the Western Conference Final, at least, when they take home the Presidents. But another important win, they have won 5 in a row. And thankfully, Colorado, I don't want to say they cooled off, but finally they took an L. So that helps the Stars out in terms of the dream scenario would be to win the Central, have Colorado, Winnipeg play each other. Ideally, I would like to see Winnipeg win that matchup, and then you can face them.
So in about a week, Kevin, actually next weekend-ish, is Astros series, probably the most intense time for the Stars and Mavericks as the seasons start to close in for those guys.
And WrestleMania.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Where's it at?
Philadelphia.
Oh, are you going?
No.
You wuss.
Thanks, Mike.
Jabroni, right? It's a jabroni this year.
That's right. That's right.
So I'm really excited about that time of year.
Are you most excited about WrestleMania, do you think?
Yeah, dude, Ric Flair.
There you go. There's Alec.
The Giant.
That's Alec's voice.
No.
The Big Show. Sorry, the Big Show.
Playing that, no. Any event that Ric Flair's at, I'm not excited for.
Oh, man.
He's a piece of trash. Now,
no.
Let's go to cut number 2 if we can. Let's pivot from the Stars back to the Mavs. And if you want, maybe we can help you win a trip to Slovenia.
More than 5 minutes going by, third quarter. Extra pass. Washington rattles in the tray.
Now, a great win by the Mavericks on Tuesday. Do you want to go back to that game? Do you want to look a little bit ahead to Friday? Because one of the reasons I wanted to just throw out Friday's game super quick is you still trail the season series against the Kings 2-1. You have to win on Friday to even it up, and then it comes down to divisional win percentage. And so not only would you be ahead of them in the standings, you'd have a shot in the tiebreaker versus you lose on Friday, you're even up, and you're going to lose the tiebreaker. So Friday's still another big game, but you got to feel more comfortable if you're the Mavericks knowing, hey, we just beat the crap out of them, so we're on a momentum.
But you can't rest on that.
That is fair.
And that's where, like, I've been looking at this since last week at least. Maybe 2 weeks ago I started pointing out the Jazz and the Sacramento back-to-back, even though it wasn't like back-to-back nights. the way that it all set up, like this is your most important time of your schedule here.
For sure.
Because easy games, it should be against the Jazz, which they weren't. Like they turned out to be wins, but it seemed like they were struggles for the first 3 quarters, and then the fourth turned out. But then you got the Kings where you can take that step up. And, hey, there's a possibility, too, that you can kind of maybe even get to another spot, as we've been discussing there. But, like, this whole stretch right here was something that I said hugely important for you to take advantage of, especially to put that in the mind of the Kings that they can't beat you. You know, you want that there, too. So, hey, this game Friday night is something that I think is a good balance too, Mike, because as we talked about with the last one against the Jazz, they have so much time off between now and the next game, or this last game and the next game, that it gives them the time to recover so that the Kings aren't sitting there going, hey, you know, they just whooped our ass last night, but we're going to get them back tonight. You know, and it gives the Mavs a chance to reboot in the city of Sacramento, which Mike said is basically like Frisco. They have like an Applebee's.
Yeah.
And they're like what else are they going to do? Yeah, what else are they going to do there but focus on the next game?
Go watch the AAA team play?
Yeah, so
they're not even playing yet.
Nobody's partying in Sacramento
supposed
right
to do
now.
there?
Yeah.
I'm focused on, I just want to stay out of the play-in, but you can look at the way the Clippers have been struggling, some of the injury concerns that the Pelicans have, and you can legitimately say, I wonder if the Mavs could get up to 4. I don't know if that's what people want because you want to stay out of the side of the bracket that Denver will be on if you think they're going to end up winning the West outright, but I think 4 is conceivable.
I was trying to look at Sacramento to see how streaky they've been throughout the season, and earlier in the year they were. I'll take you to January. They had lost 4 games in a row in mid-January, then came back and won 4 games in a row, and one of those wins was at Dallas. But from that point on, you know, you can see my computer here, Kevin. They're pretty, like, win 1, lose 1, win 2, lose 2. Like, I was just wanting to see, like, when they play bad, like they did last night, because the Mavs played great, like, do they start going into, like, because we've seen the Mavs, very streaky.
Yes.
They made the trades, can't lose. Come back from the All-Star break, beat Phoenix, and then can't win for 2 weeks. And then now it seems like they can't lose. So I was just trying to look at Sacramento and just get an idea on how streaky of a team are they when they have a bad game. And I would say most of the time they bounce back. They do have a couple of – last time they lost 2 games in a row was February 26th and 28th to Miami and then at Denver. But it seems like after they've lost in the month of March, at least, the next game they have won. I'm not saying the Mavs are going to lose, but I think this is going to be a really tough game because it just seems like to me, even in the playoffs, when a team gets blown out at home, it just they flip the script the next game. And I'm hoping I'm wrong on that. I'm hoping Dallas wins another one. I'm looking at Sacramento. I know we're talking about the Mavs.
Okay.
But let's just say, I'm going to say, let's just say we lose that game and we lose the tiebreaker. Their schedule then is Utah, pretty easy game. LA, not as hard right now because of their injuries. At New York, tough game. At Boston, tough game. At Brooklyn, easy game. At Oklahoma City, tough game. Versus New Orleans, tough game. Versus Phoenix, tough game. And then versus Portland, easy game to finish. So they do have
a tough schedule.
They have a tougher schedule. So if you do lose Friday, and we'll find that out later in the week, and you don't hold the tiebreaker, you do have a little bit of an easier schedule than they do.
The thing that I was looking at there is I've got the Mavericks. I think I said this a while back. I think they finish at 49 wins. I look at that Kings schedule, and I'm like 48 or 49 wins. So it's not hard to figure out how Friday could be a huge pivot point for both of them.
I have them at 5 more wins, which gets them to 47. So I'm just going to say you better get to 48. And I'll just real quick, I'll say Dallas just because they split. They beat Utah. They beat the Clippers now because of their injuries. They beat Brooklyn. They win one of the 3, Oklahoma City, New Orleans, Phoenix, and then they win the Portland game. And that gives them 5 more wins, right?
I think that might have been 6.
That might have been 6. You better get to 49 or your life comes to an end against the Sacramento Kings in the tiebreaker.
Might be a bit dramatic. I feel like
I felt like you wanted.
No,
did it not feel like to you? He wanted me to up it up a little bit.
He wanted you to go to 12 more wins.
Yeah,
no, I just thought you counted to 6 instead of 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, Yeah, I counted to 6.
Mike, I just want to let you know, we were trying on hats
Why
over
does
there.
he does that? Why does he do
listen,
that to
we
me?
were trying on hats over
Did
there.
I say it mean?
And I was trying to figure out which sizes were bigger than which. And one of our Tolos, it seems like, he was like, you guys having problems with fractions? And I was like, Kevin's not. I definitely am. Kevin, he will correct your fractions very quickly.
We're at Rally House in Mansfield.
Yeah.
Actually, I said while we're at Rally House here trying on hats, I was like, hey, Kevin, is this 7 3/8? And he pulled a red marker out and was like, I'm gonna give you a big X on that one.
Well, because you said, is 7 3/8 bigger or smaller than 7 3/4?
Mhm.
And my response
Both of them have
was,
3s in them.
I feel like you should know that.
He just makes us feel bad.
Yeah,
because
I feel like you should
He's
know
a
that.
math wizard. He's
Yeah.
the wizard of math.
Dude, I didn't get it then, and so it never stuck.
By the way, since we're at Rally House,
That's why I'd be a terrible teacher.
I've been eyeing this T-shirt,
dummy.
Texas Speed Bump, and it's a picture of an Amarillo on the.
That's an
armadillo.
Nope. I stopped myself. I feel like you entrapped me there. I feel like you entrapped me, and I was like, nope, don't do it.
The song is "I Want to Go Home with the Armadillo, Not Home with the Amarillo."
Do you think the song is Armadillo by Morning?
Yeah.
Armadillo by Morning.
Have you guys ever ran over an armadillo?
I don't think so.
No, but I've seen them.
Yeah, they die.
My father-in-law frequently has armadillos in his pool. They love his swimming pool. Yeah, they go jump and they swim around in his pool all the
They
time.
look like big rats with a shell to me.
Mhm.
Are they just a possum with a shell? Did a possum find a shell?
Mm-hmm.
Like all these possums all found shells
in Texas.
Yeah, man, you don't know how many shells there are.
That's true.
Yeah,
Not
instead
even
of playing
close.
possum, they play armadillo.
Mm-hmm. So, Kevin, you asked yesterday how many of these on this 5-game road trip, how many of the Mavs could win, and I said 5-0. How are you feeling now that they took one from the Kings? Are you feeling like, you know what? Hey, this could be still 4? Because I did settle it at 4-1.
I think 4-1 is still feasible. Don't look.
That's a tough road trip, man.
You're right, but I don't want to take away from what you're saying. They're 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
They need to win 3 more. It's just another one against Sacramento. Houston has been on effing fire, and then finish up against Golden State. If they go 4-1, I will be fine.
Yeah, and on that drive down,
We
to
need
Houston,
Sengun to come back. He's their cancer.
And then
I
they'll
guess.
start losing.
Yeah,
again.
somebody texted
That's
yesterday,
your
Mike, and they were
guy.
like, Jalen Green is going off because obviously of the kid situation that he's got going on there. But that's a different story for a different day.
Well, I mean, didn't we interview a cowboy who had a similar situation?
And how'd that go?
Yes, and if you
They changed the rules for him to be better.
Good Lord. If you remember who that was, text in. But I'll tell you the exchange we had on the other half. We spoke with somebody from the Cowboys and said, hey, did you know blah, blah, blah? And he goes, hey, don't say that on air. And I said,
Too
no,
late.
he said it on air. And I think his response was, F. And that was pretty much the end of our exchange.
That guy
fun
still
time.
likes working with us.
Yes,
so it's okay.
yes, he does. But that was a true interaction. Now, Corey, you seemed intrigued when I brought up the idea of winning a trip to Slovenia.
I have always wanted to go to Slovenia.
I want to go with you.
All right, then me and Mike are going to Slovenia.
Guys
Kevin.
trip, Slovo.
If it's during baseball season, can you do it, or does it have to be?
No, I'm out during baseball season.
Okay, all right, we'll work it out then.
All right, you need to answer these trivia questions.
Gotcha.
What is
Luca?
What? No, no,
Luca's mom.
no.
Luca's dad.
Europe.
Okay, next question. Correct. Next question.
Luca's best friend.
What is Daniel Gafford's record for consecutive made field goal attempts?
34.
Ooh, here are your options: 27,
Nope.
29,
Nope.
33, 36.
Jose Canseco.
It's C or D.
Jose Canseco, 33.
Okay. Next question.
Was I right or wrong?
That is correct.
Okay.
Who holds the Mavs single game assist record? Is it?
Scott Skiles.
It's not Scott Skiles. Why don't you just wait till I give you the options?
Give me the options.
Derek Harper, Jason Terry, Dirk Nowitzki, or Scott Scott. No, I'm just kidding. Or Jason Kidd.
Ooh.
Did you say Jason Kidd twice?
No, Derek
He said
Harper.
Jason Terry.
Jason Terry.
Jet.
I'm going to go with Kidd.
Who was the first one?
It's Harper. Kidd.
Harper. I'm going to go with Derek Harper.
Well, I can only answer one time.
Okay, answer.
What can you guys?
Well, obviously now we're competing.
Oh, you're trying to win this trip live on air right
Yeah.
now? Okay, hold on one second.
Oh, we actually are. I thought this was just you goofing off.
Hold on, Kevin. I got this.
Who'd you guess?
It was Jason
Jason
Kidd.
Kidd.
I
It is
got it
Jason
right.
Kidd,
You
25.
got it. He's not going
in
to Slovenia.
1996.
He's not going. He picked Derek Harper.
Why'd you pick Derek Harper?
That's what you said.
Are we going off what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How many rebounds did
Who grew up knowing the whole 1988 Dallas Mavericks? The bench was Steve Alford.
Okay, and when I said, so what are we picking? You go, I don't know.
I thought we were asking Slovenia trivia questions. I don't even know where Slovenia is.
Yeah, I went and studied up on Slovenia last night because of this.
It's small, and it has Luka. That's what I know about it.
How many?
And I root for them over the United States of America when they play basketball.
How many rebounds did Luka record in his debut game with the Mavs?
Oh
5, 7. How are you going to be like, I know everything about 1980s basketball, and I love Luka.
Well,
how many rebounds did Luka get? I don't know.
Was it Jim Fulmer?
No. It's 5, 7, 8, or 10.
8.
Yeah, I'll go with you.
I only had like 10 points.
That is correct.
Yeah, he almost had a triple-double that game.
It was against Phoenix. DeAndre Ayton, number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm. They lost 121 to 100 in that game.
Oh, do you have it pulled up?
What school? What school did Derek Lively play college basketball at?
Dookie.
North Carolina.
No, that is wrong.
That's where he should have gone.
Duke is the correct answer. Guys.
You screwed up.
We got...
I was 4 for 4.
Why didn't you choose? Hold on, where is this so I can do it?
Let's be
if you go to DallasMavericks.com, by the way, the leader right now got all 4 of them right in a total of 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, it was Luka. Or Luka's mom.
Or somebody in Mavs PR.
Okay, fair.
Because those are all Mavs questions. We were studying up on Slovenia.
I can't go anyways. It's probably during Mavs off season.
Okay, well, we're entered. If we win, I will.
Sounds like we're going to lose.
Yeah.
It took us a long time to answer
1.7 seconds? No way.
You just hit the button really quick.
That's no way,
just
dude.
think, the questions are the same. If you go back, for our listening audience, if you go back to DallasMavericks.com, the questions are the same.
Yeah, but even
remember
clicking,
the answers.
I can't move my finger
click,
on the
click, click.
pad that fast, dude. I
You
can't
can-
do that.
You can move your hand that fast.
Just reading the questions takes 3 seconds.
What? You know the question.
They're in the same order?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Slovenia, huh?
That is not the first. Oh, my God. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
You guys want to see Kevin throw his headset today?
We are live at Rally House in Mansfield.
Jory Epstein tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Let's
Boom.
go.
Sean and RJ getting work done. Coming up next, opening day is tomorrow, so we begin our newest segment, Basics Baseball Basics. If you have questions about baseball
How do you feel the
that
ground
you
ball?
always wanted to know.
With your feet.
No.
Your feet first.
God help us with this segment next, right here on the Fan.
I said it right.
They're laughing too hard.
Message from TxDOT.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 3-1. And that ball is hit high and deep into right field. Tucker going back. He's at the wall. He leaps, and it is gone. Nathaniel Lowe with a 2-run home run. He puts Texas into double figures. It's 10-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Rally House in Mansfield, where the prevailing wisdom is everyone is pumped for opening day tomorrow, which is very exciting. So with
it's
that,
all Rangers right now, baby.
I love it. I love it. With that in mind, we're going to trot out our brand new segment, Basics Baseball Basics.
All right.
Now, I have a couple of questions, but we've already gotten several people texting in their own questions. I like this question because we said there is no question that is too dumb for us. From the 903, why are the parts of an inning called the top and the bottom?
I don't 100% know, but if you look at a scoreboard, the visiting team is on top and the home team is on the bottom. So I'm assuming way back when you would say, well, this is the top of the inning. We're going to put the score on the top of the scoreboard for this team, and on the bottom of the chalkboard, we're going to put the score on the bottom. That's the best way I can that's the best way I could possibly explain it.
Why do hitters choke up on the bat, particularly with 2 strikes?
For a little bit more bat control, I would say it's rarer, but I've noticed Wyatt Langford does most of the time with 2 strikes, but the other day he didn't. So now I'm a little bit confused. I'm like, so did somebody tell you not to? Do you decide against certain pitchers you do, but against other pitchers you don't? So that's something to look for with Wyatt Langford. A lot of guys, I'll say Brett Boone, who comes on, I don't know if he's coming on this year with Sean and RJ, but last year he'd come on with Sean and RJ. He was a guy who
was on this morning with Sean and RJ.
Okay, yep. So he would choke up. He would stand on top of the plate almost and then choke up with 2 strikes. So he definitely had a different approach, a different place he was standing, and would choke up on the bat. I think, I say back in the old days, let's just say the 80s and 90s, you would see more guys possibly choke up with 2 strikes, and before that. Now you don't see it as much because power means so much. You do at times maybe take away a little bit of power. In fact, when Evan Carter yesterday, I showed you guys, he was not he doesn't choke up on a bat. He just has a counterweight on the bottom of his bat. It's a 1 ounce counterweight to give you a little bit flatter swing. I have no clue what he's going to use tomorrow in the game. But if he's not using that, only my opinion, I don't know this, I'm wondering if they want him to elevate the ball more on his swing, which would take a little bit of a flatter path away. I don't know this. I think he was just seeing what it would be like for the last 2 exhibition games to see if he'd want to switch during the season. But choking up on the bat is just a little bit more bat control. Sometimes I'll answer another question they're not even asking. Kind of playing pepper. And somebody'd be like, what the crap did you just say, playing pepper?
Yes.
Pepper is a game that's rarely played anymore. If you went to Arlington Stadium, they would say no pepper on the field. And I was like, man, I love jalapenos. And what it meant was, this is what I was thinking.
I know.
But it's just a game where a guy tosses you the ball and you usually choke up on the bat and you try to hit a ground ball. If you hit the ball in the air and that person catches the ball, or the people, usually there's like a group of 5 guys, you lose the bat. The person who caught the ball now gets to hit.
Okay. And
their job is to, you can't throw hard and you got to throw something hittable. But if you get a swing and a miss, they're done with the bat too. So you're trying to control the ball to different guys and make sure you're hitting it on the ground playing pepper. So at times choking up on the bat is more a little bit of a pepper at bat.
Take this pen, Kevin, I know you write funny, But if I'm going to
That is
write,
true.
if I'm going to write from here, I don't have the same control as if I shorten it and I write from the tip.
Yeah.
So I mean, very similar
like
to just
that
having more
analogy.
control over it.
Ask Corey the questions. He's better at this than I
That
am.
was a good analogy, right?
I played baseball.
You're better.
Mhm.
He used a pen and just showed you, and all I did was talk.
From the 406.
Pepper's a great. That was a great use of that though.
From the 406, you guys have had Jamie Moyer on the show. He threw slow. Greg Maddox, he said that he threw slower when he was in a jam. Why is MLB obsessed with the speed gun? Or is it just harder than it seems to make a career on control and change of pace?
Great question. One, there's not a perfect answer to this, but you can usually, not always, you can usually make more mistakes with your location the harder you throw. The harder you throw, at times, you don't have to have as good of off-speed stuff. Now, that's a very general way of talking. You can look at whoever it is. Aroldis Chapman throws 102 at times from the left side. If he got in bad counts and he threw the ball down the middle, it didn't matter that he threw the ball 103 miles an hour or whatever, obviously up to 106 when he was with Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So it's a great question, but they just feel like the harder you throw, the harder it is to hit. I will say this. I think Dane Dunning, one of the reasons that he does so well in today's game is he's rare. Who is the Dane Dunning? I'd have to go through all the teams in our own division. Who has a starting pitcher who throws 90 miles an hour, sinks it, now is going to try to fork it a little bit, and then slide it. So if I look at him, I go, wow, he's rare. Me personally, I like having variance in my rotation. I don't want them to see the same guy, different number.
Yeah.
So what is same guy, different number? Well, that means if that dude's 6'5" throwing 98, four seamers, and then a slider and a changeup, and then my next guy coming in the next day is 6'4", right-handed, throwing mid to high 90s with a slider and a split finger. Well, maybe it's a little bit different because it's a split, but I'm pretty much seeing the same guy, different number.
You might have the tempo down already. or
Right.
the
So
pace, however
the
you wanna
more
say it.
you see the same speed, the easier it gets.
From the 817, do players get paid weekly, bi-weekly, once a month? Do they get paid for spring training? That is a very interesting question.
Spring training is weekly. It's a small amount of money for major leaguers. During the season, you get paid on the 1st and 15th.
Just like a lot of other jobs.
But it's for 6 months. If you have a long-term contract, you can negotiate a yearly salary, which obviously, like easy math, if I make $12 million a year, that's $1 million a paycheck.
Right.
I'm getting 12 paychecks during the season for 6 months. So obviously there's a lot of taxes and everything. The government likes their money a lot.
They really do. I've been told in the future, not anymore though. We'll get more of that money back. That's what I'm getting told.
But you can ask if you'd want to cut it to $500,000 and get it paid over a year, which obviously a team wants that. The longer they keep the money, the more money they can make off of that money.
And that's what Jess would do as a teacher, too. Is
Just to make sure there was money coming in. Because if you think about it, I'm trying to take a guy, Jordan Montgomery, for example. He might have been, I guess he wasn't nervous. He did get $25 million. He's set up for life with just this one contract. But you do go, if you don't make the playoffs, October through March making $0.
But can you? This is a very tough part of it. Can you explain the per diem?
Per diem has changed a lot
Because for
lately.
me, per diem would be amazing. Like the MLB per diem, it would be like life changing.
It used to be, I will say, anywhere from about $75 to $100 a day on the road you got for per diem. That being said, you used to have to pay the clubby $50 a day because they are cleaning your shoes, cleaning, obviously, your laundry, making sure everything is nice, making sure that you have food before the game, food after the game, food during the game, all the snacks that you'd want. So you're paying a majority of your per diem to the clubby. But that has changed, and not 2022, but the one before that, the collective bargaining agreement, they changed it to where you get a small amount of per diem, but you also are not paying clubhouse dues The clubby, I think, now makes just a yearly salary from the team.
Okay, all right, that's nice.
They used to make a salary too. Don't get me wrong,
but it's a better salary.
But the kids now,
so the MLB players fought for the clubbies too. That's awesome.
Yeah, but they wanted it the same way. I think they felt like I don't know.
Okay.
I'll say I don't know, but that would be. I'd have to ask a current player. Max Scherzer would answer that in a hurry because he's been a player rep forever.
This one comes with the opinion built in from the 214. Can you explain why idiots boo the out-of-town pitcher for throwing over to first base?
No, I think it's just people don't know.
Well, because you want your guy to steal the base too, right?
Yeah, and I guess they feel like you're wasting
You're wasting
time
my time right now. He's stalling. He's stalling. In the movie For Love of the Game, he does throw over to first, and then everybody's like, boo. And he's like, look, I'm stalling. Everybody knows I'm stalling. Everybody here knows what I'm doing right
I have
now.
another one off of this. I'm going to make sure that I'm on Zoom right now. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, congratulations. If you're not, I don't know what you're doing. Probably driving or something. But people don't boo, they yell balk when a guy does a move to second base and doesn't throw it. You don't have to throw it to second base.
Or third.
But you have an inside move and a spin move. So real quick, what is an inside move? An inside move is I'm going to stay inside my body here. I am going to lift my leg. I know that didn't sound right, but I'm going to lift my leg, and then I'm going to turn this way. I'm staying inside. A spin move is when I turn my feet and go this way. So you work on inside moves and spin moves. Obviously, you have to.
So spin move's kind of like a travel, it sounds like a little bit.
A spin move is a quick, not in the NBA today. Hell, they'll give you 3 more steps after you just do those 2.
I thought I saw Luka take like 7 steps recently.
But the only thing you can't do is I can lift my leg. I can't hold. People will be like, why wouldn't you? This would be smart, right? Why wouldn't you lift your leg, look at the runner, and just hold there and be like, okay, he's not going, and now go. Because I'm in a good balance position. I can push really hard and throw the ball hard. You have to have a consistent movement when you lift your leg. I can't lift my leg and then hold and then go with a runner on base. I can do it with nobody on base, but I can't do it like you'll see Nasty Nestor Cortez for the Yankees do all kinds of crazy stuff. He can't do that crazy stuff with a runner on base because you have to have a consistent movement or it's a balk.
From the 806, because you've talked about this part before, but I think a lot of people will find it illuminating. Do you have an unlimited supply of equipment? Do you get fined if you lose like batting gloves or cleats or whatever?
You have contracts with I had a Rawlings contract and a Reebok contract. So you go through your agent. I mean, I also knew my rep. The rep with Rawlings was my dad's roommate in Venezuela.
Oh, neat.
So like I'm forgetting his name right now. Great guy. He lives out in LA and he still works for Rawlings to this day. But what you do is you call up your agent. I was talking to Kirby Yates in the clubhouse on Monday, and he has a red glove, a blue glove, and I think a black glove. So he has 3 gloves in his locker, and I was like, is it like luck, like when one goes bad? And he's like, I got him for like color coding. So when they wear blue, he wants to wear a blue glove. If they wear the red hat, he wants to wear the red glove. But he's like, the blue glove isn't broken in where I want it to yet.
Gotcha.
So what you do is you just call up your guys, and then same with bats. You call up your
What about belts?
That's new.
Because Evaldi had a different belt than everybody else.
It used to be everybody had to wear the same color belt that was team issued.
And Wash used to wear like a leather black belt. He was just like, yep.
And
like a dress belt.
It used to be this. When you make the major leagues, you could wear a leather belt. In the minor leagues, you had to wear the elastic belt. Or like whatever they call it, And you're just like, I can't wait to get to the majors.
Essentially the child belt is what they're saying.
Yeah, I can't wait till I get to the majors and get the real leather belt. But now you can wear a different color belt. It doesn't have to match the team colors or anything. You just wear whatever you want. So people do have custom belts now.
There are a lot more questions. We will need to bring this back at another point. By the way, Derek Holland will be in studio with us all day tomorrow.
Because he played, obviously,
baseball.
Won a lot longer than me, was a lot better than me, and recently played. Maybe we re-ask the question on per diem because he might have been in the majors when it all changed.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which NFL coach is living in a van down by the river?
Belichick?
No.
Oh.
We'll talk about it next, live from Rally House.
You can see it,
in
right?
Mansfield on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, that dude's probably lacking a lot of tea at this point.
I hear you.
And if you are lacking a lot of tea, Men's Tea Clinic can help out. Today's Wednesday. Some people call that
Hump Day.
The Hump Day. And so if you're having trouble with your hump day, middle of the work week. You're having trouble at night. You're having trouble with focus. You're having trouble with energy. We get it. I get it. When you get probably into your 30s and definitely into your 40s, your testosterone is going to probably go down with age, and you're going to need help. That's where Men's T Clinic steps in, and they really help you out with your energy, your testosterone levels, and a whole bunch of other therapies. To find all the therapies that Men's T Clinic is doing, the best suggestion I can give you is going to menstclinic.com. You go there, you're going to find the 5 locations. The one closest to you is where you're going to want to go, and then you're going to find all the therapies that you want. They want to be a one-stop shop for you guys. The number to call, once you see what you want, give them a call. 972-GO-MENS-T. The testosterone replacement therapy is covered by insurance. It can be covered by your insurance. They have great cash options if you don't have insurance. They're going to make sure to get you back to being you. Call Men's T Clinic, 972-GO-MENS-T. Get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
The Rangers and Cubs open up the season tomorrow night at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time tomorrow.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Four-man rush on 3rd and 25. Out of the pocket, McCarthy keeps the play alive. Long throw across the field. He drives it in! Dalen Baldwin to the house! 69 yards!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We are live at Rally House in Mansfield. Man, this has already been a super fun day. Like, people are shopping, but there's been so many people that have stopped by to talk about opening day, to talk about the show. They're awesome Tolos, Twolos. It's really cool to see all the people, and thank you guys for listening and following along with us.
All the ladies have been checking Kevin out. I am not high, all right?
Taken. Is that what you were curious
Mike,
about?
I am not
Hold
stoned.
on. Pause that.
Okay.
Let me ask you something, Mike. If somebody showed up to work with red eyes and the first thing they told you was, I am not high, don't you think that would kind of set off a red flag a little bit?
They've been red for a long time.
I have a deal with the
Your show starts at 2 o'clock.
with the trustedlab.com. It's CBD. It doesn't get you high. Okay? They take out the THC.
Okay.
Is that the letters?
I feel like you should know that.
You're
but yes.
the one with the deal, Mike. So
Well, I'm not a marijuana expert, okay? But
that might not be in your next commercial.
but it's good for you. The CBD is solid.
Yes.
I always want to say THJ, but that's Tim Hardaway Jr.
That is correct.
two different things.
You know,
Tim Hardaway Jr. is not in marijuana.
he was 8 for 14. He was high. He was getting high last night on his 3.
I'm not high.
Do you have pink eye?
I have a form of pink eye, yes.
Oh, no.
This isn't the form where
who
I
did
wiped
it
my
to you?
butt and accidentally got some on
Scratch
the
your
yeah,
eye.
no.
Yeah.
This
Somebody
is
farted in your face.
I have a
There's no other way to get it.
I have a cold, and with this cold comes allergic conjunctivitis, which is pink eye.
Oh,
and so I'm dealing with that right now. That's why if Tolos come out here, I'm not high-fiving and doing. That's why earlier I said no knuckleballs, and then I knuckleballs you because I felt bad. But wash your hands.
With your hand you rubbed your eye with?
Yeah, with the hand I rubbed my eye with. Yeah,
crap,
don't
Mike.
keep your hands
Don't
with
touch
your eyes,
your
Mike.
face.
Oh, sorry.
So I am dealing with a little bit, like I'm a little sick. I went to sleep at 5:30 p.m. yesterday and woke up at 7 this morning.
That sounds awesome.
And it was one of those moments where Adrian, like all the flooring in our house is being replaced right now. And all the noise, all the kids were in our room, and Adrian said, "You slept right through everything."
Congratulations.
And so but I'm here. I'm fighting through it because I love you guys and I love Rally House.
Thank you.
And I'll wear my sunglasses for the rest
I love
of the
your hat,
show.
too. My hat got left in Arizona. It was a spring training tragedy.
I was told one Brandon
Tragedy,
Hurtado may show up today. So I was informed that is a possibility.
Well, they're close to here. Arlington.
So, yeah. So there you go.
All right. Are you guys ready?
For?
Some gridiron gravy?
Yeah, man, it's football time.
Well, you've probably noticed. They didn't play the music.
Good. Congratulations.
You've probably noticed that there hasn't been as much football talk lately. There we go. But I did want to bring this up since we played the highlight of J.J. McCarthy. Did you see that DraftKings moved J.J. McCarthy from 25-1 to 5-1 to be the second pick in the draft?
No, who did that happen to last year where things got crazy?
Yes.
But it didn't end up
Was that
happening.
Anthony Richardson?
It might have been.
Because I feel like his odds shrunk dramatically. And Jaden Daniels is still the favorite to be the second pick, but that's a big change from 25 to 5-1.
Well, all right. J.J. McCarthy it is. Mac Jones it up, brother.
Now, you guessed it was Bill Belichick, Corey. Bill Belichick, I do have a note for you. There's a report out that says he's telling networks he's not going to be part of a regular studio show. So not to say that he wouldn't show up periodically, but he's not going to be one of their regulars. No, it is Jim Harbaugh who is Chris Farleying it up and living in a van down by the river.
I found a Jim Harbaugh card in my card collection as I was going through them the other day, and I was like, not worth anything, but that's Bobby's favorite coach. So I'm going to give that card to Bobby.
I think you should. That's delightful.
I have plenty of those. You can have them all.
So
a whole bunch of score worthless cards.
So and didn't Baker do this too up in Cleveland,
Yes.
where he rented like a mobile home and all the court? It was the quarterback club.
Now that is correct.
And they still lost.
For Harbaugh, he had a garage sale. And
with his khakis, Hagers, or whatever?
I don't know if he was just selling off khakis. And now
They're not Hagers. He gets them at Walmart. So I don't know if Hagers at Walmart or not.
Now he said since getting the job in January when he's in L.A., he's been living in an RV. And then he pointed out that their offensive coordinator's also in an RV, but he has a better RV than Harbaugh. How can that be?
Why? Okay, hold on. Why, though? Well, he can't get a house? He had all the money at Michigan and he can't buy a house?
I don't think it's that he can't. Listen to how happy he is. I'm not as fancy, but my Ford motor coach hits me just right. It's been awesome. And then he downgrades it and said, yeah, it's been good. I go back there. It's a good time to think. And then he upgrades it again. It's just been great.
It would be awesome it would be a great time to think at a house too, right? Like, wouldn't that be a good place to think?
That's fair.
I'm not trying to take shots at people that live in RVs, all right? And because I've looked at it before and been like, this could be a fun life, man. This could be a lot
That
of
is
fun.
what Jess wants to do when we retire.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, if I want to get divorced, that's the way that I should go.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Is that what
Sue's
told
against
you?
it?
Yeah, she's against that in minivans.
Okay.
I heard that on when Mike was doing the game the other night. Dave Raymond dropped Bochy was talking about.
Bochy rented a minivan for this week because his whole family's here, and he was bragging about it and how awesome it is. But he's been a truck guy, but he's renting a minivan for a week, and it's been awesome. But we had that conversation when we had 3 little kids, and my wife refused. She was like, "I am out on minivans."
Okay,
the same way.
That is going to be the inspiration for a segment because I talked about this with Jess. My sister-in-law, they have 4 kids. She said she was never going to be a minivan person, and now she's like, these are the most convenient things in the world. So the question is going to be, what were you against? But then you got into it, and you're like, oh, yeah. No, this is the way to go.
This is why Adrian always demanded a 3rd-row vehicle. She was just like, well, we'll just get a 3rd row. Well, that's why we're in what we're in right now. And we still get arguments, Kevin. The kids still argue who gets to sit behind mom.
Sure.
You know why? Because I take up all the legroom when I drive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you see that they did, in fact, move the trade deadline back a week? We talked about it. They talked about having it after Week 10, but there was another proposal that pushed for Week 9, which would be a week later than usual.
Hey, you know what? Cowboys are all in on the trade deadline.
Well, here's what's going to be fun just for this first one. The trade deadline is going to be on, I believe, November 5th, 2024, which is also the presidential election day.
Yeah, let's go.
Jerry's out.
Of the election?
I don't think so.
He's for Donald Trump. He made that clear a few years ago.
Man, I don't want to talk about that interview again.
It's fun.
I thought
it wasn't fun for me.
He said he'd give money to both parties.
No, he did not.
I don't know one way or another. All I remember is he goes, "Let me tell you something right now."
That was the one where he was like, if anybody can get rid of COVID.
No, that was a different one. That was another different one. There are a lot of them. He goes, I'll tell you right now, if the Republicans were in charge, this never would have happened. And I was like, son of a gun.
Was that when you asked a different question?
Yes, it was. And that's when Mike went around telling everyone I was going to be on Tucker Carlson. And Spittle said they got a call from the Republican National Committee. I was like, no, you didn't. Shut up.
And would that be like would you do it? Would you show up to the Republican National Committee and give a speech?
Is there just like a building that's called that?
I don't know.
I don't want to give a speech.
Like, what if it's the rally? What's it called? What's the Republican
convention?
The convention.
Yeah,
the convention. Would
at
you
the
show
convention
up and speak?
center.
Yeah, and I would just talk about the show. I would show up, and I would be like, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., 105.3 The Fan, download the Odyssey app, hit us up on Twitch. I wouldn't talk about anything. There's a huge audience. That gets broadcast on all kinds of channels.
I do. I say, this is a really easy job. Who's going to pay me the most money to vote for what?
Or I'd put an empty chair out there and be like, where?
What am I supposed to vote for? You're giving me money, and I vote for it.
Hey, I guess I can't pivot to that story. That story's tough. All right, let's talk about streaming services. Amazon, as we've talked about, is getting the wild card game in 2025. But did you see that Peacock will broadcast the Eagles' Week 1 game live from Brazil? I don't believe they've announced that opponent just yet, but Peacock, good job.
I hope Vin Diesel's there to kick it off, and he just kind of stands there and goes, Brazil, and everybody goes nuts and everything.
Do you
That's
anticipate?
from a Fast movie, Mike.
Do you anticipate that happening?
Isn't Pele from Brazil?
He's no longer with us.
He died.
Who's the next?
What the next? What?
Pele represented Brazil. We have to have somebody represent Brazil in this.
So your question is, after Pele died, which wasn't today, who's the next representing Brazil?
Oscar,
Neymar,
Marcelo. It could be Neymar. Yeah, it could be. the.
They don't have any football players.
Yeah.
They have soccer players. We can't represent them with a Brazilian soccer. I mean, it's Brazilian soccer, yeah, but football player. They don't like football. They like football.
So there you go. I guess.
Hey.
That's great.
That's football nuggets.
Shut up, Mike. Shut up.
Take those nuggets
Shut
and pass
up.
them like a football.
Coming up next, I don't know if I'm allowed to just shout in public places like.
Dude,
we do in the
hey
studio.
Kevin, I found a mini bat over there. You want me to bring it over?
Yeah,
Just-
fly it on an airplane. See how that goes. I told you guys.
Unfortunately, Mike Bassett couldn't broadcast tonight. There was an incident at his radio job. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what are the national experts saying about the Rangers' record, playoff potential, and more in 2024? We'll do that next, live from Rally House, where I'm screaming in Mansfield on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Mansfield. In addition to getting all of your opening day and pretty much anything else you need gear, we still have another World Series poster to give away, and you can enter the drawing for the silver-framed, limited to 5,000 Globe Life Field art piece. It's really nice. Or it's just a frame photo. I think it looks really nice.
Man, I'll tell you this, Mansfield is Rangers horny right now.
Man,
like they are loving everybody that's shown up so far has already had some Rangers gear on, or they want to talk Rangers right now.
What's our topic here, Kevin?
We were going to talk about the Rangers. Do we want to talk about something different? Because this is holdable.
No. I want to talk about this for a second, then we can move on to the main topic. So we've been number 1, number 2 for about a year now for ratings. It's been tremendous. Thank you so much for listening.
15 months now.
Okay, so 15 months. And I would say this. There has been this stereotype for 2 decades of doing sports talk radio in Dallas-Fort Worth, or maybe even in the state of Texas. Do not talk about anything except the Cowboys and the NFL.
Right.
I've been told that. I've been doing this now since about 2008 approximately. In a former fashion, and it's Cowboy sells. You got to talk Cowboys at least, even during the offseason. 50% should be Cowboys in NFL. We haven't been doing that during the offseason. The Cowboys don't do anything. They don't sign free agents. Yes, they have a draft coming up. They have a later pick where they're probably taking an offensive lineman.
I would agree with that.
And that's fine. That's what they probably need in the first round. But it's like, well, we've decided to do things differently. Yes, we just got through talking gridiron gravy, and we talk Cowboys. We're not talking Cowboys, but we have been doing the least amount of Cowboys talk in any show in the Metroplex, and we've been doing the most amount of Ranger and MLB talk since they've won the World Series of any show by at least 2 times, if not 5 times, of all the Metroplex. And we're getting high ratings. I think we're proving to this Metroplex, to people who run radio stations, you don't have to talk Cowboys to get ratings.
You're damn right.
If you talk about the championship teams or the other teams in your Metroplex that are really good and making runs at something, you don't have to talk about the Cowboys all of the time. Mention it with Dak Prescott.
And remember, we stopped down for that yesterday.
Like him going to possibly play out his contract. We will talk about that for a segment, and but I don't want to talk about it for 4 segments. I don't give 2 craps about it, me personally. I get that there are people that care a whole bunch about it, but not enough that we should just do it. Like, we're proving in this area, you don't have to talk about the Cowboys when they're doing absolutely nothing. You can talk about the Rangers about ready to start a season and winning a championship and continue with it.
I think there are a couple other things, too. Our audience has told us specifically, because we've asked before, hey, I'm with you guys no matter what y'all talk about. I'll give y'all a shot because I like you guys. I'm along for the ride. And so we've kind of taken that from our listeners, from our Tolos, as freedom to go different directions with things and try some stuff out. But more than anything, Mike, Kevin and I, a long time ago, decided we wanted to talk about what we were interested in. And right now, the thing that interests me the most in this moment, this day, Mavs, Stars, Rangers, Cowboys, if they do something, hey, it's definitely worth talking about. But we also have really strong, good Rangers content, really strong, good Mavs content. I think that's the big factor, too, is our audience is like, holy crap, I came away from something. It was thoughtful. It was something that provoked thought for me.
I just thought about it last night, though. It's really cool that we've been able to, from, let's just say, after the Cowboy season ended. I get it. We talked Rangers throughout November, December, January, but we concentrated on the Cowboys until they decided to quit in the playoffs because they were just tired of playing football. Then after that ended, it's like, it's over. You guys ended it. You guys aren't worth discussing for 4 straight hours every day. And there's other things to discuss that are very interesting, and we prove that you can do that. You don't have to stick on the Cowboys. And I hope Jerry's listening because he thinks he could probably make up a new story that we have to talk about.
I understand what you're saying there. I love this from the 860. I don't like this person doesn't like any sports team in the DFW. They're from Boston. But you guys are the absolute best, and I've turned it on and left it on for 5 years now. Man, that's a pretty high compliment if you don't even care about Metroflex sports teams where you're like, oh, yeah, I'm locked in. I like you guys. I like the content.
Look,
That's pretty cool.
I do know shows around here, not on this station, that don't care about the Rangers and act like they do. I've heard of that before.
I saw
I've
them in a
seen
video.
it, and it comes across fake.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we've talked about this before from the 469. If y'all can do 30-second segment every week on the Orioles, I'll listen to every show.
Week?
Once a week, 30 seconds. You know my idea. I think one of the things we should do for Peace-a-thon, I think we should do KNC on the road, where someone drives on a road trip and we just do the show. Like
yes,
in the
I've been wanting to do that
backseat or
forever.
a van or something like that.
What if we can? Okay, if that person's in, if that Orioles fan is in, if all the 30 seconds every week is us tracking the trajectory of the 3Js situation with Holiday and Gunnar Henderson, and let's go ahead and throw Adley Rushman in that mix too. If that's all we talk about, is that okay? Is that enough for you? Like, we're not going to talk baseball.
They said 30 seconds on Orioles per week.
Yeah, there you go. We just did it.
Boom!
So you got to stick with us. And Kevin, and there are a lot of people that are like, I'm just here for all the jokes. So I'm pretty okay with that too, because we have a good mixture of fun and great sports content.
Man, I really want to talk more. I'm like really intrigued.
More
by
Orioles?
No, I don't want to talk more Orioles, but I really appreciate what you guys are saying.
Do you want to, I mean, when we started here, it wasn't an edict that we had to talk Cowboys. And quite honestly, I think people need to understand this too. Jerry has never had anything to do with our content on our station.
That's why
I'd have been fired a long time ago.
That's why he's hung up on us, sworn at us, told Corey to get his damn act together.
Yeah.
All of those things have happened. So when you listen to some BS promo about they're in Jerry's pocket, kiss my ass. How many times has Jerry hung up on you? None. How many times has Jerry sworn at you? None. Because you don't dare say a word to him. Go do your impression. That's fine. But if he got up right next to you, I bet you'd be like, man, Jerry, you're awesome. Let's run a promo again. Kiss my ass.
Yeah, and that's like that needs to be really clear, is that's a factor. But when we started here, when we started on the weekends as a show, that was hey, Cowboys are ours, and it was always just make sure that you keep sucking on that. You know what I'm saying there. There was a lot of conversation about that. But as our show went along and as our audience has grown, which it's tremendous, the outreach. You know, when things have happened in our lives, people reach out and really do care.
Yep.
And that's been something that I did not expect to be part of it, but also hearing how much we impact other people's lives is a huge factor in this. And so we started kind of changing and developing how we wanted to go about things. And man, hey, if this is a winner's town, if you're a winner, we're going to ride with it. Absolutely, man. The Rangers won. Let's ride with that. Let's talk about the fun, because I have too many other things that are bad in life for me to have to talk about that much all the time.
By the way, the Baltimore guy followed up and he said, that works for me.
All right, I'm in. I will keep tracking that. Thank you.
We used to joke about that. We were like one listener at a time, if that's what it takes. And if we're being really honest, this station used to go through some hard times in January and February, but now you're talking about years and years and years ago, because people are locked in all the time. And I'm so excited that you guys are excited for opening day. Remember, in the 1 o'clock hour, we will do another 4-pack ticket giveaway for Rangers Astros. G-Bag will have another one of those going at 4 o'clock. We're at Rally House in Mansfield. We still got some stuff to give away. If you want to come up, get your gear for opening day, or sign up for some of these giveaways. Now, Mike, I need a quick update from you.
Yes.
Are you out on going to the NCAA tournament on Friday?
Right now, yes. It's too much money. It's
$1,000 for a pair,
and a little bit
maybe
over
more,
that,
to sit where you would prefer to sit.
I would want to sit in the lower bowl, upper level, and I don't mind if it behind the basket is usually the cheapest ticket. Right now, that's running with taxes and fees. That's running about $550 a ticket, and that's just too much for me. I look at Maverick playoff games. If you can get down there for a Mavs playoff game, it's about $150 a ticket. So you're looking at now with taxes and fees, that would probably take it to like $180 a ticket.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at that going, okay, $180 a ticket. Let's multiply it times 2 because I get to see 2 games. I'm still at under $400 a ticket.
Yeah.
Maybe they come down Friday afternoon. I told my son this. Hey, I'm going to keep looking on Friday, and I'm going to see on all the websites if they come down to like $400 a ticket with taxes and fees. I will go for $800 total for 2 tickets. But if it's over that, I'm not going. It's great. Other people have a lot of money, I guess more money than I do, to go see a basketball game and have more. You're way more engaged in it because of Duke.
Yeah.
And you watch a lot more college basketball. I just think it'd be a cool thing to go to see the 2 games.
And it is super fun. If you look, I would
with the bands, the students,
and the mascots. Like Corey, I know you remember we went to the Final Four when it was at AT&T Stadium. We did an interview with the UConn mascot, and he said he couldn't take his head off if we were going to video the interview, which I respected that level of commitment.
Did we end up just doing it? Did we end up doing it because we couldn't hear him, so we just went with the recorder instead?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Because he was like, "That's fine. Just if you're videoing it, I can't take my head off."
That was wild.
And so if you get an opportunity to go Friday, I realize for some people Sunday could be tough because it's Easter, but if you don't care about that, that's a regional final that day. If you get an opportunity to go, it's an experience that I think is worth your time.
Is it the raised floor just in the Final Four? Do you guys?
Because it's at a football stadium.
Yeah, I was going to say just in the football stadium. Some regionals take place in football stadiums, so you will see that at times there.
Does that freak you out?
Yes,
it really does. Like I get very nervous for those players, obviously, and it was what was his name? The kid from Louisville, Kevin Ware.
Because that happened on Easter.
Ooh, and that was against Duke, wasn't it?
Yes,
and
it
so,
was.
like when that happened, I don't know if it was because of that, but he did get really close to that edge. I'm always weary for those guys, but it is a being able to see that, that environment, it's a lot of fun. Mike, if you get a chance, take advantage of it. It's a lot of fun.
You know what I wish all my friends would have told me that day? I really thought Duke was going to win that game. I got so many texts being like, oh, my God, this Duke-Louisville game, all about the same time. I assumed Duke was going to win. Duke got destroyed in that game, and I didn't understand why everyone texted me until that happened. Then I was like, oh, my gosh. And then I understood.
Yeah, I was working at Channel 33, Kevin, at that time.
It's horrifying.
And I was an editor for the sports show, and I had to edit video for like 3 hours and constantly keep seeing that one come up in my queue. And I was like, I don't want to see this anymore. It was bad.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, I know.
Love you guys.
We promised Rangers. We're going to deliver Rangers. I think you guys are going to like this. Will the Rangers be more over or under on these season-long projections? Let's talk about that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Wild Wings if you want to catch all the action.
And the Expressway on the Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Mansfield. Wanted to throw this out there really quick. We're going to talk Rangers, but Jake Ottinger doing cool things last week. If you saw, he hosted the families and children of Hope Kids at American Airlines Center, so they just had a time skating around, playing a little hockey, everything like that. You can see more of it at DallasStars.com. You can find out more about Jake Ottinger's charitable work. I appreciate it. We talked so much about his play. We talked about Wedgwood last night, the Stars getting the win. Wanted to throw out Jake Ottinger doing other awesome things out in the world. And right now, if you can give me a little of that cut 14 as we dive back into the Texas Rangers.
3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Adoli swings, and it's a high drive to right field. Going back is Carroll. He's at the wall. He leaps. That ball is history. Adolis Garcia has walked off the Diamondbacks in the 11th. My goodness, he's done it again.
Indeed, he has. And we're a little bit more than 24 hours away from opening day. I wanted to run some of these over and unders with you guys, and we can keep tabs about it as we go along. Will the Rangers have more over or unders on these prop bets? And we're going to start with this. Corey Seager, batting average for this season, 305.
Over. He's batting 329 this year.
What did he bat last year?
327, I believe.
I'll go over.
Okay.
I mean, we just saw him in spring training. I know it's spring training in his first 2 at-bats. He hit 2 ground ball outs in 2022, but they're hits in 2023 and 2024. And I know that's not the majority of his hits, but I think that 300 to 320 is in that range. You obviously have some points there that you would lose. So I'll go over, but not by a lot.
That's okay. Corey Seager's over-under home runs, 29.5.
Over.
Last year he had 33.
Yeah, I think he's going to have 34.5 this year.
Oh, well.
You just said 29.5. Why can't I say 34.5?
Fair. I decided I'm not going to fight this fight. Mike, what say you, over or under
29.5?
29.5 home runs.
That's why Kevin gets so worked up, is because he wants to get into every fight, but he's this one he's like, you know what?
No
I don't
kidding.
need to. Okay, now I'm getting it.
If you want to talk about one of my fatal flaws, it's wanting to get involved in arguments, and I got to prove that I just let it go, dude.
I'm trying to give a good educated guess. So the last 2 years, he's had 33 home runs, and he had never had more than 26, and that was in his rookie year.
You seen his butt lately?
I haven't checked it out, but it's a solid one.
His butt looks stronger this year than it did last year,
Is that right?
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Check it out.
All right.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, 30. Let's just go. What if he just hits 33 home runs every year he's with the Texas Rangers?
Like
That'd
Mazzara?
be fine.
Didn't Mazzara hit like
Yes.
284 every year or something like that?
That
Something
was
wild?
That was super
So
weird.
I'll go over and say he hits 33.
Okay. I'm going to give you one more Corey Seager, over under 95.5 RBIs. Last year he had 96. So they're really.
So the reason I'll say over is, here's my hope. And maybe I should go higher than 33 home runs. He played in 119 games.
That's a
So
lot.
I don't know. I'm going to ask you a question, Kevin, since you're asking all the questions.
He's going to get to 100.
Over under 119 and a half games played for Corey Seager.
Over.
Yeah, because I also think they're going to have him DHing, and that's going to conserve him a little bit.
If he gets to 130 games played or more, he's going to be, besides batting average, because I don't know that, but the totals will be over these, if that makes sense.
No, it does.
So if he can get to 130 games or more this season, he will be at 100 plus RBIs. He will be at 30 plus home runs.
Ooh, this is an intriguing question from the 254. Do you think bookies put the over-under on lineman sacks at like 9 3/4 since they can get a half a sack? That is
I don't know the answer to that question.
Phenomenal question. I'm going to look into that.
I don't think illegal bookies do that. I don't think illegal bookies take year-long bets.
Okay.
I think they're taking the game bets.
Okay.
If that makes
I gotcha.
sense. They want to either really just get paid or have to pay out on kind of a Monday, Tuesday basis.
All right, Corey, what say you on the RBIs? Over or under?
Under.
Oh,
but just barely.
Okay. Marcus Semien, over under 27.5 home runs.
I'll go under 2. I think somewhere between like 20 and 25.
It's crazy too because it's not like Bochy is going out there and saying, "Hey, dude, we just want you to get on base." Bochy's out there going, "Hey, dude, do it," and he's like, "Okay, whatever the pitch calls for, I'll hit it wherever it's supposed to go."
29 home runs last year. Didn't he have like 40 something in Buffalo/Toronto?
Yes, and that was his potential MVP year. I don't know. I feel like he's going to be. Last year was a really. He played a lot of games, got a lot of at bats. I don't know, man.
I mean, what was the number again? 27?
27.5.
Okay, so he had 26 his first year. But remember, he didn't hit his first one until mid-May?
Yeah.
He only had 29 last year. It's still over.
I'm going over.
Oh, yes.
I think this
You're
could.
such a Rangers homer.
Maybe I am. I think this could be the best offense the Rangers have ever had, and that's saying a lot from those 1990s.
Who are you not going to pitch to?
Juan Gonzalez, Pudge Rodriguez, Dean Palmer, Rafael Palmeiro / Will Clark.
And I think this next one's an over. I like a really strong over. Marcus Semien, over under 100.5 runs scored. He had like 120 last year.
122.
Okay.
And here's why. Because you have better hitters behind Seager now. So if Seager just ropes a double or a single, now you have Evan Carter. Nothing against Nathaniel Lowe, but you have guys
or Wyatt Langford. Yeah.
You have guys that I think are going to be driving them in no matter what. It could be a run machine this year.
You want me to homer it up?
Homer it up.
162.
He just asked over under.
That's so many runs.
Why not? One a game.
One per game.
Adolis Garcia, over under RBIs, 100.5.
Over easy.
Is he underrated?
He just always does it.
Is he underrated?
Yeah, because
Yes.
I think he is. Well, because like yesterday, for example, we were going over OPS, talking about Kyle Tucker. It's like Kyle Tucker won a Gold Glove too. I was like, oh, Adolis Garcia won a Gold Glove.
I think all of these, if they're healthy, the tough thing is you just don't know that.
And that's part of the gamble that you're taking.
Right, and that's why they set them at a number where you're thinking, wait, they do this all the time,
Yeah.
but all it takes is a 1 month injury or obviously a 2 month injury, and they can't reach these totals.
Yeah.
They can reach the batting average, but they can't reach these totals if they're out 2 months.
Over under.
Over.
Under.
Oh,
because Wyatt Langford's going to take some of his RBI.
Man. All right.
But he's going to have to hit more home runs, solo home runs for that.
All right. I'm going to scroll down just a little bit. This one feels like an over to me as well. Over under batting average for Evan Carter. Mike, try not to take out all your money from your savings, from your stock account, your equity in the house. Don't do it. Over under batting average of 270.
Over. Easy. As you went with the Adolis one, that's the easiest one.
Do you want me to cuss right now?
No, that's what I told you.
I'll cuss.
Contain yourself.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, what cuss word do you want me to say?
270. Do they not know who Evan Carter is?
Yeah, I don't think they do.
I'll tell you what. This is the one to take advantage of.
Because even if he does get hurt, I wonder if you have qualified
I'm sure
probably.
you do. I'm just looking. I'm trying to go as quick as I can. I'm sorry. I have to go to
270.
I'm having to go to Baseball Reference. I'm going to click in his minor league stats, and I know it's a different level. Last year he batted 306 and 300 if you take both playoffs and, I guess, 307. Sorry.
That's why, Kevin, that's why he gets so mad when umpires call strikes that he disagrees with. He's like, I know better than you do.
Oh, by the way, somebody did pop in and say Doley's overall rating on MLB 24 is 93.
Okay.
So not
actually, that's pretty good.
underrated.
Okay,
yeah,
awesome.
that's very
Well,
good.
in 2022 in Frisco, he batted 429. In A-ball that year, he batted 287.
Oh.
Last year, he combined to hit 288 in the minor leagues. He hit 353 in AAA, 284 in AA. So, he doesn't bat. Besides his first year when he was 18 years old, he batted 236.
Mm-hmm.
Besides that, he's usually right around 300. He's somewhere between 280 and, I guess, 429. He's not around.
What a number to be at.
But he's usually around at the end of the year. Usually he's in the 280s.
How many stolen bases do you think Evan Carter's going to have this year?
This is tough.
Yeah, because I don't know if Bochy's going to be like, do not run.
Yeah.
24.5 is the over-under.
I would go under based on. I would go under based on what Bochy did last year with the team.
How many did you say?
24.5.
I'll say over for this reason alone. I know what you're saying about that, but I think that was because Bochy was like, this team is not fast. And I think when Bochy has something that he knows he can use, he will use it. And I think Evan Carter's going to have the freedom to take bases. But the one thing we discussed last week about this was it seemed like Bochy was like, you don't have to run because I have power behind you. You know, we got guys that can drive you in. We don't need to risk you being off base because you got caught at second.
We want to make the pitcher earn his 27 outs and not give him any free ones. What a great number. Last year combined major leagues and minor leagues, he had 25 stolen bases.
That was
not including playoffs.
Corey, you said
but regular
over?
Season, he had 25 stolen bases.
Over?
He's going to be playing the most in the
right.
outfield.
Over under Dane Dunning, 10.5 wins.
He has to stay healthy.
I know.
He has to be as healthy as last year. Obviously, he could get a few more starts this year.
The year before he had the hip that kind of threw things off for him.
I hate saying this. I love Dane Dunning, and I think he's going to be a valuable piece of this team. But if I had to bet my own money here, I would bet under just because it's so difficult to get wins in the major leagues when you're throwing 5 to 6 innings.
I'm betting Mike's money, so I'm going over.
Oh, I like it. Now,
I'd give you knuckleballs, but you got conjunctivitis.
The way you just said that made it sound infinitely worse than it
It's
actually
an allergy-related pink eye. It's not
conjunctivitis. You sound so disgusted. Now,
that's how you have to say diseases.
Did your wife tell you that?
Cancer.
Oh my God!
You don't say you got cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you say cancer.
AIDS.
Oh my God.
Okay, yeah, say it that way.
The flu.
Why did you go to that one? Why did you go to that?
So in your pantheon of diseases, it's cancer, AIDS, and the flu.
I wasn't going in
like,
order.
You better watch out.
I wasn't going in an order. I
Don't
was
say
just naming them off.
flu. Say influenza.
Yeah.
Over under. Y'all are ridiculous. Over under Nathan Eovaldi, 10.5 wins. Health obviously comes into play with this one as well. Well, I mean, you can argue that on all of them.
I like the over for him.
Okay.
If you can make 30 starts, and I'll say it again, and just put up a 4 ERA, you're going to get over 10 wins. You have to be healthy.
The other thing, too, is when, what year was it, Rick? It felt like Aaron Seeley, Rick Helling, all those guys had.
Roger Pavlicki.
They all had a double-digit wins. I think, did Seeley have 20 that year? It was something amazing that we were, really caught off guard. We didn't have pitchers and team like this all the time.
The only thing is they pitched more innings.
Yes. Okay, getting to that sixth inning.
That 6th, 7th inning gives you a better chance to get that win. Now, after you leave after 5 1/3, and that is a good start. I'm not saying it's not a good start. That's the way the game is today. It just leaves so many outs to still keep that. Let's just say you're up 4-3, 3-2. That's a lot of outs to get for your bullpen to keep. Because all they have to do is give up 1 run in the 7th, and now it's 3-3. You score 2 runs in the 8th, you've won the game 5-3 or 5-4, but you don't get the win.
So you say over or under?
If I had to bet,
and you do,
I'll bet over.
Okay, last one.
It's Eovaldi, dude.
Last one for the Rangers. Andrew Heaney, over under 149.5 strikeouts.
I mean, he had more
151 last year.
Yeah,
what about before that?
I think he led the team in strikeouts, right?
He did. We actually looked that up.
Close.
He was second in innings. So it was Dunning, Heaney, Gray, I believe, in innings.
He's had 2 seasons. 3 seasons, because the year before it was 110. The year before that it was 150.
Can I give you a hope? I hope he goes under, and here's why.
Okay, I'm going to count that as an under.
If Max Scherzer comes back healthy, all your other guys stay healthy.
Yeah.
Early in July, you get Malley healthy. You make maybe a trade for a starting pitcher. You get DeGrom coming back in, let's say, early to mid-August. He goes to the pen and doesn't pitch as many innings.
From the
But that's a optimistic hope.
From the 469, I just got SRO tickets for $93 thanks to Game Time. Congratulations, man.
Woo-hoo!
Good job.
Who's SRO?
standing room only for the Rangers.
Sounded like
no, it's not a band.
It does sound like
I already know
because I know it.
SRO Speedwagon.
That is
It's REO Speedwagon.
Yes,
Kevin.
I am aware. Do you say over or under?
Under.
No, I got you. Also say under.
Okay, I won't answer it.
Because I'm with
Clinches
Mike
it.
on that too.
Mike is more optimistic about the Rangers this year than Corey is. He had 8 going over, only 3 under.
Great.
Corey hates the Rangers, said only 7 over and 4 under.
No, actually, it's not hate. It's just that I believe that these guys, there's more guys doing more work.
Hey,
You like how he stayed out of the voting?
Yeah,
of course.
Because he would have gone under on everything.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best part of being the moderator.
Yeah, he'd have been like, oh, actually, I mean, I think Simeon will get 1 hit this year.
I
And
do
you're
not.
like,
I
"What?"
think it'll be more than that. All right, I have some baseball-wide
How many times do we hear,
questions
do
for
your job
Yep.
in the playoffs
Mhm.
from that guy over
Yeah.
there?
Oh, hey, don't jump, dummy.
Oh, God, that was
the Evan
every
Carter
game.
hate was real.
That happened twice. That happened twice, but that's
Anybody
fair.
would have caught that
Every
one.
time he jumps this year, Kevin's going to be like, no.
25 to 1 on your money. Will any player hit 400?
No.
I hope you're watching on the Twitch or the YouTube. That look.
No.
Any player in baseball?
Any player in baseball. that
I remember
qualifies.
Tom Grieve made this statement, and it was I had never thought of it this way. When Ted Williams hit, was it 406 at the
Yes.
end of the year because he had a great end of the season? Like in that last day was like a doubleheader, and he's like, "No, I'm playing." And he had like 5 or 6 hits in that day. He said, "Do you know the gloves they were playing with back then and how tough it was to catch a ball? Like
Yeah.
you couldn't make like a diving play in the infield. It was a hit.
Yeah.
Like the glove was not going to catch the ball. You could stop it, but you couldn't really catch it. And I'm not trying to take a shot at Ted Williams
The
here.
margins are very different.
But I
now.
remember Tom Grieve just going, "Hey, when I grew up, the glove was so different, and guys can make outstanding plays because the
different athletes."
And there's a whole bunch of differences, but one of them being you're just not going to get as many hits as you did back then because of the guys flying around the field and then the gloves that
Okay,
they use.
Then over under
350, I would even say probably
Okay,
not.
the over under highest batting average is 340.
It's going to be real. Obviously, Luis Ariz comes to mind because he's a single machine.
Mm-hmm.
And
but
that's-
he even struggled last year to stay. He wanted to be that 400 guy.
True.
But the game calls the game. I mean, there's agents. Hey, we need some home runs here.
Well, I think a lot of general managers, now are like, you bet 300, I don't care. I'd rather you
Yeah.
bet 230 with 30 home runs than 300 with 5 home runs.
Then what it would be your over under for the most home runs for the season?
Can I ask you this question
74.
off of that?
Yeah.
Before I answer this, because I do
Oh,
think Shohei
under.
could eat 50. Could hit 50.
Might eat
He
50.
might eat 50 too.
Yeah.
How much do you think this whole the FBI, all these things looking into him and seeing what his life has been like the last few years?
I think that's going to
How
have
much-
an impact.
I think it does too.
Nope.
Okay.
No, because I think he's like dirt, and I think being on the field is his like chapel, and that's his
Okay.
place to get away and escape. And I think his joy and his love will be whenever he steps on the field.
We might talk about this more tomorrow then, because what I'm really fascinated is how is he going to deal with getting judged like a regular ball player? Because you saw games where he had a hit and then he threw 4 1/3 and gave up 3 innings, and people were like 3 runs, and people were like, he's amazing. And I'm like, okay, but either one of those,
He's a
you'd be
good
like,
pitcher and a good
that-
hitter.
Yeah, that was solid. And I know he can be excellent at both of them, but I'm curious what the focus is like when he only does one and he's judged the same as all other.
I'm also very curious what that's like whenever you have the lineup he has around him this year, as
Yeah.
opposed to just Mike Trout. Maybe
He could be in a lineup this year for sure.
Who?
Ohtani. The baseball lineup. You know what I'm saying? By the way, the over-under for most home runs hit was 53
He was talking about like whenever you're like you get pulled in for murder or
Do
something.
you go to?
How dare you,
Or
sir?
robbery.
I said a baseball
You
lineup.
said lineup.
Do you go to jail for illegally betting on games, but you pay off
What kind of betting was it?
the?
Did you say illegal?
Yeah.
Okay, so it seems possible, right?
I think the person who takes the. But
Kevin just goes, "Hey, dummy, use the word illegal."
that a
Yes,
rude
of course you could go to jail.
There's-
It's illegal, you
there's-
dummy.
There's plenty of things that you can do illegally, but you don't go to jail or prison for them.
Name one.
No, I don't know if we should encourage
Stealing.
that.
Kevin went to jail for
Yeah,
stealing.
I did.
Okay. Really?
Yeah. Well, it was juvenile jail, but still.
Juvenile jail. Oh, I went to kiddie jail.
Well, it was still very traumatizing.
When you got in there, dude, like, were there dudes doing chin-ups and like?
Don't drop the soap.
Oh my God!
Was
dude.
it like that? Was it tough like that?
Okay, well,
jail
now
stuff?
you're going to make fun of it even more. I actually went to an isolation cell, and so I was the only person in there.
Don't put him in with the general public.
Yeah, they were like, this guy's too important.
Yeah.
Well, but it wasn't like.
Or he'll like Jimmy Fly Snuka off the table or
Did
something.
you say that because he also might have killed somebody?
No, I didn't know that. I don't know
Okay.
Jimmy Fly Snuka's life.
Jimmy Fly Snuka. Jimmy Superfly Snuka?
Oh, is he Superfly?
Yeah, he is Superfly. All right, we're at KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Rally House in Mansfield, clearly having fun. I still have another World Series poster I can give away. You can sign up for the framed Globe Life Field picture number 25000. And for all of our other listeners, we got a giveaway coming up in the 1 o'clock hour for a 4-pack of Rangers Astros tickets.
From the 254, jaywalking is illegal, but you won't go to jail.
Yeah.
And from the 321, I was pulled over for speeding and spent 5 years in prison.
What the hell?
I'm sure they were doing something else wrong.
They have like 200 pounds of drugs or something in the car.
I don't know.
I don't know either, but they said speeding. They could have already had warrants out for something else, and
That's the only
they were
thing
pulled over.
I
for
don't
speeding.
understand. I feel like I would follow the letter of the law if
you
I
had
was
drugs?
actively doing something else illegally, and they're like, "Oh, I got pulled over 250 pounds of marijuana for speeding." I was like, "But why?
were you speeding?
Wouldn't you follow?" Okay, Mike
right.
likes it. You get it.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit here about Jerry Jones.
Oh dear, but why?
So because of this, because I feel like people, and I make fun of him all the time, and I love doing it, is he says things that he it's not truthful at all.
Sure.
He's just selling a product, and he's even admitted to
I agree.
But the thing is he's really done absolutely nothing football-wise successfully. Now, he has sold football unbelievably better than any human ever in the history of football. He has sold the sport better than anybody in the history of football. But I was thinking about this analogy, and I gave it to one of our Tolo listeners who showed up here at Rally House in Mansfield. You can still come see us. We're going to be here for about another hour or so. Is my wife ran a marathon, and she did great. And it was the Cowtown Marathon a long time ago, but she is able to run that. And at times I jogged with her to help her out, and I cheered her on and everything. It was great.
Did you have the cups of water for her and stuff?
Right, but if I said I would do, I have run a marathon before, I would be lying. I helped my wife run a marathon, but I didn't run the marathon. Jimmy Johnson ran the marathon. Jerry's never done it, never even come close to doing it. He was really not even part of football operations when that happened. Now he'll fib to you and tell you he was, but there would be evidence of it. There would be evidence that he had done this. And I know I'm doing these two analogies here, but he says, guys, I'm going to run that marathon again. And then, so that's what he says on the radio or to people. And then the media runs with it all in, whatever he says, like all the things he said over his 30 years of saying he's actually knowing what football is then you want to see the action. The thing is we never make them prove the action. Nobody ever makes them prove the action. We don't. The other media doesn't. It's just because he's going to be here forever until obviously he isn't. We all die. He's going to die. I'm going to die. Breaking news, we all die. Jerry's a human. He's going to die. So eventually he's not going to run the Cowboys. His son Steven is. But that's the day he doesn't somewhat run the Dallas Cowboys. And I look at it and I go, he never has to back up his words. Ever. Like when we get to Oxnard, nobody's going to question him on anything. It's going to be just, hey, isn't this weather great? And I'm going to give you guys beers and food for a little bit, and we're all going to say you're the greatest, right? And he's amazing at this. He knows if you just give a guy a meal and a beer that they're going to write great things about you. And he knows it. That's why he has great macaroni and cheese at the stadium for all the media. And it's like, man, this is great. And he's like, you want a beer after the game? And he's so smart. And like, I never have to back up any of my words. Nobody ever says, What's the action of running the marathon? Have you changed your eating habits? Are you jogging on a consistent basis? Are you doing certain things to get ready for the marathon, Jerry Jones? And he goes, yeah, man, I supported my wife running a marathon a long time ago in the early 90s. It's like, you didn't run the marathon. Jimmy Johnson ran the marathon. And he's like, well, I did. Well, let's go to the Cowtown Classic Marathon running and see if you did it. There's no evidence at all that you ever did it. And there's no evidence over these last 30 years that you're even going to train for it.
I think about that Seinfeld episode.
It's just weird. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like, to me, I'm going to be honest here. I don't see much of a difference, in my opinion. All it is an opinion. I don't see much of a difference between him and Daniel Snyder. He's just a little better than him.
Okay, man. So what I was going to say is I think about the Seinfeld episode where George Costanza said, it's not a lie if you believe it. And I do really think along the way they've convinced themselves that they did, in fact, do those things. Yeah. And that's why Jimmy went into the Ring of Honor, because they did this all together. And I don't believe that, but there are a lot of people out there who do. And that's the tough thing about it, because when you do ask, and when we get to sit down with Jerry in training camp, or if we get Steven, I am going to ask, what are you selling this year? Because you went from all in to win with less. And I don't think they can win at a high level with less. I'm really curious their answer, but there's a lot of defenders out there. There are a lot of Cowboys sycophants that if you say anything negative about them, they will come after.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we see it.
Yes.
Like, we see it a lot whenever, because you would say I'm probably the most positive about the Cowboys. And as frequently as I am positive about it, whenever I do step out, it's like, whoa, hold on, what did you just do? And I'm like, well, I mean, if you listen to the show over time, you'll kind of see. And I've kind of navigated from being this real, like, intense Cowboys can, because I want to believe that, man. I really do. You want to believe that your franchise can do it.
Yeah.
For the longest time, it was very tough to believe that the Rangers could ever do it because they didn't have anybody that knew how to do it. Like, the Rangers would bring in people, and you're like, I don't even know who that is. Why should I believe that that's going to happen? The Mavericks, it took forever for us to see it, but when we finally saw it, we can do it again, and Cuban was like, no, I broke that all up. And so it is very, very frustrating to be like, how do you believe that it's going to happen this way? And it's very tough to believe it whenever you have what you feel like is a winning thing there. I will say this. The Jory Epstein, and she's going to be on with Sean and RJ and Bobby tomorrow. There was a part of her cut about a month ago, maybe a little shorter time ago, where she said she was talking about the culture idea, and she asked somebody within the organization about Bill Belichick. Would he be a coach here in the future?
Do you want to go to cut 11?
We do have that
it?
cut?
Yeah.
Can we play that cut, Alec? Because
it's about a minute long, but listen to it.
Because I was talking to someone, and I was like, okay, so if Mike doesn't work out this year, like, do you think Belichick is like in serious contention next year? And he goes, Bill Belichick would walk into our facilities, see all of the infrastructure around it, basically essentially see the country club mentality, the Dr. Pepper Keurig headquarters that overlooks the practice field, all of that, and be like, I can't coach here. And to me, that is the root of the problem with all of this. To me, it's not about, is Dak Prescott physically what he's able to do? I don't think you're going to find a better quarterback for the Cowboys than Dak Prescott in at least the next 5 years. And so if you're getting rid of him, what is your plan? I think that the issue is this sort of whole Cowboys infrastructure. And so then to me, you get into the point of like, get CD done, decide if you want to do Dak now or in a year, because I think that you're not going to find someone better. And I think that Dak has shown he's willing to bet on himself contractually before. And so I don't think he's going to like hold out if he doesn't get the contract. I have questions about whether you should keep Micah long-term. That might be for another show, but I think it's really interesting.
But that part about the infrastructure and everything that surrounds it, and Bill Belichick would essentially throw up and walk out. Like, because he's a football guy. And just like at Boeing, what just happened? The three guys at the top who were all money guys, they all just exited. Because Boeing forever was run by engineers. And whenever they take the engineers out of it, then all of a sudden we got problems with the planes because the money guys are worried about the bottom line and getting money instead of letting the football guys do the football thing.
I think kind of my point here is, look, I think Dak's good, not great. I don't think he'll ever win a championship anywhere he goes unless, and I've said this, unless he takes a Brock Purdy contract or a rookie contract. Like, I'll even go to as far as if he took a Jared Goff contract, I think you can build a team around him, but he has to take like a 50% cut of what the premium quarterbacks make, around $30 million a year, and maybe I can build a championship team around Dak, but I can't do it at his number. I think he's good. I just don't think he's great. We have evidence of that, right? We watch Cowboys playoff football, and we have evidence that he is not going to play great football in the playoffs. He can change that, but the evidence is he's not going to play good in the biggest moments. Mike McCarthy, you have evidence that he did win a championship. You have evidence that maybe he might get outcoached in playoff games too. But the evidence is overwhelming. Like, there's nothing to suggest Jerry's even trying to win. He says it with words, but then just go look at his actions. He's not training at all to try to win. He's not doing, and neither is his son, Steven. And so I'll throw him under the bus here too. Neither one of them are doing anything. Like, hey, we lost. What do we do different? Who cares? We made $500 million. That's all. The money, guys. All the Joneses family care about is the money. And we're here at Rally House. You can buy a whole bunch of Cowboys gear. It's awesome. 50 million people are Cowboy fans. But what's the point? They're not even trying to win. And they're admitting it to, we'll win with lesser players. Whoever believes that? In what world do you lose and go, let's get worse with our talent and get better on the field? Like, that's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard, and he said it out loud.
But the problem is, I'm with you. There are a lot of people out there that will believe just that. They will put it on TV. They will put it on the radio. They will tweet it, and they will damn sure write about it at their website about how it's nothing but positive. Yeah. There are lots of people who will do that. I agree with you. This team has gotten worse, and I don't see how they're like, well, we're just going to be smarter.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Look,
so you wouldn't do that before?
Yeah, and I hate saying this, and I know Mark Cuban was behind the bench cheering him on last night. Thank God he sold the team. Like, Mark couldn't do it. And Mark won in 2011. I'm not taking anything away from him. He was a major part of that, along with Donnie Nelson and obviously Rick Carlisle. But, like, they're not. Steven ain't good at this either. It ain't going to get any. In fact, I think there's evidence it's even going to get worse when Jerry's gone. And that's scary, too, because Steven ain't. I mean, you just look at age. I'm looking at age. Yeah. Maybe it gets better under John Steven, but I don't know when John Steven, who is the quarterback at Highland Park, is going to be running the Dallas Cowboys. It's probably 30 years from now, I'm going to assume, that maybe John Steven, the grandson of Jerry, would care about winning football. I don't know. I know Steven doesn't care. All the evidence is there. I don't care what he says on our station. I don't care what he says to all the media. He don't care about winning. And Jerry's proven over 25 years plus, he don't care too much about winning either.
From the 469, come on, guys. This is our year. LOL.
And I did see somebody try to make the comparison to saying this is a cop-out because look at the Yankees or the Lakers. It's not a cop-out because they had a separation of church and state. And when they did with Steinbrenner, they weren't winning. You can have somebody who loves flash and pizzazz. There's nothing wrong with that as long as behind the scenes it's all about business, and it ain't here.
We're done with this segment, but I do feel a little bit bad for Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy that the blame's going to fall on them because Jerry ain't going away.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Rally House in Mansfield, where you can show your support any way you like, especially for those world champion Texas Rangers kicking off the season tomorrow. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
How big of a power play is this? Plus, how many games of ping pong can you play in a row? Ping pong. That's a tough word to say, Mike.
What?
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Rally House in Mansfield. We still got giveaways to do here. In this hour, we will do the giveaway for the 4-pack of tickets to Rangers Astros, I believe, on Sunday, April the 7th. And if all of that isn't good enough, remember, tomorrow, Derek Holland in studio. Jared Sandler will come by in studio. We're going to have Cole Hamels. We're going to have Chuck Morgan. It is going to be a loaded opening day presentation, and perhaps even better than all of that, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And I get to decide when the tickets are given away, right?
That is true.
Ooh. Wouldn't it be smart of me to give it away in my segment so that I can show?
That is a good point.
So if you're listening right now, keep listening. All right, here we go, guys. We're going to start with Caitlin Clark.
She plays basketball.
Yeah,
They're in the Sweet 16.
But she might play basketball somewhere else.
Iowa.
Not Iowa. Well, I don't know. Does Iowa have a Big Three team? Ice Cube.
I don't know.
Evidently offered Caitlin Clark a $5 million deal to play 10 games for the Big Three.
Smart.
This is brilliant on every front. Now, listen, again, we don't spend a lot of time talking about the WNBA or Caitlin Clark and that whole conversation about her breaking LeBron's free throw record or whatever it was. But what was it?
She broke the all-time college scoring record. I don't know the free throw record thing.
Okay. All right.
Is that a thing?
LeBron never went to college.
Made the most free throws? Well, LeBron's not breaking any free throw record.
Yeah, he won't.
Fair.
That being said, Ice Cube said, we intended the offer to remain private while Caitlin plays for the championship. But I won't deny what's now already out there. Big Three made a historic offer. Why wouldn't we? Caitlin is a generational athlete who can achieve tremendous success in the Big Three.
By the way, she is a needle mover. All right?
Yes, she is.
And so that's why I think this is a good idea. You have seen the ratings for, you can say women's basketball, of course, but her games specifically have been crushing numbers. So I get it.
The other thing, too, is, and I saw Jordan Lewis say this. This is kind of wild. Jordan Lewis is the one that it caught my eye. He said power play. And I don't know whose power play this is here, but she can demand, can't she go to the WNBA now and say, I'm getting $5 million offered from here?
And that's why I know for a while a lot of players played overseas because they could make more money. I have to admit, I'm not totally familiar with the current salary structure and cap of the WNBA.
But Brittany Griner played overseas.
Yes, I am aware.
Does Spotrac follow WNBA?
Probably.
But I am kind of curious now about salaries in the WNBA because, all right, Ice Cube's offer will be very hard for Caitlin to turn down. This is from somebody. Diana Taurasi took year off for $1 million in Russia.
Yes.
The supermax in the WNBA is $234,000 for playing for a few bigger for the Big Three. It's a lot more money just to play in 10 games.
I mean, just think about it. What is that? 20 times as much money?
Yeah.
More or less?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a significant amount of money to say, hey, now the WNBA, this is a great opportunity because they have built-in rivalries already with her and Angel Reese.
Yeah.
Her and whoever. You just said it. She's a needle mover. And if the WNBA wants to gain any traction or gain any interest, that's definite. You have to have more of those. Mike, we talk about the Magic Johnson, Larry Bird thing so much.
I haven't followed this closely, but I'll just say there's been a few, mainly Cheryl Swoops, who is like, she's not that good. She's not going to be good in the WNBA, and there's maybe
she was factually incorrect about a lot of things.
Yes, but she has kept it going. That Cheryl Swoops seems to be a very big Caitlin Clark hater.
Okay,
and I'm wondering if she's the only one.
Okay. That being said, I do wonder also if owners of the WNBA who are trying to get more money. I mean, we just discussed Jerry Jones. That's one of the owners. Their goal is, how do I get people in these seats? Butts in seats is all that matters.
I'm glad that you said that because I remember there was a time a while back. I don't remember who said it. It was probably several people. They were asked, oh, do you like the impact Tiger Woods has had on golf or something ridiculous like that? And they're like, yeah, I look at my paychecks. And so I'm sure if you play in the WNBA, regardless of if you think she's going to be the best ever, a spare, or somewhere in between, if where she goes sells out, like especially on the road and stuff, because I think her home games are going to sell out. But if where she goes on the road sell out and you see a bump up in ticket sales, in viewership, then you're damn right I'm going to be pro Caitlin Clark if I'm in that league.
This isn't a real life application.
I don't think they are.
Okay, I think they will, but I'm curious to see how that plays out.
This isn't a real life application, but I bet it's a real life application in a way. Kevin, I'm a fan of the show Shoresy.
Yes,
Season 1 is about them. They're getting ready to fold the team. They're like, look, your last place.
It's a hockey team.
Nobody's in the arena. Yeah, it's hockey up in Canada, and it's Whale S hockey is what they call it all the time.
Oh.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's a funny show. But the owners are like, they're telling Shoresy, they're like, we're going to fold the team. And Shoresy says, we'll never lose again. He says, we'll never lose again. And she goes, and butts in seats? And he goes, yeah. They end up, something happens, but he goes, look around. There's butts in seats. And they're like, you know what, you're right. We finally got people in here. Not just spending money. There is that romantic part where she's like, but people passionate about the sport. Yeah, that's great because they're spending money. And that's exactly what is going to happen here. That's why Ice Cube did it. Nobody's really interested in the big three, but now guess what? He just attached himself to Caitlin Clark. He found a name and he's like, I'm going to attach myself to that. I'm going to ride that as far as it'll go.
You don't think the women in the NBA are going to be jealous of her if she gets $5 million to play in the big three and that there's not going to be jealousy and ice her out type of situation?
If they were smart, they would use it.
I agree. I agree with you to start. I think my thought is the first year. Now, how she plays will determine how the rest of it goes. My thought is the first year she's going to be a phenomenon where she goes across the WNBA. And when you start to see those extra butts in seats or those extra TV ratings and you see the bigger money picture, I think that should change your mind. It might not. I think it should. Even if I was Tiger Woods, closest competitor, if I was Phil Mickelson, even if you hated Tiger Woods, you probably saw the money coming in and you'd be like, all right, my legacy will always be I was the second best in this group. But, man, my bank account's going to be triple what it was. Maybe they're okay with that. I don't know.
So that's
I think it's a smart move.
The other thing, too, is I just wonder, will she have the carryover to the WNBA for a while? Will it just be like, it's the WNBA? No, I mean, let's be honest. Nobody really watches. Nobody really cares.
Compared are very low.
And I think that there will be a bump. I agree. There will be a bump in the WNBA, her games. Yes. None of the others, just hers. But in how long does that last until people go,
I don't know.
WNBA?
I just saw a fan text that said, Caitlin Clark is the only women's basketball game I've ever watched. And, with college basketball, I'll admit it, I don't watch much women's college basketball. I watched a lot of high school girls college basketball when we were covering high school girls college basketball. I was there for a lot of those games.
Just high school girls basketball?
High school girls basketball is what we covered.
You said high school girls college basketball.
Yep, just high school.
I understood.
High school girls basketball.
Okay.
But you're right. That was the same thing. I wasn't that interested. But then one day I was flipping through channels and I saw Iowa was playing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll watch this. I'll see what's going on here. We do have Brandon Hurtado stop by here in Mansfield.
Holy cow!
So I think our next segment is definitely has definitely changed for sure.
I feel like I have to pay him money because my hat was a casualty, that was one of my favorite hats. So.
And look at him wearing that hat. It's a gorgeous
He has the old school, the first one.
Yeah, I
the
still
first
have that
Ranger.
one too. Yeah, I'm taking care of mine. I'm never losing this thing.
Just don't leave it at a restaurant by accident.
Okay, all right, I got you. All right, Kevin, before we get I took
my hat off to be like a gentleman.
I know.
I did have a topic that I wanted to roll out, but maybe we do this tomorrow. And Kevin, here, write this down. The top 3 things you're most excited, players you're most excited to see for Rangers season this year. I was going to roll that one out, but I got to do ping pong right now. Mary Peters, who we all know and love, she, thank you very much, your mom. Mary Peters, who won the gold at Munich Olympic Games in 1972, joined the Orneo Table Tennis Club in Belfast.
Did we go to that one, or did we boycotted 80?
No, yeah, it was 80. I do believe
72
bad things happened at that Munich Olympics.
Oh, that was, the hostage situation.
Okay, That has nothing to do with this,
Okay,
all right?
sorry.
Zero to do
Sorry.
with this,
Hold on, why are you
guys.
pointing at me? You stopped.
Yeah, I stopped because I thought maybe we didn't go.
She joined the Orneo Table Tennis Club in Belfast to try and break the record for the most consecutive opponents in a table tennis rally. Now, Mike, are you any good at ping pong?
I'm okay at it, but middle infielders are great at it.
Okay, yeah, because their feet. It's all about the footwork there.
No,
the
their
club
hands.
originally broke a record in 2017, but and then I guess a Chinese player, Wen Wenzhou, and the Brighton Table Tennis Club in England, they put it at 117 players to rally. She just broke that at 120.
Wow.
So she said 120 straight players that she played against. How many players in ping pong do you think you could stand there and play games against? She didn't have to win all of them. She just had to play in all.
Well,
of
you
them.
can lose quickly, and then you just move on to the next opponent.
I was going to say like 5.
Five?
That's
You're like, I'm
too
done
much.
playing ping pong after that? I could do this. This is something I want to do. I want to break this record. I used to play ping pong at my old job all the time. All right, like we had.
Dude,
yes.
Marco Scudero and John McDonald would have crushed you.
You don't know that. You don't know how good I am.
know that.
You don't know how good I am at ping pong, Mike. You've never seen me play.
I wasn't there.
Kevin's never seen me play ping pong either.
I've never seen you play, but I bet you don't play it like a
You know what?
20-year-old middle infielder.
Bobby said he could take anybody at the station down in ping pong, and somebody has offered to bring a table up to the
Yes.
station just so he could get his ass whooped. And you know what, Bobby? I challenge you to a game of ping pong anytime. All right? I don't even need any practice. But, Kevin, I do think we should go ahead and break a little early.
Okay.
Before we do that, though, let's give something away!
Right now, caller number 10-877-881-1053. The Texas Lottery has returned in 2024 as the presenting sponsor of the Silver Boot Series, and they're teaming up with the Rangers and us to give away 4 tickets to each game of the Rangers-Astros series. This one, caller number 10, right now, wins a 4-pack of 100 level tickets to the April 7th game when the Houston Astros play your world champion Texas Rangers. You can buy tickets at Rangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053 by being caller number 10. Coming up next, will we convince Mr. Hurtado to jump on air with us and also power rank the Power Rankings MLB Opening Day edition? All of it coming at you next, live from Rally House in Mansfield on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a bouncing ball left side. Young cuts it off. Throws to first. Got him. And Evaldi gets out of the jam. How about that? They had the bases loaded and nobody out. And Evaldi escapes.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to say congratulations to Daniel in Glenrose, the winner of our Texas Rangers 4-pack of ticket giveaways. If you didn't get an opportunity to win this morning or at 10 or right now, 4 p.m. in the 4 p.m. hour, G-Bag Nation will be doing another Rangers ticket giveaway, so you still have an opportunity. And if you're coming on up to Rally House in Mansfield, we still got some giveaway items as well. So hope you come and see us and come shop this exciting extravaganza of stuff, because I'm excited for tomorrow. But Mike, tell me right now, in this moment, what are you most excited about in the world?
Our buddy, Brandon Hurtado, has come to Rally House in Mansfield because he has a location here now in Mansfield.
But be honest, he's great. Why are you really excited?
Well, I got a hat.
I gotta be honest.
I got a Hurtado hat. My Hurtado hat that was left at a restaurant. It wasn't with you guys, right? I had the Hurtado hat the first time with you guys, and I brought it home, and then I went out to lunch, and then I left the Hurtado hat in the booth, and then I recognized the next day that when I was leaving and driving to the airport, I don't have my Hurtado hat anymore. But now I have a Hurtado hat.
Somebody in Arizona is going,
I know, they got a great hat.
Barbecue place. I keep hearing about it.
Yeah.
Now I got this hat.
I want to know what they did with it.
I wonder if it's just going to be in Lost and Found forever. But
maybe.
At some point, I'm sure like after a couple weeks, they're not coming back. This is my hat now.
Some dishwasher has a really cool hat.
Yeah,
that's a good point. You got to like this level of advanced marketing from the 214. I got tickets to the Rangers game on September 1st. First time going, and I can't wait to try Hurtado barbecue. So they're going to the game in September, but what they're really excited about is I got to get some barbecue.
So I got to ask you this, Brandon. Last year, you had unbelievable tacos. You had unbelievable nachos. You had the big, I call it the Heim rib. I know I shouldn't probably call it the Heim rib.
The Heim hammer.
Heim hammer. Yeah. What is going to be on the menu at Hurtado's at the ballpark this year?
So we're not going to have the birria tacos anymore because we want people to eat our food and watch baseball. And they take a long time to make, unfortunately, because we make them from scratch. So in lieu of that, we are launching a new chicken fried brisket taco or Milanesa taco. And that is probably one of my favorite things to eat in the restaurant whenever we do have it.
How much do you eat your own food? Or are you like, I need to save some for the customers?
You know, if I do eat our own food, it's usually not barbecue. So I'll eat the sides or I'll eat the tacos, the birria tacos, but I don't just go and chow down on brisket every day. And, you kind of get tired of it after a while.
I got to be out there with you with John Gray during a cooking class that you gave. Sean Sharif was out there, and you made them. You obviously gave samples out at the time. It was an awesome product. I'm so happy that a lot of Ranger fans are going to get to try that out at the ballpark. Are you still having – I know that I'm just going to tell you my dad's favorite at the game is the nachos.
Yep.
Nachos still going to be available?
Nachos are not going anywhere.
Okay.
We're still going to have the Oaxaca dogs. It's our own spicy sausage inside of a hot dog with queso and pico on it. We're going to have our monster beef ribs. We're not losing any of the good stuff.
Okay.
I was just talking about, and you have a big time marketing background, and we were just talking about the big three attaching themselves to Caitlin Clark, and you could kind of look at you and say you attach yourself to the Rangers, but I look at it the other way. The Rangers attach themselves to you. That relationship, like how did that go last year, and what are you looking forward to more this year?
It's really mutually beneficial. The Rangers have been there for us. We're there for them. We got to cater for the Boston Red Sox on Monday because Trevor Story asked for us to be there.
Nice.
We wouldn't have things like that if it wasn't for the relationship we have with the Rangers and DNC. So what I'm most looking forward to this year, we are expanding inside Globe Life Field. We're opening a new Hurtado Barbecue Express stand in section 201 directly above our other stand. That's going to be huge for us. We can kind of divert some of the traffic up there.
Yeah.
make the wait a little bit less. It's going to be great.
And does making more money mean you're going to donate even more services to Peace-a-thon? Because last year you donated a crap load of stuff for us, and it was super helpful.
I guess you saved a lot of money, Brandon, by Jordan Montgomery signing in Arizona, and you didn't get to give him barbecue.
I'm starting a fund for whoever we want to try and bring back next season, and I'm just going to leave it there. Yeah.
The Hurtado Fund.
Yes.
But the other thing, too, is like, I know I say you guys attached yourselves to each other. That's your childhood team that you got to be part of with that. And then in your first year there, they win a World Series.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's just honestly a Cinderella story to see a team like that you've watched since you were a little kid. Your dad's dad, grew up watching. It's something that you don't ever forget. And to be there during the playoffs, during the World Series, to be able to be in the stadium and serve our food there and be synonymous with the Texas Rangers, I think that's what's most special to me.
I would like, if you can, to help us out in this next endeavor then. We do power ranking the power rankings. It is MLB opening day edition. Would you like the power rankings from ESPN, CBS, or MLB.com?
I'm going to say ESPN. I wasn't a big fan of the MLB.com power rankings.
Yeah,
we thought Jonah Heim retired when they did the top 10 catchers.
I can see that. Now, the first question is, who is the worst team in all of baseball? Who is the worst team in all of baseball?
You get to guess first.
You want me to give you hints?
Yeah, give me some hints.
One of them's in our division, has a chance to be, and one of them Trevor Story used to play for. Those are your two choices.
Okay, well, my first choice is the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
I love it.
Unfortunately,
That's a
that is
good answer.
incorrect, but in my heart, that is definitely correct.
So one of them's about to go to Las Vegas.
That is correct.
Okay.
The Oakland A's finished dead last in the power rankings, followed by, you were correct, the Colorado Rockies finished 29th in the power rankings. Now, the tough part is, do you go with your heart? Do you go with your head?
Can I tell you this?
Yes.
I do think this year, when you look at Major League Baseball, I don't know if it's the rules that, hey, if you finish in the bottom, I think it's 7, it might be bottom 5, then you can't be in the lottery anymore. We take you out of it if you kind of tank for a while. Like, Houston become great. They became great because of tanking. It's obvious. That's what they did, and it worked out for them.
Cubs, yeah.
And there's been other teams that it's worked out for. There's not a lot of teams tanking this year. I would say Oakland and Colorado are not trying to put a good product out on the field.
Agreed.
But after that, it's really tough to be like, I know they're not trying, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
So I think that's a good thing for baseball.
Who do you think is number one? Now, I'm going to warn you, I do not believe your heart and your head would align on this one if you care to use that.
I'm going to go with either the Braves or the Phillies.
You have to pick one.
Oh, I got to pick one. Okay, I'm going to go with the Braves.
Okay, what say you?
I will.
Dodgers.
It's between those two teams, but I'll go with the Braves because Brandon gave me a free hat.
Yeah.
Okay, Corey.
That's a good idea.
For now, you are eliminated.
All right.
Braves are
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
No, you have to stay here, though.
I'll get it wrong next if that's the case.
Well, you shouldn't. Who is second in the power rankings?
I'll say the Dodgers.
What say you?
I agree.
Let's see if you guys are both still in the game. That is correct.
Okay.
Brandon, you're up now. Who is the third?
Is this a survey that you have to fill out to find out? You don't know the answers to this?
Well, my computer is right in front of him, so I don't want to
Brandon
show.
could look at the computer.
Oh, yeah. You could see it.
I didn't cheat, just so you know. I might now, but I
he's
didn't.
not the Astros.
I'm going to say the Phillies.
Okay. What say you, Mike?
The Orioles.
Now, here's the fun part of the game. Corey, I hope you've been paying attention.
They played each other in a World Series.
Would you like to pick a different team for an opportunity to steal and win this game?
I would.
Okay. Who would you like to
You
pick?
can't see out of his right eye. It's like
It's
bleeding.
Kevin, should
It's
I
not
go?
bleeding.
Should I go with my heart or
No,
my head on
you
this
should
one?
not go with your heart.
And you didn't say the Dodgers already?
The Dodgers were
They were
second.
number 2. You weren't
Say
paying
the
attention.
Dodgers.
Yeah.
Say
See,
the-
we
say
said
the-
if you were paying attention.
You should have left.
That's it. You're out
I think
on
you should
this
take
round.
the hat
The
off.
Braves?
Yeah. Hey, good guess. I would knuckleball you on that one.
Idiot.
Guess the Oakland.
It's the Houston Astros.
I'm never saying that.
Unfortunately,
I refuse to say it.
has
So.
come in.
Why?
at number
What do they?
3.
What do they say? Why they're the best team in the American League?
Did the Astros need to sign the best closer on the free agent market? No, but they did. And look,
All right.
if we're talking about, if you're stacking the teams up, we talked about the lineup yesterday. you have to go advantage. I hate it, but you have to go advantage Astros in the bullpen, especially at the back end of the bullpen. Do you not?
I mean, local product. I don't know if he's a Hurtado barbecue guy, but
if he's local,
no.
he should.
Oh, he's not. Okay,
No.
Presley, no,
Yeah,
not
no.
okay. Well, then screw him.
Screw that
too.
guy.
Yeah.
Hold on. Aren't they like unveiling a big mural of a big trash can in their stadium?
It
too?
would be so
Is that what they're doing?
It's not of a big trash can. I think it should be, and that could be something we could throw out tomorrow. Wrong answers only. What's the mural of?
So, I don't know, but what if we talked about what to do different at the game?
Isn't 133? Aren't they dressing like umpires for one
They
game?
are. They are. It's going to be awesome. What if against the Astros, everybody brings trash cans,
Yes.
but they use it as the Zonk trash can? So,
I think that would be
for Rangers.
I
but
don't know how the folks running security and the metal detectors.
It's just
would
a
feel
trash
for
can.
one
day. For one day,
It
just
could be
let us do
plastic.
it.
It didn't have
to be Okay, metal. That's a good point.
Good.
Can
Yeah.
you bring a trash can in? I don't run
I
security.
know a guy
They
who
sell
has a
trash
business
cans here, I
inside the
bet.
stadium. I know a guy who has a business inside the stadium.
Part of maybe they do.
He
You're
can
right,
get
never
multiple
mind.
trash cans in there
Okay.
and maybe
Trash
even
cans.
sell them. Brandon.
I didn't know you knew Golden Chick like that.
Whoa!
Wow.
I like it. Where would you put the Rangers in the rankings? Like if we said it goes,
I would
Braves,
have-
Dodgers, Astros.
I would have Baltimore ahead of them to start the year, and then
Baltimore is in fact number 4.
I would then have Philadelphia and Texas in 5th and 6th. I will go with Texas because they are the champs.
What say you?
I think that Mike seems right on. The Rangers are probably around number 5.
The Phillies
Philly.
are number 5.
Are the Rangers
but
6?
The Texas Rangers are in fact number 6.
You know what? We weren't in the top 5 last year to start the year.
That's a good point. We were probably like what 20.
I would bet middle of the pack.
Okay.
That's where I would bet.
Okay,
Going
that's-
into the year.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
You can probably look it up.
Do you think I will?
I'll look it up.
Do you think 6 is a fair spot?
I do.
Okay.
I really do. Now, look, I think Houston and Texas are very close. I don't see much of a separation. I'm going to be honest. I do see a separation with Baltimore. I think Baltimore.
You think that's the best team in the AL?
But you know what? I thought there was a separation with Atlanta from all the teams in Major League Baseball last year. And they didn't make the World Series. They obviously didn't win the World Series. So there can be a team that is on paper the best, and they win the most games.
Yeah.
Baltimore won the most games last year in the regular season. It didn't mean you get to win the championship. You have to be at your best in the playoffs. So for the Rangers, if they finished right there, they would be the number 1 wild card team. Let's just say Houston was better. I'm going with the power rankings. That would give you, once again, I guess last year you were the 5 seed because Tampa had the best wild card record. And you'd be the 4 seed hosting a 2-game playoff against the other good wild card team. And I would take that. I would take my chances.
How different do you think this ranking would be if Scherzer and DeGrom were both healthy right now?
I think you
A lot
would
different.
be maybe at worst 3rd,
Yeah.
but I think you might be higher.
So
than
it's
that.
fair to say that this is going to change drastically once they're both healthy.
Well, and if that's the case, you're really going to hate the ESPN analytic numbers.
You were 16 last year. before
Okay,
the
so
season.
yeah, pretty much.
Dude,
Good
I'm
job,
like a
Mike.
genius.
And that was
Yes.
with the addition of DeGrom, too.
They have ESPN Analytics has 2% likelihood of the Rangers winning the World Series,
I get
but
it.
only 54% likelihood of making the playoffs. I think that's low. I also think the World Series number is low.
I do think this. Houston, Texas, and Seattle. 2 of the 3 are going to make the playoffs again. I don't think all 3 will. It got very close last year, and maybe all 3 will.
Yeah.
One of those teams is going to be left out. And in a weird way, I don't know, maybe it's better to be the wild card team. We're obviously a really good road playoff team, and we didn't do the best at home. But I do think 2 of the 3 teams will make it. So in a weird way, if I want to just do it that way, that gives you a 66% chance of making it.
it's going to be really sad for the Astros to not make the playoffs this year. I'm just
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Thank you very much. I always want to call you Mr. Hurtado because you've hooked us up so much.
What time are you going to get to the stadium
That's my
at
dad.
tomorrow?
I got to be there at 9 a.m. We're actually hosting 18 tailgates for the Rangers tomorrow.
Holy
right on
moly.
the corner of Stadium and Cowboy Way. So if you guys are there, we'll be there all day long. We're serving food. We have our own Hurtado tailgate.
It looks like I'm taking off tomorrow. I'm going to be
Tolos.
Yeah, that's what I just
Come out and celebrate with us. If you're coming to watch the game,
We're going to be there from 12:30 until about 6 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So come out and hang out with us.
And just on a serious note, I know I was joking about it, but you donated a lot of stuff that we were able to auction off from My Possibilities last year.
It was massive.
It was super helpful, and I do want to say thank you very much. Your food is delicious. That's why people should check you out. But if you needed a little extra something, I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Anytime. Appreciate you guys. Thank y'all.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Rally House in Mansfield.
Coming up Thursday.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation in just 1 second. But I talked with somebody on the fan text earlier, and they said, I think it was a friend, maybe a relative, that they had gotten some sports memorabilia stuff from, if we could take a look over it for them. It includes, and this is the advice I'll tell you off air as well, an autographed baseball that we need to get authenticated from Hank Aaron, and then another one autographed by Joe DiMaggio.
Oh my God, are you serious?
So it's not that the other pieces aren't nice, but these two.
Are you saying that when I was with the Washington Nationals in 2006 in spring training, and I lived at Steve Foucault's house for spring training with my little girl for a little bit, who's now in college, you're saying that's not as good an autograph? He was a good pitcher for the Texas Rangers.
To the guy who's an all-time great and married to Marilyn Monroe, or to the guy who is another all-time great, maybe the greatest, who broke the home run record.
Broadus. He was at Arlington Stadium when Steve Foucault was closing out games for the Texas Rangers.
Okay.
Oh, Foukie.
Okay, fine.
Foukie, man. That's Foukie.
Okay, as we transition, courtesy of D&M Leasing, I feel like this is a fair question. Broadus, would you rather have an autographed baseball of Steve Foucault or Joe DiMaggio or Hank Aaron?
Steve Foucault all day.
Oh my God!
Shut up! No, you would not.
Mike's right, man. I was at the old ballpark watching him close it out. My man had the great chops, the great sideburns. He was
okay. Well, you know what?
He could pitch, man.
Great news. I might have a piece of memorabilia I bring back to the studio.
Yeah, you guys can keep that Hank Aaron, Joe DiMaggio stuff. I don't need that. Steve Foucault, yes.
Look,
Jim
look at
Bibby,
this.
let's go.
Look at this picture right here.
That's a boss mustache. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
But surely we can agree.
So those are for us, is what you're saying?
No, I do not believe that is. I'm just waiting for her to be like, no. No, I do not believe that's the case. But fun stuff happening, amazing stuff happening all day long at Rally House.
In 1974, Steve Foucault had a 2.24 ERA for the Texas
That was a
Rangers.
good team. Fergie Jenkins was leading the way.
Neither Hank Aaron or Joe DiMaggio ever put up
because
an ERA.
they weren't a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was their fault. They weren't good enough to pitch.
Yeah.
Wait, what year did Aaron break the home run record? Was it 74?
Yeah, I bet his accomplishment will stand the test of time over Mr. Foucault.
I bet Steve Foucault had a better year in 1974 than Hank Aaron.
Crap, did he?
Hank Aaron in 1974 hit 268 with only 20 home runs.
Yep.
But did he
69 RBIs?
Nice.
Nice. And so what do you want to know? 832 OPS, Kevin. That was one of his lowest OPSs ever.
When did he break? When did he break 715? What year was
April 8th, 1974, you jackwagons.
Wow.
So I feel like that's going to stand the test of time a little bit better.
I don't know. I want to see those 12 saves that Foukie got in 1974.
74 was only one of 4 years.
Okay, well, you know what?
It was only one of 4 years, Kevin, that he wasn't considered
You
for
want to have
MVP.
Steve Foucault on tomorrow?
Maybe. I'll tell you what.
It's one of my dad's best friends.
I'm glad that you guys chanted that, because what I was going to say is I get to bring one of these baseballs back to you. But you've selected, so congratulations. I'll see if I can bring that one back to you.
All right.
Maybe you should have picked the other two, but you did not.
Hey, I got a good piece-a-thon football for you that I'm going to bring you, Kevin.
Oh, heck yeah. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, buddy.
I dare you to say it out
I'll
loud.
change my tone then. All right. Stars late last night. Mavs late last night. Did you make it to the end of both of those games? How did you prioritize?
Watching Mavs, and then when it was over, switched to Stars.
Good call.
Yeah. I was basking in the glory of that Mavs basketball. You know, I think they're playing the best since the championship.
Mike said he thought that third quarter specifically might have been the best he's seen them play all year. I know maybe you don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every quarter of basketball this year, but what do y'all think about that? That's pretty high praise.
They beat up Oklahoma City pretty good one time, didn't they?
Yeah, that's true. I thought that quarter, just that third quarter, they were draining threes. The defense was on point. Luka celebrated a 24-second shot clock violation because of team defense. I just thought
that's really cool.
Yeah, this was just in that Oklahoma City game, they blew them out. Probably there was a quarter there that might have been better, but I just thought, man, that third quarter was just so awesome.
It was, dude. It was. Kyrie taking over, and then that allows other guys to get involved. But defensively, you mentioned it, Mike, like what they were able to do lively in that quarter versus Sabonis was really, really impressive. And P.J. Washington continuing to be a versatile man beast. And, here's Sabonis on me in the post because we got a switch situation. No problem. I'm strong enough to kick him out. And I think that was actually the shot clock violation possession. Yeah. But, I think that the defense really jumped out, and Kyrie was just like, okay, it's my time. It's my time now. I'm going to go give you 10 points in just a couple of seconds, it felt like.
Not to mention the 3-ball finally hit. I mean, it's been fun to watch this team win with defensive effort and then being able to get points in the paint, which is something I feel like you haven't seen since 2011, Mike. But then you're able to go 56% from 3.
Don't do it.
Championship.
Hey, I think,
championship.
I'm flip-flopping today, boys. Crotch first again. Western Conference champs. Let's go. There we go.
Zach, here's what I said on the air.
Damn it, Mike!
And I said, if they shoot 40% from 3 in a playoff game, they will not lose.
I heard this.
I agree with you. This team's hard to beat.
I think that their defense, having Luka, having Kyrie, the 1-2 combination, the two centers, if they can shoot 40% from 3 against any team in the NBA in the playoffs, they win that game.
Hell yes, they do.
And so if you do it 4 out of 7 times, you move on to the next round. And if you do it 4 out of 7 times again, you're in the conference finals. And if you do it 4 out of 7 times again, you're in the NBA championship. And if you do it 4 out of 7 times again, you're the champion.
That all makes sense. I have no problem seeing the path to the Western Conference final easier than jump into a championship.
Come on. We're about to be the city of champions. Stars are going to hoist the cup. We're going to win the NBA Finals. Rangers are running it back, and then we don't have to worry about the Cowboys.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that, because as pumped as I am about the Mavs, the Rangers, and the Stars, I feel like I'm probably on the opposite end of the spectrum for the Cowboys right now. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's a dumpster fire organization right now. Are you kidding me?
Honestly, that's some damn good self-awareness about yourself and your organization that you got going on over there, Hagee.
I can't wait for all the number 15 Ezekiel Elliott jerseys they're about to sell.
Oh, are they bringing them back?
Yeah, there's rumbling.
Yes!
Maybe
awesome.
it's him, maybe it's Dalvin Cook.
Hey, is Jalen Smith still a free agent?
Probably.
Bring him back. Bring him back.
They can't
swipe it, man.
They can't
Who's tackling guys after 9 yards? Jalen. Swipe it, baby.
How is that a good thing?
They didn't get 10.
You know what? Touche.
But it was 2nd and 8, Mike.
That's fine. They didn't score a touchdown unless they were on the 9 or 8 yard line.
That was going to be what you said.
Jalen swipes, man. He sells glasses and swipes. Hey,
has this been a trying day for you, Kevin?
What is the Gregory guy? Is he a free agent or is he
Randy
still?
Gregory? Is that who you're talking about?
Is he still with San Francisco?
San Francisco, yeah.
Dang it! Well, we can't. Can we trade for him?
So you want to reconstruct the hot boys that you made fun of all the time?
I want to hear it. Hot boys. Let's hear it, Mike.
Hot boys. Hot boys. Get your hot boys here. We ride that pony. It's called offensive linemen in the playoffs for penalties. Ride that pony.
From the 512, how long until Mike Bassick is G-Bag of the Day during the Rangers broadcast? They set the over-under at May 1st. I'll take whichever one is the sooner.
I'm just going to say that I think you deserve a run in G-Bag of the Day after what you said earlier in the noon o'clock segment. That's all I'm going to say. I'll just leave it at that.
I might have absolutely got on the offensive.
Yeah.
Jason Witten won a state championship. He's good. Bring him back, man.
To be the tight end?
Heck yeah.
Football
and Lukey Schoonmaker's out.
Your next head coach,
out.
boys.
Witten for next head coach?
Oh, yeah.
And, hey, dual player. Let's Pete Rose it.
The truth is in the dirt, which we don't have any dirt on that field, but it's still in the dirt.
Hey, what do you guys have coming up on the show today?
Oh, man. Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking.
Are you sure, Dawson?
Hopefully something as good as that.
Hey, can we have 288s? Dez is ready. I'm telling you.
You're going to bring back – I thought you were going to say Antonio Bryant or something.
He might be in jail. I don't know.
Oh, my God.
We got to go.
We'll have Scott Draper, Big 12 Pro Day on the show at 4 o'clock to talk about that inaugural event.
And remember, in the 4 o'clock hour, as we talked about, GVAG will be doing their 4-pack of Rangers Astros ticket giveaway. So roll home with them. We've been the Kansas City Masterpiece. Remember, tomorrow we will have Chuck Morgan, Jared Sandler. We're going to have Derek Holland and Cole Hamels.
And maybe Fuki.
And maybe a guest bigger than all of those people.
Hey, say less is more.
Less is more. Good night. I know I did it in the wrong order.
Hey, say all
I'm
the
sorry.
things, all the schools you can get stuff for at Rally House.
Rangers, Mavericks, Stars, don't mess with BYU, Bears, Baylor, SMU, TCU, Houston, Rally House.
There's 7
That's where we are.
Good night, Kevin.
See you guys.
You are officially Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in as we approach 28 hours till the pregame opening day tomorrow afternoon right here on The Fan. And we are so excited to be there, but not before we deliver 5 hours of sports content here with you throughout the afternoon into the evening. General at your service. Salute. We have Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, NFL executive, working very hard preparing for the draft. Our draft coverage will be second to none coming up in just about a month. Chris Strong in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control, filling in for Lucius Alexander all week long. How about Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo? Your Nosebleed brothers are here, and so is Carter Freeman coordinating your video for us. You can watch at 1053thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. And welcome into the show, guys. How the heck are you?
I don't think we could be better right now, dude. I really don't. Like, this is a sports paradise.
Yeah.
That we're in. I mean, we're one sleep away, Eric, from opening day.
One more sleep.
Last night we got to watch the Mavs kick ass and the Stars kick ass simultaneously.
And then tomorrow's banners and beers, dude.
Yes.
And Bangford dong balls.
And did you guys see
what a time?
The Bangford, yeah, that's going to be amazing. Watching him, that first at bat, gosh, it's going to be chills. But the Texas Rangers website and other social media platforms, they put out the Josh Spores final out. They go through his entire last 3 innings of Game 5, and you get to relive it all. And Spores is walking you through, like, what was his mindset? What was he thinking? It's just chills watching that all over again.
That's beautiful. Don't you think? I feel like we all should, before we go to sleep tonight, relive some portion, if not all of it. I mean, why not we just pull an all-nighter and let's just binge that postseason run that was as epic as anything we've ever seen.
Should we slumber party this bad boy?
I'm down, dude. We can go over to Broaddus's. Broaddus has all those snuggies and all those guest rooms and all those TVs. And don't forget about the package. I mean, we could go 10 TVs. We could have one game of each series on at the same time at Broaddus's man cave.
You guys can help me break down some film? Yeah.
Reliving some of those great moments, knowing how it all ends up, I think would be about the best sports thing you could watch on TV right now. And that's saying something, considering how our local teams are absolutely putting on a show right now. And let's talk about it. By the way, just in, Ice Cube and Big 3 offering Caitlin Clark $5 million to play for them. That's interesting.
10 games, right?
Good for Caitlin.
Yeah, money talks, and that would be, I think pretty awesome to, watch her and see what that kind of shooting could do, in the half-court game against, some former NBA players. Ice Cube saying it could help her break down barriers more and, give her a huge payday. So it'll be interesting to see if she's interested in that after the tournament.
She's got another offer on the table I'll reveal a little bit later on in the program.
Okay.
Potentially doubling her earnings.
Holy cow. She's going to be like $100 millionaire by the time she's done with her rookie year. Okay, what a glorious night to be a Mavericks fan, though, as they looked the part of a real contender for the first time in a while. Showed you how awesome it can be, like when their shots are falling and they're locked in on defense. So, yeah, I set it in cross. I'll double down on it myself. I think it's the best hoop this franchise has played since 2011, and we're in for something special here. Could they make a run this year? I think it's possible. I don't think they'd be the worst team to arrive in the finals over the last decade. The energy, the playing together, it's clear that it's contagious. They're having fun doing it. They believe in one another. They trust in one another. They have the intangibles. And hell, when Tim Hardaway is elevating with 2 hands the way he did, everything's going right. And I'm not going to bet on it to stop anytime soon.
I mean, this could be perfect. Can you ride the ebbs and flows? And you might be getting the flow right now. You want the flow, right? The ebb is the bad portion.
Yeah.
You don't want the ebb.
That's actually
Ebb's
a
the
great
pullback.
question.
We've been in a
never known.
The ebb always seems like kind of a downward.
Yeah, I think
thing.
the ebb is bad. I would think flow.
The flow, you're moving on.
We've been living in a giant THJ ebb, but the inevitable flow might be upon us. And if that flow can continue into the postseason, that could be really special, because it was a nice performance, really quietly, back-to-back games. That Utah game was also respectable, and he had at least one pass last night. I was like, geez, bro, I didn't even know you had that in your game. I think he had 6 assists on the night. I'm like, oh my gosh, have we had a have we had a come to Jesus moment, like internally? THJ, like he looked around and he's like, this actually could be a team that does something here. I'm not just on a lowly team where I should just be getting mine everywhere I can get it. Let me like step back for a second and try and contribute to a winning formula for the first time in my career.
I was like, there's no way this is going to continue for THJ. So I hammered the less THJ points on Prize Picks in the second half.
Sucker.
And it was the only one I missed out of my 6-pick parlay, and I was happy about it.
Oh, yeah.
Because he went more. I'm like, you know what? F it.
A 6-pick parlay would have hit, though.
I know, but it's okay because with that power play deal, I still get credit for it on Prize Picks. That's the beauty of it. So if you don't miss, I think you can miss 2 and you'll be okay with that. But it was amazing watching what the Mavericks are doing. I agree with you 100%, and I'm going to take the flip-flop baton from you today, Gavin. I'm going to be flip-flop bully.
Okay.
I was fully dug in. Then I was fully dug out after the 5-game losing streak. I am fully crotch first confident again.
You're fully max dug in?
Yes, because now this team's playing defense and they have a paint presence. If they're able to hit the 3-ball, good luck beating this team. And Wendy, shout out to Mavs Film Room on Twitter, who was listening to Wendy's podcast, put out a quote from Brian Windhorst of ESPN. As I talked to people in the league, people have been like, we just played Dallas, and man, they're scary. Or I just saw Dallas, and man, they look good.
Yeah.
And they do. But it also, they've got a little bit of what the Rangers had during their World Series championship run. It seems like they're all playing for one another. They love each other. They've got a really good locker room, and I think a lot of that credit needs to go to Kyrie Irving. We talked a lot of negative about him, and we heard a lot of negative things. But it seems like he has really stepped up in a leadership role. That's clearly rubbed off on Luka. I brought this up to you while we were talking during pre-show. I wonder now, Luka's effort when it comes to the defensive end of the floor, I know Kyrie's like not some elite defender, don't get me wrong, but he would always try. And that was something that was missing from this team. When your best player is putting forth maxed effort, that is contagious. Now you've got Luka and Kyrie doing it, and it has resonated around the rest of the room.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how that comes to be, but, I think as well, Luka trusts his teammates more now. He's not playing selfishly as much. And I think that's on both ends. The coaching staff, I think, deserves a lot of credit here as well.
Yeah, I think when you look at the Mavs, especially last night, they've had a really good plan in these games. They've had an idea of how they wanted to attack the opponents on the defensive side of the ball, whether with Sabonis and where they were able to kind of control him last night. I think he only had 12 points, but everybody else was, that they made it really difficult. They're really big when you talk to them about it. They want to make these opponents have to shoot in a crowd. And when they mean shoot in a crowd is have bodies on them and make these shots, get these shots contested. That is something really, really big right now. So they were happy with the way that they played last night. Again, they find a way to maybe take away a guy, or maybe they don't cover a guy. Maybe they commit. They're like, listen, we'll take a chance that this guy's not going to beat us tonight. And they've been pretty good about that the last few games, that they've said, okay, we're not going to let this guy beat us. And the next thing you know, they kind of commit to going the other way. So a lot of help with the defense, and it's paying off. They were happy last night too. They punished Sacramento last night when they were trying to double and things like that. They did Luka and Kyrie did a really nice job of moving the ball and getting that taken care of, and they were happy how that worked.
Found
out.
the open shooters, hit open threes. I don't know if they finished over 50% from distance, but they spent most of the game.
They were 56.4%.
Yeah,
they killed it from behind the arc.
Yeah, and then to slow down that group, the Kings don't get enough credit for being very, very talented.
You're right.
I was watching them last week, and the roles were reversed against another quality opponent. I maybe it was the Clippers that night, but Sabonis is a beast. Even though he's a little bit undersized at center, like he just flat out gets the job done. And Monk and Fox, these guys can go. And the Kings are a very legitimate, strong playoff team. Sacramento historically a very tough place to win, and you did that. You got your first win of the year against the Kings, and they were showing you your weaknesses earlier in the season. You just showed them what they have to work on now if they want to be serious contenders. And I think just gave Mavs fans a serious shot in the arm that we can believe now. You can go on crotch first like Wooly Bully. We'll see tomorrow night if they can back it up and do it again. they don't have many more tough games remaining. We can really start to look at, maybe the 5 seed, or no worse than the 6 seed is starting to look like a reality.
You're a game and a half back from the 4 seed.
Let's go.
All right, you go ahead and keep this going. Now, after yesterday, you had Oklahoma City beat New Orleans, and I know some people now are starting to look at matchups. Like, would it benefit you to maybe stay at the 6? Do you want to move up to the 5 or the 4? Yeah, give me home court advantage. If you can get up to the 4 seed, I'd love that. Let's go ahead and make that happen because they've been damn good at the AAC.
It wouldn't be bad to be 6 and avoid Denver till the conference finals. I think it's a decent take to say I don't think the Mavs will lose until they face Denver if they continue to play like this. Glorious night for the Stars as they open their West Coast trip with a 6-3 win over San Jose last night, Brian.
Yeah, that was big. The last 2 times that they'd played San Jose had been games that have gone to overtime, and there was really no doubt last night, for them to go out there and get the road trip started in the right way. The scoring continues, the young players, the mix of the young guys, the veterans, it seems to be working out for them. But yeah, San Jose is not a good hockey team. And the last 2 times that they played them, we've acted like that the San Jose Sharks are the Montreal Canadiens from the 70s. And last night they treated him like the team that they were.
Epic showdown tomorrow night against Vancouver, who lost, and so did Colorado. So you're suddenly back atop the division and the conference. And obviously tomorrow night will go a long way towards changing that potentially, but it'll be must-see sports TV tomorrow night at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that Colorado bunch continues to worry me.
Colorado is a bad matchup for the Dallas Stars. They are. But Jamie Benn is playing. I mean, he's flipped it back to 2014 now. 5-game goal streak. Him and Wyatt Johnston are just on another level together. And again, I think the key is going to be in the postseason for them. How good will Jake Ottinger be?
Yeah.
Okay, top story going into the draft now, I think, is what if the Giants don't take a quarterback? Daniel Jones going into his final season, Dax in his final season. Could New York take your quarterback next March? Is one of the topics that's out there. Maybe they're not bad enough to be in prime position to draft their own quarterback, depending on how the season goes. I think they could be around 500.
Yeah, the thing with the Giants is that that ownership has given them the okay to take a quarterback if deemed necessary. But under your scenario, though, yeah, they're that would be to me kind of one of those things. I don't know. You look at the way that Daniel Jones plays. That was a huge mistake for them. And if I'm the Giants, I'm not. If ownership gives me the okay, I'm taking a quarterback. I don't care. If I deem that that my guy's there, well, let's go ahead and do this. They need skilled players. There's no question about that, but they also need a quarterback.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear they could use one. I think they know that. I think in their perfect world they have a guy or two at the position in mind in the draft that they could get. But if they don't, that is absolutely.
New York has to be a very attractive place for Dak, right?
For sure. Yeah, I would think. I would absolutely think. And if they're willing to give him all the money, then it definitely will be. So to me, that is definitely a team to circle. Like after the draft, we'll have a clearer picture of, okay, which teams are set up to potentially be in the mix on Dak once the season ends next season.
I tried to avoid the Dak contract conversation at every turn over the last 3 years because I knew there was going to be a time where it would pick up and be a constant. And I think that's now. And probably for the next 11 and a half months going into the deadline at the start of the league year, March 2025.
I'm the opposite.
Really?
I'm the opposite of that because
you still don't want any conversation about it?
No, I know that we have to do it for our radio show. I understand that. But in my mind, I'm like, no. I mean, wake me up when both parties come to the table and start really talking. Right now, it's like, well, we're going to put things behind here and we're going to focus on the draft and focus on other things. And
no trade clause, no franchise tag.
That's fine.
It's such a bigger conveation than it was 4 years ago.
Which fits into the Cowboy playbook, right?
But that's what the Cowboys, they've drawn themselves into this. I mean, hey, Dak's guy negotiated very, very well. He's got him back at the table. There's nothing that the Cowboys can do until they get back to the table.
No, I don't think there's anything they can do about
this. There's nothing, no. and it's either going to be good enough or it's not going to be good enough. That's how you look at it right now. I mean, they have really no leverage in the situation. So if they're willing to move on from him, then there's probably a lot of people out there that are totally good with that.
Yeah.
That, hey, we'll move on from him. But until Dallas gets serious and sits at the table and Todd France comes to the table too, I'm just not going to worry about it, honestly. I'm just not.
Pretty massive story if the Cowboys change quarterbacks for the first time in a decade.
That's a massive story, but I think the thinking of like, will they? What will happen? It's driving the news cycle.
You call him the caveman. You call him the caveman.
That fits into the Jones playbook, right?
They're going to cave.
What I really think is they're going to cave.
Yeah,
exactly.
they're going to cave.
There's no benefit to them by waiting.
Yeah.
But the benefit is we're talking about it. It's on ESPN. They're doing nothing else this offseason. It would be nothing but negative. Let's go ahead and have the Dak conversation. But what they'll probably do at the end of the day is get it done, get the extension done, because they do have a fear. I think the fear will win over the uncertainty of Dak of we don't want to relive what happened between Aikman and Romo.
They overpaid him the first time. They'll overpay him
again.
They'll overpay him again. They waited too long to get the extension. Now, is that completely their fault? I think that Todd France was negotiating in a way that, he was changing agencies. He probably didn't want to put Dak's money on his old agency. So he had to get all that settled, the non-compete stuff. And, by then it was probably a little bit too late to get it done. It's a two-way street here. I think the Cowboys are to blame. I think that Todd France is to blame too for them not being able to get the fifth year. Dak obviously doesn't want to get a long-term contract here, though. He wants to keep getting back to the table at 3 and 4 years. That just makes a lot of sense. If the money's going to continue to go up, why would you want to sign a long-term deal? That's to me, Dallas will cave on this. They will. They'll cave.
I hope they don't, man. I think the agent and the player are asking for way too much considering what he's given you in the biggest moments. And if people were kind of coming around to the idea or asking the question about it 4 years ago, your questions have only gotten louder.
Yeah.
So
100%.
I hope somebody over there has some common sense to not let him reset the market at quarterback for a guy that can't even beat the Packers in a wild card round at home. Okay, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Mixed Bag is next. Wolchuk, what do you got?
Man, we got some NCAA news. Indiana State's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar keeps proving the committee wrong as well. But are we banning prop bets? That's next year on The Fan.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Go to carsforkids.org. Have the G-Bag of the day coming up in 6 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with some content.
Man, can't wait for opening day tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. Come out, say what's up to us. We'll be center field, 200 level section, where we were all last year for the World Series run. I did see Jeff Wilson put out that Michael Lorenzen was finishing up a simulated game against Ezekiel Duran and Josh Smith, and now he's doing fielding work. So Lorenzen trying to get himself ready to go, and Max Scherzer was playing some catch out there by the 7-Eleven signs in the outfield.
Yeah,
so
the big bites.
It's just good to see our guys out there working and getting ready for tomorrow with the Cubbies in town. It's going to be an absolute blast.
Hey, I didn't think this rotation needed more help. I think it was a stroke of genius by CY to add this player, though. It's just going to give Boch another option. Maddox is going to make him the best version of himself. Had a career high of innings last year coming off an injury. So I think Lorenzen's primed actually right now to have a career year. I'm not saying he's going to be a world beater or even a number 3, but he's going to have some games where you're going to be like, dang it, I'm glad we got Lorenzen.
Just be an all-star the first half of the season. And then when you get your reinforcements, just go be a badass bullpen reliever.
He's got that.
He can do it.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Now, the Monty dream is dead, though, as Jordan Montgomery did agree to a deal with the Diamondbacks last night. So we will forever love you. If you ever want to find your way back home, we will welcome you with open arms. It is a 1-year, $25 million contract that is a player option for 2025 for another $25 million. So shout out to you, Monty. I'm sure Chris Young would have loved to have done this deal as well. They pivoted. They went to Michael Lorenzen. I don't know what Monty was turning down earlier in the offseason, but at least he's going to the NL. Wish him the best of luck. He'll be with the Diamondbacks, and we love you forever. You're always our champion.
You know what I learned about this? I learned that thinking that the longer this went, the better chance the Rangers have. The Rangers were never in this, were they?
Evidently not, because
they never were in this with Montgomery.
I think CY, in my opinion, was probably monitoring it very closely at all times. But I don't know. Maybe realistically, the money was just never something that they could do.
Seems pretty clear. The constraints, Monty, it was reported like he was only going to take that type of deal to go back to the Rangers. But apparently the Rangers didn't even have that deal waiting for him.
Yeah, I kind of wondered because I thought the longer that he would sit out, the better shot that the Rangers would have to get the deal that they wanted. Didn't even sound like it got close to that.
No.
I just hope that our ownership is committed. What Boris said a couple of weeks ago is true. What you do after your first championship defines what kind of a team you're going to own. And are you committed to getting the job done? And now, on top of that, not only are we talking personnel, but you have the best executive in sports working for you right now, Ray. And if you invest, he is going to give you more championships. If you don't, he'll probably leave and go GM the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Dodgers.
That is a fear.
And you can watch him stack parades for somebody else, Ray. Don't do it.
Do not do that.
Man, you just scared me with what you said.
Yeah,
it's
we're
true.
going to hope that never happens. CY, never leave us. Never leave us. We love you. We do also love our guy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Have you been keeping tabs of what Indiana State's doing in this NIT run?
The cream always rises, Wolchuk.
It sure does, my friend. And they are still making the NCAA committee look like fools for keeping them out of the tournament.
Yeah.
They did upset SMU, I know, right up the street from us. Then they beat Minnesota. And last night, 85-81, they beat Cincinnati. Our guy, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, ended up having himself 22 points, adding 6 assists, 5 boards, 2 steals, and he knocks down a big 3 to give Indiana State the lead late with a minute left in the ball game. He's balling. And remember, these guys have that $150,000 NIL deal on the table from Pat McAfee if they win the NIT. And now they're looking like they got a damn good shot to do it.
Gosh, how about that box score for Kareem?
Yeah, he's crushing it.
Just stuffing it,
You
dude.
know he's always going to stuff that box score.
22, 5, 6,
He's a
2
box
steals.
stuffer.
He is, dude. I really enjoy watching him play. There's a cerebral nature to his game because he's not the most athletic dude in the world, but the positioning, it's very slow, but he just gets it, dude. This guy is I think it's destiny for Indiana State to do this. Like the Sycamores with the way they got spurned at the tourney, and then you had all these other programs that were too cool for school to play in the NIT. It's a no-brainer that Cream and Company got this
We're
done.
Oklahoma. We don't need to play in the NIT. You know what? Indiana State's showing you. Big 12, by the way, reportedly going after Duke. as it sets its sights on further conference realignment in an attempt to booster its already best basketball resume. The league appears to be targeting a top 5 brand in all of college hoops. This comes after the ACC had that battle with Clemson and Florida State in court, with both attempting to find a way out of the league in order to chase that television revenue. So now the Big 12, maybe you add the Blue Devils. Their football program's gotten better, but you add them in basketball. You already were the best conference in basketball this year. The Big 12, very, very strong.
That would be just way too tragically weird, wouldn't it, Brian?
I think so.
They got to be in the ACC and play North Carolina twice in the regular season.
Okay, you're right. The North Carolina rivalry cannot die.
Yeah.
So just bring them along with.
Well, play, and the other schools they play too.
Maybe
North
they
Carolina State,
you can play
Wake Forest.
non-conference.
Yeah, that's the thing about it is, it's funny. I was talking to John Machota about that. He was so excited that Duke, in the ACC and SMU go in there, that at least that he would get to see Duke play here.
Oh, that's a good point.
Once a year and stuff like that. And now here they are talking about, well, maybe the Big 12 might see him play more if that's the case.
Last thing, just to pay off on the tees. Sports betting on the rise. NCAA is acting to protect student athletes from harassment, working to protect the integrity of the game, says the NCAA PR. And they are now going to look at maybe removing prop bets as they're trying to draw a line on sports betting here. So we'll have to monitor that moving forward.
Joke's on you, NCAA. You've never had integrity. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Chris Strong filling in for Lucius with your G-Bag of the day.
Dude, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the goggles on that guy.
The goggles are amazing. Everything about him.
It's elite.
It's just lovable.
He looks like he's ready to fly a plane or something in a classic movie.
Some people call him Larry Blurred.
Oh, that's a good one too.
But it's all about the cream.
Blurty.
The cream of the crop. This is G-Bag of the Day for Wednesday, March 27th, 2024. Filling in for Lucius Alexander as he films Man vs. Wild in Oklahoma. Our one-time winner is Roll Tide Willie, joining the Theo Vaughn podcast. And he was with Drewski here, and they're trying to make him switch on the Tide.
In a Corvette, Willie. With some. Now, Willie, what would it take to get you to cheer for another team? That is a question I would like to know, man.
Never. What amount of money would it take?
Couldn't take no money. I'm a diehard Tide.
Well, what
fan.
amount of would it take?
No nothing. I'm a diehard Tide fan.
Now, what if a woman came, and I'm talking a lady came over from Texas A&M. I'm talking a lady rides up in a Corvette, Willie, with some of that real. She got some look like two angry dogs trying to chew on your coat.
Yeah, man, I seen some of them at the airport.
Yeah, baby. Get you a little sip of that beer. How's that beer, Willie?
That beer's good, but ain't nothing gonna make me leave the Tide. Though.
Really, nothing.
Nothing. Bruce will tell you, I'm a true Tide man.
Dude, nothing in the world.
We can joke around, but we're not joking about this, guys.
Nothing. I know Willie's feeling. It's like when Dawson always encouraged me. How's that drink taste over there, Ross?
Oh, yeah.
How's that taste? It tastes good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get you some more of that.
All right, our nominees today, the Mavericks, you guys said it. They're a wagon right now. They're absolutely killing it. 9 out of 10. Kyrie, I feel like he's averaged like 30 points per game while fasting for Ramadan.
Yeah.
It's insanity. Post-game yesterday, though, this is the clip. There's a special bell that interrupts them mid-sentence.
Kid pregame, and he called you Superman. He called Kyrie Batman. What's that chemistry been like between you two superheroes on this team?
He's the Batman. I'm the Robin. Nah, just amazing, man. Having him on our team is amazing, man. But outside basketball, he's just a great person, and we all get along so well. So it's just the chemistry is really good right now.
Where'd that bell come from? Was that in arena?
That was in arena.
Taco Bell?
Yeah, apparently they don't light the beam when they lose. They just
they hit the bell.
Oh, they hit the bell. Okay.
They used to rock the hell out of cowbells at the old Arco Arena.
Oh, the old Arca. Gosh, yes. Yeah.
One of the loudest places to play back in the 90s. Yep.
Let's pivot over. This is an All-NBA, by the way. Nominees today, All-NBA. This is De'Aaron Fox. He was not happy about a question on his views about media responsibilities.
For quite a while now, you've come out and addressed like some of your bigger and maybe more difficult losses. Is this like something you're kind of making a point of doing for some reason in turn, just leading this team and kind of showing that accountability? And
as far as talking to y'all?
Yeah, just,
I don't get out of that.
Okay.
I don't get nothing out of that. They ask me, I do it.
But for the team, so it really doesn't mean anything in terms
They
of
don't
just-
give a if I come up here and talk. I tell you that. But nah, I mean, if Michael asked me, I do. If Michael or Shannon asked me, I do it.
Okay, well, they're
good. I get no joy in this after a win or a loss. My team doesn't care if I come up here in a blowout win or a blowout loss. So
sorry I brought it up.
That's a great exchange.
I like
brutal
that, man.
honesty. I appreciate that.
I like that clip.
Dude, it's like, sorry I even asked.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude.
I'm gonna just go and hide in the corner now.
I think the only time that they'll get mad is if you do something that the media really wants to ask about that's sensitive, and then you run and they got to answer questions about you.
Yeah.
You know, you got to kind of face the music on that one.
The final clip here today for G-Bag of the Day is Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes traveled around 9 teams. He's in retirement now. He's moving out of his old home here. He finds a possum in his kitchen. And naturally, he turns on IG Live. He's like, okay, let me film this. Let me talk to everyone on Instagram on how to get this possum out.
We got him in the house. I don't know what bro's trying to do. Came in the old house and he's here thugging it. So I made a little box area where you could just run right outside. I don't want no problems. You can't go this way. All you can do is peacefully run out, bro. Do possums jump? No. Anybody know? Fuck out of here, bro. Oh, he's just standing tall. He's not even moving when I hit him with shit. Get the out of here.
He starts throwing
Come on, bro. What you doing? The knives are right above him, though, so I'm stuck. What's bro gonna do? Like, he wants to scrap for real.
Brings out some water.
About to put a pitching wedge up his ass. Pause.
Oh, did he?
Bro, what we doing? This stinks. I can smell him. What we doing, bro? Ah, there we go. There we go. This way. No, bitch, not that way. God, whoever said water, now he's on the run. Ain't that a shit. Oh, now I got the sink all wet. I'm about to slip. Or go ahead and break. Go ahead. Come on now. Break. There we go. He's out of here. Go, bro. Go to freedom. Yeah. Good for you, bro. End it peacefully. Go back to the family. That shit gave me the chills. I'll fight anybody, but I don't with animals.
Yeah. I wish you would have live streamed when Derek Fisher.
Oh,
that
that would have been good. That was like a good 9 minutes. He's climbing all over his kitchen counters trying to get this. It was hilarious.
Do animals not have squatters' rights? Sounds like that possum could have been there for a while.
That's true. He's like, dude, you're moving out. This is my place now.
Yeah,
You're right. Don't be messing with me.
Yeah. I once did catch a possum. First moved here. I was staying in an apartment. This thing was hanging out in the hallway, and I was surprised at how ferocious they can look.
I hate loiterers.
Right? They open up their teeth, and those things. It looks nasty. It looks like, oh, dude, this is gonna make my arm rot off if he gets the best of me. But I've never known them to attack. You know, they just sit there and look mean, and then if you run up on them, they'll just like get shooed away fairly easily. I was surprised at how easy it was to catch one.
You just they don't seem like something you want to touch with your bare hands.
No,
you know, like you don't want to get it. But some people don't care. Some people just pick them right up, no problem at all, dude.
Yeah, from the scruff of the neck or the tail.
Yeah,
you know, apparently. It is fairly easy to manhandle them. I just shooed mine into a box and then took the box down to a spot next to the Trinity and let them out there.
Didn't shove a golf club somewhere.
Yeah.
No,
you didn't go Tony Soprano on puss.
no, I don't. You know, I typically try to be friendly to wildlife. I even moved on from murdering snakes. I did.
That's very nice of you.
I used to kill them on sight, but
that was a New Year's resolution for you this year.
A couple years back, I was like, you know what? I should probably stop doing that. One hasn't attempted to strike me since I was 12 years old. Little boa constrictor incident. All right, we got Roll Tide Willie. We got Lucas says he's the Batman. De'Aaron Fox not happy with a question about his media responsibilities, or he was happy. And you got Matt Barnes as well, on the play-by-play, getting the possum out. My vote, Roll Damn Tide. Chief, how about you?
Samesies.
I'm going De'Aaron Fox today.
Okay.
2-1.
We'll check.
I'll go the Foxy man as well.
Right.
Yeah, I vote for Fox.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's De'Aaron Fox with the media post game. Okay, when we come back, Nation, it's time for Krusty's Corner, and where are you taking us today, sir?
Yeah, guys, I'm going to quiz the Wooly Bully on would he rather.
Oh.
We'll do that next.
But I do want to tell you about my...
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Thank you, Chris, and for Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. NFL news of the day is coming up at 3. The draft is just about a month away now, and here's Broadus, king of the Crusties, in Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Have a Love of the Star podcast that we posted this morning. Bobby and I got into it about all the Dak stuff and some draft stuff, just kind of any just things that we felt like were important to kind of talk about the news. So after our show, give it a listen if you're so inclined. We really do appreciate that. We got a draft show tomorrow on all the DallasCowboys.com platforms as well, and we're doing a mock draft tomorrow. So we've all got our teams.
That'll be fun.
Divided up, and yours truly has the 24th pick of the draft.
Make sure you don't mess it up, Brian.
I'm going to try not to. I'm just going to go totally wild card on it.
Okay.
Just do something that nobody would expect.
Hey, last time you ran a draft, you did a hell of a job, so I trust you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It must have been talking about those crepes beforehand.
Ooh.
I think that was the
good Swedish pancake.
I think that was the key. When I leaned over to Mrs. Lurie and I asked her, she asked me if I had the omelet station. I said, ma'am, I did. But I had the crepes today. She goes, the crepes are outstanding. I go, that guy, it's amazing how they can get the, I should have been a chef.
It's not too late, man.
It is. It's way too late. I'm thinking about something for Friday though for you guys. The thing with the meatballs and the garlic knot bread and stuff like that.
Yes.
I'm kind of thinking
that's Friday.
I'm thinking,
Brian. You know what I actually saw?
I've got a couple of ideas, some more ideas. I'm into this Italian kick now.
Okay, this fits because I saw somebody posted a lasagna grilled cheese.
Wow.
So I don't know if that tickles your fancy.
I need to look that up too.
How could it not?
Crazy.
I need to look that up.
My fancy is tickled.
I think anything with the homemade meatballs that I do, but then do it with the bread or something like that.
No, I got so much respect for your homemade meatballs too.
Yeah.
Like you put thought and effort into that
put
thing.
a lot
You're
of
not
thought
pulling
in
a bag of frozen. Everybody wants to just grab a bag of frozen meatballs.
I can't do that to you guys.
Dash a little seasoning on it and say, "Here's my meatballs."
No, I
Give me a
can't.
break.
I made this myself.
Can't do that for you. I got to do better than that. All right. There's a mock draft here that came out, and it was actually the whole draft, right? Matt Miller.
Yeah, he went 7 rounds deep.
Matt Miller went 7 rounds on this mock draft. Oof. Okay, I'm not going to go 7 rounds with you here on this, but there's 3. The first 3 picks I do want to talk about with Matt, and I teased that I would like to see if Wolchuk would say I would rather somebody else.
All right.
I would rather somebody else. And I'm going to give you, Matt's pick to start this for the Cowboys was at 24, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't trade that pick. He took Mims, the tackle from Georgia, at 24.
Okay.
All right, now let me ask you something about this. First off, are you okay with Mims at that spot at 24?
Yeah, I'd be okay with him at 24. He's, I think I've got a second on him, but he's one of those like Dane Brugler specials where it's like a 1-2.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where I don't know how the formal interviews have gone.
Yeah.
I don't know, when it comes to the lack of playing time, how that's going to impact him. But certainly the talent is there. I mean, the upside is incredible with Amarius Mims.
Okay. I'm going to give you a choice. Would you rather take Guyton, the tackle from Oklahoma, Latu, the edge from UCLA, or Barton, the projected center from Duke? I'm going to give you a choice of those 3. Would you like to keep Mims or take Guyton, Latu, or Barton?
Okay, so immediately, if I'm not window dressing my board, which you've taught me not to do,
don't do that.
It is between Latu and Barton. Now, from a Cowboys standpoint here, Latu would be my highest graded player. Barton is the bigger need, but also is not too far behind Latu. Therefore, I would take Graham Barton out of Duke over Amarius Mims.
Okay, so Dawson and Chieftain, what he's done is he's taken the center over the tackle here. You have a problem with that?
Not one bit. That's my preference.
Yeah, whatever the better player is, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I like Barton a lot. I think that, I like Latu a lot.
It's hard to pass on Latu there, though.
The
it
edge,
really is.
the edge, yeah. We'll see what the medical is on that.
Yeah.
Okay, at 56, Matt Miller from ESPN took Jonathan Brooks. We talked about him, the running back from Texas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that'd be great.
We're connecting dots here. We're talking about 30 visits, offensive coordinator meeting with him in Austin. We're talking about a kid that's going to have to go to the recheck at Indy to get his knee looked at. Dan Cooper, the very fine surgeon, did his knee surgery. There's a lot of connecting the dots here. At 56, he was the selection, running back, Texas. Wooly Bully, I'm going to give you a choice. Did you take BB, the guard from Kansas State?
You're doing dirty here.
Newbin, the safety from Minnesota. Tampa, the corner from Iowa State.
Oh.
Or Bullard, the safety from Georgia at 56.
I'm taking Javon Bullard, the safety from Georgia. He's my highest graded player out of that group. I love Javon Bullard. I think he's the best safety in the draft. He reminds me a lot of a better cover Antoine Winfield. I think he can do everything for you. He's my favorite player, period, in this entire draft class. I love Javon Bullard. I am the captain of his fan club. He can play the slot. I think he's awesome. Is he a desperate need there for the Cowboys? No. But for me, in my own private world, I'm taking Javon Bullard there.
Guys, he took a safety in the 56th spot. I offered him a chance to take a guard, another safety, and a cornerback.
And a corner.
And he took a running back. Are you agreeing with what he might have done, or you still feel like you both need that running back?
I don't mind what he's done. If running back's a special kind of guy in the second round, I'm happy with that. I'd rather go offensive line. I wouldn't mind a safety if he can cover and hit in the second round.
Fuller can do that.
He can do that, and he can also help you in the slot if you need a guy to kick in there and cover as well. It's rare what he can do.
I'd rather the best player there be a guard or offensive lineman. You continue to invest in the ability to run the ball.
Yeah.
But if we're not going to do that and you deliver good players, I'm not going to be mad at you. I think that's the most important thing is that you get quality here in this in this retooling that they're going to go through. If they want to remain in the hunt for a championship, just pick 4 good players, and then we can have a conversation about you keeping this window open.
Chieftain, are you okay with him taking a safety that's got cover skills? He's interchangeable. He's kind of fits exactly what Mike Zimmer's looking for. Would you have a problem with that over a running back in the second round, considering you are kind of a running back truther here?
Yeah, no, I would be totally fine with them taking a guy, a safety there, a guy who can play in the slot. Like I think that's extremely important with the way the NFL is going. Having a guy, a versatile chess piece like what the Ravens have in Kyle Hamilton, something like that, or what the Lions have in. Was it Brian Branch from Alabama that they brought over as a rookie?
Exactly.
It's like he does so many things for your defense and for your secondary. I'd be all about that.
Hard to pass on BB, though, because you'd fix that offensive line. Now you kick Tyler Smith out to left tackle.
You'd absolutely.
You got yourself a center and guard with Cooper Beebe, because BB would be right in that conversation for me. I love him as well.
Okay, the final pick here in the third round. Matt Miller from ESPN has him taking Jalen Polk, the wide receiver from Washington.
Yes, please.
Okay, but would you like to take Dorless, the defensive tackle from Oregon?
Okay.
Or Trotter, the linebacker from Clemson? Those are your two choices. Polk, the wide receiver from Washington. Dorless, the defensive tackle who is a 3 technique.
Yeah.
But he could play end as well. Or Trotter, who is the undersized linebacker but makes 1 million tackles.
Okay, again, if I'm just sticking true to my board, I'm going to go with Dorless here, but I do love getting Jalen Polk in the third. He's a Texas Tech transfer to Washington. He's fantastic. But Dorless along the defensive line, he talked about a piano player, which we did last week. He can play up and down, and he is an absolute challenging person to handle inside. I mean, you watch his tape against Washington, and that dude wrecked the game. So I think Brandon Dorlus would kind of give them something they lack right now along the defensive front.
I agree with you on that. I do. But the problem is, though, he is a 3-tech.
He is. He's not a 1-tech.
This team needs a 1 in the worst way.
Yeah.
Needs a 1 in the worst way. I mean, they've got guys like Osa and guys like that. They just need to find. Dorlus is of that group. Dorlus is the best player.
You don't have any hope that Zim can pull Mozzie together?
You know what? I don't know if Dallas is going to go back and draft a 1. I think that Will McClay made a passionate speech in that war room last year about Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
I think he's going to continually fight for Mozzie Smith.
Yeah.
To figure it out. I don't think they're going to take a 1 early in this thing. I really
Thank
don't.
you, Brian.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your help.
Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Thanks, folks. Appreciate you guys.
Salute to you guys,
Yeah.
Reliant. We have a big giveaway coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, a 4-pack of Rangers Astros tickets for the first series of the Silver Boot. Oh, here we go. As defending champs, NFL news of the day is coming up next. We'll check where we going.
Barkley's recruiting always draft the offensive line, and is the 49ers run about to end? That's next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat with you about
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. We're heading for the NFL news of the day. There's Brian Broaddus, NFL scout, executive, number one influencer on Cowboys social media. Chris Strong's in for Lucius. You have Wolchuk and Shia following, of course, Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Here is Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day, buddy. Take it away.
I gotcha. We will be sprinkling some Rangers in. Don't you worry. We do have slowly but surely the opening day roster that is going to be unveiled. So we got Dave Raymond coming up at 5:20, around the bases at 6 o'clock. Michael Lorenzen, Jonathan Hernandez, according to CY, will start the season on the IL. Chris Young saying Lorenzen not quite there. They said he looks great, but it wouldn't be responsible to throw him right into a big league game. Jose Urena and Jared Walsh are on the opening day roster. So maybe Urena slides in, possibly could get a start depending on how everything's going with the other guys, or that could still just be Cody Bradford. Jacob Latz and Gary Rodriguez have made the opening day roster, according to Chris Young as well. So we'll break that down more a little bit later. Let's slide into NFL news of the day. The big thing in the NFL that has happened within the last 30 minutes. Free agent renegade linebacker / defensive end Jadeveon Clowney has a new team. And I wonder how many teams he's up to now. Like, he's kind of going the Gerard Johnson route where he is just playing. He's a mercenary. He's playing for everybody.
The one-year guy.
He is, and he's cashing in. But this one's a 2-year deal. This is an interesting one. So he's going to Carolina. 2-year, $20 million deal worth up to $24 million. So, of course, he started his career with Houston. Since then, he's been with Baltimore last year. I think he was with Cleveland. I think he spent time in Seattle. Now he'll spend 2 years in Carolina. So, interesting move there for the Panthers, who are bringing in Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah, they bring him back home. That's
great point.
Going to be something that I'm sure he appreciates. But that's a pretty nice little contract for him there. He's one of those guys. He's had one of the weirder careers. The expectations were so high for him. He's been a bit of a mercenary, and he's held out well into summers to just get these 1-year sort of mercenary deals.
Yeah.
And they came correct with some cheddar on that one, so good for them.
They sure did.
Like, we don't need Brian Burns because we got Jadeveon Clowney.
Why would we, right? In fact, we don't even need a couple of first-round picks. We'll turn those down and then take, a third?
We want to get those 9 sacks from Clowney.
Yeah, it's true.
They know they're not going to get the 10th one.
But a hell of a run stopper.
Yeah, he's a disruptor, man.
Disruptive player, absolutely. Another disruptive player. This happened yesterday at the end of the show. I believe Eric did bring this up during the hodgepodge, but just in case you missed it, Tre'Davious White signed to a 1-year deal worth up to $10 million by the Rams. And I remember when they won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and shout out to Connor Livesay, he brought this up as well. You know, it's like, oh man, they're going to be in cap hell. They're selling everything to be all in, win a championship. Well, they've made 3 pretty good secondary additions this offseason. So it's just interesting. You know, I know there's a lot of different ways to skin a cat, Steven. We understand. But the rest of the NFL just seems to be playing chess. Well, we play checkers over here in Dallas. I'm not sure I understand it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they had a couple of years where they weren't that great because they had guys leave for retirement, like the offensive linemen. Yeah. They couldn't keep, Beckham. They couldn't spend the money where Beckham was. And they were still half decent. You know, that's what the Cowboys are heading for now. You know, we just want them to go for it more when they are good. Yes. The problem is this is the first time the Cowboys have done this since 2013. You know, they stretched it out for 10 years and never truly went for it. So to me, it's wasted draft picks. It's wasted Hall of Fame careers that could be champions. You absolutely could be hanging banners if we would just prioritize it.
Preach. Well, the Eagles did sign Saquon Barkley, and he was on New Heights, of course, the Kelsey's Bros podcast, and, well, he immediately started doing some recruiting. Here was Barkley on with Jason and Travis.
I'm like a kid in a candy store. I'm happy. I got a fresh start. I can't wait to meet everybody and just go out there and play ball.
Dude, it's going to be so fun to watch. It's going to be so fun to be a part of. It's going to be great.
You don't got to watch it, you know.
Before you ask me to come back, I'm not going to come back. I'm not doing it. But I do got one piece of advice. Do not go down at the 1 yard line. Got to go down at the 2.
Yeah.
Go down at the 1.
It's curtains.
Yep. They didn't ban it.
A little extra motivation there. Just know, don't go down at the 1. You got to find a way to get in the end zone. Obviously, you know Miles pretty well. I know how many touchdowns probably was taken away from Miles just watching this film. I'm just like, man, just got to strain a little more.
There was one time I remember being so happy when he got in the end zone. It was his last year in Philly.
Even you dreaded the play a little bit?
Dog, whenever the running back got down to the 1 yard line, whether it was him or D Swift or whoever, like especially when like we ran the ball the entire drive, it's like, man, I would say I'm sorry in the huddle. I'm like, man, I'm sorry, bro. Like,
I'm sorry that you didn't get the touchdown. It's Jalen Hurts now, but it's true. Sure, any Barkley fantasy owners out there are thinking the same thing. Make sure you score. You do not go down at the 1 because that's a tush-push play, and I'm sure Jason Kelce very happy he doesn't have to be part of that anymore. He also is apparently going to be throwing out the first pitch, him and Fletcher Cox. They're going to be the ones that throw out the first pitch at the Phillies game on Saturday. So a couple of Eagles that retired this offseason getting that honor. I think the future of Jason Kelce could also get much brighter from a TV perspective. Eric will have that coming up during football's finest a little bit later. Now, the NFL, in regards to the Brazil game, we have talked about this, and we talked Mo Hurst of the Browns kind of let it slip that we're playing in Brazil this year. So I don't know if this is the NFL just trying to save face, like nothing's been decided, but they've narrowed it down to 2 teams that could play the Eagles on that Friday night, September 6th, opening game in Brazil. It's either going to be the Green Bay Packers or the Cleveland Browns. The Browns are one of the 2 finalists, but now they're throwing the Packers in there as well. Team president Mark Murphy saying that a decision has not been made yet or finalized by the NFL, but league execs indicated that the official opponent will be announced within a week. So when it ends up being the Browns, we'll just know that they knew this well ahead of time. But maybe they pivot and they just go to the Packers and say, Mo Hurst, you ruined this for us. We'll see.
Yeah, I think these teams now, I can't remember the list off the top of my head, but the NFL is now dividing these countries up as this is your fan base. You get to work. Okay. Like they're doing it with the German,
Germany,
the Germany and
England,
the other,
and Mexico,
everybody,
Brazil.
Yeah, they're dividing the NFL teams up, and I wonder who has the Brazilian market down there. But it makes sense if you're going to push for like, okay, this becomes your fan base that you can cultivate, then it makes sense to kind of put a game down there for those fans to kind of chew their teeth on.
Brian Daboll, head coach of the Giants, is looking into taking over the play calling duties for 2024. Of course, he was doing that. Turned things over to Mike Kafka, whom I think we were all very high on, was with Andy Reid in Kansas City.
Yeah.
But now Daboll looking at maybe taking the reins back over. To me, I think that's just an indication of he knows he's on the hot seat. And it's like much like we talked about with Mike
McCarthy.
Right? I'm going to go down my way.
Right.
Like, if this is my last year, at least give me the play calling so I know things are going my way.
Yeah, that's a shame because, I remember Andy Reid talking to him about Mike Kafka, and he really didn't want Mike to leave. He was like, he was hoping, that
the enemy would
get a job. And I don't mean that in a mean way. Like, gosh, I wish he'd just damn leave. He was hoping that Eric would get a head coaching job, and then he could elevate Mike. But Mike couldn't wait. He took the opportunity, and sometimes it's bad when you jump like that.
Yeah,
Mike probably should have just stayed. We all know he probably should have just stayed and did what he was supposed to do.
Well, an interesting statement from 49ers CEO Jed York, who is ready and bracing for the Brock Purdy eventual massive pay raise. He said, quote, "It's a good problem when your quarterback is one of the highest paid guys on your team and in the league," according to the NFL annual league meetings Bay Area news group who is out there covering them. Said it's what the market is.
Bye-bye, Niners.
Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. I don't know how many players are making over $40 million as a quarterback right now, but York seems content and fine with it. So exactly, the 49ers are the team that hasn't had to pay their quarterback. Now that's going to happen. When it does, is this the end of the San Francisco 49ers?
Yeah, as long as they, can go keeping the number low, maybe, this year and then one more year before the contract really starts to kick in, depending on how they manage it. But yeah, it just doesn't happen. It's objective reality. It's one of my biggest problems with what's going on with the Dak situation is we're just in denial, right? Because we like the guy. He's a top 10 quarterback, so you got to pay him, right? Well, the answer is no, because nobody that's not a Hall of Famer really, does it other than players on a massive discount compared to the market top. And if you're anywhere near the market top, actually, even if you're a Hall of Famer, you don't win at those years. It's very, very difficult. But all these teams falling for the idea that we got to keep this guy because he's a top 10 quarterback are ending their chances of it. They're on this roll doing it with different quarterbacks because a lot of them are underpaid. And the gift that it gives you being able to build out the rest of your roster is way, way bigger than the assurance that you have a guy that can be, a top 10 statistically.
Sure.
That's just, it's objective reality. It's a fact. You're not winning it with Dak, just like you're not winning it with Phil Rivers or Matt Ryan if you insist on, well, he's one of the best, so I got to keep him. No, you don't. You're just ending your team's chances of winning the Super Bowl. And it's pathetic because all teams are basically pulling a Cowboys one on this, where they know their fan base is going to buy in, sell season tickets, and watch like crazy under the idea that we have a guy at quarterback who puts up big numbers, is kind of in the MVP conversation, and we just won 10 or 11 games. That's the drug that fans are hooked to, but the needle is the franchise quarterback. You can't get it in your bloodstream any other way. And that is where the owners kind of have us in checkmate when they're doing this bull crap, dude, because if you're not carefully managing the cap and paying attention to historical fact and reality here, then you'll walk into this and stumble into this situation and bury your team for a half decade while you sit here with this guy who's kind of an MVP candidate. Drives me crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not going to win a Super Bowl with him on the rookie contract, I find it hard to believe that you're going to win one with him as one of the higher paid players. As Dawson mentioned, you can structure the contract to where you can still, the first couple years maybe of that deal, still be able to maneuver things. And I think the way they team build and how good of a coach they have, they will definitely be contenders, but it'll be made much more difficult once he's getting paid. And I feel like Kyle Shanahan is the perfect coach to be like, and especially a guy who swings a big stick in there when it comes to the team building. Yeah. Like you've mentioned, like John Lynch GM, but Kyle Shanahan head coach / GM.
Yeah, he's a GM.
So like you would think he would be the guy that would be one of the first to step up and be like, hey, we don't have to do this. Remember what Brock Purdy was. I got him as the last pick in the draft, and we got to hear with him. Like, I don't need to give him all the money. I can go find another guy on the cheap, whatever. So if they do that, then, man.
Be interesting to see how that plays out. But it seems as though they're prepping to pay Brock Purdy.
Nice.
Final thing here, NFL News of the Day. I love this from Jim Harbaugh, and it's a big reason why I went Graham Barton over Laitu Latu in that situation. To me,
UCLA edge.
You always take the offensive lineman if it's close. Here's Jim Harbaugh on why teams draft linemen before your skills guys.
The offensive line to me is important. I mean, if I ask you the question of like what position group depends on no other position group to be good, but every other position group depends on them to be good, what position group is that? Offensive line. They're not relying on any other position group to be good. They go out, but yet every other position group relies on the offensive line to be good. And then the D-line, they'll be the ones that argue back. We don't need the offensive line to be good. Do you? Do you like it? Do you like when the offense has a 12-play drive and the field position? Yeah, okay, you're right. It's like, so yeah, that building that kind of offensive line, that's exciting. Can't wait to do that.
It's true. I mean, there's the offensive line is the engine that makes everything go. You're not worried about what a wide receiver is doing. I'm blocking for my quarterback. He should have success. I'm blocking for my running back. They should have success.
Yeah.
Make sure your offensive line is good. You're going to have a good football team. And now people are wondering, okay, well, who's the offensive lineman the Chargers will be taking with their pick? Although they are in desperate need of a wide receiver, but maybe they do go offensive line.
That was your best chance to win it. When your offensive line was dominant in 2016, you still had Ron Leary, you still had Doug Free, and guess what? The defense was really mediocre. It was really below average, but you were maybe just a couple of plays from getting to the NFC title game. I totally agree. I think if you want to win in today's game, you must be able to be diverse on offense. And the Cowboys have sort of decided we got to build a defense. We have to look at these position groups. And the further they've gotten from their offensive line, the less of a threat they've become in the playoffs. Now they're getting beat at home against wild card teams. And I think you look at the lack of diversity their offense has when you get a tough matchup on defense as the reason. I mean, heck, they used to be able to stack the box against Zeke and he could still get you 5 yards. You know, it was so impressive what those guys could do together in their prime. But as they showed, if you don't continue to invest in it, it'll get old and deteriorate. And now I think we're looking at before too long a complete turnover of that group. And it was great, man. And they did that was the identity of this team. A dominant offensive line. And 2016, man, if you look back on it, that's still Dak's best total QBR year. Even though he's become a much better player, his best total QBR year was that 2016 season. Okay, we got to run, G-Bag Nation. Thanks for making us part of your day. When we return, are the Mavs the Nuggets' biggest contender now? We'll open up a rim session here. Big giveaway coming up in the 4 o'clock with your Rangers-Astros tickets here on 105.3 The Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen all day wherever you are to The Fan.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet stopping you from being active? Hi, this is Brandy from the Good Feet store. Your feet are the foundation to an active lifestyle, and an active lifestyle is important to your health. So how about trading in your bad feet for some good feet? The Good Feet store would love to help you achieve your goals and get healthy this year. Wouldn't it be nice to work, walk, and play pain-free again?
The pain I was in was really excruciating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store. Get rid of your foot pain with no shots, no surgery, and no pill.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Find the closest Good Feet store to you at goodfeet.com.
Say hola to T-Mobile's Go 5G Next plan and stay connected with Los Tuyos. Say buenas to no data roaming charges in 21 Latin American countries. Say ¿qué tal? To nonstop calls, text, and data between the U.S. and Mexico. And now it's easier than ever to join T-Mobile with your eligible Matrícula Consular or student visa. Visit us today. Go 5G Next plan required. Data included in select countries. In Mexico, up to 15 gigabytes high-speed data followed by unlimited 2G data. Not for extended international use. See T-Mobile.com for terms.
Dollar taco deals are here at Fuzzy's Taco Shop with $1 OG tacos for a limited time. Here's the deal. When you order any Primo Baja item, you can have one of our famous OG tacos for $1. Get an authentic Baja fish taco and get an OG taco for $1. Get a savory margarita shrimp taco. Get an OG taco for $1. Get our fan favorite quesadilla tacos, and yep, you get it. Now, get it for real by ordering online at your favorite Fuzzy's Taco Shop today before this dollar taco deal dishes out for good.
Paid for by National Tax Advisory Services. Attention anyone that owes money to the IRS. The IRS has restarted aggressive enforcement actions against taxpayers who owe back taxes that were temporarily suspended for COVID. If you owe $10,000 or more, you must hear this because now is the time to clear your IRS tax debt. A special toll-free number.
He needs to be that veteran now.
All right, I got the answer for you. He's done it 4 times. How many assists do you think it is? It is under 10.
6.
6, 7?
I'll say 8.
It is 8.
Yeah.
4 times with 8 assists for THJ is his career high.
The last time was when? YMCA?
Yeah. Yeah, it was when he was playing AAU.
They thought when he was with New York that he was going to be the next big thing. So they turned the keys over to him for a couple of years and let him create. And I guess he stumbled into multiple turnovers when he got triple teamed and didn't know what to do.
Well, hey, Tim Legler, great basketball brain at ESPN. Is this the best Mavs team Luka's ever been a part of?
Which of those teams do you like the best? Luka's team, KD, LeBron, Steph?
Definitely Dallas. I think Dallas has a legitimate shot to make a run at the Western Conference Finals. If they can avoid Denver's side of the bracket, this is the best team that Luka Doncic has had. Think about what I'm saying. He's already been to the conference finals.
Yeah.
And I know they had Jalen Brunson on that team, but Jalen Brunson is not the same Jalen Brunson that's playing for the Knicks right now. At that time, this is his best team. The way he's meshing with Kyrie, critical. They have been sensational, and they seem like they absolutely have figured out this ebb and flow between them. More importantly, it's the guys around them, the athletes in the middle that finish everything at the rim to put pressure on teams, so you can't just load up on Luka. They've got more than enough shooting on the perimeter, and they're playing their best basketball right now, Greeny, at the most important time of the year.
Well, look at that, dude. He's got more confidence in this Mavericks basketball team than he does in LeBron's, Kevin Durant's, and Steph Curry's. And I think he's 100% right about it.
I think so, too.
He's got no dog in this fight. He's just being honest. And what did you say when Brian Windhorst on his podcast was talking about the Mavericks and how people are a little bit nervous?
Yeah, he said execs around the league that they talked to when they've either played the Mavs or have watched the Mavs said that they're very scary. Like the Mavs are very dangerous.
Yeah. They're a frisky bunch, man. And the 3-ball got going again. That was a question like after there's been a stretch here where the 3-balls were not falling. And if PJ Washington can become respectable from that corner 3, which he gets the opportunities, and it's just Luka. Like when you look at the 3-point percentage, it's just open looks because Luka drawing some double teams last night and passing out of it, but he creates so much space for these dudes, and you got to have these guys knocking them down. And if the Mavericks play consistently where their 3-ball is in that, I know Baskey said like 40%, and last night it was well over 50%. It was ridiculous. You're not going to get that, but if you can get consistent 3-point shooting from this team, I think that is the real thing that is going to make them extremely difficult to stop at this point.
Because now you're playing defense and you've got a paint presence with Gafford and Lively, one of the best big duos in all of the NBA now. You can score in the paint. And really, maybe we should credit this to Tim Legler, because after that Sixers game, when I think we were all like, okay, maybe this isn't going to work. Maybe this was just a little bit of a hype machine and they're hitting him with a big thud. They've got 9-2. Legler calls them out for playing poor defense. Their defensive rating is 5th best in the NBA during that entire span. So that's incredible.
Yeah. My bad. The job that they're doing right now, convincing me that they're a contender, is on that level. I'm flirting with the idea of them having a chance of beating Denver. Like the convincing has been so thorough. They have the ability. They have the focus. They have the emotional temperament now. Luka's growing up as he hits, closer to 25 years old. And then, the focus is there. I think you got to look at the coaches. But, this is the perfect time of year to be peaking. They figured it out. They can score in the paint. They're not getting out-rebounded. All of this is happening with their 3-ball not falling. And if it continues to go like it did last night, you see how that energy does transfer to the defensive end.
Yes.
And the next thing you know, they're celebrating stops like they're huge alley-oop plays that brought the house down. That's when they've all bought in and they're playing for each other. And, this thing can become the chemistry is so high that these guys start, playing for each other and then believing that it's possible.
Yeah.
This is just the spark of it. And the fact that we're 10 games from the playoffs starting, it has the ability to carry this enthusiasm and a wave into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. When these teams first figure out, oh my gosh, we're really good, there isn't the expectation, there isn't the pressure of it. They can do really special stuff in an opportunity like this. And they have more experience than OKC, than Minnesota. They're much more connected as a group than the Clippers. Denver's the only group. I absolutely agree with Legler. Denver's the only group you're like, okay, I'll probably pick the Nuggets. Everybody else, I'm picking Mavs.
You mentioned Oklahoma City, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, very likely to be the MVP this season. He is, according to Shams Charania, the next star in line to get a signature shoe deal. Current deal with Converse expires this September. So be on the lookout for the Shai Nike or the Shai Adidas. I imagine those are perhaps Jordan Brand, wants to get in the mix there if he wants to do the Luka Doncic thing. But either way, it looks like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, what a great year it's been for him and that team. And if he goes MVP and then signature shoe deal, all of a sudden you're right there with one of the biggest names in all of basketball. The Lakers found a way to win last night without LeBron James. Austin Reeves hits the game-winning 3 and scores 16 of his 29 in the fourth quarter and overtime. So he also had 14 boards and 10 assists, 2 blocks, only 1 turnover. Austin Reeves was in his bag last night. Does it surprise you guys to find out that Anthony Davis, a.k.a. Anthony Day to Davis, the narrative surrounding his health and just always being questionable on the injury report, missing games left and right, 96 of his last 100 games.
Yeah. I think it was...
He's played the last 96 of 100 possible opportunities. That blows my mind.
Played a ton of minutes last night.
Yeah, he played like 50-something minutes.
I was driving home Sunday after we did our BetQL show, and whatever show we had on CBS Sports was mentioning just how healthy Anthony Davis and available he's been, so he's trying to squash those narratives.
Yeah, and he's killing it. He's back to playing like one of the best big men. I think if he can stay healthy and go, like the offensive game actually has a chance to... get polished a little bit. His defense is, second to none, I think, when you talk about big men when he's going. And, it's just, it's so crazy they can't be a little bit better. Because LeBron still statistically looks like one of the top 5 players. You have Anthony Davis. You have a good cast. Like, I don't know, maybe the Lakers are about to take flight in the playoffs once again and surprise everybody. Well, LeBron, we know he's got his new podcast with JJ Redick, Mind Games, where they really go inside basketball and they are educating people. Here is a clip of him talking about earlier in the season, the comeback win the Lakers had versus the Clippers, and how he vetoed the Darvin Ham coaching strategy.
In the Clipper game, we had switching built in versus Kawhi and versus James and whatever the case may be, and I vetoed it in the second half because I know T. Lue more than any other player that's ever been with T. Lue, and I know he plays target ball too. And it got to a point where I knew in order for us to get back into the game, switching anybody else into Kawhi, it's not favorable for us. I might as well just get ready for the Wizards. So I vetoed it.
He wants to make that loud and clear. And of course you have that right. Head coach LeBron, GM LeBron. We know how it goes, dude. This won't be the first. This is definitely not the first veto, I would imagine, in his career. And definitely won't be the last. But I thought that was a fun little clip. And one of the quotes he has from this latest episode of the Mind Game podcast with JJ Redick, he says he came home after a game recently and his wife was just asking him like how he feels physically, being, obviously being in the league for as many years as he's been in. He goes, my wife asked me how I'm feeling when I came home after a game the other night. And I said, babe, just imagine buying a 2003 Escalade and now it's 2024 and you never changed the tires. So rub my feet, please.
Butt crack?
I know that's real. No, that's basketball all the way.
That's hilarious.
It is hilarious. And I do imagine, man, his feet must look, I mean, like a Lionel Messi foot. What does that foot look like?
Yeah, wrinkly and bony and purple
toes and
all jagged.
Yeah, I can't imagine how bad that is. And then I wanted to play this clip as well. Golden State Warriors and Miami Heat played last night. And the only reason why it's relevant is because I guess the Miami Heat broadcast, I think it's Eric Reed, their play-by-play voice. Listen to him just completely get basketball history wrong, recent NBA history involving the Warriors. It's Warriors Heat. This is Heat's play-by-play voice, and I think he short-circuited.
Andrew Wiggins, a guy who averaged 18 points and 9 rebounds a game in the 2022 NBA Finals, which they lost to the Celtics. 2 years ago, it was Boston in 6 to win it all. 1-point Heat lead with under a minute left.
They lost to the Celtics.
Yeah.
He just the way I remember it.
He's like, yeah, of course, Boston won, and then he doubles down with it. In fact, they won in 6. Okay.
Yeah. Alternate facts become quite a thing. You have your own reality. I'm not here to hate on it.
It's your truth, man.
Yes.
Isn't that what they say?
Yeah,
your truth.
Speak your truth.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Little afternoon rim sesh here for you. Never hurt you in the G-Bag Nation. A reminder, we do have a Rangers tickets giveaway coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. The Texas Lottery is the presenting sponsor on this and of the Silver Boot Series. And we're very excited about the Rangers season getting underway tomorrow. We're very excited about having a giveaway here coming up in the 4 o'clock hour to celebrate it and ring it in properly. What's this about some Jory Epstein audio? Wolchuk, what do you have?
Yeah, Jory was speaking on a podcast about a week ago, and some of this audio started going viral. She's actually going to be on Sean and RJ tomorrow. But some interesting things. CeeDee Lamb's extension, Micah's reputation, and maybe a split on Dak Prescott. That's next.
The Rangers and Cubs open up the season tomorrow night at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time tomorrow, 6 o'clock, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Sean Shreve here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Wealth, talking about 401ks. I've always heard that 401k.
PT Clinic. Let's get back to being you.
The place to hear sports.
Swing and a miss. Drop it now.
With lots of this mixed in. Thanks for listening and sharing some laughs, Tolos, on The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, in for Lucius today. And the rest of the week, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Scott Draper, Big 12 Pro Days coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk to him about that event. And also in the 4, we have the big Rangers giveaway here, the 4-pack of Rangers Astros tickets. So stay tuned for that shot. Here's Wolchuk with some interesting Cowboys audio.
Yeah, so shout out to Jory Epstein, who does an excellent job of really covering the entire NFL now. Used to cover the Cowboys beat. She's now with Yahoo Sports. But she hopped on Matt Harmon's show on Yahoo Sports last week, but this audio really started circulating yesterday. And she talked about a variety of things, CeeDee Lamb, Micah, Dak Prescott. But we'll start with the top cut 4 here and work our way down. But on why the Cowboys feel they can weather Dak's cap hit this season.
Yeah, I think to me, you can't talk about what the Cowboys should do without Dak Prescott without considering a few factors. 1, CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons contracts. And 2, Mike McCarthy and the future of the head coach and sort of the structure that they're running. I think on the contract standpoint, $59 million as a cap hit seemed completely unrealistic, undoable until the salary cap came out. It was a $30 million bump from last year. And again, as one Cowboys person who I was talking to about this at the Combine said to me, well, we thought it'd go up 15 or so. So it's really more of a $15 million bump than a $30 million bump relative to what I expected. But every exec across the league that I talked to projected a lower number for this cap than actually came in. And so if there is a year to take a $59 million cap hit and give yourself some flexibility, it's this year. I mean, think about it, because if not, okay, if it's 15 above what they want, that's what, 45, 44. I mean, it's not as crazy as it sounds, particularly when you still have some of your stars on rookie contracts.
Which would be a guy like CeeDee Lamb. Right, he's currently on a rookie contract. Micah Parsons on a rookie contract, so that makes sense. I mean, it allowed the Cowboys to say, "All right, let's go ahead and just wait and see if we want to on Dak." Now, if their indications, long-term plans are that they do want Dak around, then it makes no sense. You go ahead and you do that earlier because you're going to end up paying more the more you wait. But if they really are serious about, okay, this is an all-in approach to paying our own guys, but also let's see how the season unfolds and maybe we'll move on. That makes sense, but it brings up CeeDee Lamb. That's not a guy you should wait on, and why does Jory believe that they should prioritize extending that dude, number 88?
I think what you run into is, what's the order of the contracts you want to get done? To me, like, you get CeeDee Lamb done this offseason. CeeDee Lamb was number 1 in receptions last year in the league, top 3 in receiving yards and receiving touchdowns. He is reliable. He's a great locker room guy. He has been great with Dak. He's been great with quarterbacks in college. Like, he is someone who you need to lock up. And the only thing you gain by waiting is you're going to pay him more. And so I think that the Cowboys saw that last time, and they have a lot of deal inertia then. They had a lot of deal inertia now. I definitely think there's some frustration in the front office about some of that, of like, why aren't Jerry and Steven a little more adamant about getting things done? But to me, like, go get CD done. You're just going to pay him more. You know you want him.
That's interesting. And they should pay him, because the longer they wait, they're going to get some of these other receivers that end up getting deals, and that price tag is just going to go up and up and up. Now, I can get it. Maybe CD's side, like, right, it takes 2 to bargain. But CeeDee Lamb's a guy that you're going to want. You might as well go ahead and lock him up now.
Yes, I mean, and I imagine as long as the dollars are appropriate, CD will be willing to sign. I'm sure there are some questions if you're CeeDee Lamb about what's the status of the quarterback situation moving forward here, so that could make you a little bit hesitant. But if the Cowboys are giving you the dollars that you want, then you probably don't really care about that. But I do wonder, like, if Dak's not, if you're going to let Dak walk next offseason, isn't the goal now, we got to find the quarterback. It doesn't matter how good our receiver is. Doesn't matter how good anything else is. Now it's find quarterback time. So I think if you know that Dak is walking out right now, then you start stacking up guys that, okay, who can we move here? Because now your timeline has changed. When you decide to move on from Dak, especially after a season where Dak's your quarterback, it's not like you're going to get done with this season, by and large, more than likely, you're probably going to be picking next year in the draft in the 20s. So you're not in a prime position to get your quarterback. So it's not like you're just going to get the next quarterback in line. Boom, here he goes. Thank God he's got CeeDee Lamb to start his career off. It might be a full season with a question mark at quarterback. Is it Trey Lance? Is it some random? Who knows?
Yeah, but I still think you're going to want CeeDee Lamb as part of your plans, right?
Yeah, I think nowadays, though, I'd have given anything to be in this situation. In the early 2000s, they're putting quarterbacks out there that you can actually win games with. Like in the early 2000s, we never got an opportunity. We never got a Baker Mayfield to come out, or never had an opportunity to trade for an Aaron Rodgers or any of that stuff. Everybody held their quarterbacks. Nobody wanted to get rid of them, and then ultimately you're looking at guys like we were, like down the line, way down the line guys trying to convert baseball players, all kinds of things. I'm not making an excuse for that, but nowadays you at least have a chance to go get a quarterback. It's not all about the draft. I mean, there's some quarterbacks that are on these 1 or 2 year deals and stuff that that are going to be up, and you could say, okay, well, look what the Falcons did. Everybody thought, well, the Falcons need a quarterback. Well, they got a quarterback that's just as comparable as the guy that we're talking about right now, Dak Prescott.
Yeah, all that's very fair. I mean, you could decide, hey, we're not going to completely.
You have a better chance of getting one today than you did 20 years ago. That's my saying. If you want to let this quarterback thing ride, and you want to say, okay, we'll get a bridge guy, you have a chance nowadays.
Yeah, if that's the approach you want to go, I mean,
well, you might not have a choice. You might not have a choice.
You might not.
You might not.
Think no matter what,
They might say, you know what, we're going to move on from Dak. Yeah. And how we gonna work this?
You do have a choice. You don't have to go spend Baker Mayfield dollars on an average quarterback that is going to get you exactly where Dak Prescott just got you, which is probably to the playoffs, and that's it. Why would you do that? Then you might as well just keep Dak. I mean, ultimately, if you're just going to go get a guy, like the point is, we're trying to go big picture upgrade here. The only way to do that ultimately is to be picking in the top 5 of the draft.
Okay, then but you're not going to be picking in the top 5 of the draft as the Dallas Cowboys. It's not going to happen.
Well, if Dak's not your quarterback and you don't do the Baker Mayfield
well, then
bit,
you have the bridge player.
Here's Trey Lance.
You have the bridge quarterback that, then you don't win, and now you are picking in the top 5. Yeah. It's just a year removed. But you can go get a quarterback now if you want to be somewhat competitive.
With all that being
if you want
said,
to tank, go get the guy Tommy Cutlets or somebody like that. If you don't want to be competitive.
No, 100%. I still would.
That's what I'm saying.
I still think CeeDee Lamb is part of your plans with whatever quarterback you'd like, unless you just don't think CeeDee's going to get better, which he has done every year.
No, it's not
but
that.
I would still just pay CeeDee now. That way, that deal's done instead of waiting and seeing what Justin Jefferson gets. Now it's like, well, what if CeeDee says, I want more than that? Now we're in issues. Now we're paying a dude 30. Like, to me, I get what Jordy's saying. I think CeeDee Lamb's probably here. Go ahead and get that thing done.
Yeah, I just think that once Dak's no longer a part of your plans, and now you have a giant question mark at the quarterback position, now everything about your franchise is finding that guy.
Yeah.
And is CeeDee Lamb catching balls for you with random quarterback while your team sucks? Is that worth it? Or should you use CeeDee Lamb, the asset, to help you go get the quarterback that you want? So now I've got an asset. I got a first-round pick or whatever for CeeDee Lamb. Maybe Micah Parsons is in the mix here too. Yeah. Now I'm the team that has the arsenal to say I can move up and go get the quarterback that I want.
And if you want to trade him, hey, I get that. That's an interesting.
So you're talking about a complete blow-up. Don't sign the guy. I mean, that would be the option. If you're going to go away from Dak, you're not interested in signing CeeDee Lamb, and you're interested in probably trading Micah Parsons.
Correct.
Okay, let's get to Micah though. And we got more Jory. We can come back to you later on or tomorrow, even if we want. But here was Jory talking about Micah and his reputation across the league.
Micah's an interesting one because I think that I was talking to a defensive coach from another team about this, and I was just trying to understand because, like, on one hand, we see Micah's sack numbers, we see what he can do, but it's like, think about the biggest games that they had, the games against San Francisco, the playoff games. Like, what did Micah do in those games? And I had one coach tell me, when the Cowboys are winning, Micah's a Hall of Fame player. When the Cowboys need him most, he's pretty average. And I was asking, I'm like, okay, well, if he's taking off some plays, like people say Chris Jones takes off plays, like I still think he's worth the money. I still think he's helped the Chiefs to Super Bowls. And this coach, I think, wisely told me, Chris Jones takes off some plays, but he makes them when they matter most. Yeah. Micah is not 100% on all plays, but he kind of makes them when they matter least. And I'm not saying least, but he's not making them when they matter most. So I would say, like, you have to decide.
That sounds like the whole Cowboys team. That sounds like the entire.
I know. When I told this to someone in the front office, they started naming some other people on that roster. And I think there's something like culturally.
Yeah, I think a lot has to be said for the style of offense that Green Bay and San Francisco both deployed. You know, if you're getting run against, Micah Parsons is not going to help you stop the run that much compared to what's going to happen if you can make them one-dimensional. And I think that's valid criticism, but I also think he's one of the top 5 most impactful players on defense in the league, you know? And if you want to win, you want Micah Parsons. If you want to, go all in for your next Hall of Fame quarterback, you probably want to trade him, To me, that's what I would do. I want to prioritize Super Bowl over everything else. And I don't think you can do it with the current quarterback. I want to get back in the drafted quarterback game. I don't think the organization sees the things the way that I do, though. And, Micah Parsons can be part of a big winning plan. But if you can't stop the run, you're going to get your butt kicked in January. And it's not his fault. It's your linebackers, your defensive tackle, and the front office's fault.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that some of the best defensive players in the game, and Micah is one, but Aaron Donald, Super Bowl games on the line, you don't think Aaron Donald's getting double and triple teamed, and he's also the focus of every offense he's playing against? What did Aaron Donald do? He came up and made the play. That's what makes you a Hall of Famer and a great player. Micah, as much as we criticize Dak, Micah's gotten a pass. Micah hasn't stepped up in those big games either. I agree with everything she said, and it's not that coach. I know that Trayvon Diggs quoted and said pathetic coach. It's tough to find good things that are said about Micah Parsons in NFL circles right now.
Dang. Feeling the heat. Thank you, Wolchuk. That's a great piece of audio, and we look forward to maybe having a little bit more of that Jory content coming up later on in the broadcast. As we head for the 4 o'clock hour, G-Bag Nation, hope you're having a good one. It is now just over 26 hours till the pregame for opening day. Scott Draper, Big 12 Pro Day, joins us to talk prospects from the conference coming up next year in the nation.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by LL Flooring. LL Flooring.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are about to be joined by a special guest. We do have a big giveaway coming up this hour in the 4 o'clock hour, a 4-pack of Rangers and Astros tickets. We'll be looking for caller 10 when we give the cue to call a little bit later on this hour. Joining us now here is our guest, Scott Draper, from the Big 12 Pro Day. This is coming up March 27th through 31st, Star in Frisco. Nearly 140 prospects participating in front of reps from all 32 NFL teams. Air Force Reserve, the presenting sponsor, and Noble, who did apparel at the NFL Combine. So it's a big pro day with partnerships involving the NFL and the Big 12. And Scott joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys today?
We're doing awesome. We're fired up for this draft, and I'm sure our scout guys can't wait to ask you about specific players. I'm just wondering, to begin with, how this all came about, Scott.
Yeah, so first of all, it's great to be with you, and we're excited to be here in Frisco at the Star, and can't thank the Cowboys, the NFL, enough for all they've done for us to put this event on. But this event started with the idea of our commissioner, Brett Yormark, when he first took the job almost 2 years ago, and he came to me and said, let's do a league-wide pro day. And I thought, wow, that's never been done before, and let's go. Let's figure it out. And so we have, and partnered with the NFL and working with them alongside them for the last year or so to put this event together. Got buy-in from the Big 12 schools and all 32 teams. And, of course, the Cowboys and their staff have just been incredible partners to work with. So we're excited to have 136 football players from the Big 12, 140-plus scouts, all 32 teams, scouts from the Canadian Football League, the UFL. Michael Jordan's racing team, 2311, is here as well, scouting for their pit crew. So it's a great event. It's first of its kind, and we can't wait for it to kick off tomorrow morning.
Scott, how did you get around the radius rule? You know, we've always, I know when I was in the league, there was like the 50-mile rule and all. Did the league just completely sign off on that to give you the ability to get all your players in at this one spot?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, so this is, the HBCU Combine is something that they've put on for a few years, and so a league pro day has been done at least at the HBCU level, and this is the first time that it's done, at a Power 5 conference level, and so they embraced it. They've allowed us to bring all of our players here. None of our schools did a traditional pro day on their campuses, so the only criteria for the players this year was they had to be on an active roster in the 2023 season, and so it was really up to them to show up and be here. And 26 guys that went to the Combine are here as well, and so yeah, we're happy that it's the first of its kind, and we're kind of learning as we go a little bit at times, but the NFL partnership has been terrific, and they're excited to have us here. We're excited to see it happen tomorrow.
Yeah, it sounds like the NFL is really helping blow this event up. What's that partnership been like to help grow this event?
Yeah, on the operations side, Roman Oben, the Vice President for Football Development, Troy Vincent, his team and his staff have led and leaned into, not only putting their time and resources into it, but bringing to bear, the collection of NFL scouts and clubs that are typically run pro days, and getting them excited to help and lean in and help put the event on. Mark Gorsuch, who is the face of the 40,
right.
If you watch the NFL Combine, Mark's running the 40 for us tomorrow as well. So, all of those touches, all of those things that connect us to the NFL Combine and giving all of our players the opportunity to have some of that experience as well. Noble is our apparel partner. The layout of the building is a lot like the Combine in Indy, and so we're super pleased with how it's come together this far. But the goal for us was just to give the players the opportunity to achieve their goals. That was the only thing that we had in mind, is that we were going to provide them a really special event. But ultimately, it was about them and their ability to showcase their talents in front of all 32 teams plus, and that's what we've hopefully tried to do.
Scott, I know you're talking about kind of doing things a little bit on the fly and on the run, but is the format similar to what we see from the Combine when you have or a pro day, when we all go to pro days where they run a 40, you do the bench press? Is it individual positions? Is that how you've got it broken down for how the scouts are going to evaluate?
Yeah, great question. So it is just like the NFL Combine. So the player groups are grouped together. So tomorrow is in the morning are the skill players, the quarterbacks, wide receivers, tight ends, running backs. In the afternoon session is the defensive backs. And so the entire groups are separated into player group 1, which is tomorrow is the skill in the DBs, and player group 2 comes in Friday, which is linebackers, D-line, offensive line specialists. That's player group 2, and they'll do the exact same thing on Saturday here on the field. Starts with the bench from the 40, the vertical jump, the broad, the cone drills, and then all of the field drills that the scouts will put the players through. So it'll look just like the Combine. The NFL Network is broadcasting tomorrow from the event. They'll tape, and then they'll be packaging the event into 2 1-hour broadcasts Thursday night, tomorrow night, and Friday night.
It's Scott Draper here, Big 12 Pro Day with you on 105 through the Fan. I'm sorry, did you say that Michael Jordan's race team is here scouting for pit crew members?
Yeah, 2311. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That is killer. So they're looking for big, strong, fast guys, and they're going to teach them how to be. So is the pitch like, hey, if you don't make it, maybe jump in here and change tires really fast?
100%. Yeah, that's part of our goal too. Is not everybody here is going to get an opportunity to play, and so if your career ended with pro day, or if it ends after a long NFL career, we wanted to provide them every opportunity to achieve their goals, whether it's on the field or off the field. And so part of our event too is the All-State Pro Day Institute and providing them career opportunities. And we have members from all over the country, C-suite members from all over the country coming in and doing a career fair tomorrow night with the players. So more than just football, but the focus is football certainly and their goals, but we want to give them the opportunity to learn more about something that they may have an interest in. And so when their career ends, they can lean into that relationship that they may have built here this weekend.
Who else is here? Maybe rugby, maybe a lumberjack union. What are we looking at?
Well, I'm probably breaking some news here, but that's okay. The Undertaker and Big E from WWE are coming as well.
Oh,
so
cool. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they'll be here as well. So that's amongst a lot of C-suite folks that from industry, doctors, lawyers, marketing, business, all the usual suspects. But we wanted to give our players every opportunity to achieve their goals.
Well, that's going to be fun for a lot of them too, meeting those guys. Probably.
Yeah. Hey, Scott, I was going to, when you talked about the drills and stuff, you mentioned the scouts running the drills. Is that, I assume, no coaches then? I mean, no quarterback coach coming in or no receiver coach like we've seen from the Combine?
Yeah, so the NFL scouts, coaches, and position coaches will run all the drills.
Okay.
So it'll be those guys that do it. And, most of the position drills are run by position coaches or, all of them are position coaches. Some are scouts, but
sure.
There's a lead position coach for every position. All of the field drills will be run by the scouts, of course. But a couple head coaches that are coming as well. Of course, Mike McCarthy will be over here, and Todd Bowles is coming as well. So,
good.
And amongst the other GMs and assistant GMs, area scouts, and all kinds of team personnel here. So again, a great group of people that are coming.
And Scott, one final thing for a guy like say that Zach and I are asking you all these questions, and we're
geeking out over it.
Yeah, because we do the draft show for the on DallasCowboys.com. Will all the heights, weights, times be provided? Will we be able to go to a website and get all your times and stuff like that, or is that just something for the teams and their consumption?
Yeah, we haven't. We're not releasing that to the public. We are certainly, releasing it to the scouts and
clubs.
to the schools,
okay.
But yeah, not to the public.
Okay.
I did want to ask you, because I know we had some people asking about this, Scott, but is it as simple as, okay, now the year is over, so we were not having Texas and Oklahoma players participate in this since they're now in the SEC?
Yeah, that's true. They were given the opportunity to participate, and they chose to have their own pro days, and that's fine. That's great for them. And I think both of them have already completed their pro days I think they've had at least the last couple of weeks they've done it. Next year we'll have 16 members, 4 new members: Colorado, Utah, Arizona State. They'll be part of our pro day next year. So it'll grow in numbers and scope and size and personalities and players, and as it always does every year, it changes, and look forward to doing it again.
With all the great basketball players we have, maybe the NBA want to get in on this next time around.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some interest certainly from other folks that see our success, hopefully, and again, the success is if the players and the clubs have a great experience and they get what they need. That's what it's all about. So if we do well there, we'll have a year too, but that's our focus.
Hey man, we're all over the draft on this station and this channel, so we salute you and congratulate you for pulling this together, and wish you nothing but the best of luck. We'll be watching.
Yeah, appreciate the time. And if you need anything from us, let us know.
Right on. There he goes, Scott Draper, Big 12 Pro Day, really underway today, and runs through the weekend up there at the Star with 140 players.
That's awesome, man. That is awesome.
Javon Baker, UCF, one of the wide receiver targets we've been high on. He's going to be participating. There's some really good talent.
Yep.
It sounds like they're really going about it in a way that is going to make the players feel a little bit more comfortable than the combine. Going out of your way for entertainment and some creature comforts and stuff like that. And hopefully it can generate some momentum, and we can have really a big part of the draft process right here in our backyard, as it should be. All right, when we come back, Wolchuk, it's time for your top 10. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we had a National Spinach Day yesterday, and I didn't want to bore you with a top 10 vegetables list, but I did find the top 10 most hated foods in America in honor of National Spinach Day. What's a food that you just hate? That's next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, you need to call my friends at D&M Leasing. I'll tell them you're calling if you just send me a message, and you're going to love it, right? The 972 or 817-35-LEASE, dmautoleasing.com. That is your portal for the easy lease. And what is the easy lease? Most consumer-friendly lease on the market. The reason D&M Leasing is always winning. All right, welcome back. That was cool talking to Scott, wasn't it? Big 12 Pro Day, it's a new thing. Is it going to get as big as the Combine? Will the Combine break up and each conference will do their own thing? I think the players are going to like this more. Obviously, they need to get the medical staffs in there. Maybe it's just not logistically possible. But I think it's pretty cool, and it's another way, it's another option for the players to be seen by the teams and most of what they need to go through to get selected. Segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Yes, Brian?
As long as they give me the medicals, they can work out wherever they want.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah. If they want to have a hub in Dallas, a hub in L.A., a hub wherever to do these workouts.
Well, the hub's not allowed in Texas anymore.
No hubbing. So, so to me, I'm totally okay with that. Just give me the medicals, and I'll go wherever you need to work out.
You know what is allowed in Texas, though, baby? Silver Boot Series. And the Texas Lottery, which has returned in 2024 as the presenting sponsor of said Silver Boot. And we're teaming up with them to give away 4 tickets to each game right now. Caller 10 wins a 4-pack of 100 level tickets to the April 10th game when your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Houston Astros at Globe Life Field. Look at the lines light up. No lines open. Tickets are on sale now, Rangers.com, or win them by being caller number 10 right now.
Oh, that's epic, dude. What a great series. What a great giveaway. That'll be the introduction of the Whataburger concession actually being open, as it won't be for the initial series versus these Cubs. So, dude, that's going to be amazing. And that's the sport's best rivalry going right now.
I'm excited. I'm excited tomorrow we get to wear a Whataburger gear.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. And salute to the Texas Lottery. They've generated $38 billion in revenue for good causes in the state, including education, veteran services, and other important state programs. So best of luck to you. And without further ado, it's time for the Woolly Bullies Top 10. Here he is, Zach, with an H.
Thank you very much, General. The top 10 most hated foods in America. What is your most hated food? I do want to just give love to our Dallas Stars one more time as they sit atop the Western Conference. They're a point away from having the most points in the entire NHL right now as they sit on 99. And the Dallas Stars, courtesy of our friend Brian Ray, who has been on the KMC Masterpiece and is Mike Bassick's best buddy, the most 20 goal scorers in a single season in Dallas Stars history is this season. They have tied it as they have 7. They are looking to add an 8th. If indeed our guy Jamie Benn can just get 3 more goals home, and he's on a 5-goal heater. But Mason Marchment added to the 20-goal tally last night. Sagan, Duchesne, Pavelski, Robertson, Hintz, and Johnston. Wyatt Johnston leading the team in goals right now with 28. Pretty damn incredible. But your Dallas Stars are crushing it right now, and we look forward to that matchup with the Vancouver Canucks coming up as well. So shout out to the Stars. We love you. Keep crushing it out there, boys. You're the best.
Around.
Best in the West.
Best in the West. I thought this was pretty hilarious. Washington Huskies defensive coordinator Steve Belichick was asked, what's the biggest difference between you and your dad, Bill? Maybe the one-liner of 2024. Quote, I got a job and he doesn't.
Employment, baby.
Man.
Dunk all over that, daddy.
That is absolutely fantastic. And we know who is going to be doing the national anthem tomorrow for Rangers opening day. It is Wade Bowen, who put on his Twitter account. He's honored to be invited to sing the national anthem on opening day for the Rangers. Tune in tomorrow. Let's go Rangers. Hashtag went and took it. So shout out to Wade Bowen, you country music fans out there. That should be quite the rendition as we get to see the World Championship banner be dropped there at Globe Life Field. It's going to be absolutely badass. All right.
Salute to you, Wade.
Salute. Let's slide into worst foods in America, most hated foods, I should say. Do you guys have a food? I mean, I think, Gavin, I'll probably start with you because there's probably multiple. There's probably a few.
When you said this, I thought, probably anything with mayonnaise on it.
Okay, mayonnaise was an honorable mention on this.
And then I branched that out to also include sour cream, which I think is terrible. But then I said, dude, you know what you really hate is fish, Now Now, if you fry me up some halibut, a good plate of fish and chips can be tolerated. Okay, if in London or something. But then I said, no, you know what's even worse than fish, bro, that you won't even touch under any circumstances is sushi. And I think it is the biggest horse you-know-what that people are pretending to like this. I've tried it a few times. It makes me gag. I think they are virtue signaling like, oh, look at me. I'm fancy and sophisticated. I like sushi. Trash.
Man.
But we ate those poke bowls, right?
That's not sushi.
That is, though.
That's chicken teriyaki bowls.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's getting a different bowl than the rest.
You're not getting crab or shrimp
No, he's
tuna
going
or salmon.
He's going General
You're
Tso's
talking
on
to
us.
to a couple sushi lovers here. Eric and I have many times gone to the all-you-can-eat sushi spot and torn it up.
Well, I hope your self-image is improved afterwards because I know your taste buds hated it.
I really don't even care about the self-image. I'll go to Kroger and buy some sushi.
Yeah.
I'm not some sushi snob.
I'm not below the gas station sushi.
Not
Is that
at
what you're
all.
saying?
I'll dabble. I don't care.
I mean, okay, gas station sushi. You have to draw a line somewhere.
That's
I get
fair.
it at like a Kroger or something.
Kroger,
Like,
Tom
sure.
Thumb, Central Market. I probably won't go to 7-Eleven and get sushi.
It's a bit. You're looking at fish
It's
bait.
awesome, man. It's
Yeah.
so good.
I don't believe you.
It's good. We'll find you a roll that you like. We'll get some fried one.
I don't believe anybody that tells me they like black olives. I think they're doing.
I'm with you on black olives.
They're doing a bit of sorts because that's disgusting. There's no
I was
way
going to make
around
you a
it.
deep dish pizza with all black olives.
No, please don't do that. Please don't waste that bread and cheese and sauce and time.
They're so hard to pick out. The cheese gets all melted in them.
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
And they're just like, I always know
You
if
don't
there's
like
a
the
Supreme, I'll
saltiness?
pick it off, whatever. I don't know, because I'm a salty guy. Like, I like salty snacks and stuff. But my gosh, dude, black olives are absolutely terrible. And there's nothing you can put them in or on. Not even the muffaletta.
Yeah.
You go a little muffaletta action.
But
I
see,
gotta say, hold the black olives because they want to go heavy with the black olives on the muffalettas.
Yeah, then that's probably a bad thing for you because that's all a bunch of olives all chopped up together.
Yeah, that's a no thank you situation. Pappy in the 903 says boiled okra is the worst thing. I didn't even know we were boiling okra. I thought you only fried it.
I've only seen fried okra, and I'll be honest, I'm not a fan. Not a fan of the okras.
Okra could be you put it in a gumbo. It could be a little slimy.
Okay.
Nokra.
One guy has texted in, or gal said liver, period. And I'm with you.
Yeah.
My dad loves like livers and gizzards.
Tongue, liver.
I can't do liver. Like I'll do some beef tongue. I'm not doing liver, man. It has such a unique, just gross taste.
Yeah, there's a metal taste. I've been doing like a little piece of raw liver almost every day now for a little while because it's so nutrient dense. Like it is the most nutritious thing you can put in your body, and you only need a little bit of it to
You got hooked, didn't you? You got hooked on that guy that eats all
the
that
Liver
stuff.
King.
Yeah.
Liver King? No, it wasn't Liver King that got me to do this. But I do like Paul Saladino.
Oh, Paul's the one.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a
you guys
lot.
have palates of children. Do not be coming after us over here. All right, we've got our own in-house cook, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah.
All right, this might just be a Gavin thing. But Gavin I think since we've been on the show, you have branched out a little bit more. You're a little bit more open-minded to what you're going to eat now.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not.
The Palate of Children is the show before us.
Yes.
I'm not closed-minded to a lot of stuff. Just seafood and mayonnaise mostly.
I'm against, as you know, the fried egg. I'm against
which is weird.
The rubbery. If you could,
but you'll do scrambled.
I'll do scrambled. It's a strange thing.
Yeah.
I'll do the scrambled. I'll do the omelets, but it like the deviled egg, no. The fried egg, no. It's the white rubbery part that I can't deal with.
Yeah.
That's my issue.
Have you guys? Is it rhubarb?
What do you guys think about blue cheese?
I can do blue cheese.
Blue cheese I can eat on a buffalo wing. I could do it, but I'm definitely a ranch guy. Like I don't. Look, if it was completely up to me, I would never have blue cheese ever again because anytime it calls for blue cheese, it really calls for ranch.
See, I think on a wedge salad, I can dabble with some blue cheese.
It's a very strong, moldy flavor.
Yeah.
It is potent. As a kid, I didn't like it. As I got older, I was like, okay, I can dabble.
I've had a killer blue cheese bacon burger.
Yeah.
Like
that's what I'm saying.
Like that was great.
Yeah.
The ratio was right.
We've got Ranch is Disgusting from the 214. Pimento cheese is what they hate the most.
No.
Root beer tastes like Sprite in a whiskey barrel. That's disgusting. Kale. I agree. I can't get in on the kale, even though that's supposed to be healthy too.
Yeah, it's fake healthy.
Black licorice, and we'll get to black licorice.
Black licorice.
Yeah, it's really bad.
That's a death.
That's really bad.
That's death.
Boiled peanuts from the 904.
No. How about beets?
Beets is going to be on the list. Yeah, celery got texted in.
Oh,
Now,
that's brutal.
No, you could doll up celery. You could put cheese on celery, and it makes it taste a lot better.
Really?
I've seen people do peanut butter, too.
Peanut butter.
Peanut
Used
butter.
to do that as a kid.
Yeah.
Curry from the 469. They're just not into it. Brussels sprouts, plain mayonnaise, cottage cheese being texted
Cottage
in.
cheese is a no.
Mustard. Worst condiment ever from the 214.
Eric's about to fight you.
Yeah, he will.
It's just a bad take, man.
Sauerkraut.
Try a honey mustard or a golden brown. You know, I get, maybe you don't like the yellow, right? There's a lot of options.
Sauerkraut on a corned beef sandwich.
Yeah,
That's
I usually
promising.
do ask no sauerkraut. Maybe I should try.
Oh,
Maybe I
gosh.
should dabble.
Why not?
What's happening in the 214? My friends put black olives in their draft beer.
What?
Huh.
Why? To make it saltier? Like instead of adding salt, you add black olives?
I really couldn't tell you, man.
That's interesting.
I don't know.
Olives in a beer.
Maybe he's
Chris?
just trying to ball sack me.
Chris, what's your most hated food? Have you been waiting patiently there the whole time?
I've been waiting so patiently. I mean, I talked to the Toto that won the ticket. Shout out Roy. But
Congratulations, Roy.
yeah, prime rib. I'm going to add prime rib into this conversation. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mama Strong worked at Lowry's up in Dallas for like 2
my
decades.
gosh.
Lowry's.
I cannot handle it, man. I cannot
Is it the
handle
bloody factor?
bloody? Yeah, it's just I need it cooked a little more. I'm sorry.
Okay. So
But you'll do like a ribeye or a strip
Oh,
or
for
something.
sure. Yeah, I mean, eating that up all
Yeah,
day.
man, your mom's a legend in my book,
I hear
working
you.
at Lowry's.
Hell yeah.
Prime rib would be my last choice. I mean, before sirloin, of course, but not.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite.
Prime
either.
rib could be a little tough.
It can be.
when they come by with the cart and they put it in that plate and it hits and
It can
you're
be.
like look down and you're like I'm not sure.
It's not my go-to, but I'm
Yeah.
definitely not going to have it. You know, if
Yeah.
somebody's like, okay, do you want prime rib?
A
I'll
little
say, yeah, I'll
chewy.
have
Be a
some
little
prime.
chewy. Yeah.
Need some good au jus.
I need more salt. So
Yeah.
a regular cut steak, it's not so thick. You got so much real estate that has not been seared, has not been
Yes.
salted.
It can be bland. I'm with you. The honorable mentions, most hated foods in America: mayo, pickles. I know Jared Sandler hates the pickles too. Coconut.
Brutal.
Coconut was an interesting one.
I like coconut, man.
It's the texture of the coconut for me, the graininess. Like I don't mind the flavor of coconut, but I can't just have like a piece of coconut.
You
The
can't have
grainy
it just
texture,
shaved?
It bothers me.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Well, actually, I do. It's the graininess. Cilantro, which
Oh,
is
no.
surprising.
Oh.
Well, there is a DNA strain that if you have it, I got this from my 23andMe when me and Abby signed up for this. For a lot of people, it tastes like soap, literally.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay,
So
well, then, yeah.
if you love cilantro, you got the opposite gene, and congratulations because it's a hell of a flavor.
It is a flavor. Good flavor. I use it quite a bit.
But 11, just on the outside looking in, is mushrooms. Mushrooms, 11th most hated food. And that
You
is
know?
one that people either like or don't.
That would be a definite top fiver for me. I didn't think of it, but yes, I can't eat mushrooms. I will literally start throwing up out of disgust.
Even
over
if
the
they're
flavor, the texture, everything. Yes.
Raw mushrooms I'm not doing, but I can do cooked mushrooms.
See, like
What if
you
I
say-
dip it in chocolate?
Okay.
Chocolate covered mushrooms.
Or cheese. You fry it,
Fondue.
or you do cheese or chocolate. I'm probably down. I'll have the mushroom.
I don't know why I say that, but I think I could get through those, Chief.
I think mushrooms in a gravy is always a good thing.
Well, mushroom gravy.
You cook it down.
Okay.
You cook it down and you take the flavor out of the mushroom to make the gravy.
We get a
You
nice
can make
mushroom
it really
reduction.
Yeah.
Maybe
reduction.
make a tea out of it or something.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, okay.
that sounds more doable.
Here's the top 10 America's most hated foods, though. 10 is olives.
Just in general.
Just in general.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah, because the
that
green
factor.
ones suck too.
Yeah.
Oh God.
9 is fennel.
I know you love your dirty martinis over there, Brada. Sorry.
You are a dirty martini.
Yeah. Fennel.
Dirty
What is
little
fennel?
bitch.
It's like it's a vegetable, but you use it. It's like a long. It's kind of a almost
Strong.
Like
Down to
it's a flavor like you think it's like an onion type of a
Okay.
thing, but it's a lot stronger than that.
I think, is it purple?
no, it's some green.
Okay.
It's a long green thing. It's in that cabbage, celery.
Okay. I
kind
think
of
I know what
range.
you're talking
yeah.
about.
Garbage.
Yeah.
Number 8 is Brussels sprouts, which I actually do enjoy. I'm a big fan.
But they need to be done properly. You
Salted,
know?
they do.
Salted. Yeah.
And they do stink.
Maybe there's a little Parmesan cheese sprinkled on
That would be
top.
great.
I'm not
Ooh.
mad at it.
7 is capers.
Man, the saltiness of the capers, though, I'm kind of in on that.
Yeah. 6 is okra. 5 is blue cheese.
Wow.
It's mold, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, it's great mold.
4 is beets.
Whoa, I'm naming them all.
You are. 3 is oysters.
Never tried one. They just look horrifying.
It does look like a glob of snot.
I could do it in a way that you would not, the view of it would just, you would like, okay, I could eat this.
Fried oyster?
Yeah. I could do it, but I could do it in a way with like either Rockefeller or Bienville with bacon and spinach. You don't like spinach though, right?
We bien. No, prefer no spinach.
Okay. Well, then I could say you could do it. There's certain ways you could do it with bacon. You could do it with Parmesan cheese.
You can doll them up pretty nice.
You could doll them up. Yeah. You can make them look really presentable. Like, oh, well, hey, they just look like a gray mass on a shell. Yeah.
Number 2 most hated food in America, though, is black licorice.
That's a thumbs
Disgusting.
up for me. Yeah.
The fact that it's in the candy category, give me a break, dude.
The red licorice could be right behind it too.
Oh.
Twizzlers
are okay.
Whoever invented the Twizzlers needs to be let outside.
Need a little bit more flavor.
That needs to be old Yellard.
Yeah,
I think they've improved on the concept.
But you need.
But you're not going to not say that either.
You get those heavily candied sour ropes though these days. They just put that whole genre to shame with how much flavor's bursting out of those bad boys.
But number 1 most hated food in America, and I co-sign, and this is another one my dad loves, and I'm like, Dad, why?
Oh, Vienna sausages.
I can do those. Anchovies.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Horrifying.
Okay, have you guys ever had? Have you guys like Caesar salads at all?
Yeah, but that's like chopped up and blended, and you don't know.
Okay, it's part of it.
The taste is hidden, though.
If you're a fan of the Caesar salad, the base of a Caesar salad is the anchovy paste.
But just a piece of anchovy, like on a pizza, people get anchovies on pizza, like my dad. Disgusting.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Can't do it.
I don't know why they have
Sardines
to.
are worse.
They got the whole fish in there, bones and everything. It's just a weird concept to begin with, and the flavor's not good enough to do it.
Next time you have a table side Caesar salad, just know you're eating some anchovies.
Where's escargot though? Snails.
Escargot's an interesting one.
I'll tell you what, with champagne sauce, those aren't bad.
I knew you would say something positive about that. That's disgusting, Brian. We got to run. An edition of The Finest is coming up at 5. Things to ponder next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Things to ponder featuring mirrors, thumbs, and would Caitlin Clark score a single point in the Big 3 League next year in the nation?
Shut up, man.
We got to run.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, in for Lucius all week long here in the G-Bag Nation. Send Lucius some love on social. Okay, let him know he's missed, even though Chris is doing a great job. We have an edition of The Finest coming up at 5. Dave Raymond, 5:20. We are 25 hours and 11 minutes now from opening day. Here's Chief with some things to ponder.
Okay, first question. Would Caitlin Clark score a single point in Ice Cube's Big 3 League, as he has offered her a $5 million deal to play 8 regular season games, and then if her team is in the postseason, a max of 2 more games, which would equal at most 10 games of basketball, half court style, versus the old washed up NBA men. And you'll get $5 million to do it. Caitlin Clark, balls in your court. I think it's fantastic. It would definitely, I mean, she's a needle mover. She's bringing eyeballs to the sport that she's playing now. I would imagine she would do something similar for Ice Cube's league. So I get the marketing and business side where he's coming from. He has tweeted out a couple of things. You know, he wanted this offer to remain private while Caitlin continues her run in the tournament right now, but cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
He says skeptics laughed when we made Nancy Lieberman the first female coach of a men's pro team, and she won the championship in her first year. Then Lisa Leslie won it all in year 2. With our offer, Caitlin Clark can make history and break down even more barriers for women athletes. Now, you guys ponder that for a moment. We'll see if we can get to the mirrors and the thumb that I need to address, but here is Kenyon Martin and Gilbert Arenas discussing the idea of Caitlin Clark in Ice Cube's Big 3 League.
It's a step under prison ball. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Prison ball, you got Big 3.
Shout out
Especially the first few years. Like, I was telling my partner earlier, MG, me and MG was talking, I'm like, could you imagine her getting stuck down on Reggie Evans? Just take and giggles if this was a real thing and she was able to participate and he put her out there. Could you imagine her being matched up and Reggie guarding her for 1, for 2, them her being, it's 3-on-3. She can't hide nowhere. Guarding Reggie Evans out that
Right. She gonna score.
Huh?
She ain't.
No, she's not.
No, you don't think she's gonna score a point?
No, she would not score.
I think she would
She
score.
would not score
I think
one.
She would score.
Lexi.
That's brute basketball.
Lexi.
I think she would score.
It's 3-on-3. She can't hide nowhere.
How's she gonna get the ball, Pat? She gonna take the ball out?
She gonna take the ball out, then what?
They're gonna pick her up right soon as that line.
Soon as she take, because you know
she try to cross that line. Boom, boom.
What? And the game, and it's right? Because I'm telling you what's going to do.
I know. I mean, I only went to one game and I didn't.
He played in it.
Yeah, y'all played in it.
I wouldn't even take the ball out. Crazy.
Listen, hey, yo, Rashawn McCann saw Allen Iverson out there and his lit up.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so Gilbert Arenas and Kenyon Martin, obviously formerly in the NBA. Kenyon Martin played a little Big 3 action, and so that is their thoughts on it. I do know that every dude out there will be playing the highest efforted defense that they've played in years, I would imagine, when they're matched up on Caitlin Clark, as to not be cooked by her and be a part of her highlight reel. That is for sure. But I just think, like the 972 says, like, she just can flat out shoot the basketball.
Yeah,
like she's going to be able to some extent get, and her range is pretty dang ridiculous. So, but I do think they would be going out of their way to make it as tough on her as possible.
Yeah, I do think the
defensively, she'd probably be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, the thing is, she wouldn't win a game. If she played the whole game, you couldn't win with her because of the defensive liability that would there. I think if you want to make a definitive statement, that's maybe one I would make. Like, if Caitlin Clark played the whole Big 3 game, her team would never win. But she would score, She
would score.
Yeah.
She can shoot, and that's the bottom line.
If you give her the ball and say, hey, attack this guy and get your shot off, maybe she wouldn't even get the shot off, but she'll play off the ball.
Right.
And move, and ultimately that guy's going to beat his defender, which will create a defensive adjustment, and then she'll be open for shots, and she would score. Now if it's winners outs, the other team might just keep the ball the entire time.
You guys know some of the players that are in this still?
Yeah, I was looking around.
Is
like Gerald Green,
Joe Johnson,
and Jason Richardson. I don't see Joe Johnson, but maybe he is. Nick Young.
Joe Johnson is still on a roster.
He is. Rashard Lewis, Leandro Barbosa, Mario Chalmers, Katino Mobley.
Yeah,
is playing in this still.
Dude, how old is he?
Yeah, I mean, he looks old. He's got a gray beard in his photo on the big three that they have on there. But
he was balling last time I saw the league in action, though. He was still killing it.
Oh man, Coutinho Mobile used to be a lot
Stays
of fun.
young with all that muscle, probably.
But you would think there's no easier way to make $5 million if you're Caitlin Clark in a world where she's going to be making I think $80,000 a year roughly as the number 1 overall pick in the WNBA. And Ice Cube is obviously you can still play in the WNBA. It doesn't prevent you from doing that unless the WNBA is, against it perhaps. But if you're Caitlin Clark, why wouldn't you do this? It's 8 to 10 games of basketball, half court, 3-on-3 style for the easiest $5 million you'll probably ever make. But it seems like it could be even easier for her if she wants to take this guy's offer.
Could it be bad for her brand? That would be my only thought. I don't know. Maybe going out there and getting crushed. Maybe they're paying you $5 million to laugh at you, because they want to be, big bad NBA guys, and if that's the case, if I'm walking into an unfriendly environment, I can pick up a $5 million check off the ground with endorsements. I'll just go read more ads in Los Angeles that weekend instead of hoop. But I think if Ice Cube wants to do it, he would insist on everybody being cooler and crap, but you heard the mindset, and that's even more toxic than how they talked about when Tony Kukoc was coming over. They don't want any sort of disrespect coming. Yeah. You can't play. Now they've accepted the Euros as the top 3 guys in the voting are international players these days for MVP, but it took them 3 decades to accept the Europeans could play it as well as Americans.
Well, a lot of money though, dude. So she's making $3.1 million in endorsements. Highest paid WNBA player makes $242,000. It's like, dude, $5 million for Caitlin.
Now that is a huge payday. That doubles her money.
Yeah, Tex makes a good point about the ball size. That would be something that would, she would have to overcome that. Obviously, the 3-point line a little bit deeper as well. I think that would be easier to overcome for her than the ball size. I don't know how that would actually work. Even Ionescu in the 3-ball contest with Steph, she got to use the women's ball. So that is a hurdle to jump over. But I do think, all the points you just made for $5 million there, Dawson, and maybe to get embarrassed and laughed at, is that good for the brand? Playing 8 to 10 games. Well, she could double that. She could go $10 million if she takes up Dave Portnoy's offer, the Barstool CEO or whatever.
Yeah,
he says I'll offer Caitlin Clark $10 million to play in our company intramural league, which is I think just a couple of games, and I think he's totally down for this. I think he's flexing. If I'm Caitlin Clark, these is just playing against like as average a Joe as possible. She would be embarrassing them. $10 million. Hello, that's the deal you take. That's what you do with the $100 million. Hey, that's guys, awesome. Go get your Lambos, your mansions in every continent in the world. I'm bringing Caitlin Clark to the rec game,
dude. And it's brilliant by him because again, she's a needle mover. She's bringing the eyeballs. Yeah. People that have never, girls that have never heard of Barstool Sports before, are gonna be like, wait, where can I catch this live stream?
You're right. He's gonna make $100 million off that. That's just brilliant barstooling. Thank you. Yes, Brian.
Yeah, real quick. Could her youth help her in this though? You're talking about a bunch of old basketball players, like her ability to move and kind of separate and all that and get her shot. Could her fact being young?
I don't think she's more athletic than them.
I mean, those are older dudes, right?
Yes.
Are they going to be?
Quick twitch muscles.
Yeah. Are they really moving like she moves? I've seen her get her shot in these games. She's moving pretty quick.
She's quick.
Yeah. I just wonder if that would help her youth.
What are her weapons? I think her passing, her basketball IQ,
her range,
her shooting. Yeah, her shooting. Yeah. I think she is going to be able to cut off the ball and find herself little wrinkles of space and be somewhat effective offensively if she does it. I think just the big issue is defense, like Chief said. We got to run nation when we come back. In edition of the finest subject matter, sir.
Jason Kelsey is coming after a Baylor Bears job, and Jim Harbaugh and the RV. Next year in the nation.
Let's make leasing easy with D&M.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Coming up at 5:20, we'll hit the expressway. We'll take it commercial-free to the top. And Dave Raymond, television voice of your Texas Rangers, is going to join us to kick off that expressway. I want to know, coming up at 5:40, where do you put the Mavs now in your NBA power rankings? How far do you think they can go? Or can we believe this? You know, is this a championship-level turnaround that they've experienced and possibly they proved to us last night in Sacramento? It's time now, though, for an edition of The Finest. Here's the Chief.
Okay, we're all a little bit nervous about this new hip drop tackle rule, 15-yard penalty situation that the NFL just approved going into this upcoming NFL season. You have former NFL VP of officiating, Dean Blandino. He's now the rules analyst for Fox Sports. Dean, how do you believe this ends up being enforced?
I really feel like the league will take a more comprehensive approach during the week with video review, where you don't have to make that decision in real time. You get to look at the different angles, and then you can levy fines or warning letters. So I think it's going to be a combination. I do not expect a ton of flags in this area, at least this year. There will be minimal flags. There will be more fines because this is a big change. And like you said, defensive players, the NFLPA came out and said they're not in favor of this.
Okay, so I think as a viewer, this is encouraging. Obviously, if you're a defender, this still sucks because you didn't get the flag thrown in the game, but then you got the letter in your locker later in the week saying, "Hey, you just got fined X amount of dollars because of this tackle that we couldn't deem in real time was illegal, but after further review, it is." So players still not going to like this, particularly defenders. But I do think from a fan standpoint, if this is the way it goes, I mean, it's a bummer for the players, but at least we're potentially not going to see a bunch of 15-yard penalties all over the place because this is a tough thing in real time to determine. Very subjective, I would even say. So I don't know. I think this I would consider good news on the heels of what I believe to be bad news, just the rule in general.
It would be so much better if the majority of these happened a couple of days later. You know, especially if anything is ticky-tack in that regard. If there's a big obvious one, you don't want the officials missing anything, but you don't want another thing slowing the game down in a significant way.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, dude. Fluky 15-yard subjective calls are a nightmare. So we'll see, but I think Dean Blandino offers a fair perspective there, and hopefully he's onto something with the way they're going to enforce it.
An over-officiated game is really fun for nobody. You win and you're kind of like, okay, that was cool, I guess, but man, that was annoying.
Yeah, even Pat McAfee was like, man, you're putting the referees in a really difficult spot here to try and have to do this, and we're always going to complain about the refs, but this new rule is kind of setting them up for failure a little bit. So,
I don't think it'll be hard at all for the officials to officiate this. You know it when you see it,
like the horse collar.
This is not something when you see a defender jump on the back of a ball carrier and all of a sudden he throws his weight in his back or the back of his legs. That will be very easy to officiate. There will be not any question there about that at all. And hopefully it's only a penalty and your guy not getting carted off the field with a fractured leg. That you'll know. Because this is not going to be a hard thing to officiate at all. We see with the horse collar. We're like, oh, that looked like a horse collar. Then you watch the replay. Oh, official got it right. Hand wasn't in the neck area. It was on the outside of the pad, and
sure.
Good call. But when somebody does one of these tackles that we're talking about, we'll know. And again, hopefully the guy's leg is still intact when it happens.
Well, your quarterback, Jaden Daniels, Heisman winner, LSU. We'll see where he goes in this upcoming draft. Could be the second pick in the draft. But one of the things about him is his physical build. Super, super thin dude. 6'3" and change is what he measured in at the pro day today. 210 pounds.
Okay.
So has he been eating a bunch of pizza?
That's 5 more pounds than he weighed at the combine.
Which was, a month ago?
Yeah, okay, I take that back because I don't think he weighed in at the combine.
Yeah, I don't think he weighed in.
He played at 205 this year because that's
he looked lighter than that.
Yeah, that's the number that I was working on for myself from some guys at LSU. So,
but hey, good for him. I mean, he needs to put on a little bit of weight.
Well, did you guys see the picture? Ian Rappaport put out a picture today, and it is really blown up on the internet because everybody is wondering. Yes, dude. It is the weirdest looking elbow I've ever seen, and maybe it's just a weird camera angle, but Ian Rappaport just tweeted out a picture of Jaden Daniels throwing a ball at LSU. It's pretty like an up-close photo of him throwing the football, and it was just to acknowledge that following his pro day today, he's got a bunch of meetings scheduled with teams, and so he posts this photo, and then the photo goes viral because no one's ever seen an elbow look like this. It's a bulging elbow bone that feels like it sticks out at least an inch, if not more, further than where the forearm connects to it. I don't know. It's a bulging weenus situation on the throwing arm of Jaden Daniels.
I mean, the more I see it, it really does. It looks like Pride Rock from The Lion King when you see it on the side view.
Yes, dude. Somebody needs to Photoshop Simba being held up by Rafiki. My goodness,
insane.
dude. Yeah.
I've never seen an elbow like that.
I haven't either. That's the weirdest body part I've seen since Megan Fox's toe thumbs.
Yeah, did you notice this while he was playing, Brian?
No, not that much at all.
You didn't know about the bulging weenus until today?
No, I didn't know. Not till today. I've never, he is, like we've talked about, he's a slightly built guy. So you kind of feel like, though, skinny arms and stuff like that, if he's got, body parts that are, long and all that. But I've never heard him having a problem with this.
Yeah. Well, and I don't even know that it's necessarily a problem. It's just an interesting thing to look at.
Yeah.
Now, I tend to agree with the way Daniel Jeremiah is evaluating these quarterbacks, and he's watching the tape the same way Broadus and Walchuk are. So coming from a much more educated place, but he says, when North Carolina had a better supporting cast around Drake May in 2022, he played great. The team deteriorated around him last year and his play fell off. And he says it's very similar to Josh Allen at Wyoming or Jordan Love at Utah State. And both of those guys, it took some time for both of them. Josh Allen, it was the first 2 years, it was like, oh, this is not going to work out. And then he completely reinvented himself. Jordan Love obviously has sat for many years before playing this year and really came on in a huge way. But is that something you guys, how much of a factor do you guys consider that to be?
I was just thinking about it, and I don't think it's important. You look at the great quarterbacks over the last 20 years. Aaron Rodgers had a very so-so career at Cal. Tom Brady at Michigan was not really clearly the starter. I guess, you had Peyton Manning at Tennessee, Mahomes at Tech, failure in college.
Breeze at Purdue.
Yeah, I think it's nothing that you should be overly concerned about if your guy can't single-handedly dominate college like Cam Newton did.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously it's nice if you can be like, oh, I'm J.J. McCarthy and I win, and now that's being propped up as a thing for him. But overall, I don't think you're lowering a guy's draft grade or how you view him based on the tape just because he went 5-7 or whatever it was, like Patrick Mahomes did at Tech for however many years.
Yeah, I do know one thing about watching Josh Allen. He was throwing balls to cattle ranchers and pharmacists and people like that. His
Drake May was throwing to a slightly leveled up version of that.
Drake May's got
Josh Downs, who was a good receiver for the Colts this past year.
They've got a kid in the draft this year.
Yeah, Tez Walker.
They've got
second, third rounder.
They've got legitimate players at skill level at North Carolina. He wasn't good enough in a lot of he I think he only beat one top 25 team. That was Miami. He's had games where he's had multiple interceptions. Where he's thrown 2-3 interceptions in a game. That's what you're evaluating right there. It's, you're not trying to make excuses for these kids. You're trying to say, okay, he plays for a major college program. You maybe, like I said, if you're talking about a kid that's playing it, even, these tiny schools that have nobody, you're trying to evaluate an Ivy League kid or something like that. That's a lot different. That's why when they go to the Senior Bowl and stuff, you're like, oh, look what he does. Look how he's playing with some better competition here.
Like the quarterback from South Alabama this past year.
Yeah. To me, I'm Drake May, you evaluate Drake May. They're talking about him as a top 3 pick. I'm not making excuses for a top 3 pick. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I mean, I don't care. It's up to them also, too. If I'm going to pick you and you're not delivering with who's around you, why am I picking you? I want you to elevate others' games. So I'm not going to make an excuse for him.
It is possible, though, that your surroundings are just so bad that, you weren't unable to do it in college. And maybe that extra adversity that you faced, having to read under pressure, make players better over a 4 or 5 year period would serve you better for developing as a player mentally. Anticipation, reading the game, being able to play quickly while in a collapsing pocket. Like, that might be a better learning environment than winning 13 games a year and going to a BCS with a loaded roster.
Looks like we have a bit of a Venus update here. The 903, that's venous bursitis. I have it, and it is not painful, but it is chronic, he says.
Yeah.
So, and then 214 says, my son has that venous. He got it when he broke his arm in half when he was a little kid. So I don't know if Jaden Daniels has an injury from his past, or if this is like the 903, who I guess you're just born with it and that just is what it is. It's not painful or anything like that. It doesn't seem to be hindering him in any way, but it is the most interesting elbow I've ever seen.
It looks like when he flexes his arm, like that bone that's down there is not connected by a ligament and just kind of like shooting out into space.
It looks like it's bulging. It's a bulging disc.
I'm surprised that was
a bulging venous. Waltrip.
And
scientifically,
he got an elbow boner. I think an elboner.
An elboner.
An elboner.
ESPN is planning another Monday Night Football pregame shakeup, according to executives with knowledge here. A year after a complete makeover of the set under the stewardship of Scott Van Pelt, RG3's spot is in jeopardy. The network is aggressively pursuing former Eagle, recently retired Jason Kelce for their Monday Night Football pregame show. I think that would be a home run hire.
Hell yeah, let's go. Get him on there.
But how do you want to add, not replace to that, though? Our RG3's doing a nice job.
I think he's got I think the college stuff. I think
he's better at that.
I think they want him to focus on that college football stuff that he's been doing.
Yeah, there's only so much room on the set, and from what I've read, they definitely want to keep Marcus Spears and Ryan Clark in that NFL pregame deal. Then you have the host, which is Van Pelt. You have the reporter, Michelle Beisner-Buck, Joe Buck's wife. So that's part of it. And then it's like, do you still want RG3? Would you rather have Jason Kelce? And it doesn't mean RG3 completely loses his gig at ESPN. Like you mentioned, Broadus, he's got a handful of other things that he does there. But he was a guy that you felt like was doing a pretty good job. And he was certainly well sought after when he was entering into the business. He had apparently crushed it at every one of his little interviews or whatever with Fox Sports and different entities. But it's more than just ESPN that's after Jason Kelce. So it's kind of an arms race. Every network is trying to get in the mix on this dude. Even like CBS, they note CBS's pregame show that has guys like Bill Cowher, Nate Burleson, Boomer Esiason, Phil Simms. All those guys are unsigned for next year contractually. They only have J.J. Watt as a guy that's supposed to come back. So CBS could be looking to revamp their entire thing, get a little bit younger with guys like J.J. Watt and Jason Kelce. Who knows? But everybody's going to be after him, and rightfully so. The dude's just going to be money, whoever gets him, assuming he wants it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, hey, good for RG3. And I'm cool with RG3 being a color guy on, like, the college football. I mean, he does a great job. We've played a lot of his cuts for G-Bag of the Day. I know he ticked off Ryan Poles of the Bears a little bit with what he said about that not being a desirable spot to go to. He's like, look, we're trying to go ahead and stop those narratives here, okay? I'm sorry, RG3. I don't need you to continue to act like the Bears can't develop a quarterback. Well, RG3's kind of right there.
Yeah, we've made it a
he's
goal.
Just saying what we're all thinking.
Yeah, that's funny. We've made it a goal to turn around our culture, and we haven't accomplished that goal yet, but we'd appreciate it if you'd stop reporting facts about us until that day.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be a bummer for RG3, but I get it. I mean, I would probably want to outbid CBS for Jason Kelce, too.
He's a good broadcaster. He'll do something good no matter what ends up of it. We got to run, Nation. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll take you commercial-free to the top. Dave Raymond's going to talk Rangers baseball as he joins us. Then we got a good Mavs conversation coming up here in about 20 minutes with you on 105 through the Fan. Hey, it's one thing to get a good price on something, but for those important things in life, you need to know.